pet card machines have not yet been put up in stores in Beishan. So now, it is time to collect the reactions of the various tribes in the northern mountains to the pet cards. After all, the human race's acceptance of pets can be said to be the highest. Therefore, pet cards are still very popular in Donghuang. This probably has something to do with the fact that there are the most idle people in the human race. But for some races, this may not be the case. If even survival and food and clothing are problems, then why bother raising pets? But these people probably won't come to Qi Li's shop. Therefore, Qi Lu is still very confident about the pet card market. Manager Qi, do you mean that the rabbit in the moon is as powerful as in the promotional video? Shauna maintained her concern for the rabbit in the moon. Things like pet cards are not important. As long as it can be summoned, there's no problem. Whether it's powerful or not is relative. For you. Qila looked at Shauna and Lan Qi seriously before continuing, it's probably useless. Apart from anything else, the rabbit pet card in the moon is extremely helpful even to master-level summoners. However, Shauna and Lan Qi's realm has really exceeded the upper limit of the moon rabbit pet card. At present, it seems that the only pet card that can help Shauna's level off battle is the Flame Spirit, who has experienced enough battles and has complete skills. Or, other SR level pet cards. If so, that's okay, as long as you can hold it in your arms. The moon bunny is really cute when it's little. Shauna said with satisfaction after getting the answer. Then looking at Shauna's expression, Qi silently glanced at Lan Qi. Mr. Qi, what are you looking at me for? There seems to be something profound in your eyes. Lan Qi was keenly aware of Qi Li's gaze. It's nothing. It's just a rabbit in the moon. I can't compete with you. Qi shrugged and looked at him. Listen to this, why does it feel so weird? Ignore the chatter of Lan Qi and others. After the threat of the Nightmare Tribe was confirmed to be eliminated, the number of customers in the store began to pick up. However, it will probably take a few days to return to the peak passenger flow. For example, after the event starts. But as long as things can pick up, that's a good thing. So Qi Li's mood improved a lot. System, detection completed. Host, this piece of Warhammer fragment also contains a ray of ancient remnant soul. Just as Qi Lu was playing the copy, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Qi Lu was so frightened that his hands shook and he almost dropped the magus in his hands. I have been sparring with Saratel for so long before, but you haven't even finished the test. Your speed this time must be too slow. Qi Lu immediately multitasked and said rather dissatisfiedly. Although it is said that slow work produces careful work, this is not exactly detailed work, and it is probably too slow. System, host, you don't understand. This wisp of ancient remnant soul is weaker than the one in the previous fragment. This system almost didn't detect it. Really? Do you have any extra gains? Qi didn't really want to believe the system's rhetoric. But one thing is certain, that is, there is a high probability that these Warhammer fragments contain ancient remnant souls. It's just that the strength of the ancient remnant souls contained varies. System, of course, this system has determined that the breadth of the ancient remnant souls in these two fragments is the same. In other words, they are the remaining soul fragments left by the same ancient powerful man. Then we can roughly determine who the owner of this ancient remnant soul is. Well, in this case, I have to find a chance to visit the dwarf royal city. Qi Lu silently planned the next plan. Although the chance of repairing the ancient remnant soul is not high, it is definitely worth trying. After all, the complete soul left behind by an ancient powerful man has completely different meanings from a pile of residual soul fragments. Many ancient secrets have been buried in the long river of time. If you want to know, you can probably only focus on the surviving souls of these ancient powerful men. The system was also very knowledgeable and did not disturb Qi Li's thoughts. However, in the New World mode, there are always people who are not sock knowledgeable. For example, right now, Qilu just came out of the dungeon and met a little kitten. Qilu, I finally found you. Yuxuanxue jumped up and climbed onto Qilu with a look of fawning. Then, Qilu lifted him up by the back of his neck. What do you want from me? How is the store now? Qilu looked at the flattering look on Yuxuanxue's face and knew that this guy must be asking for something. Otherwise, according to the cat's temperament, it will be indifferent. Of course, more often than not, people are taught to obey. It's nothing serious. Yuxuanxue was quite embarrassed. If it's nothing serious, don't talk about it. I'm quite busy. Qilu said it very directly, without even raising his eyelids. Even a cheeky cat like Yuxuanxue started to twitch about this matter. It was definitely not a small matter. It's better to do less than to do more, so just don't talk about it. No, wait, I just said that. It's the luck of life in the mid-autumn moon cake. I wonder if you have many here. Yuxuanxue said quickly, and then quickly stopped interrupting. No need to discuss this matter. When Qilu heard the words mid-autumn mooncake, he roughly guessed what Yuxuanxue wanted to say. It's just that Yuxuanxue's speaking speed is really fast. There really is no need to discuss? It's really non-negotiable. Qilu refused firmly. The system only has the luck of life and soul, and Qilu can't get it anyway. And not to mention the luck of living beings, even the luck of heaven and earth, the system has a lot of it in its hands, but it just won't take it out. Qilu, I've been in the store for so long, and I'm still helping you look after the store. It should be a bit of hard work without any credit. Are you not even willing to give me such a small benefit? After Yuxuanxue was rejected, she was not discouraged at all and immediately began to use emotion and reason. Looking at the store? After Qilu heard this word, he selectively ignored Yuxuanxue's other words. Speaking of which, Yuxuanxue seemed to have visited the store for a while. In other words, the business level is no problem. In that case, wouldn't it be enough to drag Yuxuanxue to the branch here in the Beishan Mountains as a clerk? If you know the basics, you won't have to look for new store employees again. Wait a minute, let's not talk about the fate of living beings. If you are asked to guard the store, can you do it? Qilu once again interrupted Yuxuanxue and asked aloud. It's absolutely no problem, so the luck of life. After Yuxuanxue responded, she immediately wanted to return to the topic. There is no need to talk about the destiny of life, but I have another good thing to give you, if you keep the store. In a short period of time, this was the third time Qilu interrupted Yuxuanxue. You. Wait, you said something else good? Really? Yuxuanxue's words were interrupted one after another. Just when she was about to show off her teeth to Qilu, she was suddenly stunned and then asked suspiciously. Really, I promise it will be no worse than the luck of the living beings, okay? Qilu nodded and promised seriously. That's no problem. That's settled. Shall I start guarding the store now? Although Yuxuanxue was still a little skeptical, she still agreed. Anyway, even if Qilu ran away, the store would still be there. It should still be impossible to deceive such a clever kitten like him. Don't worry, what you have to guard is not the store you are staying in now. Old God, Qilu said. What do you mean, you've opened a new store? Yuxuanxue reacted immediately and asked quickly. This is big news. You can tell Yuxir about it when the time comes, so that this girl won't have to sit on the sofa all day longing for unrequited love. Probably, you'll know when the time comes. Qilu was non-committal. This is a surprise from the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it would be boring to talk about it now. That's how you are. You're stingy, and you like to tease cats. I won't ask you any more questions. I'm going to bed first. Yuxuanxue glared at Qilu bitterly, then turned around and logged off. The cat's little temper. Qi Lu stretched hard and then went offline. I still have to run to the dwarf royal city in the evening, so I need to charge my batteries first so as not to lose energy later. This is also because Qi Lu has never been to the dwarf royal city before, otherwise he would have walked through the space door with his empty boots as soon as it opened. Why is it so troublesome? In the northern mountains, the location of famous city-states such as the dwarf royal city is well known. So Qi Lu doesn't have to look for it deliberately, he can just go straight in the direction he asked. The dwarf royal city is much more majestic than the city of life. This probably has something to do with the fact that the dwarves are good at forging. On the walls of the dwarf royal city, as well as most of the buildings in the city-state, a large number of magic arrays are carved, adding various protective effects. This is something other city-states do not have. Qi Lu could tell that most of these magic patterns were used for enchanting armor. However, there are many magic formations in them, all of which look like they were engraved by novices. The effect is greatly reduced. But it doesn't matter, because the magic pattern engraved by a novice is at least better than nothing. Practice enchanting skills on your own house? How much do the dwarfs love forging? Qi Lu could guess the origin of these magic formations without even thinking about it. However, apart from the buildings in the city-state, the magic patterns on the walls of the dwarf royal city were all engraved by real forging masters. Moreover, it has been such a long time since the dwarf royal city was built, and the magic patterns on the city wall have been continuously studied and improved by generations of dwarf forging masters. Today, it already has extremely powerful defense capabilities. However, Qi Lu also suggested that the dwarves add surveillance-type formations to these magic formations. In case the nightmare tribe sneaks into the city-state next time, no one will notice such a thing. However, this type of magic array seems not suitable for being engraved on the city wall. Because the surveillance formations are all small formations. It doesn't cover much ground at all. Therefore, if it is engraved on the city wall, judging from the size comparison, it is actually almost the same as nothing. Well, if that's the case, then it's okay. Qi Lu did not want to provide any suggestions. After all, it is basically impossible to cover the entire city wall with surveillance formations. But as long as there is a gap, for those who are interested, the surveillance formations covering other positions will be useless. For example, for Qi Lu, who now wants to sneak into the dwarf royal city, a few surveillance formations really have no effect. Qi Lu only discovered it after entering the dwarf royal city. The dwarves are really talented at repairing buildings. Despite the previous battle between the old dwarf leader and Stoker, the old dwarf leader had already tried his best to lead him outside the city. But the damage to the dwarf royal city was not too small. However, Qi Lu came over today to take a look and found that these damaged buildings seemed to have been repaired. I heard that the warhammer fragments are placed in the sacrificial hall. I'd better go there directly. Qi Lu glanced at the time. A lot of time has been wasted trying to get to the dwarf royal city. Although the dwarf royal city is indeed majestic, Qi Lu doesn't have much free time to spend now. Let's wait until the next time we come over to talk about the visit. The sacrificial hall is a very solemn building. It is very conspicuous in the dwarf royal city. Even the architectural styles are different, so it is very easy to find. After Qi Lu concealed his own aura, he arrived outside the sacrificial hall under the cover of night. This solemn building has an ancient atmosphere. As one of the longest buildings built in the dwarf royal city, the architectural style of the sacrificial hall has a strong flavor of the ancient times. It seems a bit out of place with today's buildings. But the only good thing is that the door of the sacrificial hall is not closed. Perhaps it was for the convenience of the dwarves who came to worship. Therefore, with Qi Li's eyesight, he could see at a glance the pile of warhammer fragments placed on the altar of the sacrificial hall. They were all made of the same ordinary-looking material. Next to the pile of warhammer fragments, there was an extinguished life lamp. Sheila guessed that the life lamp should be the life lamp of the old patriarch of the dwarf clan. The life lamp that can be put into the sacrificial hall must be a clan member who has made great contributions to the dwarves and is highly respected. The old patriarch has this qualification. How about the system, can it be detected here? Chi Lu stood at the door of the sacrificial hall and asked in his mind. If he were to be discovered while standing outside the sacrificial hall, it would at best mean that he had gone to the wrong place while visiting the dwarf royal city. But if he walked into the sacrificial hall, he would be challenging Thedwarf's reputation. Especially in this period, the shadow left by the Nightmare clan has not dissipated. So much so that there is still an atmosphere of sadness in the dwarf royal city. Under such circumstances, the consequences of committing a crime are even more serious. Although Chi Lu is confident that he will not be discovered, in many cases, abiding by the rules is a matter of one's self-cultivation. At least, Chi Lu personally feels that there is nothing wrong with his cultivation. System, it's barely detectable, but it can be detected. System, however, if the distance is so far, the difficulty of detection will increase exponentially, so this system recommends that the host get closer to facilitate the system's detection. As long as it can be detected, it's right here. Chi Lu rejected the system's proposal and sat down at the door of the sacrificial hall. If the difficulty is high, you can waste time. But if the rules are broken, you are challenging your own cultivation. System, since the host insists, the system will start testing. I hope the host will not be anxious. Don't worry, it won't happen. Chi Lu closed his eyes and began to rest with his eyes closed. The target of the inspection this time is not just 1 or 2 warhammer fragments, but all the remaining warhammer fragments. It will definitely take you a long time. So Chi Lu can take a break during this period. Even if it's just a nap. As the night gradually tore apart, the light from the sky scattered, dispelling the last trace of darkness in the air. Jingle bell. Chi Lu, who was sleeping with his eyes closed and concentrating, was suddenly awakened by an alarm ringing in his head. Wait, let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Chi Lu heard this very familiar voice from a long time ago, buried deep in his memory, and spoke subconsciously. One hand reached out, ready to press the alarm clock that was somewhere. But Chi Lu woke up just as his hand was halfway out. This familiar sound of the alarm clock should only exist in memory, but now I can't hear it even if I want to hear it. System, you really have nothing to do. Have you finished testing all the warhammer fragments I asked you to test? Chi Lu sighed, put away the memories that surfaced due to the sound of the alarm, and asked aloud. System, of course, there is no need to doubt the speed of this system. All tests have been completed and all the ancient remnant souls have been extracted. You finally did something that made me feel comfortable. Chi Lu twisted his neck and looked at the time again. I found that it was just the right time to open the store. It seemed that the system was doing things based on time. He really refused to let go of anything. However, Chi Lu also rested for most of the night and was in good spirits at the moment, so he returned to the store as soon as the space door opened. The speed of coming back is much faster than the speed in the past. Without wasting any time, after coming out of the space door, I just opened the store door and welcomed the first customer of the day. Manager Chi, long time no see. Yafel ran into the store with excitement on his face, said hello, and ran directly to the snack vending machine. When the Nightmare tribe was raging before, Yaffer was naturally captured by Saratel. Although the relationship between father and daughter is a bit strange. But no matter what, Saratel is Yafel's father, so he will definitely care about Yafel's safety. So, Yafel, who had not come to the store for several days, was finally released. It's been a long time, but there haven't been any new delicacies lately. If you're looking for new food, you may be disappointed. Qi Lu smiled and then returned behind the counter. The system hurriedly woke up Qi Lu, just to let Qi Lu not waste time and come back early to open the store door. But Qi Lu still has some questions to ask the system. System, you said you extracted all the ancient remnant souls. Are you sure there is a way to repair them now? Qi Lu is more concerned about this issue. Those ancient secrets and knowledge and the memories of the ancient remnant souls are the most valuable things. As for combat effectiveness, Qi Lu didn't think that an ancient remnant soul could provide much combat power. What's more, no matter how strong the ancient remnant soul is, it won't be of much help to Qi Lu. System, this system can confirm that the extracted ancient remnant souls should be intact when combined, but repairing them is very difficult, so it will take a long time. In other words, it can be repaired, right? Just know this. As for how much time it takes, I'm not in a hurry. Let's talk about it later. It is enough for Qi Lu to know that he can repair the ancient remnant soul. As for the difficulty, even if the system didn't say it, Qi Lu could guess it, and it would definitely not be low. To repair a completely broken soul is even more difficult than resurrecting it. After all, resurrection requires a complete body and a complete soul as prerequisites. Once the soul is broken, it basically means the dissipation of the soul. Maybe it was because of this kind of strong man from ancient times that his soul power was unexpectedly powerful and he relied on his warhammer to exist to this day. As for the rest of the time, you just have to wait. Looking at the increasing number of customers in the store, Qi Lu felt that it will be better to do this slowly. Everything will get better. As the effect of the promotional video gradually came into play, and the 3 major races have lifted the state of emergency. The next day, Tiana also came to the store. The number of customers gradually increased. I believe that it won't take a few days to return to the bustling scene before. However, in these days, the elves and the animaliers have basically returned. But because the dwarves needed to pay their respects to the old clan leader, not many people came. Fortunately, nothing bad happened during the 3 days of warm-up for the Mid-Autumn Festival special event. After the day's return to calm, Qi Li's mood also calmed down. Until the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Qi Li sat in the bedroom, staring at the time closely. Waiting for the 12 o'clock bell to ring and the hour hand to cross the top line. The Mid-Autumn Festival is here. System, where is the store teleportation array? Qi Lu watched the hour hand pass the 12 o'clock mark and immediately jumped up, asking eagerly in his mind. According to the system, as soon as the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, the event will begin. It's just that Qi Lu is not open yet, so no one can participate. The store teleportation array will be distributed at the beginning of the event, so it should have been distributed by the time 12 o'clock arrives. System, host, you are really racing against time. You can't even be half a minute late. I'm following your example, hurry up and don't be impatient. Qi Lu hummed. Previously, the system was rushing to wake Qi Lu up from his sleep to open the store in 1 second. Now Qi Lu also has to learn. System, the store teleportation array has been distributed. Please check the host carefully. As the sound of the system fell, a door frame with gold edges appeared in the middle of Qi Li's bedroom, with complex and mysterious patterns engraved on it. And some fonts that are completely incomprehensible. Qi Lu could still recognize some of those lines. After all, among the skills Qi Lu masters, he has mastery of magic. Magic proficiency naturally also includes knowledge of magic arrays. Those complicated mysterious patterns are a variant of the outline of the teleportation magic array patterns. However, Qi Lu really didn't recognize the additional fonts added to the formation pattern. At least to Qi Li's knowledge, he has never seen a font like this. However, given the depth of systematic knowledge, this is probably another self-created font. System, host, this system usually asks you to learn more things that you'dn't. The body of this font is derived from runes from ancient times. It is a commonly used font used to engrave high-level magic arrays. Before Qi Lu could finish thinking about it, the system's voice came out. Although the meaning sounds like a feeling of hatred for iron, the tone sounds more like ridicule. The runes from ancient times. Qi Lu smacked his lips twice and tried hard to recall. But no memory about the runes was recalled. Things from ancient times are basically buried in the long river of time. The only ones who can salvage good things from this long river are systems. However, this only shows that the system is powerful. It doesn't mean you can't do it. Etc. What kind of runes are these? Could they be something found in the remnant souls of ancient times? The more Qi Lu thought about it, the more likely it was that he thought it was possible. After thinking about it, he directly asked, "System, have you discovered something from the ancient remnant souls, and you haven't told Myit?" System, host, what are you talking about? The ancient remnant soul has not been repaired. How can this system find anything from the ancient remnant soul? System, these ancient runes were found in the Warhammer fragments. Isn't that the same thing? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said to himself, if there were no Warhammer fragments, we would be in the same boat. What right do you have to mock me? However, Qi Lu couldn't say this directly, but had to change his way. System, according to what you said, you discovered the ancient runes from the Warhammer fragments. I have no credit but hard work. If I hadn't traveled thousands of miles and gone through all kinds offered ships to go to the dwarf royal city and find the sacrificial hall, you wouldn't have had the chance to get these ancient runes. So, don't you think you should give me something? Qi Lu said tactfully that he was very familiar with things like asking for benefits. System, host, the acquisition of ancient runes can help this system better upgrade future products, so this system feels that the rewards should have been distributed to the host. Oh? Is that so? Qi Lu was stunned when he heard this. But as far as the system is concerned, it makes sense. If the function of ancient runes is really a commodity after upgrade, then Qi Lu really shouldn't seek benefits from the system. After all, the better the product, the greater the benefit to the store. As for other things, they actually don't mean much to Qi Lu. Since that's the case, let's forget it this time. However, before you obtain the ancient runes, the store teleportation array should not have the blessing off these ancient runes. Qi Lu nodded and looked at the door frame in front of him. Although there are many styles of teleportation arrays, it would be too unsightly to directly make it look like a door. It doesn't feel cool at all. Although, the gold rim inlaid on the door frame is quite nice. System, the host is right. Engraving these ancient runes can make the store's teleportation array more stable and reduce the consumption of teleportation. System, by the way, the store teleportation array can only be used by the host and the store clerks. It's a small thing. Qi Lu waved his hand and didn't care what the system said. Since the store's teleportation array is placed in his bedroom, Qi Lu is not ready to let anyone else use it. At most, it can only be used by Yu Shi'er and Yu Shuangxue. So Qi Lu took the initiative to end the conversation and walked towards the store teleportation array. If it says it's a door frame, it really is a door frame. There isn't even a door, which shows how stingy the system is. Just looking from the front of the door frame, what I saw was not the situation in the bedroom, but a black vortex. In the middle of the whirlpool, there is even more nothingness. A void that even light cannot touch. Qi Lu looked at it for a long time before walking into the door frame. Then his eyesight went dark, but for just a moment, when it lit up again, Qi Lu found that he was still in the bedroom. But this time, the bedroom is the bedroom in the main store of Yunwu City. It's so fast, I'm not prepared at all. Qi Lu looked around, looking at the familiar scene in the bedroom, and couldn't help but sigh. The bedroom was spotlessly clean. It seemed like someone was cleaning it frequently. Qi stretched out his hand and wiped it gently on the table. He found that there was no dust at all, and a smile appeared on his face. This little girl. Yunwu City, Qila's shop. In the lobby on the first floor, Yu Shi'er was sitting on the sofa as usual, staring blankly at the door of the store. Although I can meet Qi Lu in the New World mode. But Qi Lu is not there every night, so after Yu Shi'er confirms that Qi Lu isn't in the New World mode, she will go offline directly without wasting time in it. Shi'er, Qi Lu probably has something to do, and he's not here today either. But don't worry, I'll go check on you every night. If Qi Lu shows up, I'll come and call you. Yu Xuanxue, who had just exited the New World mode, jumped onto the sofa, squatted next to Yu Shi'er, and comforted her. It's okay, Shao Shu, as long as the store manager is safe, it's fine. It's okay to be busy. Yu Shi'er reached out and held Yu Xuanxue into her arms, gently rubbing Yu Xuanxue's head and back. The soft hair feels really comfortable when rubbed on your hands. It's true, Qi Lu, what's there to be busy with? It's been so long since I left. Yu Xuanxue said angrily. Okay, Shao Shu, I know everything, no need to say anything. A smile appeared on Yu Shi'er's face, stopping Yu Xuanxue from continuing. In fact, Yu Shi'er's mood was not bad. But at this time every day, Yu Shi'er would feel a little lonely. But with Yu Xuanxue's company, it's actually not bad. It's just that Qi Lu is not in the store, so Yu Shi'er often misses her a little. No, next time I meet Qi Lu in the mechanical bull forest, even if I get caught by him, I will bite him twice to help you vent your anger. Yu Xuanxue held her furry head high, raised her little paws, and spoke seriously. Although Yu Xuanxue would give in every time she met Qi Lu, she still had to say it in such a situation. Really? Then let's bite it now. Just when Yu Shi'er wanted to speak, a voice came from the stairs on the second floor. Yu Shi'er was stunned immediately. It made Yu Xuanxue freeze even more. When you speak ill of others behind their backs, what you fear most is getting caught. Store manager, really, is it really you? Yu Shi'er said in disbelief, her voice stuttering. The mixture of surprise and disbelief made Yu Shi'er wonder if she was dreaming. No way, why did this guy come back at such a good time? Didn't you hear everything I said before? Yu Xuanxue huddled in Yu Shi'er's arms, feeling a little restless. Of course it is me. Shi'er, I'm back, won't you welcome me? Qi Lu walked out of the stairs and came to Yu Shi'er with a smile on his face. Then he grabbed Yu Xuanxue, who was trying to shrink into Yu Shi'er's arms. By the way, Shao Shu, I did hear everything you said, but on this day, forget it. Yes, Qila, you can't argue with a cute kitten. Yu Xuanxue said with a flattering face. Store manager, I. Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu, who came in front of her, and felt this familiar breath. What she wanted to say finally turned into 4 words when it came to her lips. Welcome back. Qi Lu, welcome back. Yu Xuanxue was caught in Qi Li's hand, and she weakly followed suit. I know, I'll let you go today. Qi Li smiled and then placed Yu Xuanxue on the sofa. Then he reached out and rubbed Yu Shi'er's head, and said softly, Shi'er, I've really worked hard on you during this time. Shi'er is not working hard. When Yu Shi'er heard Qi Li's gentle voice, her longing for this period of time was released. All the hard work during this period was gone at this moment. By the way, Qi Lu, you just mentioned today, is today an important day? Yu Xuanxue was lying on the sofa, too lazy to run away. Although the store is large, it is all under Qi Li's control, and it ISISless to go anywhere. Today is the beginning of the special activities for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hearing Yu Xuanxue's question, Yu Shi'er quickly thought of it and spoke. I came back specifically not for this event, but because today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. In my hometown, the Mid-Autumn Festival is a day to reunite with family. Do you understand, Shi'er, and Shao Shu Jiu? The smile on Qi Li's face remained unchanged, and he spoke softly. The word family carries so much emotion. Store manager. Okay, I know that you have really worked hard during this period. I will also tell you what happened during this period. It is probably a story about me opening a new store. Qi Li stretched out his hands and took Yu Shi'er into his arms. Qi Li's sudden hug made Yu Shi'er a little at a loss. Not knowing whether to respond to Qi Li's hug or push Qi Lu away, the whole person suddenly froze there. But soon, Yu Shi'er discovered that Qi Lu just held her and didn't make any other moves. The warm embrace made Yu Shi'er gradually relax. In my memory, this seemed to be the first time a store manager took the initiative to hug himself. The word family in Qi Li's mouth made Yu Shi'er's eyes filled with warmth and emotion. In any case, this means that Qi Lu recognizes Yu Shi'er's identity. Father, mother, and other clan members, have you all seen that Shi'er is not alone now? Shi'er still has family members who are willing to accompany her. Shi'er is very happy now. Yu Shi'er's stiff body relaxed, she slowly closed her eyes and leaned into Qi Li's arms. No matter how Qi Li views herself, Yu Shi'er is certain that no matter who shays in the family, she is willing to stay with Qi Lu all the time. Why do I feel like my mouth is sore? Yu Xuanxue, who was lying aside, said to herself with a strange expression. Although she was very happy for Yu Shi'er, Yu Xuanxue felt a sour emotion in her heart. Thinking about it, it is always inappropriate to let a cat eat dog food. Okay, don't be so sad. I have something serious to do with you when I come back today. Qi Li noticed Yu Xuanxue's expression and immediately said with a smile. Then I picked out some things I could talk about opening a branch and talked about it in general. A new world. Manager, you didn't encounter any danger there, did you? Are there really elves, dwarves, and beast-eared races? What do they look like? Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue were concerned about completely different issues. As a cat, curiosity prevails in the end. It's just a store. There is no danger. Don't worry so much. Qi Lu touched his nose and said with a smile. If there is still danger under the system's care, Qi Lu won't bother to open a store. Although the IQ of this Erbi system is not high, its force value is still quite high. After answering Yu Shi'er's question, Qi Lu looked at Yu Xuanxue and said, since you are so curious, don't you want to go over and see for yourself? I heard you said that the animal-eared tribe all have furry ears, they should be pretty good-looking. Yu Xuanxue's ears immediately stood up, looking very energetic. Don't think too much about it. Although the beast-ear tribe does have the blood of alien beasts, it is definitely not as pure as you. Qi Li looked at Yu Xuanxue's two constantly shaking ears and couldn't help but joke. I'm just curious. I heard you say that the beast-eared girl is cute, but I think it's just that, so I want to see it with my own eyes. Yu Xuanxue shook her ears and explained. When did I ever say that? Qi Li found out that he had been defeated by an entire army, and he was suddenly stunned. Then I started to recall it in my mind, but in the end, I couldn't recall the memory of the beast-eared girl. When you first learned about demi-humans. Ah? Qi Lu remembered it after Yu Xuanxue mentioned it again. That was a long time ago, when Qi Lu was not very familiar with the demi-human race. When Qi Lu was not familiar with the demi-human race, he did wonder whether the demi-human race would have animal ears and tails. After all, the demi-human race has the blood of magical beasts and alien beasts. But later, Qi Lu discovered that the blood of monsters and alien beasts in today's demi-human race was quite thin. Therefore, the characteristics of these monsters and alien beasts will not be displayed under normal circumstances. Unless the demi-human takes the initiative to transform into a beast. So after seeing Yu Shi'er take the initiative to transform once, Qi Le gave up this thought. Because it takes energy to transform a demi-human into a beast, it is impossible for Qi Le to keep Yu Shi'er in a beastly state just for such a thing. But the beastiers are an exception. Because the beastiered race is different from the demi-human race. The demi-human race has the blood of ancient monsters or ancient alien beasts in their bodies, but the types and concentrations are different. But the beastier's tribe is a relatively pure bloodline. In other words, it is a mutant bloodline. Although it is similar to the bloodline of Warcraft and alien beasts, it is by no means the same. That's why features like animal ears appear. But Qi Le can guarantee that he simply appreciates this cuteness and has neither emotions involved. That's all in the past, I won't mention it now. Qi Le waved his hand, and then quickly changed the topic. But I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength has improved a lot. When Qi Le left the eastern wasteland and headed for the northern mountains, Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue were only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. But now, after returning from Qi Lu, I have discovered it. Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue have both been promoted to the hero level. It's not surprising that Qi Le can be promoted by Yu Xuanxue. After all, ancient beasts like civet cats are extremely talented, and promotion does not require the trial of crystals. As long as they break through their own shackles, there will be no problem. What's more, Yu Xuanxue stays in the store every day, eating a few pieces of equipment and taking a few pills when she has nothing to do. The equipment produced by the system, whether it is weapons or armor, or accessories or title badges, contains a lot of energy. The spirit-eating cat relies on devouring these things to improve its strength. So it would be strange if Yu Xuanxue was not promoted for such a long time. However, Yu Shi'er's promotion to the hero level was something Qi Le never expected. Before leaving Dan Huang, Qi Le did give Yu Shi'er a piece of hero-level trial crystal, which was the first piece of hero-level crystal produced from the ancillary function of the trial room. It was specially left by Qi Lu to Yu Shi'er. However, Qi Le never thought that Yu Shi'er would be able to use it so quickly and was successfully promoted to the hero level. After all, heroic heroes are not just cabbages. Especially in Dan Huang, where the first powerful person has not appeared yet, it is much more difficult to advance to the hero level than in the northern mountains. Of course, Qi Le could probably guess it. Yu Shi'er's rapid promotion must have a lot to do with the fate of heaven and earth given to her by the will of heaven and earth. Originally, these fortunes from heaven and earth were actually given to Qi Lu. However, due to some reasons that may be related to the system, these heaven and earth energy changes were given to Yu Shi'er. However, Qi Le didn't have any regrets about this matter. Instead, he felt quite happy. Because of the luck of heaven and earth, there are not many situations where Qi Le needs it. Moreover, even when Qi Le needs to use the luck of heaven and earth, it is much more convenient to go to the system directly than to go to the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, the destiny of heaven and earth given by the will of heaven and earth might as well be given to Yu Shi'er. After all, Yu Shi'er can be regarded as one of the people closest to Qi Lu, such wealth should not go to outsiders. However, the most regrettable thing for Qi Lu is that after the store manager level was upgraded this time, the additional functions of the trial room were not upgraded. To put it simply, the trial room cannot produce strong-level trial crystals. But Qi Lu can also understand this matter. Because the strong-level trial crystal needs to be used in conjunction with the destiny of heaven and earth. If you use the strong-level trial crystal alone, without the corresponding luck of heaven and earth, you will not be able to advance to the strong-level realm. Therefore, it is not that the system cannot produce strong-level trial crystals. It's just that the system can't bear the fate of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the system is not particularly stingy towards its own people. For example, in the trial room, a strong-level trial space is opened, and the destiny of heaven and earth also exists in it. However, if there is no upgrade task, Qi Lu wouldn't go in and seek abuse on his own, he didn't have that kind of interest. I heard Qi Lu suddenly mention the matter of improving his strength. Yu Shi'er seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, "Store manager, actually I have always wanted to ask you, will you have any connection with this world when you are in the heroic realm?" "Huh? Do you feel connected to heaven and earth?" When Qi Lu heard this question, he looked at Yu Shi'er in surprise. Being in contact with heaven and earth is what is called sensing the existence of the will of heaven and earth. However, to have this kind of feeling, one must at least be a strong person to do it. Because strong level powers need to receive gifts and luck from the will of heaven and earth, they must be able to sense the existence of the will of heaven and earth. But in the realm of hero level, there is no such need. Unless you are a half-step expert like Gu Pingchuan, you may be promoted to a true expert level at any time. Only then will there be a vague perception. However, it is unheard of for someone like Yu Shi'er, who has just been promoted to the hero level, to be able to sense the existence of the will of heaven and earth. So it's no wonder Qi Lu is surprised. Even Qi Lu himself is now in the heroic realm, but he has no way of sensing the existence of the will of heaven and earth. But the system is an exception. How about saying that the system is powerful? This guy can not only sense the will of heaven and earth, but also directly talk to the will of heaven and earth, and negotiate terms with the will of heaven and earth. This is something that has never happened before. So Qi Lu usually doesn't care whether he can communicate with the will of heaven and earth. It's enough to have a system, isn't it? Well, it seems to have appeared from the moment I was promoted to the hero level. I can vaguely perceive the sounds of this world, but I can only hear his sound, but I have no way to reply. And I also asked Ding Gu and the others, and they all said that they did not have this situation. That's why I wanted to ask the store manager. After Yu Shi'er saw the surprised expression on Qi Li's face, she immediately continued. Being able to hear the sounds of this world is a routine operation. Strong level powers basically have this ability, but if you can talk to the will of the world, then you are part of the system. Qi Lu complained silently in his heart. Of course, Yu Shi'er couldn't let Yu Shi'er know about her complaints. After all, the system was Qi Li's secret and it was impossible to tell anyone. But on the surface, Qi Lu still raised his hand to signal Yu Shi'er not to worry. Let me think. Gu Pingchuan and the others could not hear the sounds of this world, which meant that they were still unable to sense the existence of the will of heaven and earth. So this is normal. The abnormal situation lies with Yu Shi'er. But after Qi Lu thought about it carefully, he quickly thought of a possibility. That is the destiny of heaven and earth, given to Yu Shi'er by the will of heaven and earth. In the hero level realm, no, it should be said that it is the master level realm, you can obtain the fate of heaven and earth, which is absolutely unprecedented. As for whether there will be no successors, no one can say for sure. Therefore, when Yu Shi'er was promoted to the hero level, she could sense the existence of the will of heaven and earth, and maybe it had something to do with it. After all, this can be regarded as registering with the will of heaven and earth. Being able to hear the sounds of heaven and earth doesn't seem so strange anymore. But Qi Lu was not sure that it must be this reason, so he cautiously asked the system. System, you should have heard the conversation just now, right? Do you know the reason? System, actually, the reason is very simple. The host, a powerful person, can sense the will of heaven and earth, and the key link between them is the fate of heaven and earth. Needless to say, Qi Lu also understood. In this way, Qi Li's guess is actually correct. The key issue lies in the fate of heaven and earth. So Qi Lu told Yu Shi'er about this possibility. So it turns out that I actually have the luck of heaven and earth, and it's the luck of heaven and earth that should have belonged to you, the store manager. Yu Shi'er was also a little surprised when she heard this. Yu Shi'er knew about the resurrection from the dead. But Yu Shi'er didn't know anything about the fate of heaven and earth. At this moment, Qi Lu said it, and then heard Qi Li's understatement. Yu Shi'er's heart was suddenly filled with emotion. It goes without saying how precious the destiny of heaven and earth is. But Qile seemed so unconcerned. Whether it was to comfort herself or something else, Yu Shi'er knew that she had once again accepted Qile's affection. Nothing is yours or mine. Since I gave it to you, it belongs to you. I am very happy that this destiny of heaven and earth has been transferred to you. Qile smiled and pinched Yu Shi'er's cheek gently, letting Yu Shi'er know that she didn't care about such things. Yes, I know, thank you, store manager. Yu Shi'er lowered her head shyly. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Yu Xuanxue was standing next to her with a sad expression on her face. Although I feel sad, I am embarrassed to say it out loud. In short, I feel very uncomfortable. Don't make such an expression. We agreed before that you have agreed to help look after the store, so from tomorrow, you will be guarding the other store. Qile knew that Yu Xuanxue kept making such strange noises, because she was left out. Can I go to the northern mountains too? Yu Xuanxue asked in surprise. As an ancient beast, Yu Xuanxue knew how difficult it was to break through the space barrier and cross the world, even though she didn't have many inherited memories. Of course. I built a portal in my bedroom that connects two stores. You can move between the two stores at will from now on. Qile gave an affirmative answer. Then he paused and said, Don't worry, that store has also reserved a bedroom for you. Wait, that's not right, Qile, didn't you say you wanted to give me something better than life's luck? That's why I promised to help you guard the store. Yu Xuanxue reacted immediately after being surprised. It is not the character of the civet-eating cat to do business at a loss. Don't worry, I'll give it to you right away. Qile helplessly took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Yu Xuanxue. What is contained in this porcelain bottle is the system's treasured elixir, the legendary transformation elixir. In fact, Qile has already had such a plan. He gave the transformation pill to Yu Xuanxue so that she could help guard the store. Otherwise, the image of a little kitten is really not majestic at all. What is this? A pill? Qile, do you think you can buy me off with just a pill? Is my labor so worthless? Yu Xuanxue opened the stopper of the porcelain bottle, took a look inside, and then said with a grin. There is indeed a pill in this, but it is different from the pills you knew before. If you still feel at a loss after hearing the effects of this pill, then I won't force you. Qile said lightly. It's just a pill. No matter how effective this pill is, I can't give in. As a little kitten with dignity, I will never be oppressed by you. Shi'er, you have to help me this time. Yu Xuanxue held her head high and held her chest high, looking like she was not afraid of power and looked down upon death. But the last sentence exposed Yu Xuanxue's true psychology. He had a righteous look on his face when he spoke, but in the end, his final support was Yu Shi'er. But on this point, Yu Xuanxue probably thought wrong. How could Yu Shi'er refute Qile's words? Don't worry, I won't force you this time. The elixir in your hand is called transformation pill. Qile smiled and then introduced the effects of the transformation pill. Then I saw Yu Xuanxue holding the porcelain bottle tightly in her arms, as if she was afraid that others would snatch it away. What's wrong with you? Didn't you just talk about a pill? Qile raised his eyebrows and said teasingly. I think that since you and I are so familiar, it doesn't seem like it's okay for me to take a small loss to help you guard the store. What does it have to do with this pill? After Yu Xuanxue felt that she was unreasonable, she began to use strong arguments. Then why don't you return the elixir to me? Impossible. Hee. Qile shrugged, as if he had expected it. As long as you know the efficacy of the transformation pill, it is almost impossible for anyone to refuse it. No matter what race you are. It can help the user permanently obtain the racial form of another race and the corresponding bloodline power of that race. It will also purify the user's own bloodline power and the newly acquired bloodline power. Best of all, there are no side effects. It is impossible for anyone to refuse such a powerful effect. Who would think that their potential is too strong or their qualifications are too high? Cultivation qualifications, potential, talent, these things, of course, the higher the better. Of course, the stronger the bloodline power, the better. After all, who would think that their potential is too strong or their qualifications are too high? For things like cultivation qualifications, of course, the higher the better. Naturally, the stronger the power of bloodline, the better. No matter how high or powerful these things are, they will not have any side effects. The only thing you may encounter is the jealousy of other people. But there is a saying that goes well: if you are not envied by others, you are mediocre. As long as you are strong enough, others will always be jealous and cannot pose any threat to you. Since you agreed to this, take the transformation pill quickly. You can't possibly want to guard the store in the shape of a cat. When Qi Lu saw Yu Xuanxue holding the porcelain vase tightly and refusing to let go, she knew that the matter was done. Although the effect of the transformation pill is indeed very strong. But for Qi Lu, who owns the system, who knows if the system has something better in hand? So Qi Lu doesn't feel any pity at all. If it can benefit the people around you, well, or cats, that's not bad either. Don't worry, let me think about what race I should become, Yu Xuanxue said while thinking. As an ancient beast, there are quite a few powerful races that he knows from the inherited memories. Since she can obtain one more racial form and obtain corresponding bloodline power, Yu Xuanxue must of course choose the most powerful or most suitable race. Don't think about it, just become a human for me. Qi Lu interrupted Yu Xuanxue's thinking and spoke out. What? Make me a human? No, no, no. Hearing this, Yu Xuanxue quickly moved her little paws to express that she could do it. The power of human blood is notoriously weak, with almost no racial talent. After finally getting such a powerful elixir as the transformation pill, Yu Xuanxue didn't want to waste the transformation pill on such a weak power-off blood. No matter what, the newly acquired racial form and bloodline power cannot be weaker than his current one. For example, the dragon clan. No, the relationship between the spirit-eating cat and the dragon clan is not good, so it is better not to become a dragon clan. So Yu Xuanxue fell into deep thought again. I said, don't think about it anymore, just become human. Qi Lu said it very seriously, with a tone that could not be refused. The human race is indeed weak in terms of bloodline power. But it is precisely because of its weakness that the human race has unlimited possibilities. In fact, in history, the number of strong people who have appeared in the human race is not less than that of other races. Even a lot more. But there are more weak people in the human race, which makes the number of strong people in the human race seem scarce. However, if we really want to talk about the strong men who have appeared in the history of the human race, every one of them is a famous person. However, a race cannot rely solely on top experts for support. More importantly, it is the backbone of this race. The greater role of the top powerhouse is to intimidate and protect, not to fight. Almost no other race would dare to infringe upon a race with top experts, because the gain would outweigh the loss. This is also the reason why the human race has become famous in history. However, now, the strong ones among the human race have long been lost in the dust of history. Naturally, other races will not realize the power of the human race. The situation of underestimating the human race is particularly serious in the northern mountains. After all, it only takes a little thought to understand. The eastern wasteland is the home ground of the human race. No matter how many weaklings there are in the human race, it is not something that other races can point their fingers at. But the human race on the northern mountain range is ranked 4th. In the eyes of other races, the weakness of the human race has become a deep-rooted concept. Even if one or two top human race experts occasionally appear to shock various races, it is difficult to change this concept. That's why Yu Xuanxue is so resistant to gaining the power of human blood. However, there is a word called bystander clarity. It was not without reason that Qi Le asked Yu Xuanxue to use the transformation pill to transform into a human race. Although the transformation pill can fuse the user's original bloodline power with the newly acquired bloodline power, and it will also be purified together. And it can do it without any side effects. However, this statement that there are no side effects is just that there are no side effects. In fact, when the two bloodline powers are fused under the power of the transformation pill, there are no side effects. It just means that the power of these two bloodline powers can be blended together. That is to say, 1 + 1 = 2. There will be no amplification effect. However, this situation is actually the worst effect after using the transformation pill. That is to say, the simplest superposition of the power of the two bloodlines. It's like putting two rocks together. These two stones will not have any reaction, they will simply add another stone. However, after Qi Li's research and conversing with the system, Qi Lu discovered that since there are situations where there is no amplification effect, there are naturally situations where there is an amplification effect. This is the so-called fusion of the power of two bloodlines that are extremely compatible. When the two fused bloodline powers are highly compatible, they are like the fusion of wind and fire. The wind helps the fire, and the fire makes the wind rise. The power of these two bloodlines will complement each other and form a more powerful force. It was for this reason that Qi Le asked Yu Xuanxue to choose the power of human blood. Because the spirit-devouring cat race relies on constantly devouring various treasures of heaven and earth, and absorbing various energies to improve its realm and strength. Therefore, the civet cat's bloodline power and devouring instinct are quite terrifying. There is almost no compatibility with any other bloodline power. That's why Yu Xuanxue's idea of using the transformation pill to obtain a powerful bloodline power was wrong from the beginning. The powerful power of the bloodline will only arouse the devouring instinct in the civet cat's bloodline. On the contrary, the weak bloodline of the human race will not let the power off the bloodline of the civet cat have the idea of devouring it. After all, a bloodline of this level is really not considered a treasure. Moreover, it is precisely because of the weakness of the human bloodline that the human bloodline has infinite possibilities and plasticity, coupled with the devouring instinct of the civet cat bloodline. It can be said that the compatibility between these two bloodlines is actually very high. One is responsible for swallowing, and the other is responsible for integrating the swallowed energy to create a more powerful force. And the most important thing is that in the human bloodline, this is almost infinite plasticity, which is a characteristic that is absolutely impossible to appear in the bloodline power of other races. This is also the main reason why Qi Le asked Yu Xuanxue to choose the human bloodline. But Qi Le knew about it. Yu Xuanxue couldn't understand. Listening to Qi Li's unquestionable words, Yu Xuanxue stared and said, "Qi Lu, didn't you say you wouldn't force me? You broke your promise." "I'm not forcing you to accept the deal, but I should know more about the use of the transformation pill than you do." Qi Le knocked on the armrest of the sofa and said slowly, "You have always thought that human blood is weak, but have you ever thought that I am also a human? Do you think I'm weak?" When Qi Le said the last sentence, his eyes narrowed slightly. This look immediately made Yu Xuanxue's heart tighten, and the hair on her back stood up. As for Qi Li's strength, Yu Xuanxue still can't understand it. Although he didn't know the specific realm, Yu Xuanxue was certain that Qi Li's strength was not only not weak, but he might even be the strongest in the entire eastern wasteland. So, is it true that the human bloodline is not weak? Since you said so, I will believe you for once. Yu Xuanxue looked at the transformation pill in the porcelain bottle, and then at Qi Lu. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Since Qi Li's words are all about this, then choose the human bloodline. Yu Shuangxue stared at Qi Lu, imagining that one day she could surpass Qi Lu, and then she would bite him twice in revenge. Then he poured the transformation pill from the porcelain bottle into his mouth. The transformation pill immediately melted in Yu Shuangxue's mouth, turning into a stream of warm energy that flowed into Yu Shuangxue's body, and then formed a layer of light film covering the surface of Yu Shuangxue's body. This is the critical moment to choose your bloodline. Do you really want to choose the human race? It's not because I'm afraid of that guy Qi Lu, but because I, this little kitten, keep my word. I will do what I say when I choose the human bloodline. After Yu Shuangxue hesitated for a long time, she made up her mind. With this thought, the light film covering the surface of Yu Shuangxue's body immediately glowed, so dazzling that people had to look away and couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the light. What was originally just a ball of light in the shape of a kitten slowly expanded and gradually turned into the shape of a child. Then, nothing changes anymore. Huh? Shao Shu, are you still in your infancy? After Qi Lu saw the final size of the light, he immediately asked a question. Originally seeing that Yu Shuangxue had always been in the form of a kitten, Qi Lu thought that this was what the civet cat looked like. Unexpectedly, this form turned out to be just the juvenile stage of the civet-eating cat. No wonder Yu Shi'er didn't recognize Yu Shuangxue's race at a glance when she was first brought back to the store by Qi Lu. She had to transform into a half-animal to sense her bloodline before she could recognize her. After all, the civet cat race attracts hatred. Showing off in a swaggering way at an early age is undoubtedly an act that is tantamount to death. Therefore, there are really only a handful of people who know what a civet cat looks like in its early stages. Fortunately, Yu Shuangxue met Qi Lu. If it were another strong person who encountered a civet-eating cat with only a master-level strength, Yu Shuangxue would probably be furious on the spot. However, after this period of keeping a low profile, now that Yu Shuangxue has been promoted to the hero level, she can be considered to have a strong ability to protect herself. Even if Yu Shuangxue is still in her infancy, it doesn't matter much. What's more, who has the ability to take action against Yu Shuangxue in Qi Li's shop? Yu Shuangxue did not answer Qi Li's question. Probably because the effect of the transformation pill has not been fully exerted yet, so I can't speak. As the final shape of the light is determined, the racial form seems to have been given. The next step is to give the power of blood. The light covering the surface of Yu Shuangxue's body instantly turned into fine fluorescence, and then slowly fell on Yu Shuangxue's skin and integrated into Yu Shuangxue's body. Although the scene is gorgeous, it doesn't feel at all shocking. Is it because the human bloodline is too weak, so there is no momentum at all? Qi Lu rubbed his chin, looking at the fluorescent lights in the shop, and couldn't help but think about it in his mind. If he had chosen dragon bloodline when using the transformation pill, the dragon power emanating from him would have rushed out of the store. It's a pity that the human bloodline really doesn't have this ability. Not to mention Long Wei, there is not even the slightest bit of normal pressure. As the fluorescence was gradually absorbed, Yu Shuangxue transformed into a human form and appeared in front of Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er. She has long silver-white hair that falls behind her hips, and a snow-white dress covers her petite body. With big eyes, a small nose, and a slightly baby-fat face, she has a temperament that is both naive and cute. Jishuang Saishua's skin is like snow-white mutton-fat jade. What best proves Yu Shuangxue's identity is the pair of cat ears on top of her head and the constantly wagging cat tail behind her. A silver-haired cat-eared Lolita. Shao Shu, can't you put your ears and tail away? Qi Lu looked at Yu Shuangxue's new image and asked subconsciously. Normal humans should not have cat ears and tails. I'll give it a try. Yu Shuangxue tilted her head, seeming to be thinking and trying. It has to be said that Yu Xuanshua's voice also changed slightly after turning into a human form. Became softer and waxier. It's like having the smell of milk powder. After a while, Yu Xuanxue shook her cat ears, spread her hands, and said, "It seems that it doesn't work. I can't put it away." Is it because the civet cat's bloodline merged with the human race bloodline that it became like this? Cat ears. It doesn't seem impossible. Don't all the beast ear tribe have animal ears? Xiaoshui has a pair of cat ears, so there doesn't seem to be any problem. After hearing Yu Xuanshue's answer, Qile suddenly felt that it was a very correct decision to drag Yu Xuanxue to the Beishan Mountains to guard the store. After all, there are very few races in the eastern wasteland, but there is Nosik race as the beast ears. There is a tribe of orcs. But this green-skinned race has nothing to do with animal ears. Therefore, Yu Xuanshue's current image will inevitably look a bit strange in the eastern wasteland. However, no one will doubt it. Because the human race is not the only race with a humanoid appearance. The various races within the demi-human race, before they were transformed into beasts, had basically the same appearance as the human race. At most, the body shape is stronger or more petite. Of course, the size depends on the bloodline of the demi-human race. It's just that the appearance of animal ears is more common in the northern mountains. What's more, isn't the animal-eared loli very cute? Of course, this is not Qile's preference. Who would have thought that Yu Xuanxue was still just a juvenile civet cat? Naturally, the human blood she acquired cannot become an adult. Otherwise, it wouldn't be too weird. After all, the effect of the transformation pill is only to give the user a new racial appearance and corresponding bloodline power, but it does not have the function of changing the growth progress. Wow, Xiaoshui is so cute. Yu Shi'er sat on the sofa and looked at the animal-eared Lolita in front of her, and the girl's heart suddenly burst out. Pulling Yu Xuanxue to her side, she reached out and touched the pair of cat ears that trembled from time to time. No, Shi'er, don't touch my ears. It feels a bit weird. A hint of light red immediately appeared on Yu Xuanxue's face. When I was a kitten, I was okay if I was touched, but now that I have acquired a human form, I feel a little shy if I am touched again. At this point, Yu Xuanxue's mentality changed quite quickly. I will sleep in the store over here tonight, Xiaoshui. Remember to get familiar with your new body. Tomorrow, I will take you to the store over there to familiarize yourself with the situation. Qile looked at Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue playing on the sofa and said aloud. Now that Yu Xuanxue has transformed into an animal-eared Lolita, she and Yu Shi'er sit together and look like a pair of sisters. In this case, when she passes through the barrier gate and goes to other worlds to collect the power of faith, Yu Shi'er won't be as lonely as before. Qile thought silently in his heart. The reason why Yu Xuanxue chose the human bloodline was of course due to bloodline compatibility. But there are also reasons why Yu Xuanxue can transform into a human form to accompany Yu Shi'er. It's like killing two birds with one stone. No, if you add Yu Xuanxue as a store clerk, you should be able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Qile silently praised his clever move. Well, the store manager should go and rest first. Yu Shi'er rubbed the cat ears on Yu Xuanxue's head and answered Qile's words for Yu Xuanxue. Compared with the previous kitten form, Yu Xuanxue is obviously cuter now. So with her ears rubbed, Yu Xuanxue could only respond in a low voice. After all, the relationship with Yu Shi'er is so good, so there seems to be no problem in rubbing ears between best friends. Time seems to pass faster after falling asleep. The next day came quickly. Qile opened his eyes on time, sat up from the bed, woke up a little while taking a shower, and then walked to the hall on the first floor. Good morning, manager, what would you like to eat? Yu Shi'er got up earlier than Qile. After seeing Qile coming downstairs, she immediately asked happily. Just the same as usual. Qile sat next to the small round table, and Yushir came over right after him, put down what he was holding, and said, "Bacon sandwich and pure milk, right?" "Thank you for remembering." The most commonly eaten breakfast at Chile is the classic combination of bacon sandwich and pure milk. But only Yushir knew about this. "By the way, where is Shao Shu Jiu? Chile said that he would take Yu Xuanxue to the branch in Beishan Mountain today to familiarize himself with the situation. That's why I woke up half an hour early on purpose. Use this half hour to have breakfast and then make some preparations so as not to miss the time to open the store. Shao Shu is still sleeping, let me wake her up." Yu Shir immediately stood up from the chair and said aloud. "No, sit down and have breakfast. I'll call her later. Since you want to sleep in, don't eat." Chi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. "Anyway, if you skip a meal, you won't be hungry, but Yu Xuanxue will definitely be greedy. A breakfast won't last long, but what matters is who you eat it with." After drinking the last sip of milk, Chi Lu said goodbye to Yu Shir with an offhand smile, then went to the second floor and lifted Yu Xuanxue up from her sleep. Then he tucked it under his arm and walked into the store teleportation array. The darkness in front of my eyes disappeared in a flash. After passing through the teleportation array, Yu Xuanxue, who was still a little confused, suddenly woke up. Where is this? Chi Lu, where did you take me? After waking up, Yu Xuanxue looked around her surroundings in panic, then stared at Chi Lu and asked aloud. "I only knew before that cats can be both fierce and cute. For example, a long time ago, it was made into an emoticon package by Chi Lu, and it is still in the membership card exchange system, and the I am super fierce cat emoticon that is widely circulated in the forum. That was also the beginning of Yu Xuanxue's fame. But now, even if Yu Xuanxue transforms into a cat-eared Lolita, she is still fierce. This is the new store I told you about, and it is also the store you will keep in the future." Chi Lu ignored the naughty Yu Xuanxue and opened the door. As he walked out, he said, "Hurry up and come to the first floor. I'll tell you about the situation first. The main thing that needs to be mentioned is the distribution of forces in the northern mountains and the situation of each race. However, the distribution of forces actually also involves the distribution of various races. So what I want to say is not complicated. Anyway, Chi Lu is just opening a store, so it is enough to understand these things, to some extent. The main thing is to understand the preferences of customers. If it really doesn't work, no one can beat Chi Lu anyway." Fortunately, Yu Xuanxue also realized what was going on, so she quickly followed. As soon as the store door opened, Yafel left the store. Originally, he wanted to continue walking to the snack vending machine, but Yafel's eyes were soon attracted by Yu Xuanxue coming down from the second floor. "Manager Chi, who is she? Is she your daughter?" Yaffer asked with interest. The second floor is Chi Li's bedroom, which most customers know. Therefore, there has never been an indifferent customer who has ever thought about going to the second floor. But now, Yafel actually saw someone walking down from the second floor. And she was a cute girl, so the fire of gossip in her heart immediately started burning brightly. She is a new clerk in the store. Just call her Shao Shu. She will look after the store for me in the future. You can get familiar with her first. Chi Li's words directly interrupted Yafei's speculation. Then he turned around and introduced to Yu Xuanxue, "This is Yafei, the beast-eared tribe you have always wanted to meet." It turns out that the animal-eared tribe really has animal ears. Yu Xuanxue looked at the furry round ears on both sides of Yafel's head, and suddenly made a sound of joy as her curiosity was satisfied. Yafei was immediately confused by Yu Xuanxue's words. "Aren't you?" Yafei took a careful look at the cat ears on top of Yu Xuanxue's head and made sure he saw it correctly before asking aloud. "Shao Shu is a special case. She is considered a human race, but you can think of her as a beast-eared race. Qilu explained next to him, answering Yafel's doubts. I see. No wonder she said that. So there are such lovely people in the human race. Yifei nodded in realization, and then communicated with Yu Xuanxue in a friendly manner. Racism is the least important thing in the northern mountains. Unless it is an extremely vicious race, such as the Nightmare tribe, trying to make enemies of all other races. Otherwise, one race would rarely be prejudiced against another race. Besides, with Yu Xuanxue's cute appearance, she will be very popular no matter where she is. There is indeed very little prejudice between races. But for something like the appearance association, that might not be possible. So it didn't take long for Yifei and Yu Xuanxue to start talking happily. If both of them didn't like drinking, they might have started drinking and talking about it at this time. Moreover, having an old customer like Yifei introduce Yu Xuanxue to the situation of the customers in the store. In his spare time, he could talk about the situation in the Beishan Mountains, which made Qilu happy to relax. Because the clerk's job is not complicated, that is, collecting spiritual crystals, recharging membership cards, and so on. Just restock once a day. Sometimes we can't take care of it, so we can just let the customers help themselves. Anyway, there have been no customers who have the courage to evade orders at Qilu's store so far. So soon, Yu Xuanxue became friends with Lilian, Aluya, and others. Friendship between girls is so fast sometimes. Manager Qi, today should be the day when the special Mid-Autumn Festival event begins. At noon, Lan Qi and Shauna also came to the store. That's right, so are you here to occupy a position? Qilu raised his head and asked. If store manager Qi allows someone to occupy a seat in the store, we will have no problem. If not, then we will wait. Lan Qi took Shauna to find a chair and sat down, and answered casually. Xiaoxue, come here quickly. I'll introduce you to a few people. Just as a few people were talking, Yifei ran over with Yu Xuanxue. Then he pointed at Lan Qi and introduced, this is Uncle Lan Qi. He comes from the dragon clan and is a giant dragon. Uncle Lan Qi may not look like a giant dragon, but he is a very nice person. He often takes me to eat various delicacies with him. Then, he pointed at Shauna and said, this is Sister Shauna, from the elf tribe. Being robbed by Yafel's move, Lan Qi was unable to react for a moment. Shauna, on the other hand, had a smile on her face, and then reminded her loudly, Yafer, you haven't introduced who the cute girl behind you is yet. Oh, I almost forgot. After being reminded by Shauna, Yafer remembered it and couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Then he pushed Yu Xuanxue in front of him. Her name is Xiaoxue, she is store manager, Qi's new clerk. Shop clerk? Lan Qi looked at Yu Xuanxue carefully, then looked at Qilu, and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Qilu noticed Lan Qi's expression and couldn't help but ask aloud. I felt an aura from her that made me feel uncomfortable. I don't know if my feeling was wrong. Lan Qi said it without any secret. Upon hearing this, Qilu immediately glanced at Yu Xuanxue and found that something was wrong with the look in her eyes. It's a bit like the look in Yafer's eyes when he sees delicious food. Dragon clan and spirit-eating cats. Qilu immediately figured it out. For civet cats at their peak, dragons were part of their diet. The dragon's body is full of treasures, and for the civet cat, it is an extremely delicious meal. And the dragon also has a hobby of collecting treasures. This is particularly attractive to civet cats. Therefore, the race of civet cats and the dragon race have always been wrong. Fortunately, the spirit-eating cat has always been a single generation, and there is only one in the world, so it does not pose any threat to the entire dragon clan. Under normal circumstances, both of them are in harmony with each other. But once they meet, there will basically be a big battle. That's probably because your feeling is wrong. Qilu replied to Lan Qi expressionlessly, then reached out and grabbed Yue Xuanxue back behind the counter. "Qi Lu, what are you doing? Why did you bring me here?" Yue Xuanxue was caught behind the counter without any resistance, then shepouted, stared at Qi Lu, and asked fiercely. "I mainly want to remind you that you can't beat Lan Qi. Also, don't give that look to customers in the store." Qi Lu said it very directly. Under the right conditions, cats and mice can coexist, so why not civet cats and dragons? "What are you talking about?" I didn't, okay. Yue Xuanxue originally wanted to retort, but her tone suddenly weakened as Qi Lu stared at her with eyes that seemed to see through everything. "I'll just try not to have this kind of thought in the future." At the end of the day, Yue Xuanxue seemed a little aggrieved. "It's really ignorant." Qi Lu felt dumbfounded. But soon, Yue Xuanxue came out of her grievance, pointed at a customer who had just entered the store, and said to Qi Lu, "I feel it. She has a very powerful treasure on her body." Following Yue Xuanxue's fingers, Qi Lu looked over. "The person entering the store is Tiana. The powerful treasure Yue Xuanxue mentioned should be the holy light sphere in Tiana's body. She does have a powerful treasure on her, but what do you want to do?" Qi Lu stared at Yue Xuanxue and asked pointedly. I don't want to do anything. I just look at the store." Yue Xuanxue immediately returned to her aggrieved look. It can be seen that epic weapons are indeed very attractive to Yue Xuanxue. After all, this is the only epic weapon that has appeared in the store so far, and the energy contained in it is naturally far greater than those of previous products. However, it can also be seen that the civet cat's perception of treasures is indeed not limited. Even if the holy light sphere has been absorbed into Tiana's body, it can still be sensed by Yue Xuanxue. "Manager Qi, are you bullying Shao Shu? Shao Shu is so cute, why are you bullying her?" After Yue Fei saw Yue Xuanxue's aggrieved look, he immediately spoke out. "I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Qi Lu quickly denied it. If Yefel's words were taken seriously, Qi Li's image as a cold store manager would be gone. Although at present, Qi Lu does not seem to be a cold store manager. But at least it's better than having the reputation of bullying a little girl. But it can also be seen from here that as long as you are cute enough, you can be very popular no matter where you are. Don't make that expression either, go ahead. Qi Lu said helplessly as he saw Yue Xuanxue lowering her head with a snickering expression on her face. Although helpless, it is actually a good thing that Yue Xuanxue and Yue Fei can get along so well. At least it was certain that Yue Xuanxue was capable of the job of looking after the store. In this case, Qi Lu can go to other worlds with confidence to collect the power of faith. "I heard from Shauna that you are the new clerk hired by store manager Qi. I wonder what happened when you pointed at me just now." Tiana's perception is so sharp, Yue Xuanxue's previous small actions could not hide Tiana's perception at all. So as soon as Yue Xuanxue came over, Tiana asked a question. "It's nothing, I just think my sister is beautiful." Yue Xuanxue had a sweet smile on her face and answered very tactfully, coupled with her cute appearance and soft voice. No one could feel any disgust at all. "Nowhere, you are cuter." The same was true for Tiana. After hearing Yue Xuanxue's answer, she immediately smiled. This scene made Qi Lu extremely surprised on the spot. Unexpectedly, Yue Xuanxue, as a civet-eating cat, obviously doesn't communicate much with people, but her communication skills are better Tanner, the official store manager. Could it be that he was trained in the New World mode? After all, the name A Little Kitten is indeed famous in the New World mode. And he started out as a game merchant and brought copies. There are more than hundreds of employees under his command. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem surprising that Yue Xuanxue has stronger communication skills. Because as a businessman, how can you not be sociable? So within a few words, Tiana accepted the existence of Yu Xuanxue, the new clerk, and the degree of acceptance seemed to be much higher than Qi Lu. But there is nothing we can do about it. A powerful man with unparalleled power and bottomless strength, and a cute cat-eared Lolita. As a customer, when it comes to choosing a store clerk, it should go without saying who to choose. Who would want to stay under the nose of a powerful person? In that case, the pressure would be too much. When Bao Buki was born, his brain suddenly twitched, he had an accident, and he was punished in the first place. What's more, from the perspective of pleasing to the eye, the cat-eared Lolita's probably better. This seems pretty good. Qi Lu touched his face and muttered to himself, rather lonely. It's just that Qi Lu couldn't understand why he couldn't compare to Yue Xuanxue when he obviously felt that he was very handsome. Is it true that cute people can do whatever they want? Is this little girl also a member of the Beast Ears tribe? Why don't I have the slightest impression of her? While Qi Lu was sitting on the sofa, feeling sorry for himself, Saratel also came to the store. Then the first sight after entering the store fell on Yu Xuanxue. But it was not Yu Xuanxue's cute appearance that caught Saratel's attention, but the aura exuding from Yu Xuanxue. Saratel could clearly sense the aura of the heroic realm possessed by Yue Xuanxue. However, judging from Yu Xuanxue's appearance alone, she is definitely not old. After all, it is just a civet-eating cat in its infancy. No matter how old it is, how old can it become? But at this age, to be promoted to the realm of hero level, the training qualifications and talents required are absolutely unimaginably powerful. That's why Saratel was shocked. He didn't notice when such a talented youngster appeared among the Beast Ears clan. Saratel, don't look at it. That little girl is not a member of your Beast Ears clan. She is a clerk in Manager Qi's store, and she is a genuine human being. Lan Qi was sitting next to the small round table. When he glanced back, he saw Saratel's eyes and immediately guessed what he was thinking. So I kindly introduced it. Is she a human? Saratel looked at the cat ears on top of Yu Xuanxue's head, and the same doubts as Yefel immediately came to mind. Therefore, the two are worthy of being father and daughter, and they can even have the same ideas. At least that's what store manager Qi said, but it doesn't matter to me. Lan Qi smiled and had no intention of dwelling on this issue. Anyway, regardless of whether Yu Xuanxue is from the Beast Ear clan or the human clan, it has nothing to do with his giant dragon. And before that, Lan Qi also sensed an aura from Yu Xuanxue that made him uncomfortable. Not that it was a threat. It's just disgusting. Because the relationship between civet cats and dragons is not that of natural enemies and prey. After all, the strength gap between the giant dragon and the spirit-eating cats is not as big as imagined, but the spirit-eating cats have more fighting methods, and they are more weird. Coupled with the speed at which the civet-devouring cat improves its strength, it is really unbelievable. That's why giant dragons are regarded as food by civet cats. It's just that Qi Lu knows about this, but Lan Qi doesn't know about it. Otherwise, there is no way Lan Qi would let Yu Xuanxue wander around under his nose, no matter what. Fortunately, after being warned by Qi Lu, Yu Xuanxue no longer had any thoughts about Lan Qi. So the uncomfortable aura that Lan Qi felt before has now disappeared. So much so that Lan Qi once doubted whether his perception was really wrong. Forget it, I won't explore this issue anymore. Saratel stared at Yu Xuanxue's cat ears for a long time, then bought a braised beef rice bowl and sat down at the small round table next to Lan Qi. Anyway, coming here at this time is basically for the moon viewing activity tonight. The most important one is the limited copy of the Mid-Autumn Festival special event, the Moon Palace. For the Moon Rabbit pet card presale card. At least that's what Shauna thinks. So as the night gradually came and night fell, Yu Xuanxue had already picked up the membership card and began to take command in the Merchant Guild's communication channel. A few of Dongwang's customers have entered the world server. Among them were several merchant guilds who spared no effort, spent a lot of money, and invited big bosses to bring in guild members for Yuxuanshua's sake. Unfortunately, no players from the northern mountains can enter the world server. It has to be said that this was a miscalculation by Yuxuanshue. But this small mistake is innocuous. Because with the opening of the world server, the trading systems of the Eastern Wasteland server and the Northern Mountain server have actually been connected. It just requires special settings to search for products in the trading system off another server. But no matter what, you will never lose money by purchasing mooncake fragments during the event. Because individual mooncake fragments are of little use. Only after synthesizing the special Mid-Autumn mooncake can it be used in this event. One is used to redeem the Mid-Autumn mooncake exchange card, and the other ISIS to enter the Moon Palace dungeon. And at this point, I have to say that the system is really easy to calculate. The Mid-Autumn Palace dungeon requires the consumption of special Mid-Autumn mooncakes, and the mooncake fragments used to synthesize the special Mid-Autumn mooncakes can only be obtained by participating in moon-viewing activities and accumulating time. So, in this special Mid-Autumn Festival event, a trade-off must be made between Mid-Autumn mooncakes and Moon Rabbit pet card per sale cards. If you choose to want them all, you can only spend a lot of spiritual crystals to buy mooncake fragments in the trading system. And here, the role of game merchants begins to be reflected. Because in the hands of most players, there will be fragments of mooncakes. After all, 10 mooncake fragments are needed to synthesize the special Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake. Therefore, even if you collect 9 pieces of mooncake, as long as there is no nth piece, then these 9 pieces can only be fragments of mooncake. The game merchants are here to buy these fragments of mooncakes. This was carried out particularly quickly under the command of Yuxuanshue. Almost every piece of mooncake appearing in the trading system will be photographed by members of the merchant guild in the next second. Then, after synthesizing the special Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes, mark a high price and put them back into the trading system. But this is only a small amount. Most of the mooncake fragments were saved, waiting for the last few days of this Mid-Autumn Festival special event to be released in large quantities. Qila watched Yuxuanshue's conductor from the side, constantly touching his chin, and then thinking silently in his heart. What exactly changed Yuxuanshue? Let such a ferocious and cruel spirit-eating cat become what it is now. Is it the greedy nature of the civet cat? Qilu, what are you looking at me for? After the command in the merchant guild came to an end, Yuxuanshue realized that there was a gaze that had been watching her. Then when he looked up, he saw the confusion on Qili's face. I was wondering whether you came to see the store or if you just changed places to play. Qili touched his chin and slowly expressed his doubts. I'm just giving instructions, it shouldn't be in the way. Oh, don't worry. I promised you to come and check out the store, so I won't delay things. Yuxuanshue said somewhat unreasonably. It would be great if it was just like this, otherwise I wouldn't be able, tourist assured. In fact, Qilu is just saying it. Because it seemed impossible for Yuxuanshue to give up her achievements in the New World mode and concentrate on looking after the store. So as long as he doesn't indulge in the New World mode when visiting the store, Qilu won't bother to care about Yuxuanshue. After all, the nature of the civet cat is such that it cannot be controlled. Moreover, Yuxuanshue still needs to rely on the New World model to earn spiritual crystals, and then contribute to Qili's turnover. Although store employees can use the products in the store for free. But there are limits. If a guy like Yuxuanshue, who eats equipment every day, knew that he could eat it for free, he would be in big trouble. It is estimated that for some treasure-level weapons, one would have to eat 8 pieces a day, and he would not stop until he suffered from indigestion. So after thinking for a long time, Qili made this decision. How did Yuxuanshue charge before and how it still charges now? Free is impossible to be free. If creatures like civet cats were free, then Chila would probably declare bankruptcy the next day. It's Xier who makes me worry-free. So while Yu Shuangxiwe was in trouble, Chila gave him a few words of casual education before entering the New World mode. A special event for the Mid-Autumn Festival, although Chila does not need Togo to admire the moon for the Mid-Autumn mooncakes. There is no need to buy a copy of the Moon Rabbit pet card, pre-sale card. But Chila just wanted to see what was in this copy of Palace in the middle of the month. So in the name of education, after asking Yu Shuangxiwe to get a special Mid-Autumn moon cake, Chila directly entered the Moon Palace instance. This copy was modified by the system based on the Moon Palace in Chila's memory. So as soon as he entered the Moon Palace copy, Chila felt a familiar atmosphere. The deserted palace and the towering laurel trees. And a strong man standing in front of the laurel tree, holding an axe and cutting down the tree. Could this guy be Wu Gang, who conquered Guangxi? This strong man could be the monster in the Moon Palace dungeon, but there is only one monster in a dungeon. Wouldn't it be too strange? Chila stood at the entrance of the copy and looked at the back of this strong man. Because the strong man had been chopping down trees, Chila couldn't even see the guy's face. Maybe it felt like someone was coming. The strong man cutting down the tree paused for a moment, then turned back and looked at the person. Chila also took this opportunity to see the face of this strong man. A square face with Chinese characters, slightly dark, with some traces of vicissitudes and years. Although it is a little different from what I imagined, it is reasonable. Who are you? Why are you here? Do you want to disturb the fairies, Qing Xiao? After the strong man saw Chila, he asked 3 questions on the spot. Chila was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously replied, "Is Chang still living in the palace, behind you?" Chila didn't expect that the system could restore this copy so realistically. Everything is there. However, this osmanthus tree grew at the entrance of the palace, so Chila could not bypass this strong man and enter the palace directly. You actually know the name of the fairy. It seems that you really want to disturb the fairies, Qingxiao. Then I'll forgive you for offending me. When the strong man heard the word Chang'e coming from Chila's mouth, his eyes immediately widened, and then he raised the axe in his hand and struck at Chila. Just do it anyway. Chila was startled. He didn't expect that this strong man would have such a bad temper, and he would kill people if he disagreed with him. Fortunately, Chila's reaction speed was not slow. When the strong man attacked, Chila had already stepped aside. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and the axe hit the ground where Chila was standing before. The ground was shattered immediately, and gravel was scattered everywhere, forming a sunken pit. This strange strength is really worthy of the strong muscles of this strong man, and it feels a bit scary just looking at it. The New World model is not like the outside world. If you want to destroy the scene in the New World mode, it is simply impossible to do it unless it is a skill special effect. Because if the scenes in the New World mode were so easy to destroy, it would be unplayable. For example, after the jungle area has been wiped out for 1 round, it may be impossible to settle down. Why? Because they have all been destroyed. That's why Chila was so shocked when he saw that this strong man could break the ground with just 1 swing of his axe. The effect of this skill is much stronger than armor piercing. At least Chila didn't want to take the axe at all. Who knows if this axe has an instant death effect? If so, wouldn't it be an unjust death? However, Chila estimated that there should be many players killed by this axe because of the strong man's sudden attack. There is no resurrection point in the dungeon challenge. If you are killed, just consume a special mid-autumn mooncake again. Thinking of this, Chila immediately understood. It seems that a stingy system is still a stingy system. It's really a shame that Chila thought that this stingy and money-grubbing system suddenly became generous. Even the Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes, which can increase the luck of living beings, are even willing to give out. The result was not to set a trap in the copy of Moon Palace. First, use the Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card presale card as bait, and use the Mid-Moon Palace copy to consume a round of Mid-Autumn Festival special mooncakes. Then the remaining special Mid-Autumn mooncakes that can be exchanged for Mid-Autumn mooncake redemption cards are estimated to be at least half less. It seems generous, but it actually hides a secret. Fortunately, Qi Li's excellent combat awareness prevented him from being plotted by this sneak attack. Fire Spear. After dodging the strong man's attack, Qi Lu immediately launched a counterattack. Several blazing flame spears were immediately condensed, and then attacked the strong man with the sound of howling wind. How dare you resist? How could you disturb the fairy with such a murderous villain? The strong man swung the axe in his hand, and a wind blade flew out, cutting off the flaming spear in the air. Immediately afterwards, the strong man kicked his feet and rushed towards Qi Lu with a series of afterimages behind him. This kind of speed can be said to be amazing in the New World mode. Although Qi Lu has superb fighting skills, he does not dare to neglect it all. After all, the monsters designed by the system can definitely reach the monster level in terms of combat skills. It's just for the sake of balance in the copy that I didn't do this. But even so, this strong man's fighting skills should not be underestimated. And the most terrifying thing is that every attack of this strong man can destroy part of the scene. Could it be that such terrifying power was obtained by chopping down trees? He is truly worthy of being a guy who cuts down osmanthus trees day after day, year after year, until he forgets about himself. At this point, Qi Lu couldn't help but want to apologize for his thoughts when entering the dungeon. This strong man is not a weirdo, but a boss. No wonder Moon Palace is a challenge dungeon, and it really cannot be measured by the difficulty of a normal dungeon. Qi Lu dared to say that the player who could defeat this strong man alone could only defeat him with one palm. It seems that if ordinary players want to break through the Moon Palace dungeon, they can only form a team and cooperate. This is also a good thing that the system still has some conscience. The system does not restrict players from teaming up in the Moon Palace dungeon. Otherwise, not many people would be able to get the Moon Rabbit pet card presale card. After nearly 10 minutes of dealing and testing, Qi Lu finally found a flaw in the strong man. Then a set of ultimate infinite combos eliminated the strong man. Fortunately, this guy only has boss-level combat skills and does not have boss-level blood volume. Otherwise, it would be a waste of more than just this little time. I finally killed this guy. Next, let me see how beautiful the legendary fairy Chang'e is. Qi Lu took a break to recover his mana. Then he set his sights on the palace gate. Since the name of the dungeon is called Moon Palace, there will naturally be a huge palace. It's just that this palace does not appear majestic, but instead extremely sad and cold. But think about it. Speaking of the Moon Palace, it is actually considered a cold palace. The atmosphere here is cooler, which is natural. However, just when Qi Lu wanted to push open the palace door, the door opened a gap by itself. Then, a snow-white rabbit poked its head out of the crack in the door. Is this the rabbit in the moon? Qi Lu stared at the rabbit for a while, before speaking with some uncertainty. Because of the prototype of the rabbit in the moon, Qi Lu guessed that it should be the teacup rabbit. But the rabbit in front of me was obviously much bigger. How big is it exactly? Crack. While Qi Lu was thinking about this problem, the palace door was completely opened, revealing the rabbit hidden behind the door. No way. Qi Lu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and slowly raised his head. Because the rabbit in front of me is nearly 10 meters tall when standing upright. The rabbit head that poked out from the crack in the door was now staring down at Qi Lu. And compared with the nearly 10-meter tall body, the rabbit head is obviously much smaller. It feels quite incongruous. However, Qi Lu knew in his heart that this was not the time to consider the issue of coordination. Because the rabbit that came out of the palace had an unfriendly look. 2 bosses in one copy, I'm really convinced. Qilu silently clenched the staff in his hand. Then I saw the rabbit in front of me suddenly disappear. Behind me. Qilu seemed to feel something in his heart, a sudden chill came from his back, and he immediately fell forward. Boom! The ground, which had been almost destroyed before, now had a large hole. This speed is completely inconsistent with the huge body, which is really incredible. I shouldn't believe that the system would be so kind. No wonder no items were exploded after taking care of the strong man before. It seems that if you want to get the Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card, you have to defeat this rabbit. Qilu took a deep breath, and then released nearly 20 magic spells in succession. Most of them are buff magic, used to bless oneself. A small number of them are debuff magic, used to weaken the enemy. But when used on this rabbit, the effect doesn't seem to be very good. I really don't know how many players will be killed by these 2 pits. Qilu couldn't help but sigh. The only good thing is probably that no matter how many people are in a team, you only need 1 Mid-Autumn Festival special mooncake to enter the dungeon. Otherwise, it would be really boring. This battle is not as easy as the previous battles. The rabbit's blood volume is much greater than that of a strong man. It is aerial boss-level blood volume. Moreover, the rabbit's attack power is not weaker than the strong man before. The only drawback is probably that after attacking, the rabbit will freeze for a moment and become a living target. Players can use this to attack. But Qilu suffered a loss here. When it comes to combat skills, Qilu says he is second, but absolutely no one dares to say he is first. But in terms of output ability, no matter how strong Qilu is as a person, he cannot be as good as a team. So much so that Qilu wasted a full 2 hours in order to slowly grind the rabbit to death, during which he also spent a lot of blue medicine. It really saddens everyone who sees it and sheds tears when they hear it. Since the beginning of the New World mode, Qilu has not experienced such a difficult battle. The main reason is that the giant rabbit's health is just too thick. At the end of the fight, Qilu was almost out of blue. Fortunately, he had prepared a lot of blue medicine before entering the dungeon, otherwise Qilu might have failed in the Mid-Moon Palace dungeon. But after such a difficult battle. After the giant rabbit fell, he was very proud and gave away 2 Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale cards. The explosion rate is not bad, it's worthy of the difficulty of this dungeon. Qilu picked up the 2 Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale cards on the ground and expressed his opinion. Judging from the current situation, the explosion rate of the Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card should be quite high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be given 2 at once. However, this kind of explosion rate is also what it should be. After all, considering the difficulty of the Moon Palace dungeon and the cost of entering the dungeon, if the explosion rate is not high, it would really be a scam. Because I want to cultivate a graduation Moon Rabbit pet card with 5 awakenings. That would require 381 Moon Rabbit pet cards. Moreover, it is necessary to ensure that the skills randomly activated when awakening are not bad, otherwise it can really only be used as a signboard pet card for appreciation. What's more, according to Qilu's prediction, there are not many teams that can defeat this giant rabbit. In the end, it was still necessary to have an expert player lead the team. If they were really a team of noobs, then all the people who came would be for nothing. Although the attack power of this giant rabbit cannot achieve an instant kill, it is still easy to take away a player's entire health volume in 2 attacks. And the most powerful thing is that the attacks of this giant rabbit are basically range attacks. The human wave tactic does not play a big role in this copy. I finished hunting the rabbit, so now I can see what a fairy looks like. Qilu said with anticipation after putting away the Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card. In the past, the appearance of the so-called fairy Chona only existed in imagination. Now, we finally have to see the real thing. Although the fairies seen in the New World mode were probably character models created by the system, Qi Lu was still very confident in the system's ability to create people. Then, Qi Lu pushed open the palace door, with great expectation. The settlement page after clearing the dungeon appeared in front of Qi Lu. Qi Lu looked at the settlement page that suddenly appeared in front of him, looking confused and at a loss. What happened? Qi Lu looked at the settlement page that suddenly appeared in front of him with a confused face, feeling a little at a loss. Is this the end of the Moon Palace copy? Where is the fairy who guards the palace alone? In this case, isn't this Mid-Moon Palace dungeon just a challenge to push the boss? Qi Lu was stunned for a while, before he came to his senses, and then he had to accept this fact. That is, the system simply does not have the spare time to polish a temporary copy. Just put 2 bosses in it and you're done. As for the fairy, that only exists in the imagination of the players. The most beautiful person in my mind probably looks like a fairy. Hey, Qi Lu, you look lonely. When Yu Xuanxue saw Qi Lu walking out of the booth silently, she quickly walked over and asked, curiously. It's nothing, I just suddenly had some insights. Qi Lu waved his hand, paused, and then spoke again. Shao Shu, what do you think the fairy in your mind? No, it's a fairy boy, what does he look like? What kind of fairy is it for food? Or is it a treasure? Yu Xuanxue was stunned for a moment, and then asked with some doubts. Sorry, I asked the wrong person. Just pretend I didn't say it. Qi Lu also remembered that there was no concept of immortal in this world. So even if Qi Lu asks, they don't know what immortal is. But since this matter was difficult to explain, Qi Lu wisely chose to avoid talking about it and change the subject. Fortunately, Yu Xuanxue didn't care about this problem. After Qi Lu returned to the counter, Yu Xuanxue came over with her membership card. Qi Lu, look at the posts on the forum. They said that the Mid-Autumn Festival limited edition seems to be particularly difficult, right? As she spoke, Yu Xuanxue handed over the membership card. Qi Lu took a casual glance and found that the forum section in the communication system was full of posts about how difficult the Moon Palace copy was. Looking at the tags in front of the post, there are players from the Donghuang server and players from the Northern Mountain server. Is it difficult? Isn't it just that the giant rabbit has too much blood, so it's a waste of time? Qi Lu only read the titles of these posts, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. It seems that creatures like rookie chickens can be found everywhere. If it weren't for the Moon Rabbit pet card presale card, it would be meaningless to Qi Lu, and Qi Lu would have gone and cleared the copy alone. Giant rabbit? What giant rabbit? Yu Xuanxue was stunned after hearing Qi Li's words. No giant rabbit? No, the post only said that there was a strong man chopping down trees in the Moon Palace copy. Where did the giant rabbit come from? Ah? Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue stared at each other for a long time, then suddenly realized. Did these players who posted the message never defeat the strong man who cut down the tree? That's why they didn't see the giant rabbit at the end of the dungeon. Ahem, okay, I probably understand what's going on. After Qi Lu browsed through these posts and selected some with high clicks, Toriad, he coughed twice in embarrassment. Although Qi Lu has thought about it, the copy of Moon Palace is very difficult. But I never expected that it would be so difficult. In fact, Qi Lu had thought before that the Moon Palace copy would be difficult. But I never expected that it would be so difficult. It turns out that the guy who cut down the tree will increase his strength based on the number of people in the team that enters the dungeon. Fortunately, it is not doubled, but only slightly improved. Probably for every additional person in the team, the strength increases by about 10%. In other words, only 11 players must form a team to enter the Moon Palace dungeon, to double the strength of the strong man. But even so, for those players whose combat skills are not that strong, this strong man is simply a nightmare. Unpreventable speed and violent attacks. Coupled with the attack special effects that have huge destructive power, it will really kill you if you touch it. That is to say, those defensive classes with complete armor can withstand 2 or 3 hits without falling. This is only when the auxiliary magic is fully added. It can be seen from this. Qila seemed to have no problem calling them rookies. You mean, after this strong man, there is a giant rabbit? Yu Xuanxue immediately dropped her membership card and looked at Qi Lu. With this kind of information about people who have personally opened up Wasteland, why bother reading this forum? It's a bunch of noobs, and there's nothing to gain from reading it. That's right, that's a boss with quite high health and a lot of range attacks. The information about these bosses in the dungeon is not a secret. You can get it quickly by just beating the giant rabbit. So Qi Lu has nothing to hide. What's more, after the dungeon guide is released, it can better enhance the enthusiasm of players. After all, no one wants to keep playing a dungeon that is impossible to beat. And every time you go in, you will consume a special Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake. It's good to be challenged. But when challenge turns to despair, that's a bad thing. I see, thank you for the information. Yu Xuanxue listened and took notes, her tail behind her wagging happily. At the end, she gave a rare thank you. It is very important to open up Wasteland through dungeons, and seize the first opportunity. Now that Yu Xuanxue has obtained this information, she can immediately start training her subordinates, those employees who specialize in leading people to brush copies. There are many ways for players to live in the New World mode. Some players need to spend a lot of spiritual crystals, and naturally some players can earn a lot of spiritual crystals from them. In the shops in Yunwu City, this model of earning spiritual crystals has already entered a virtuous circle under the leadership of Yu Xuanxue. It also allowed more or less affluent customers to enter Qi Li's store. As long as you have startup capital and can enter the New World mode, you will have the opportunity to earn spiritual crystals. As for whether you can make money and how much you can make, it all depends on your personal ability. Therefore, the information provided by Qi Lu can bring benefits to Yu Xuanxue. And judging from the swing of this cat-eared Lolita's tail, the profit is probably not low. It's your record, but don't forget to check the store. Qi Lu warned again worriedly. I know, Qi Lu, you are so annoying. Yu Xuanxue pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction. TSK, you still find me annoying? Qi Lu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looked at Yu Xuanxue, and said with a half-smile. No, how is that possible? You must have heard wrong. Why would I find it annoying to you? Yu Xuanxue immediately showed a sweet smile, and the cat's tail behind her swung enthusiastically. The so-called bold and cowardly is probably like this. Then just think I heard wrong. You can do whatever you want after closing the store. Qi Lu shrugged, yawned, and then walked to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Soon, probably after the Mid-Autumn Festival special event ends. Qi Lu is about to open the door to the barrier and go to another world to collect the power of faith, so from now on, Yu Xuanxue must be the one to take charge. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not be able to rest assured. Now, while I haven't left in the past few days, I'll go back to the shop in Yunwu City every night to have a look. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, getting together with your family is the real thing. Although on the surface, the Mid-Autumn Festival only lasts for 1 day, the special activities of the Mid-Autumn Festival are 7 days long. So Qi Lu thought that the Mid-Autumn Festival lasted 7 days. So that night, after Yu Xuanxue got the dungeon information that Qi Lu told her, she stayed up all night to test the gameplay of the Moon Palace dungeon. Then announce it in your own kitten guild and let the guild members figure it out and practice on their own. Be sure to familiarize yourself within a day. This kitty guild is actually a guild created by Yu Xuanxue to earn spiritual crystals. It's just because Yu Xuanxue's previous image was so cute that she attracted a few little Lolita to join the guild. For example, Ling Diawu, the little princess of the Huanyuan Empire, or Lanzier and mainland Qinchi. But it doesn't matter. Because these people don't read much guild news at all. While Yuxuanxue was preparing to stay up all night, Qilu returned to the shop in Yunwu City and found Yuxier. Then he brought Yuxier to the North Mountain Range. Is this a new world, as the store manager said? After Yuxier arrived at the store in City of Life, she looked around with surprise and curiosity. Yuxier, who has lived in Moonlight Forest since she was a child, has only been to Cloud and Mist City at most. I didn't even travel all over the Eastern Wasteland, but I came to a new world first. I have to say that this experience is quite magical. Yes, this is the Northern Mountains. Outside is the City of Life, built by the elves. The night market here is much more lively than that in Cloud Mist City. Qilu followed Yuxier, who was looking around, and introduced her. Because Yuxier had to look after the store, Qilu could only bring Yuxier over after closing the store. Shao Shu, do you want to go out for a walk together? Qilu rushed to Yuxuanxue, who couldn't wait to get into the booth. No, you go ahead. What's there to do in a place like this? If I go with you, Xier will hate me to death. Yuxuanxue rejected Qi Li's invitation without even thinking about it. However, the second half of the sentence brought a blush to Yuxier's face. Okay, then you can continue to stay in the store. Qi didn't shout anymore. There is actually not much difference between bringing one more cat or one less cat-eared Lolita. Anyway, Yuxuanxue is staying in the City of Life, so she has plenty of time to go shopping. Then let's go to the night market in the City of Life. There are actually quite a lot of delicacies and snacks here. There should be many that you haven't tried before. Qilu said to Yuxier with a slight smile on his face. Since Xiaoxue won't go, let's go to the night market in the City of Life. Actually, there are quite a lot of delicacies and snacks here. There should be many that you haven't tried before. Qilu said to Yuxier with a slight smile on his face. Okay. Yuxier looked at Qi Li's face and was so nervous that she couldn't help but grab the corners of her clothes with her hands. Two people go to the night market together. Is this the legendary date? Qilu himself said the word date. Then it quickly became popular among the couples in the store and took it out of the store, becoming a novel vocabulary. I don't know why a single person would say this word that does not belong to a single person. Your face is so red, are you okay? Qilu didn't notice Yuxier's reaction at all, but felt that Yuxier's blush was abnormal. The temperature in the store should be automatically adjusted. Is it very hot? No, it's okay, store manager, let's go. Yuxier took a deep breath and managed to calm her beating heart. That's good. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, remember to tell me. By the way, one more thing. After you leave the store, you can just call me Qilu. You don't have to keep calling me the store manager, because I feel a bit unfamiliar. Qilu nodded, and then added another sentence. He is always called the store manager, which feels a bit like a superior-subordinate relationship. This is nothing in the store. After all, Yuxier is in the store and is indeed a clerk. But in Qi Li's eyes, Yuxier is actually more than just a store clerk. After coming to this world, Qilu has been alone until Yuxier broke into Qilu's life due to a strange combination of circumstances and became the first clerk in the store. Then spend time together day and night. Later, Yuxier also stayed in the store for various reasons. To this day, as Qilu himself said, although Yuxier is a clerk in the store, she is also like a family member. So outside the store, Qilu preferred Yuxier to call her by her first name. Or some other names. Instead of always calling yourself the store manager. Store manager, is it really okay to call you by your first name? Yuxier asked in surprise. Apart from anything else, at least so far, the only person who can directly call Qilu by his name is Yuxuanxue. No, it should be said to be this cat. This is mainly because Qile took Yu Shuangxue back to the store, which caused Yu Shuangxue to be dissatisfied. So I resisted in this way. However, if it continues to this day, the dissatisfaction should be gone, but the title has become a habit, so it has been retained. But for others, they basically call Qile Qi, the store manager, to show their respect. Including those existences that Yu Shi'er can only look up to so far. That's why Qile's words made Yu Shi'er look so surprised. Of course, but if you want to use another name, that's no problem. Qilu answered affirmatively. Qilu. Elder brother. Yu Shi'er said extremely nervously, her voice a bit choppy. What? Qilu felt as if he heard two other words. Brother Qilu, you said this yourself, I can call him something else, right? I mean, Brother Qilu. You said it yourself, I can call it something else, right? After shouting once, Yu Shi'er seemed to feel a lot more relaxed. Facing Qile's confused expression, Yu Shi'er said with a smile. According to the positioning of family members, except for the identity that she is embarrassed to say out loud, in Yu Shi'er's mind, Qile's image is like he an elder brother. A brother who can help him solve anything. He will always come to you when you are in the most danger. That's why Yu Shi'er subconsciously added these two words. But when the words came out, Yu Shi'er felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Qile didn't care about this problem. Of course, if it were not her brother, Yu Shi'er would prefer to have another identity. It's just this identity that Yu Shi'er can't say yet. That should be love. I did say, if you want, be my sister. Qile was just a little surprised and didn't mean to blame him. So after listening to Yu Shi'er's words, a smile appeared on Qile's face. Yu Shi'er lowered her head and responded softly. Then, silently encourage myself in my heart. Starting from the younger sister is no problem, at least the relationship is a little closer, isn't it? Moreover, I can always stay with the store manager. Isn't it? But he must also become better, so as not to hold back Brother Qilu. Otherwise, she will only become farther and farther away from Brother Qilu, and she will always be the younger sister, silently watching Brother Qile from behind. Yu Shi'er has a lot on her mind and understands it very well. Although shy, he is extremely determined. Let's go, let's take you to the city of life. Qile didn't notice Yu Shi'er's inner thoughts and just said with a smile. The northern mountain range is different from the eastern wasteland. The terrain of the eastern wasteland is flat, with most of it being plain areas. The northern mountains are mostly mountainous and forested areas with many hills. Therefore, there are considerable differences in the plants and diet between the two worlds. Moreover, the eastern wasteland is dominated by the human race, with the majority of imperial forces and sect forces. Although other races also exist, their numbers are not large. And compared with the human race, the population of these races can be considered quite sparse. But in the northern Sierra, races abound. As the three dominant races, the elves, dwarves, and animal ears, there is no human race among them. Therefore, the dietary differences between the two worlds are also quite large. This means that a lot of delicacies that Yu Shi'er has never eaten or even seen appear in the night market of the City of Life. This was also the reason why Qile brought Yu Shi'er to the City of Life to visit the night market. After all, there's no point in wandering around places you're familiar with. Traveling. Usually you go to places you are not familiar with. That's called traveling, isn't it? The so-called travel means going to places you are not familiar with, spending the money you earn, and then enjoying the scenery and tasting the food there. Then, with fatigue and memories, return to a familiar place. The food in the City of Life and the City of Cloud Mist are very different, but the delicious food is the same. The basic taste is sweet, sour, spicy, and salty. In terms of taste, the taste is actually not as great as imagined. As for the scenery, although the topography of the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains are hugely different, the difference in scenery between Cloud Mist City and the City of Life is also huge. But unfortunately, it is night now. Who would look at the scenery when visiting the night market? The most you can do is look at the lights and the night view. The magic lamps all over the city-state and the starlight all over the sky set off each other, creating a gorgeous illusion. From a distance, it really looks like a dream. For Yu Shi'er, the night market she visited this time was like a dream. Because this is Yu Shi'er's first date with Qi Lu. If this could be considered a date. At this time, although there were not many tourists on the street, they were not too few, making the entire night market very lively. The impact of Stoker's arrival in the City of Life was gradually diluted as time went by. Qi Lu walked on the street and took a look at the previously destroyed buildings. It has now been rebuilt. It's just that those buildings that were rebuilt later have obvious signs of being newly built, and have a fairly clear dividing line with the surrounding buildings. It seems that the City of Life was built a long time ago. While Qi Lu was thinking about these things, Yu Shi'er, who was following him, finally reached out and hugged Qi Li's arm after hesitating for a long time. Qi Lu, who noticed this action, looked back at Yu Shi'er. What's wrong? Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er with some confusion, thinking something was wrong with her. It's nothing. There shouldn't be anything strange about my sister holding my brother's hand. Yu Shi'er summoned up the courage to explain her behavior aloud. In fact, Yu Shi'er wanted to do this before. But when they were in the store, Yu Shi'er always felt that there was a gap between herself and Qi Lu because of the difference in status. However, this problem has finally been solved today. As a younger sister, she is much closer than the previous clerk. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the closest person. So this also allowed Yu Shi'er to muster up the courage to take the initiative to make some more intimate moves with Qi Lu. After all, it is basically impossible to expect Qi Lu to take the initiative. But it doesn't seem good to keep waiting. So Yu Shi'er had no choice but to think of a way to take the initiative. If he directly expressed his true feelings and wanted to be a lifelong lover, judging from Qi Li's character, he would probably be rejected. Because Qi Li's character, on the surface, may be just easygoing and principled. But to be honest, it should be lazy and determined. He has his own opinions and is very unwilling to be restrained. Therefore, the relationship between lovers is a very exclusive relationship for Qi Lu. In inappropriate situations like this, just say it. The relationship between the two may have a scar that is difficult to heal. This is something Yu Shi'er doesn't want to see no matter what. And, most importantly, that is, Yu Shi'er feels that she is not worthy of Qi Lu now. Because I am still too weak now, I can't help Qi Lu at all, I can only wait silently behind and look after the store. That's why Yu Shi'er came up with this compromise method. Being able to have a closer relationship with Qi Lu won't bother Qi Lu. Moreover, Yu Shi'er will also take action when the time is right. In the future, when Yu Shi'er feels that she is worthy of Qi Lu, she can start her own counterattack as a younger sister. Say the words that you dare not say to Qi Lu. Going further is not a dream. Come on. Yu Shi'er thought about her plan and cheered herself up in her heart. Just waiting is not the best decision. Since you like it, you should go for it. Although Yu Shi'er is shy, she still wants to make an effort. Even if it doesn't succeed in the end, it is a good choice to be able to stay by Qi Li's side forever as a younger sister. Faced with Yu Shi'er's intimate actions and explanations, Qi Lu felt that there seemed to be no problem. If the sister and brother are closer, doesn't it mean that the relationship is skewed, so what's the problem? Well, the main reason is that I suddenly had a younger sister, and I didn't get used to it for a while. Qi Lu smiled and rubbed Yu Shi'er's head with her other hand. Yu Shi'er also got her wish and leaned on Qi Li's shoulder, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of this moment. The first step of getting closer was a success. If you want to get to the final step, the beginning is always the most important and the most difficult. Just like childhood sweethearts. Once the relationship starts to get closer, some things will always fall into place naturally. Although the night market in the city of life is lively, it is not noisy. Tourists of all races walked up and down the street, bargaining with street vendors, tasting delicious food, or admiring the night view. Among them were friends, couples, and parents with children. In addition to their different races, they actually have the same desire for peace and emotion. No one wants to live in dire straits. No one wants to live a life without enough food and a precarious life. The current city of life is just right, always giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er walked slowly in the night market. Yu Shi'er is in front, Qi Lu is behind. Brother Qila, try this. I think it's delicious. Yu Shi'er bought a bunch of meatballs from the food stall, bit into one, and then handed it to Qi Lu. Snacks cannot be used as meals, and buying too much will be boring. So Qi Lu took the meatballs handed over by Yu Shi'er and tasted one without thinking about anything. The taste is strong, delicious, and salty, with just the right hint of spiciness. The spiciness should be from the sauce on the meatballs. It's really good. Qi Lu only tasted one and handed the meatball skewers back to Yu Shi'er with a fairly sincere comment. If compared to the delicacies provided by the system, the taste of this meatball is indeed nothing. But when evaluating snacks, how can we use this super regular delicacy as a comparison? So to be fair, Qi Li's evaluation is not considered perfunctory. These meatballs, made from the meat of an unknown monster, do have merit. The city of life is huge, and it's impossible to visit the night market in Oneide. So when they were almost full after eating various snacks, Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er also felt that they should go back to the store. The relationship between the two also quickly became closer during this visito the night market. No longer as unfamiliar and reserved as before. So, when Yu Shi'er held Qi Li's hand and returned to the store with a smile on her face, she was stunned by Yu Xuanxue, who was staying up all night. To be honest, ever since Yu Xuanxue and Yu Shi'er met, I have never seen Yu Shi'er smile so happily. Not once. It's getting late, so I'll go upstairs first. You also remember to rest early. Qi Lu had no plans to stay up all night, so he glanced at the time and knew it was time to go to sleep. Well, good night, brother Qi Lu. Good night. After the two said good night to each other, Qi Lu went back to the bedroom first, leaving Yu Shi'er in the hall on the first floor with a smile on her face. What did you call Qi Lu just now? Did I hear you right? Yu Xuanxue jumped out of the booth with a face full of surprise and came to Yu Shi'er. He looked at Yu Shi'er with a scrutinizing expression. Shao Shu, I'm really happy today. Yu Shi'er, however, gave an unexpected answer. I can see it, but what happened to the name just now? Are you not going to continue waiting for Qi Lu? Yu Xuanxue waved her hand, the cat's tail behind her couldn't help swaying, and there was even more curiosity in its eyes. As a best friend who talks about everything. Although Yu Shi'er has never revealed this feeling directly to Yu Xuanxue, with Yu Xuanxue's eyesight, how could she not see it? Even if the civet cat is only in its infancy, its intuition is not bad. Yu Shi'er likes Qi Lu. But with Qi Li's dull character, Yu Xuanxue didn't believe that Qi Lu could sense Yu Shi'er's feelings. That's why Yu Xuanxue felt that Yu Shi'er suddenly changed her name to Qi Lu, indicating that she had given up. Then isn't this a waste of all my hard work? It's really a shame that I keep assisting. I really don't want to wait any longer, because I want to take the initiative. When Yu Shi'er faced Yu Xuanxue, she was no longer as nervous as when she faced Qi Lu. Regarding Yu Xuanxue's question, Yu Shi'er immediately clenched her two small fists and spoke seriously and firmly. What's more, Yu Shi'er is just a little shy, but not stupid. Yu Shi'er saw everything Yu Xuanxue did for herself, including the assists she received, so there was nothing to hide about this matter. Because Yu Xuanxue would definitely not tell anyone. We'll just figure it out together. This is what a good bestie should do. So that's how it is. Start with my sister and start conquering it bit by bit, right? After Yu Xuanxue heard Yu Shi'er's plan, she immediately started to think about it, preparing to make suggestions. She uses her membership card to visit forums every day. Yu Xuanxue sees a lot of posts about relationship issues. Never practiced it though. But when it comes to talking on paper, Yu Xuanxue is top-notch. I also think your plan is quite good. If you confess it directly, with Qila's character, he will probably be scared away. When Qi Lu becomes wary of this relationship, it will be difficult to handle. Yu Xuanxue began to analyze Yu Shi'er. Feelings are a gradual process. Of course, love at first sight happens, but Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er have been together day and night for so long, and they are still talking about love at first sight. So we can only approach the strategy from the perspective of long-lasting love. As long as you get closer little by little, you will eventually be able to conquer it successfully. However, Shi'er, you have to grasp one thing, otherwise Qi Lu really only regards you as his sister, and there will be a big problem. At the end, Yu Xuanxue warned Yu Shi'er solemnly. Okay, I know. Yu Shi'er nodded seriously, then paused slightly, and then continued, but, if this situation really happens, I have no regrets. Sisters and lovers are actually on the same level emotionally. It's just that one is family affection and the other is love. Qi Lu, who returned to the bedroom early, didn't know that the person downstairs, a loli with cat ears, was planning how to attack him. Qi Lu only knew that the feeling of having an extra sister seemed pretty good. Family, is this family? Looking at the night sky outside the window, the silver disk that looked like a full moon, Qi Lu let out an inexplicable sigh. If you are alone for a long time, you will get used to being alone. When foreign feelings enter your life, you will always feel a little uncomfortable. So Qi Lu also seemed a little confused. But no matter what, family members are always a source of support, so Qi let go to accept it calmly. There was no words for a night, and in a blink of an eye it was dawn. Qi Lu walked out of the bedroom a quarter of an hour early. The store portal is still in Qi Li's bedroom. If she doesn't get up early, Yu Shi'er may not be able to rush back to Donghuang on time. Store manager, good morning. Yu Shi'er had been sitting in the lobby on the first floor early. When she saw Qi Lu coming down, she said hello cheerfully. When they were in the store, the relationship between the two was still that of the store manager and the clerk. But Yu Shi'er's tone today was more cheerful and closer than before. Shi'er, good morning, how did you sleep last night? Qi Lu smiled and replied. It's just like the store in Yunwu City. It's very comfortable, Yu Shi'er replied, it's also very practical. Then he served breakfast to Qi Lu. After staying up all night, Yu Xuanxue stared at a pair of faint dark circles, came to the small round table, and sat down on the armchair obediently. The cat's tail, which had been wagging before, also stopped. The two cat ears on his head also drooped. How do you feel? Qi Lu joked. It's really uncomfortable not being able to sleep after staying up all night. Yu Xuanxue replied listlessly, and then suddenly looked intently at the breakfast in front of Qi Lu. What's wrong with you? If you feel really bad, you can rest for half a day. Qi Lu noticed something was wrong with Yu Xuanxue's eyes and couldn't help but said aloud. No, that's not the problem. Yu Xuanxue waved her hand, and then said slowly, as if recalling, I remember you said that kittens can't drink milk, right? That's right. When Qi Lu heard this, he realized that Yu Xuanxue's eyes were not staring at him, but at the pure milk in front of him. But regarding the topic of cats not being able to drink milk. In the world of technology, this is indeed the case. But Qi Lu is not sure whether this topic will hold true in this world of fighting spirit and magic. However, what surprised Qi Lu was, after Qi Lu said that cats can't drink milk, Yu Xuanxue really hasn't drank pure milk, but has been drinking black coffee. This kind of self-discipline is really unique in cats. Then I should be able to drink now. Yu Xuanxue didn't care what Qi Li's expression looked like at all, but continued to ask. Qi Lu didn't expect that Yu Xuanxue was actually thinking about this problem. Okay. Qi Lu didn't expect that Yu Xuanxue was actually thinking about this problem, so after a moment of confusion, Qi Lu could only nod silently. Great, let me try to see if milk can cheer me up. Yu Xuanxue immediately ran to the snack vending machine and bought a bought-leaf pure milk. This operation stunned Qi Lu. Should I tell this guy that milk actually helps him sleep? Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. Then after thinking for a second, Qi Lu decided resolutely that it would be better to let Yu Xuanxue experience it personally. But these things are just minor episodes. The store will still be open, and special Mid-Autumn Festival events will still be held. After getting the information from Qi Lu's land reclamation, plus one night's practice. The next day, Yu Xuanxue released the strategy for the Moon Palace dungeon in her kitty guild, and told the guild members not to reveal it. After all, the copy of Moon Palace is only a temporary copy. There are certainly not many such things as strategies. Because there is no point in studying this kind of temporary copy strategy. Who knows when it will open again, and whether it will open again is a question. As a result, those members of Xiaomao's guild who specialized in leading people through dungeons suddenly became popular. There are teams everywhere rushing to get them. And the prices offered are also higher than the last. For the pre-sale of the Moon Rabbit pet card, and also for the hard-earned Mid-Autumn Festival special mooncakes not to be wasted. Spending more spiritual crystals is nothing. When these flowers come out of the spiritual crystals, they don't really disappear. They just stay with me in a different way. For example, the Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card, and another example is the Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes. These are all good things. Although the Rabbit in the Moon is only an R-level pet card, it has no help battle for strong level powers, and its help for heroic level powers will also quickly weaken. However, how many strong level powers can there be? There are only a handful of them. Even if they are hero level, they are still very few compared to the number of customers in the store. Therefore, if you exchange the spiritual crystal for the Moon Rabbit pet card per sale card, you will not lose at all, and you will even make a profit. Otherwise, you can compare the customers with the Flame Spirit pet card. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals were smashed down, but not even a shadow was left. It is extremely difficult to cultivate a fully graduated Flame Spirit pet card. It is more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating a Moon Rabbit pet card. Fortunately, Yu Xuanxue still understands the rules of the market. Although it is true that monopolies can do whatever they want. But if you destroy the market price without thinking, the result will definitely be a bad result. Therefore, Yu Xuanxue also set a cap price for the price of taking the team through the Mid-Moon Palace dungeon. In this way, it is a win-win result. Yu Xuanxue and the members of the Little Kitty Guild made a lot of money. Those players who got the Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card also felt that the Spirit Crystal flower was worth their money. The special Mid-Autumn Festival event also passed slowly in this atmosphere. 7 days is neither long nor short. But in the process of completing dungeons and accumulating moon viewing time, it really doesn't take long. Especially, the accumulated moon viewing time can only be done at night. This makes the customers in the store wish that this special Mid-Autumn Festival event could be doubled in length. But this is impossible. Not even Qi Lu could influence the decision to end the event. Fortunately, on the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival special event, when the store was closing, this event was a perfect ending. The event copy Midmoon Palace is closed. In the sky of the New World mode, the full moon slowly dispersed. It's over. This event was really tiring. Qi stretched his body vigorously and then sat on the sofa. Yu Xuanxue was counting the profits gained during this special Mid-Autumn Festival event. It also includes mooncake fragments and special Mid-Autumn mooncake stored in the guild warehouse, as well as a considerable number of Moon Rabbit pet card per-sale cards. The origin of these Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale cards is actually thanks to the members of the Kitten Guild. Because the Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card is not like the mooncake fragments. If the mooncake has less than 10 pieces, it is a waste product. However, as long as you have one of the Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale cards, you can redeem a Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card from the pet card machine. The premise is that the pet card exchange machine opens the redemption option. Therefore, in the trading system, basically no one will choose to sell the Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card. All of it is kept in his own hands, waiting to be redeemed. So even if Yu Xuanxue asked the members of the Little Kitten Guild to squat in the trading system, they would not be able to wait for the Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card, but could only wait for the mooncake fragments. Fortunately, the copy of Moon Palace is a very conscientious copy. Because the strength of the boss inside will increase as the number of people in the team increases, the number of pre-sale cards for the Moon Rabbit pet card will also increase accordingly. So much so that those guys who collect spiritual crystals and lead their teams through dungeons can sometimes get one or two. The Kitten Guild also has a lot of members. If you save a lot, you will store them all in the guild warehouse, and you will have a lot of them. This is a considerable amount of spiritual crystal. After all, a fully graduated Moon Rabbit pet card requires a total of 381 pre-sale cards. Even if it's just 1 or 2 awakenings, it would take dozens of them. Therefore, Yu Xuanxue made a shrewd decision to slowly put these Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale cards into the trading system for sale in the future. Things are more valuable when they are rare. Or you can directly open a sales post in the forum, and reply in the post if necessary. In short, it's just that you can make a lot of money again. So this made Yu Xuanxue look very happy. Compared with Yu Xuanxue's happiness, Qi Li's happiness is not that little. Because the system's voice actively sounded again. System, congratulations to the host, the Mid-Autumn Festival special event has been successfully concluded. This system has good news. Would the host want to hear it? Of course you have to listen, just tell me. Qi Li lay on the sofa and answered in his mind. System, the new pet card changing machine has been manufactured and can be placed in the store at any time. I knew that if you dared to take out the pet card pre-sale card in this event, the pet card exchange machine must have been manufactured. This good news was expected by Qi Lu. If there is no pet card exchange machine, the Moon Rabbit pet card pre-sale card is just a piece of waste paper. No, it's not even considered waste paper. It should be an icon that can only be placed in the character's backpack in New World mode and used as a decoration. However, although the new pet card changer is expected. But when you should be happy, you still have to be happy. Then, let's put the new pet card changer under the shelf area. By the way, put a sign on the side to explain the function and usage of the pet card changer. Qi Lu immediately ordered in his mind. Below the shelf area is actually the corner next to the store door. In addition to the shelf area on one side, the side near the store door is the fast food area with small round tables. As for the other 2 sides, they are the walls of the store. Although this location is in a corner of the store, if you look at the current size of the store, you will find that this corner is not small at all. It can be completely divided into a new area. And this is exactly what Qi Li thinks. Because pet cards are slightly different from other products in the store. Weapons, armor, accessories, title badges, elixirs, and other commodities can only be regarded as items. But the pets summoned by the pet card are living creatures. Or it's not an exaggeration to call it a partner. Therefore, in the stores in Yunwu City, many customers have a special feeling for pet cards. Just as a swordsman cherishes his sword, a warrior cherishes his armor. Otherwise, these customers who particularly like to draw pet cards would not have created a pet card research guild. You know, other products don't have this treatment. Therefore, it is not excessive at all to divide a separate area for the pet card changer. In addition to this thing I can think of, is there any other good news? After Qile finished his instructions, he continued to ask. System, I wonder what other good news the host wants to hear. Can I still make my own choice? It was rare that the system actually responded. Qile looked happy and immediately began to think. System, haha. However, Qile doesn't care about the system's implication. Although Qile could indeed tell that the system was speaking sarcastically, what did it matter? Who can't play dumb? I've been preparing to open the barrier door in the past few days. I think, system, can you allow the barrier door to be recharged twice so that I can go back and forth directly without waiting for a month? After Qile pretended to think about it, he made a serious suggestion in his mind. Now this barrier gate, which can only be charged once, is really a bit difficult to use. After turning it on once, you have to wait a month before turning it on again. The cooling time is really too long. System, host, do you think it is very simple to break the world barrier? It shouldn't be difficult for you, after all, you are so strong. Qile immediately complimented him. As long as the barrier gate can be upgraded, let alone say a few more nice words, even if it lasts one night, it will be no problem. It's not a loss anyway. System, the host is really discerning. This system thinks you are right. This system is indeed very strong. System, however, having said that, the host should still wait for a while for this matter. Obviously, this Irby system likes to hear compliments. However, after going around in a circle, the system still refused. So what does this mean? Qile understood it without even thinking about it. That is, the system is temporarily unable to upgrade the barrier gate. We still have to wait, okay then. In this case, Qile can't think of any other good news that the system can do for the time being. After all, if you want to fool this stingy system, you still need some skills. Under Qile's influence, after such a long period of influence, the Irby system is now much smarter and is not as easy to fool as before. If you blindly cheat, I'm afraid you will be ridiculed by the second stroke system. System, however, although there is no way to strengthen the barrier door, this system can ensure that the world you go to when you open the barrier door this time will not be too dangerous. Yes, that's fine. Qile has no interest in this kind of reward that is better than nothing. What's more, even if the world he went to this time was dangerous, could the system leave him alone as the host? Impossible. So saying this is actually almost the same as not saying it. But after all, it was considered a promise from the system, so Qile accepted it unhappily. Then I went to the corner of the store to check out the new pet card changing machine. Regarding the function and use of the pet card changer, the sign next to it was very detailed. Qile read it through and made sure there was nothing wrong before going back to the bedroom to rest. Although the system is unreliable, as a store manager, I still have to be reliable. The next day, Qile got up, washed up, came down from the second floor, and opened the store door. He found that Yu Shuangxue was still in the booth, counting his harvest Withan excited look, quite like a lucky cat. It's weird, other people's stores have lucky cats, so why is there a lucky cat in my store? Qile thought rather puzzled. System, isn't this a hint to the host that you are stingy? Bah, you would interrupt at a time like this. Who is stingy between you and me? Do you really have no idea in your mind? Qile curled his lips and frowned at the system's rhetoric. Then he took a bucket of instant noodles, opened the package, and poured hot water on it. Although Chilo likes to eat bacon sandwiches and pure milk for breakfast, sometimes he needs to change the taste, otherwise it will be too monotonous. Yu Xuanxue, who heard the commotion, probably finished counting her harvest. He lay down on the sofa in the booth, stretched out for a long time, and then jumped out of the booth. Chi-Lu, you. Hey, isn't that a pet card changing machine? When did you movie it out? Yu Xuanxue originally wanted to ask Chi-Lu when he came down, but before he could say anything, his attention was attracted by the new machine that appeared in the store. I just moved it out last night. If there is anything the customer doesn't understand, please remember to introduce it. Chi-Lu put the bucket of instant noodles on the small round table and spoke slowly. I know, but with such a simple operation, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know how to use it. Yu Xuanxue looked at the pet card drawer curiously. When she was at the store in Cloud Mist City, Yu Xuanxue had never drawn a pet card. Because at that time, Yu Xuanxue was just a kitten, so it always felt weird to draw a pet card. Even if the pet is summoned, it feels like two pets standing together. But just because I haven't used it myself, doesn't mean I haven't seen other customers use it. The group of customers who crowded around the pet card drawing machine every day discussed the metaphysical issues about card drawing. After all, members of the Pet Card Research Guild do more than just research the use of pet cards. He also has quite a bit of experience in how to draw cards. It's just that there is really no good way to solve this metaphysical problem. Let me see, put the membership card into the card slot of the pet card exchange machine, load and upgrade it, and install the pet card exchange function, which includes the pet card presale card redemption option. Yu Xuanxue carefully looked at the sign next to her that introduced how to use it. I quickly found the detailed step-by-step instructions on how to exchange the pet card presale card into the corresponding pet card. And this explanation is the same for the stores in Yunwu City. The exchange function is a newly opened function. It is placed in the pet card swap function of the membership card and exists as an incidental function. However, Donghuang's customers have a pet card swap function in their membership cards. Customers in the northern mountains need to follow this function again. After all, this is a function bound to the pet card changer. Before the pet card changer is manufactured, even if it is installed, it will be useless. Moreover, Chi-Lu thought of it when he saw this explanation. It is estimated that there will be many types of pet card presale cards in the future. Limited items are always the most attractive to customers. Of course, there are definitely more regular pet cards than the limited number of pet cards. Therefore, Chi-Lu is not worried about the lack of market for conventional pet cards. Everyone has their own preferences for radish and green vegetables. The limited edition is not necessarily the best, but the quantity is definitely very rare. Then under this instruction, there are instructions on how to install the pet card swap function for the membership card and what the uses of this function are. As for the pet card swapping function, Chi-Lu has also specially updated it. Drawing pet cards is just a basic function. In this function, you can also directly view the pet cards in the card pool of the pet card changer, as well as the basic information of these pet cards. And directly conduct pet card transactions. Of course, when using membership cards to trade pet cards, the currency used is spiritual crystals, not game gold coins in the New World mode. This is a hard and fast rule. When trading on the trading system in the New World mode, both spiritual crystals and game gold coins can be used. However, the trading system cannot be used to trade pet cards. Because pet cards are not items in the New World mode. Therefore, it is impossible for those smart game merchants to take advantage of this loophole. Then you can directly use the pet card exchange function on the membership card to upgrade and awaken the pet card, as well as load various skill books for the pet card. And now, there is another redemption option. As long as you click to enter the redemption option, you can connect the character backpack in the New World mode and exchange the pet card presale card for the corresponding pet card. It's getting more convenient and easier to operate. After Yuxuan read the instructions on the card, she immediately put the membership card into the card slot of the pet card machine to learn and upgrade. Then after browsing all the features, I entered the redemption option. Currently, there are a total of 14 kinds of pet cards in the card pull-off the pet card changer. The 14 types of pet cards include 3 B-level pet cards, 6 A-level pet cards, 3 R-level pet cards, and 1 SR-level pet card. The Moon Rabbit pet card is not included in the card pool. I just don't know if there are any pet cards that customers are interested in among these 14 types of pet cards. Sheila didn't dare to vouch for this issue. We can only take one step at a time. If that doesn't work, the only option is to let the system come up with several new pet cards. Good morning, Store Manager Shao Shu Jiu. Shauna and Lanchi have been staying in the City of Life these days to catch up with the special Mid-Autumn Festival events, so every time they come to the store, it's very early. Yafel, who followed the two of them, was always one of the first to come to the store. Hey, Manager Chi, what is that new machine? Is it a vending machine for new delicacies? After Yafel entered the store, he immediately noticed the pet card machine in front of Yuxuan Jiu. Lan Qi and Shauna also looked at the pet card drawer with interest. Currently, in Sheila's store, there are only 3 machines in total, except for the pet card exchange machine. Snack vending machines, beverage vending machines, and an equipment synthesizer that almost no customers pay attention to, because there are too few synthesis options in it. So Yafel's first impression of the pet card exchange machine was that it was a new vending machine. I don't care about what I'm selling. As long as there are new delicacies, Yaffer will be happy. I'm sorry, although I don't want to break your dream, but what's in that machine is not a delicacy, but a pet card. Sheila shrugged and said with pretense of regret. Now it was Shauna's turn to be interested. Pet card? Does that mean the Moon Rabbit pet card can be redeemed? In this special Mid-Autumn Festival event, what Shauna wanted most was not the Mid-Autumn mooncakes, but the Moon Rabbit pet card, which was of no use to her. Just because the rabbit in the moon looks cute. God knows what Shauna thinks. She's so cute that she can't be eaten, and of course she can't be used as a fighting force. But it doesn't matter. Senior members of the Beauty Association are so willful. What's more, Shauna herself is not lacking in fighting ability. Of course. The specific redemption process is explained on the standing sign. However, if you don't want to read it, you can just ask Shao Shu Jiu directly. Chilu responded, then pointed to the standing sign next to the pet card machine. There should be no one who doesn't understand the foolproof and simple operation. Unless you are illiterate. Of course, Shauna couldn't be illiterate, so after quickly browsing the usage and various instructions on the stand, she immediately used the pet card swap function for her membership card. Wow, this water spirit white fox pet card is so cute, I must take it out. There is also this red flame bird pet card. It looks so beautiful. I want to get it too. When Shauna checked the card pool of the pet card changer, she spotted 2 very good-looking pet cards at a glance. In other words, it is a cute pet card. This made Chi Lu, who was standing in the hall, look confused. Co-author, when this former saint of the elf tribe chooses pet cards, does she only look at what the summoned pet looks like? That's true, you can be willful if you are strong. No wonder if Shauna would give up her position as the elf queen and choose Tolope with Lan Chi. This is completely a matter of perceptual thinking controlling thoughts. Fortunately, Shauna is interested in 2 A-level pet cards. If she is interested in the Flame Spirit pet card, I don't know if she can draw them out today. The pet card changing machine is a bit interesting. I'll give it a try too. Lan Chi was attracted by Shauna's voice, and installed a pet card swapping function, and then began to check the pet cards in the card pool. The Gale Flying Dragon, there is actually a mount in the location tag. Does this guy deserve to have dragon blood? How can a noble dragon bloodline become a mount? Then before even looking twice, Lan Qi started to stare. In Lan Qi's view, the dragon bloodline is the most noble bloodline, and now he wants to become a mount. This is absolutely intolerable. Even if the gale-flying dragon is not a member of the dragon clan, but only has the blood of the dragon clan, that won't work. Store manager Qi. What mount? However, before Lan Qi finished shouting, Shauna looked at Lan Qi with doubts in her eyes. When Lan Qi saw Shauna like this, all the words he wanted to say suddenly got stuck in his throat, and he didn't know where to start. At this moment, Lan Qi was really embarrassed to speak anymore. Because Lan Qi was flying around with Shauna, it wasn't just once or twice. Isn't it interesting to do the same thing as a mount, but still blame others? Lan Qi only felt a little burned on her face now. What's up? Qi Li's voice came belatedly at this time. No, it's nothing. Store manager Qi, please be busy. Lan Qi replied sarcastically. Oh. The popularity of pet cards was unexpected by Qi Lu, but it was also reasonable. Customers in Beishan Mountains are also not opposed to the emergence of pet cards. Or should I say very welcome. Although all races are now in the stage of hiding their capabilities and biding their time, there are not many battles. But no one will refuse something that can improve their own strength. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. The more you are in such a peaceful period, the more you should improve your strength. Otherwise, when danger comes, there will be no time for you to improve. This principle is not a big principle for practitioners, but common sense. Therefore, the emergence of pet cards gives people of all races who are not very good in cultivation another way to improve their strength. Foreign objects such as weapons and armor can become combat power. So can pets. Moreover, the combat effectiveness that a powerful pet card can exert is definitely thousands of times more powerful than a weapon or a piece of armor. Because if you want to bring out the full power of a weapon or armor, there are also requirements for the user's own strength. But a pet card is not required. There is no requirement for the summoner's strength. Even ordinary people who have no cultivation qualifications and cannot become cultivators can do it. As long as you have spiritual crystals or are lucky enough to cultivate graduated pet cards, you can have strong combat power. There is currently the only SR level pet card, the Flame Spirit pet card. If they can be trained to graduation, their peak hero level combat effectiveness will definitely not be blown away. That is truly the peak combat power of a hero. And even those R-level pet cards, if there are enough spiritual crystals to cultivate them to graduation, and awaken and activate appropriate skills. That is also comparable to a hero-level junior powerhouse. This kind of terrifying combat power is definitely not something that a weapon or piece of armor can achieve. Hero level, even in the northern mountains, is still the top combat power. And even if you think R-level pet cards are too difficult to cultivate, it's not difficult to cultivate A-level pet cards. A graduated A-level pet card, as long as the randomly activated skills when awakening are better, will have combat power comparable to that of a Grandmaster. The Grandmaster level can be regarded as the backbone among most races in the northern mountains. Therefore, the emergence of pet cards is definitely a blessing for people of all races who do not have strong cultivation qualifications. Of course, the premise is that you have enough spiritual crystals. After all, Qi Lu runs a store, not a welfare home. So after the news about the pet card exchange machine was passed on to the customers who came to the store in the morning through the communication system on the membership card. In the afternoon, the area specially designated for the pet card exchange machine was crowded with customers who came to the store. After all, there are only a few people with strong qualifications. Just like the number of hero-level powerhouses is quite rare among such a large base of each race. Ordinary, after all, is the mainstream. That's why pet cards are so popular. Moreover, even if it does not rely on strength, but only on appearance, there is still a market for pet cards. For example, a senior member of the Research and Development Association like Shauna. Of course, there are relatively few such examples. However, this does not matter, because the buying point of pet cards is not their appearance, but their powerful combat effectiveness. So after seeing such a hot scene, Qi Lu, who was still a little worried, suddenly felt relieved. It seems that I have overthought it. Improving strength is the essence. How can anyone resist this temptation? Qi Lu sat on the sofa with great relief, looking at the crowd of people gathered in the corner of the store. After most of the players in the New World mode have entered the Mechanical Bull Forest map, I am afraid that the Pet Card Research Guild will have many more members. However, even with such a hot scene, Qi Lu does not plan to expand the pet card changing machine area. Because it seems crowded now, it's because none of the customers have installed the pet card swap function on their membership cards. Once everything is installed in the future, it won't be so crowded. Unless you are like the guys from the Pet Card Research Guild, you stay next to the pet card machine every day to study the metaphysics of card drawing, and your brain is almost out of control. Otherwise, in general, the pet card is almost cultivated on the membership card. I will only go there once when I decide to go to the pet card machine to take it out. After all, the Zero Awakening blank card, except for the Flame Spirit pet card, other pet cards are really useless. Unless another SR level pet card can be produced. However, according to Qi Li's estimation, this possibility is not high in the near future. But that's fine too. Because these 14 pet cards are enough for these customers to digest for a while. Drawing 10 spiritual crystals once is not a small amount. Especially when it comes to drawing SR level pet cards, it's not unheard of to draw hundreds of times without success. The reason why this kind of desperate situation occurs for people who draw cards is probably because the system does not set a minimum guarantee. However, Qi Lu does not agree with the guarantee mechanism. With a guarantee, how can you cheat Krypton? What's more, even if a guarantee is set, it is impossible to guarantee a SR level pet card. At most, it is a guaranteed R level pet card. After all, an SR level pet card is already a high-level pet card. The graduated SR level pet card has combat power comparable to the peak of the hero level. Of course it cannot be obtained so easily, otherwise it would be a mess. Moreover, there is no reason for not setting up a guarantee mechanism, and the desperate card withdrawal rate of SR level pet cards. In addition to the fact that this kind of power cannot overflow, it is the transformation of energy. The system creates pet cards, but they are not created out of thin air. Otherwise, why collect spiritual crystals? The higher the quality of the pet card, the more energy is required. Since more energy is required, the card withdrawal rate must be reduced, otherwise it will be a loss. Would this stingy and money-grubbing system do this kind of loss-making business? Absolutely impossible. So after you understand this point, it will be easy to understand. Unless you are very lucky, otherwise, you should just cultivate A-level pet cards honestly. At least I won't feel hopeless. Because the upper limit of A-level pet cards is the pinnacle of Grandmaster level. With this level of power, no matter how greedy the system is, it will not be too stingy. As for R-level pet cards, they are actually considered rare. Although the probability of getting a card is still slightly higher than that of SR-level pet cards, overall, the probability is still low. After all, the upper limit of R-level pet cards has reached the hero level. Even if it's just a beginner level. But the power of the hero level is no longer on the same level as the master level. So Qi Lu understood this very well. However, whether those customers who are keen on drawing cards can understand this card draw rate is beyond Qi Li's control. After all, cultivation qualifications cannot be exchanged for spiritual crystals, but powerful pet cards can be exchanged for spiritual crystals. I believe everyone can clearly distinguish which is more important. So it's understandable to spend more spiritual crystals. What's more, there is a saying, money can't buy my happiness. It is not unacceptable to spend more spiritual crystals on something you like. And most of the customers who come to the store can find the pet card they like. For example, most of the elves prefer cute pet cards. This is probably related to the excellent appearance of the elves. As for the dwarf clan members, the most favorite pet card at present is the bronze giant soldier pet card. The second is the earth demon bear pet card. Because of these two pet cards, one can be used to study blacksmithing skills, while the other is in line with the aesthetics of the dwarves. The earth demon bear, which has a strong appearance and gnarled muscles, may actually have some connection with the dwarves. Pet cards are so popular, so traveling to another world can be put on the schedule as soon as possible. After Qi Lu was sure that there would be no place in the store that would particularly need him for a while, he made a decision. Every item in the fairy and demonic battlefield is a good thing. But each of these good things needs to be exchanged for the power of faith. However, it is not that you can exchange it directly with the power of faith, but you need to use the power of faith as an entry fee to enter the battlefield of immortals and demons. Moreover, after entering the fairy and demonic battlefield, you can only choose one item at a time. In fact, this approach is no different from directly exchanging the power of faith for those fairy or magic weapons. It just uses the entry fee to unify the prices of these items. Whether he can get good things or not depends entirely on Qi Li's own eyesight. After nightfall, Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue said hello and then returned to the shop in Yunwu City. After opening the barrier door, there is a 1-month cooling time. Therefore, after Qila leaves, he will not appear in the store for at least a month. Qila thought it would be better to talk to Yu Shi'er about this matter. Don't let this girl worry randomly again. As for Yu Xuanxue, she probably wished Qi Lu wouldn't stay in the store so no one would care about her. Brother Qi Lu, you came here very early today. Yu Shi'er is cleaning up the garbage and inspecting the store. Although these are dispensable things, these are habits that Yu Shi'er has left a long time ago, and she still retains them to this day. It's getting late, isn't the store already closed? Qi Lu sat on the sofa and quietly watched Yu Shi'er busy without disturbing her. Sometimes finding something to do for yourself will be more fulfilling. If you are idle all the time, you will feel at a loss. Yu Shi'er moved quickly. After inspecting the store, she came to Qi Lu and sat down against Qi Lu. Brother Qi Lu, do you want something to eat? After closing the store, Yu Shi'er naturally changed her name to Qi Lu. No, actually I came here today because I have something to tell you. Qi Lu felt Yu Shi'er leaning against him. It was a very soft and warm feeling, and a soft smile appeared on his face unconsciously. What's up? Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Li's face and asked in confusion. I'm leaving the store for about a month to start a new business elsewhere, so I came here to tell you. Qi Li said straightforwardly. This short separation is not a life or death farewell. In 1 month, it is treated as a business trip. Ah, are you leaving again? Hearing this, Yu Shi'er's face suddenly showed a hint of worry and reluctance. Yu Shi'er had been worried after Qi Li suddenly left the store and became silent. It was not until the Mid-Autumn Festival a few days ago that Qi Lu returned to the store. But now, the stores in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains have been connected for only a week, and I didn't expect Qi Lu to leave again. It's strange that Yu Shi'er is in a good mood. It's only a month, don't show this expression, it'll be fine. Qi Lu stretched out his finger and tapped Yu Shi'er's forehead. Sadness and separation are a very normal emotion. However, although Qi Lu can understand, he still has to do what needs to bed one. It is a taboo to stop moving forward. Trying to enjoy yourself will never lead to a good ending. Although Qi Li's dream is to be a store manager who eats and waits to die, without having to worry about anything. But it turns out that this is impossible. If he was still alone, Qi Lu might not care, just eat and wait for death. But now, Qi Lu is no longer alone. So no matter how lazy Qi Lu is, he still has to start fighting for the sake of the people around him. Well, I know, brother Qi Lu, you must protect yourself, Shi'er will always be waiting for you. Although Yu Shi'er felt reluctant to give up, she would never hinder Qi Lu's decision. Don't worry, I will definitely come back as long as you are waiting for me, Qi Lu said with a smile. I have to say, it feels really good when someone is willing to wait for my turn. But after saying these words, Qi Lu didn't stay any longer. The longer the separation is delayed, the deeper the sadness will be. On the contrary, it is easier to let go if you are more straightforward. So Qi Lu quickly returned to his bedroom and called out the system in his mind. Let's get started, system, help me open the barrier door. While speaking, Qi Lu couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. After all, it was Qi Li's first time to cross the world barrier, so it was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. When I came to the northern mountains from the eastern wasteland, I only crossed the spatial barrier. The power possessed by the world barrier is, at least, one level higher than that of the space barrier. System, received. System, the host does not need to be so nervous. The security of the barrier gate is still guaranteed and there will definitely be no problems. Can you please stop saying this? It makes you feel like planting a flag. Qi Lu hadn't finished taking a deep breath yet. When he heard the system's words, he almost choked on his breath. Can this kind of death declaration be said nonsense? Haven't you seen in TV dramas and movies, those who say they will go home and get married after this battle, and those whose wives are about to give birth, and those who say they will wash their hands after this is done? Are they all gone in the end? System, this system cannot understand too complex language, so it does not understand what the host is saying. System, host, please be prepared. The barrier door will be opened immediately. As the sound of the system falls. In front of Qi Lu, a black vortex with strong suction suddenly appeared, and before Qi Lu could react, Qi Lu was sucked into it. Qi Lu felt his eyes go dark, and then his body felt like it had been crushed, and he felt severe pain. Flowing into my mind like a tidal wave. Wow. System, didn't you say it's absolutely safe? Why do I feel like I'm going to die? Qi Lu still has some tolerance for pain, but this feeling like his body being crushed is definitely uncomfortable. System, host, please be patient. This pain is only because the host's mental power is not strong enough, so it will feel pain when crossing the world barrier. System, but host, please rest assured that this pain is only mental pain and has nothing to do with the host's physical body. The implication is to tell Qi Lu to just be patient. What the hell? Qi Lu immediately wanted to spit out the fragrance and greet the system cordially. But after thinking about it later, Qi Lu felt that he was still a civilized person, so he held back. After all, Qi Lu still knows who has the initiative in the barrier gate now. What if this Urbi system suddenly gets mad and throws Qi Lu into a strange place? Then who can Qi Lu talk to reason? Fortunately, the severe pain did not last long. Just when Qi Lu was almost unconscious from the pain, the system's voice finally rang again. System, the target world has arrived. Please prepare the host. System, the god of faith in the world arriving this time is the god of forging. I wish the host a safe and happy journey to collect the power of faith. As the words fell, a ray of light also appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes. Then in the next second, a white light flashed, and Qi Lu appeared in a new world. Bang! You damn system, can't you put me on the ground? I have to appear in the air. Since it suddenly appeared in the air and it was a new world, Qi Lu was completely unprepared and hit the ground directly. Although the pain is not painful, it is very embarrassing. After all, Qi Lu is also a powerful hero. He can fly in the air and fall directly from the air without losing face. Fortunately, no one was around to see it. Is this the new world? The power level of this world feels so low. After Qi Lu complained, he stood up from the ground. I began to observe where I was now. If you want to collect the power of faith, the first step must be to understand what kind of world you are in. I seem to have heard the system say before that the gods believed in this world are God of forging. God of forging, that will be easy. When Qi Lu thought of this, a lot of thoughts immediately came to his mind. Speaking of forging, you can just use the products in the store to open a path. The weapons, armors, accessories, and title badges produced by the system are all top-notch items. Even if the ordinary ones don't work, there are still higher quality ones. As long as you can start with forging, collecting the power of faith is not a problem at all. System, host, this system has good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news and bad news? Let's hear the bad news first. Qi Lu had many thoughts in his mind, so it didn't matter if he was interrupted by the system. Instead, he took the opportunity to observe the surrounding environment. I don't know if the location where the barrier gate appears is random. Qi Lu found himself in a vast forest. There are towering trees everywhere around, and from time to time there will be some roars of beasts and eagles, but the momentum contained in them is not strong. Is this a forest of monsters? Judging from the momentum, it shouldn't be a forest of high-level monsters. Qi Lu thought silently, and then the system's voice sounded in his mind. System, the bad news is that all the existing products in the store cannot be sold in this world. What did you say? Qi Lu was still observing the environment around the forest. He was so shocked by the system's words that he almost jumped up. The products in the store cannot be sold in this world? This sentence directly made all Qi Lu's ideas go bankrupt. Because all the methods Qi Lu thought of were related to the products in the store, and now they are all unsaleable, so what should be used to collect the power of faith? Do you want me, the host, to learn blacksmithing skills again? Then let's talk about a hammer. It doesn't matter if you don't collect the power of faith, so be it. Qi Lu said with an angry look, then, as if he remembered something, he asked again, then what is the good news? System, the good news is that this system will open a special purchase channel for this world. Are you kidding me with this second stroke system? After Qi Lu heard the good news, he was really speechless for a long time, not knowing what to say. These two pieces of news should be discussed together, and it doesn't matter if they are taken apart. Okay, you win the system, now tell me what is in the dedicated purchasing channel. Qi Lu sighed and said rather helplessly. System, for the products that are now available for sale, the host can go to store manager's backend to view them. After being prompted by the system, Qi Lu remembered that he did seem to have a store manager behind the scenes. So I quickly opened the store manager backstage in my mind. The layout of the store manager's backend is actually quite simple. Qi Lu quickly found the words Special Purchasing Channel and clicked on it. There is only one product in front of you. That is, an improved version of laser light. Did I see it wrong? A question mark slowly appeared on Qi Lu's face. In a world that believes in the god of forging, why are you giving me an improved version of laser light? Do you want me to transform this world into a technological world? System, host, please don't make a fuss. This product is an improved version of the powerful laser emitter in the New World mode. It is not what the host thinks. Regarding Qi Lu's doubts, the system explained it lightly. Okay, then I'll see what's so great about this improved version of yours. When Qi Lu heard this, without saying a word, he directly took out an improved version of the laser from the special purchasing channel. The improved version of the laser light that appeared in Qi Lu's hand was much smaller in appearance than the laser light emitter. It looked a bit like an enlarged and thickened version of the staff. It's just that the improved version of the laser light is composed of a hollow iron pipe and a huge gem. Then, Qi Lu also found a handle on the end inlaid with gems. It should be where you hold it. Let me see how to use it. Because the world that comes through the barrier gate cannot open a store, it can only set up automatic vending points, and the goods in the dedicated purchase channel are directly supplied to this automatic vending point. Therefore, the products inside and how to use them will be automatically transferred to the buyer. So Qi Lu quickly learned how to use this improved version of laser light. Inject magic power into the energy storage gem at the end, and then explode it through the laser light emitting tube. Its power can be more than 10 times that of simply using magic power. Isn't this the magic version of the laser light emitter? The method of use is simple and clear, and Qi Lu understood it instantly. Magicians use magic in order to make efficient use of their own magic power. In addition to the powerful effects of magic, it is also because magic can maximize the use of magic power. The improved version of laser light seems to have the same effect. And it also simplifies the process of releasing magic. As long as the user injects magic power into the energy storage gem at the end of the improved laser light, a powerful magic light bullet can be fired instantly. This is simply a pioneering work. The only drawback is probably that the improved laser light can only be used for offense. But what does it matter? The so-called offense is the best defense. Although the improved laser light can only be used for offense, there is a saying that offense is the best defense. Why defend when you can kill the enemy? Sharp. Thinking of this, Qi Lu had to praise the system. This idea really has something to offer. Compared to conventional weapons in the world of fighting spirit and magic, the emergence of an improved version of laser light is definitely something that subverts the norm. The most important thing is that the improved version of laser light's energy storage gem can condense the magic power injected into it. Then it is emitted through the laser light emitting tube, causing 10 times the lethality. This is something that is difficult to achieve with any other magic. And this is also the greatest significance of the improved version of laser light, which is that it can greatly improve the user's combat effectiveness. Moreover, all classes with magical powers can fight, including those priests who basically only assist magic and so on. However, I would like to know if there are any restrictions on the use of this improved version of laser light. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. In many cases, when the usage is limited, it is a trap. Many products with powerful functions suffer from this usage restriction. System: the improved laser light has no usage restrictions, but the energy storage gem can only store magic power, and there is an upper limit on energy storage. Isn't that a disguised increase in usage restrictions? Qi Lu was speechless. However, this statement of the system is also very consistent with the characteristics of technological weapons. That is, anyone can use it, and it can greatly improve combat effectiveness, but it has a very clear range of power. Just like those thermal weapons. However, for Qi Lu, the hidden restrictions on the use of the improved laser light are nothing. Because the attackability of the improved version of laser light is too single. Magic can only be converted into powerful magic light bullets, but cannot be converted into other magic. Therefore, those powerful magicians probably disdain to use this improved version of laser light. Because a single magic is difficult to cope with all situations. Therefore, most of the customers of the improved version of laser light are relatively weak magic classes. And it is unlikely that the amount of magic power possessed by customers off this level can reach the energy storage limit of energy storage gems. But forget it, let's start with the improved laser light. Qi Lu didn't say much. Anyway, no matter what world they are in, the strong will always be a minority. The real majority are ordinary practitioners who are not very high in level of strength. Therefore, the market for improved laser light is still very broad. Hey, wait, the runes here look familiar to me. Just as Qi Lu was about to put away the improved laser light in his hand, he suddenly caught a glimpse of some strange patterns on the inner wall of the laser light-emitting tube. It looks like some words. So Qi condensed a ray of light elements and illuminated the laser light-emitting tube. The lines on the inner tube wall immediately appeared in front of Qi says. These are those ancient runes. After watching for a while, Qi suddenly realized that the patterns on the wall of the improved laser tube were exactly the ancient runes he saw on Thestor's portal last time. Although the styles of the runes are different, they are definitely of the same origin. Is this what the system meant when it said last time that these ancient runes can be used to upgrade future products? Qi looked at the ancient runes on the wall of the improved laser light inner tube and couldn't help but be a little stunned. No wonder the functions of this weapon are so different from the previous weapons. It turns out that it was really modified using a laser light emitter. Ancient runes actually have such an effect. This is really an insight. Qi finally understood why the improved version of laser light has no quality level and no restrictions on its use. The laser light transmitter in the mechanical bull forest map can be used by any class. Therefore, the improved version of laser light can be regarded as inheriting the fine tradition. As long as there is magic power left in the energy storage gem, even ordinary people who cannot practice can use it, and the destructive power caused will not be weakened at all. Wait. Ordinary people who can't practice. When Qi thought of this, it was as if he had caught some inspiration, and his mind suddenly became enlightened. Inertial thinking really killed people before. Because the previous customers were basically cultivators, Qi subconsciously ignored those ordinary people. However, the largest customer group of this improved version of laser light isn't just ordinary people. And this is the most subversive place. Perhaps the improved version of laser light cannot enhance the power and effect of magic, or increase the intensity of magic like ordinary staffs. But it can strengthen the combat effectiveness of the weak to the greatest extent. And these people who are not very powerful are the largest group of customers. From this point of view, the improved laser light is really suitable as the first product in this world. Qi finally figured it out. Since this is a world that believes in the god of forging, if you want to collect the power of faith, you have to start with forging. Of course, Qi would not doubt the quality of the weapons and armor produced by the system. However, if the forging skills of these weapons and armors come from the same lineage, then even if the ranking is determined, it will only make people think you are powerful and admire you, but they will not insist on choosing the weapons and armors you forged. However, the improved version of laser light takes a different approach. Subverting the conventional forging skills, the form of weapons has been shifted to another development direction. That is, it is not affected by cultivation qualifications and can be used by anyone. You know, ordinary weapons and armors are all forged for cultivators, including the previous products in Qi's store. There are even quite a few weapons, armors, elixirs, and title badges that have usage restrictions and cannot be used if the level is low. However, now, the emergence of the improved laser light has truly pushed the universality of the weapon to its limit. And in this way, you can attract the most customers. After all, there are only a few people with cultivation qualifications, and most people are actually just ordinary people. Although Qi doesn't understand this world yet, this idea is definitely correct. And a large number of customers represents a large amount of faith. Because the power of faith must be calculated based on the number of customers, not the realm and strength of the customers. The power of faith is calculated based on the number of customers. After all, faith is not like spiritual crystal, so how much can it be divided into? Faith is a kind of thought, it is nothing more than who is more pious and who is more indifferent. Therefore, if he wants to collect enough power of faith, Qi must try his best to attract more customers. Therefore, the more universal the product, the better the effect. However, even though that's what I said. But, please come out to me, system. Are you really only telling me this much information about this world? I only know what's the use of their belief in the god of forging. Do you still want me to open a store? No, set up a vending point? After thinking for a while, Qi shouted in his mind. Although Qi has many ideas and plans. However, publicity methods and marketing strategies need to be adapted to local conditions. If you don't understand the humanistic atmosphere of this world in advance, you will probably suffer a big loss due to insufficient information. Qi didn't want to see this happen. System, host, this system knows what you want to say, but I'm sorry, this system may not be able to help you this time, because this system cannot contact the will of heaven and earth in this world. What did you say? How could this happen? Qi was shocked when he heard this and asked, quickly. Although the system is powerful, it is not omniscient and omnipotent. For issues such as the cultural atmosphere, customs in a new world, there is definitely no data in the system. Must be obtained from other sources. Just like the last time we went to the northern mountains from Don Huang, the system had information about the northern mountains, which it got from the will of heaven and earth in Don Huang. But now, the system cannot contact the will of heaven and earth in this world. Then directly block this most convenient way to obtain information. System, to be more precise, it should be that we are not aware of the will of heaven and earth in this world at all, rather than being unable to contact it. Not aware? What does this mean? Qi was a little confused by what he said. In terms of the amount of knowledge about the will of heaven and earth, Qi lays still far behind the system. After all, these are higher-level secrets. Qi usually doesn't care about this, so at this time, he just consults the system honestly. System, host, this system has long told you to learn more knowledge. Now you know how terrible ignorance is. At a time like this, could you please stop talking nonsense? Although he was ridiculed by the system, Qi was speechless and could only urge the system to get to the point quickly. I know that there is really nothing I can do to correct myself. System, in that case, let this system explain it to the host. System, there are many situations in which the will of heaven and earth cannot be detected. For us, the worst situation is that the level of the will of heaven and earth in this world is too high, causing this system to be unable to detect it. Hearing this, Qi frowned slightly. This situation is indeed the worst situation. If the power level of the will of heaven and earth is too high, the degree of suppression of outsiders will also be very powerful. Just like the power level of the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains is actually slightly higher than that of the eastern wasteland. As a result, Qi's stores were severely restricted. The worst situation is that the power level of the will of heaven and earth is too high. This will exert strong suppression on outsiders. Just like the power level of the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains is actually slightly higher than that of the eastern wasteland. As a result, Qi's stores were severely restricted. System, however, the higher the power level of the will of heaven and earth, the prerequisite is that the power level of this world must be correspondingly strong. However, I believe you can feel it as well, host. System, the power level of this world is not strong. Yes, it is. Qi nodded slightly and agreed with the system's statement. In fact, Qi had already felt this problem just after he came to this world. The power level of this world is not even comparable to that of the northern mountains. Even compared to Don Huang, it is still half a step lower. So Qi knew that in terms of his current level, even if he was not one of the best in this world, he was still among the top. Then there is definitely no need to consider safety issues. After all, this is what the system has promised, ensuring that after the barrier door is opened this time, the host himself will be safe. But Qi didn't expect that it would be guaranteed in this way. However, the new world's low power level is not entirely without benefits. At least the improved laser light has a wide audience. System, it is precisely because the power level of this world is not strong, so now we can completely rule out the possibility that the power level of the will of heaven and earth is too high. System, furthermore, the destiny between heaven and earth is too thin, almost to the point where it is impossible to detect it. System, then, there is only one possibility left. What is it? Qilu narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for the system to proceed. System, the will of heaven and earth in this world has been wiped out. Qilu's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "You mean, the will of heaven and earth in this world has been wiped out? How is this possible?" System, this possibility exists. The essence of the will of heaven and earth is the product of the extremely condensed instincts of a world. System, but when this instinct returns to its original state, the will of heaven and earth will disappear. Then under what circumstances will this instinct return to its original state? When Qilu heard this, he always felt that this matter was not that simple. System, when the destiny between heaven and earth is plundered, the will of heaven and earth will return to its instinctive state until the destiny of heaven and earth is conceived again. I see. This answer also answered a question Qilu had asked a long time ago. That's why Dongwuan's will of heaven and earth has always retained the last bit of destiny, while giving up all opportunities for cultivators to advancito the strong level. It turns out that after the destiny of heaven and earth is completely exhausted, the will of heaven and earth will disappear. No wonder. Even if the will of heaven and earth is only the product of extreme aggregation of instincts, in the final analysis, the will of heaven and earth also possesses a certain degree of intelligence based on instinct. Otherwise, the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountain range would not have instinctively suppressed Qilu, who had just arrived. Therefore, if possible, the will of heaven and earth will not watch itself disappear. Because if possible, the will of heaven and earth will never watch itself disappear. So, here comes the problem. Since the will of heaven and earth will instinctively resist the disappearance of its own existence, then why will the will of heaven and earth be wiped out in this world? Unless... Qilu raised his head, his eyes instantly became sharp. System, yes, host, you guessed it right. Unless it is actively robbed, the will of heaven and earth will not give up the last piece of destiny. As expected, it seems that this journey is not as simple as I imagined. After Qilu said this, he stopped speaking. Qilu couldn't guess who had robbed the last fortune of heaven and earth, and he didn't want to guess. However, one thing is certain, the guy who can take away the last bit of destiny from the will of heaven and earth is definitely a peerless power. There is even more than one peerless power. But what is the purpose of doing this? Once the will of heaven and earth dissipates and returns to the original instinctive state, it means that the power level of this world has also weakened to the extreme. In this way, there would be no room for the existence of strong men between heaven and earth. It is completely a behavior that harms others, but does not benefit oneself. Qilu simply couldn't figure out what benefits he would get from doing this. That's all, let's show you the tricks. After thinking for a long time, Qilu couldn't think of a reason, so he simply gave up. Anyway, through the conversation with the system just now, Qilu also understood that the power level of this world is not high, and there will be no existence that can threaten him. So the most important thing now is to find a good location to set up a vending point. After all, setting up a vending point in the wilderness is completely different from setting it up in a busy city state. What's more, Qilu can't just set up vending points. Before that, publicity and marketing are also very important. The product must be famous in order to collect more power of faith faster. But now, since there is no way to know the customs and cultural atmosphere of this world from the system, we can only find a way on our own. Qilu calmed down and spread his perception. I have to say that the power level of this world is indeed terrifyingly low. At least within Qilu's range of perception, there is no magical beast whose strength exceeds the professional level. Although Qilu does not know how the power system in this world is divided, judging from the intensity of energy fluctuations, it is only controlled by the professional class. Then how do I get out of this forest? Qi Lu sensed it for a long time and found that there was no way out at all. Fortunately, we found a road that seemed to be traveled by people all year round. There were still faint wheel marks on it, but it was buried by the sand, so it was difficult to detect it. If you keep walking along this road, you should be able to get out. Qi Lu was not sure whether he could go out. But it's better to try walking first than to stay where you are. And the first priority now is to find a city-state or a settlement and find out the situation. Then make a plan for the next step. Although it was night when Qi Lu opened the barrier door in the bedroom. But the time when he came to this world was during the day. Although it was night when Qi Lu opened the barrier gate in the North Mountain Range. But the time when he came to this world was during the day. I don't know if it was because I was delayed in the barrier gate for a long time, or if the time in the two planes is simply not synchronized. Qi Lu probably has both. Walking slowly along the road that he finally found, there were rustling sounds all around him from time to time, making Qi Lu feel very peaceful. It seems that no matter where they are, Warcraft likes to hunt at night. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that Qi Lu did not encounter those monsters. After all, Qi Lu, who has restrained all his aura, is no different from an ordinary person, so it is not that those monsters are intimidated by Qi Lu's aura and dare not approach. Drive. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Qi Lu, who had been walking on the road for an unknown length of time, suddenly heard the sound of a whip, followed immediately by the sound of horse hooves. Carriage? Qi Lu looked in the direction where the sound came from. With his strong eyesight, he quickly saw a caravan walking in his direction. At the head were 4 strong men, each riding a tall horse. The 4 horses were all covered in battle armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed. However, even though they were carrying heavy armor and strong men on their backs, these 4 horses did not show any signs of fatigue, which showed that their physical strength was truly amazing. The 4 strong men were also wearing light leather armor, holding weapons in their hands, and were patrolling the surroundings with a vigilant expression. Further behind, there was a luxurious carriage, pulled by 4 horses with smooth fur and strong postures. It followed 4 strong men and drove slowly. Just by looking at the appearance of those 4 horses, you can tell that they are definitely expensive. Although it is not as good as the previous 4 war horses, it is definitely not cheap either. Then came the luxurious carriage, followed by a series of carriages loaded with various supplies, all pulled by 2 horses and driven by a groom, following closely behind. Qi Lu looked around and could estimate it without counting. There were at least dozens of these carriages carrying supplies, maybe hundreds. It can be seen that it is an extremely large caravan. On the left and right sides of this caravan, there were also some strong men holding weapons and wearing armor, riding war horses, and patrolling around. Caravan, follow the caravan and you should be able to go to the next city-state. Qi Lu squinted his eyes and thought in his heart. It's better to have someone to lead the way than running around like a headless fly by yourself. Moreover, after seeing this caravan, Qi Lu also gained a lot of new gains. The first one is that the people in this caravan are all human race. Then it can be determined that in this world, the human race should have a place, otherwise it would not be possible to build such a huge caravan. The second one is the strength of those strong men on guard patrol. Judging by the intensity of energy fluctuations, there are many warriors, a few professional ones, and only 1 master class. This kind of strength is not enough in Qi Li's eyes. Based on this, Qi Li can also roughly judge the power level of this world. That is, not as good as Dong Huang. Thinking of this, Qi Li felt a lot more relaxed and stood directly on the road waiting for the caravan to arrive. The caravan was not slow, walking along the road, and soon saw Qi Li's figure. After giving a routine warning, one of the 4 strong men walking at the front of the caravan took 2 steps forward on his horse when he saw that the guy who was blocking the road still refused to push away. Who are you? How dare you block the Fian Chamber of Commerce's way? The strong man shouted and asked. While the strong man shouted, the caravan behind him also slowed down. I am a traveler passing by. Unfortunately, I got lost in this forest, so I would like to ask if you can take me out of this forest. Please rest assured, I am willing to pay accordingly. After Qi Lu heard the question, he immediately spoke out. If possible, Qi Lu also wants to get some news about the world from this caravan. Traveler? What kind of traveler would come to travel in this forest? Are you trying to block our way? Tell me, who do you belong to? The strong man who came out snorted coldly, not believing Qi Li's words at all. But it's right to think about it. It's really not that easy to believe someone like this, who appears in front of a caravan for no apparent reason. Especially in this kind of forest, that's even more true. Although Qi Lu didn't know the name of this forest, he was certain that this was definitely a forest of monsters. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with this strong man being wary. Because maybe if you take it lightly, you may even have to leave your own head in this forest. Moreover, every caravan will pay attention to another problem when transporting supplies, and that is being blocked and robbed. After all, money touches people's hearts, and this is inevitable. Otherwise, these caravans would not be able to spend large sums of money to hire these mercenaries to escort them. The so-called taking people's money to eliminate disasters for others. This strong man was just doing his duty. So when Qi Lu heard this, he wasn't angry. He just said with a smile, "This big brother is joking. With my small body, how can you still be afraid of me?" As he spoke, Qi Lu stretched out his hands and placed them on his sides. He said he had no weapons and no ill intentions. Do you have sympathy for Boruto? You really don't have much strength, but who knows how many people are hiding behind you? The strong man narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Lu carefully, but he did not take it lightly just because Qi Lu was an ordinary person. Veterans like them who have been mercenaries for a long time know best that these bandits who rob caravans will use various means to reduce their vigilance. When the time comes, he can take advantage of the situation and catch himself and others by surprise. Maybe the incompetent boy in front of him is a bait, or an undercover agent who is going to be buried in the caravan to coordinate the inside and outside. How many people are hiding behind me? Qi Lu didn't expect that this guy would be so cautious. Because there is no doubt about Qi Li's ability to hold his breath. When his aura is completely restrained, even a powerful person cannot see through Qi Li's strength. Not to mention the few guys in front of me who are not even close to the hero level. Judging from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strong man who came out to talk to Qi Lu was even of the professional class. So we can only say that these guys are really vigilant. But yes, those who work as mercenaries are all licking blood at the tip of a knife, so there is nothing wrong with being a little vigilant. Qi Lu does not reject the sentiment of vigilance. Because I am away from home, especially when transporting supplies. Vigilance can ensure maximum safety. So Qi Lu can also understand. But when the person he was wary of was himself, to be honest, Qi Lu couldn't think of any good solution for a while. You can't just kill the other party just because of such a reasonable thing. Wouldn't Qi Lu himself become a bandit? While Qi Lu was thinking about what to say next, the strong man who came out to talk to Qi Lu began to become impatient at this moment. Seeing Qi Lu still standing in front, he immediately said with an unhappy expression, "Okay, don't stand here blocking the road anymore. If you still think that such a trivial trick can confuse our Hammer mercenary team, then you are looking down on us." In this passage, the strong man also announced his name. Accompanying the caravan to transport supplies and protect the safety of the caravan can be regarded as one of the main tasks of the mercenary team. Therefore, the names of those powerful mercenary teams are not only famous in the mercenary world, but also in the ears of nearby mountain bandits and forest thieves. Many powerful mercenary teams only need to report their names when they encounter bandits while protecting the caravan. Then these bandits who dare to come to rob the road will start to weigh their own weight. See if you are qualified enough to take this ticket. If they know that they are not strong enough, then these bandits will leave automatically without disturbing them. After all, this is a job where you have to tie your head to your belt. It's all about getting rich. Who would be willing to die? As for the name of the Hammer mercenary team, not only is it well known in the entire mercenary world, but it is still somewhat unpopular among the Niarbicity states. So this brawny mercenary directly reported the name of his mercenary team. And this is also to find out the background of the so-called traveler in front of me. As long as this guy showed a look of thinking, it was almost certain that this guy was a spy sent by the bandits. However, for Chi Lu, this name is destined to be impossible to hear. What is the Hammer mercenary team? Is your name Hammer? Chi Lu looked at the strong man in front of him with a puzzled look, paused for a moment, and then said, "Then your taste in naming is too bad." "What are you talking about?" "My name is Grizzly Bear." "Bah, that's not what we are talking about now." The strong man Grizzly's eyes widened. He was about to argue with Chi Lu when thought of business. But now looking at the expression on Chi Li's face, it seems that he is not pretending. Could this guy really be a traveler passing by? In other words, the Hammer mercenary team is actually not famous. Probably the former. As a member of the Hammer mercenary team, Grizzly naturally defended his mercenary team. However, during this short stalemate, the entire caravan slowed down. Fortunately, there were mercenaries from the Hammer mercenary team maintaining order, so although the speed slowed down, it was not chaotic. At this moment, the curtain on the side of the luxurious carriage at the head suddenly opened a small opening from the inside. A little girl with a slightly immature face, but a quirky look poked her head out from under the car curtain. When a mercenary guarding the side saw this, he immediately rode forward. "Miss Xiaowen, what's the matter?" the mercenary asked respectfully. The person sitting in the luxurious carriage is Bu Yuyan, the eldest lady of the Fian Chamber of Commerce who hired the Hammer mercenary team this time. And this little girl, sticking her head out, is Xiaowen, the maid who has been following Miss Bu Yuyan since she was a child. They say they are maids, but in fact, the relationship between Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen is more like sisters. So these mercenaries don't dare to underestimate them. But because she was a maid and was sent to the Fian Chamber of Commerce since she was a child, Xiaowen did not have a surname. "My lady asked me to ask you, what happened up front? Why did the caravan slow down?" Xiaowen saw the mercenaries coming over on horseback and immediately asked. When a caravan is transporting supplies, the biggest fear is that something will happen. The sign of trouble was probably that the caravan suddenly slowed down. That's right, because a man claiming to be a lost traveler suddenly appeared in front of him, and the Grizzly vice captain is currently negotiating with him. The mercenary looked at the situation ahead before answering aloud. "Is there any danger?" Xiaowen heard the word negotiation and asked, quickly. Situations where negotiation is used are basically not good situations. For example, if you encounter bandits who are robbing the road, or those down-and-out practitioners who come to fight against the autumn wind, the mercenary team accompanying the caravan will negotiate with them. There shouldn't be any danger. According to the detection, the so-called traveler should be an ordinary person. The mercenary being questioned raised his right hand and opened a small window on the armor. Inside this small window, there is a mirror that looks like it is made of crystal. On the mirror is an icon in the form of an energy column. This mirror is a simple energy fluctuation detector. The function is very simple, it is to detect the strength of the target. Although the upper limit of detection is not high, the difficulty of production is not low, so the price is definitely not cheap. However, even if the price is not cheap, this kind of detector is a must-have for a professional mercenary team. Now, almost all of the detector's energy pillars are gray, with only a tiny bit of light at the bottom. It means that the target being detected is just an ordinary person. The tiny bit of light at the bottom actually shows the breath of life, not energy fluctuations. If half of the light on this energy column is gone, it can only mean that the person being detected is a dead person, or a top expert who has exceeded the detection limit of the detector. But now let's look at the results displayed by the detector. The guy who calls himself a traveler must be an ordinary person. Since he is an ordinary person, let him leave quickly. These supplies must be transported to the city-state quickly. Xiaowen also took a look at the detector, and then returned to the car. There was another woman sitting in the carriage. This woman has a delicate face, picturesque eyebrows, red lips, and skin like gelatin. In terms of appearance alone, she is definitely a face that will captivate a country. The black hair on the woman's head was pulled into a bun, adding a mature temperament to her. Wearing an underskirt and a brocade robe over her shoulders, she looks somewhat graceful and noble. Sitting there quietly, you will have a unique aura. Apart from Xiaowen, the only person who can sit in this carriage is Bu Yuyan, the eldest lady of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. "Miss," I asked clearly. "There was a lost traveler who blocked our way. From what they said, he seemed to be an ordinary person." After Xiaowen put down the car curtain, she immediately said to Bu Yuyan, "A lost traveler? It's not a good thing for an ordinary person to get lost in his forest." Bu Yuyan lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, "If you follow the caravan and run between these city-states, you will know that this forest is notoriously difficult to walk through. There are many ferocious monsters among them, and there are also bandits. They are very unfriendly to both travelers and caravans. Even if a cultivator gets lost in this forest, if his strength is too low, he will not be able to gain any favor. Let alone an ordinary person. I don't care if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I just know that it's not a good thing if he blocks our way." Xiaowen is not as compassionate as Bu Yuyan. Xiaowen was sent to the Fian Chamber of Commerce to work as a maid because her family was too poor since she was a child. Naturally, Xiaowen could not be in the mood to sympathize with others. Of course, you are not qualified to sympathize with others. Fortunately, after Xiaowen came to Fian Chamber of Commerce, she met the kind-hearted Bu Yuyan, so she didn't suffer much. You know, there are too many maids who have unfortunately died due to various reasons. And it is impossible for anyone to come to defend these maids. Becoming a maid is equivalent to signing a contract of betrayal. From then on, you are inferior to others and can no longer control your own destiny. So in Xiaowen's eyes, Bu Yuyan is everything. Therefore, anything that is detrimental to Bu Yuyan's interests is a bad thing in Xiaowen's opinion. "Xiaowen, don't say that. As a chamber of commerce, although we value profits, we must also learn to form good relationships with others." Bu Yuyan smiled and didn't care about Xiaowen's tone. As the daughter of the boss of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, Bu Yuyan has a kind-hearted personality, but her brain is not stupid. If they were blocking the caravan, they were a group of bandits. Bu Yuyan would immediately give the order and rush out without mercy. But when facing ordinary people, Bu Yuyan couldn't make those harsh decisions. Because these people pose no threat to themselves. How can this be good? Xiaowen pursed her lips and muttered. "Okay, stop complaining and ask someone. If he is willing to go to Yuanshan City, let him follow us." Bu Yuyan waved her hand to signal Xiaowen to stop talking. Yuanshan City is the destination of the Fian Chamber of Commerce's supplies this time. Okay, go right away." Xiaowen hummed in response, and then opened the car curtain again. When the mercenaries waiting outside saw this, they immediately came over and asked respectfully, "Miss Xiaowen, what happened this time? Does Miss Bu have any orders?" "Yes, my lady told you to ask that guy if he is willing to go to Yuanshan City. If he is willing, let him follow us." Xiaowen pouted and said reluctantly. Okay. When the mercenary heard this, he immediately clamped his legs under the horse's belly and drove the horse to the side of the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear, who was confronting Qi Lu, glanced to the side and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Vice Captain, Miss Bu said that if this kid is willing to go to Yuanshan City, he will be allowed to go with the caravan." The mercenary who came over immediately answered. "Ah? Did Miss Bu start again? This kind of kindness is not a good thing when delivering supplies." Grizzly scratched the back of his head and said somewhat helplessly, "It seems that I have become accustomed to this kind of thing. After all, Fian Chamber of Commerce is not a small chamber of commerce. Its power is so great that it covers more than a dozen city-states. It is definitely a behemoth." The character of Bu Yuyan, the eldest lady of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, is well known in the mercenary circle. The small acts of kindness from time to time can really cause headaches for the accompanying mercenary team. But even if I have a headache, there is nothing I can do about it. Who calls others their own employers? Being entrusted by others and doing loyal things, since you get paid, you can only try your best to meet the employer's requirements. Okay, I understand, just go back and tell Miss Bu. Although Grizzly Bear scratched his head, he looked at Qi Lu seriously and said, "Boy, are you going to Yuanshan City?" "Go." Qi Lu immediately responded. Although we still don't know where Yuanshan City is, to Qi Lu, it makes no difference, no matter where it is. Because Qi Lu just wants to find a city-state. It doesn't matter where this city-state is, or what it looks like. Well, our employer said that if you are willing, you can follow our caravan to Yuanshan City. After Grizzly said this, he shook his head silently and sighed again. It can be seen that the Grizzlies are reluctant to this decision. But there is really no way. "Thank you very much. I will pay you enough," Qi Lu said with his hands raised. While speaking, he also glanced at the luxuriously decorated carriage and took note of the scent of the two people in the carriage. Since the employers of these mercenaries are unwilling to show up, Qi Lu will not force them. However, I have accepted a favor here, and if there is a chance in the future, Qi Lu will definitely return it. The matter was settled, and the caravan soon resumed its forward pace. Qi Lu casually sat on a carriage that was pulling goods. Listening to the rolling sound of the wheels, he also started chatting with the mercenaries who were patrolling beside him. In fact, Qi Lu is not talkative. But in order to understand the situation in this world, Qi Lu had to make himself talkative. "I can only say that you are very lucky. You happen to meet Miss Bu accompanying you. If it were other members of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, you would probably be kicked off the road by us." The person chatting with Qi Lu was the mercenary who was approached by Xiaowen for questioning. After talking, Qi Lu learned that his name was Grey Leopard. Although he didn't know what the relationship was with the Grizzlies, the name was just a code name, so Qi Lu didn't bother to care. Grey Leopard is considered the third person in the Hammer mercenary team. The main responsibility is investigation. This is probably one of the reasons why he was named Grey Panther. "What's wrong, Miss Bu?" Qi Lu was still very curious about this person who owed him a favor. Listening to this title, it seems that she is still a woman. It seems that you are really a traveler. No wonder you got lost in a place like this. You must have run in randomly, otherwise it is impossible that you didn't know about Miss Bu. Grey Leopard said while paying attention to the movement around him. From time to time, he raised his hand to glance at the detector on the armor, and then continued to introduce Bu Yuyan's deeds to Qi Lu. The Fian Chamber of Commerce's influence covers a very wide area. Among the covered city-states, there were very few residents who didn't know about Bu Yuyan. It's not that everyone knows about Bu Yuyan's kindness. In fact, this matter is even more widely spread in the mercenary circle. After all, no matter what Fian Chamber of Commerce says, it is still a chamber of commerce. Rather than an orphanage. Those who work in a chamber of commerce can have a conscience, but they must not be kind. Otherwise, Fian Chamber of Commerce would not be able to achieve such a great extent. A good person will be bullied by others, and a good horse will be ridden by others. This sentence is not unreasonable. However, Bu Yuyan still does it often by giving porridge and helping some poor families. Therefore, in the eyes of the residents of these city-states, Bu Yuyan's popularity can be said to be very high. However, what Bu Yuyan is most famous for is not actually her charity. But it was Bu Yuyan's appearance that captivated the country and the city. Coupled with Bu Yuyan's family background. In the past few years, Bu Yuyan has reached the age suitable for marriage, so the number of people who went to Fian Chamber of Commerce to propose marriage were like crucian carp crossing the river, countless. The Bu family's pure gold threshold has been leveled several times. Because of this, Bu Yuyan, who was so annoyed by this matter, chose to follow the caravan to transport supplies to avoid those who wanted to propose marriage. So that's it. It seems like I'm pretty lucky. Chi Lu couldn't help but smile. After listening to Grey Leopard's introduction, Chi Lu also felt a little better about Bu Yuyan, whom he had never met before. But a good feeling is a good feeling. Even if Bu Yuyan grows up like a fish or a wild goose, it has nothing to do with Chi Lu. Rather than this, it would be better to learn more about other things. By the way, Grey Leopard, I noticed that you have been looking at the armor. What are you looking at? So Chi Lu changed the topic tactfully. Is this it? This is an energy fluctuation detector, which can detect the fluctuations of fighting spirit and magic power to judge the target strength. Grey Leopard raised the small piece of crystal-like lens on his armor. This kind of thing is not a secret weapon, but ordinary people know very little about it. So Grey Leopard has nothing to hide. Chi Li's question also confirmed Grey Leopard once again that this guy is really just an ordinary person. Because if you are a cultivator, it is impossible not to know the energy wave detector. Is there still a need? No, is there such a thing? Chi Li's eyes widened and he looked at the lens in surprise. If you want to detect the target's strength, don't you just use your perception to scan it? Why do you still use this kind of thing? So what Chi Lu wanted to say at the beginning was actually, is this kind of thing still needed? But then I thought that saying that didn't sound good, so I changed my tune temporarily. But Chi Li's doubts remained unchanged. Could it be that the practitioners in this world are not very perceptive, so they need to use props? Probably. When Chi Lu thought of this, he felt a mixture of sudden realization and extreme helplessness. However, Chi Li's complicated expression looked like a look of shock to Grey Leopard. So Grey Leopard smiled and said proudly, "How about it? It's awesome. I spent a lot of money to get this." Yes, it's great. Chi Lu had no choice but to agree, so as not to damage Grey Leopard's self-confidence. But this also made Chi Lu realize something clearly again. That is, the decline in overall strength of this world due to the collapse of the will of heaven and earth is more serious than imagined. However, fortunately, this world believes in the god of forging. Therefore, the lack of strength can be made up with various forged items. For example, if the perception is too weak now, use an energy fluctuation detector instead. If the strength is not strong, then use various powerful weapons and armors to enhance it. At this moment, Chi Lu felt it deeply. The business opportunities in this world are so huge. No wonder the system sent itself into this world. It was probably not just to ensure the safety of its own host. It's also for the business opportunities here. Of course, in Chi Li's opinion, the most likely possibility is that it was a mistake. Because Chi Li didn't believe that the system's IQ, which was less than 1%, could understand the meaning of the word business opportunity. But it doesn't matter anymore. The so-called flowers planted intentionally do not bloom, but willows planted unintentionally create shade. Although the system cannot understand the meaning of the business opportunity, as long as Qi Lu can understand it, it will be over. Then I wonder what your current strength is, Grey Leopard? After Qi Lu praised him a few words against his will, he turned around and started asking this question. Because Qi Lu needs to understand the power system of this world, there is nothing wrong with starting from the level of strength. Me? I don't know if you understand, but I'm not showing off. There are definitely a handful of cultivators who can be promoted to the professional level at my age. The pride on Grey Leopard's face had not faded, and he began to brag again. After Qi Lu heard the familiar name from Grey Leopard's mouth, he knew that the power system of this world was consistent with the power system of the Eastern Wasteland and the Northern Mountains. At least they are of the same origin. It's all about fighting spirit and magic. Moreover, there seems to be no change in the division and title of realms. As for what Grey Leopard boasted about, it was half true and half false. But as Grey Leopard said, in this world where perception relies on energy wave detectors, the professional class may be really strong. So Qi Lu also showed a shocked expression to save face. Although he pretended to be fake, it also satisfied Grey Leopard's vanity. After the ensuing chat, Qi Lu continued to talk quietly and learned about the currency of the transaction. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. The exchange ratios of the three are all 1 to 100, but there are no spiritual crystals in any of them. Without the spirit crystal system, how are you going to price the product without the spirit crystal? Upon hearing this, Qi Lu immediately shouted for the system in his mind. Although there are no spiritual crystals in the currency types of this world, which is something Qi Lu expected, but who knows if this money-grubbing system will go crazy. System, host, this system does not participate in the pricing of worlds that go through the barrier gate. System, by the way, the power of faith will be collected through transactions and attached to currency, so the type of currency does not matter. Is that so? This was the first time Qi Lu heard this statement. It turns out that collecting the power of faith has nothing to do with the type of currency. This is definitely a good thing. In addition to this, the biggest good news is that the pricing of commodities in this world is all determined by Qi Lu himself. It's not easy. It's finally my turn to stand up and make the decision. Qi Lu was almost moved to tears by this. In the past, when I was in the store, I couldn't do it myself if I wanted to set the price. But now it's better. All product systems are not involved in pricing. However, even with such great authority. In fact, Qi Lu will not mess around. When opening a store, it should still focus on making a profit. Even if it's just a vending point, that should be the case. What's more, even if these products are sold cheaply, customers may not thank you. On the contrary, you may think that the reason for selling such low prices is because these products are defective products. As the saying goes, good goods are not cheap, and good goods are not cheap. Although this was just said in jest, there is some truth in it. And ordinary people do have a mentality of chasing the rise and chasing the fall. To put it simply, when the price of an item starts to increase, they will think that it can increase even more, so they start to buy like crazy. And if the price of a product drops, they will think that it will drop even more, so they will keep waiting and watching. Of course, the price reduction mentioned here refers to the real price reduction, rather than a discount. To be honest, the word discount is actually very attractive to customers. So Qi Lu is actually thinking about the issue of discounts. Setting a high price and then selling at a timely discount is the most common and commonly used marketing method. It's just that the previous pricing authority was in the hands of the system, so even if Qi Lu wanted to do this, there was nothing he could do. But it's different now. With this in mind, Qi Lu also ended his chat with Grey Leopard. After all, Grey Leopard still has to patrol the surrounding area to be on guard against possible unexpected situations, so it would not be appropriate to keep chatting. Moreover, Qi Lu asked almost everything he wanted to know. As for questions such as the distribution of forces, Qi Lu felt that there was nothing he could ask from Grey Leopard. A mercenary at the professional level. How much can we know about the distribution of those big forces? Rather than asking Grey Leopard this kind of question, Qi Lu might as well find an opportunity to ask Bu Yuyan. At least the Fian Chamber of Commerce, where Bu Yuyan is a member, is a huge force in itself, and the Bu family is not weak either. Knowing the lucky secrets is naturally indispensable. But for now, it's better to wait until we get to Yuanshan City, before making long-term plans. It goes without saying that you need to understand the situation in this world first, and then think about setting up a vending point. After reviewing his plan in his mind, Qi Lu also stretched to relieve the stiffness in his body. Having been sitting on top of the cargo piled in the carriage, it was actually a bit wobbly. Fortunately, Qi Lu chose a carriage to transport clothes, so it was quite soft to sit on. As for other supplies transported by carriages, there are grains, spices, and various raw materials for forging. All in all, these nearly 100 cargo carriages transported more than a dozen types of materials. This also shows that the Fian Chamber of Commerce is indeed powerful. Because ordinary small chambers of commerce, even if they accept orders for transporting supplies, usually only accept orders for transporting a certain type of supplies. It's not like the Fian Chamber of Commerce, which accepts everyone who comes. You know, transporting supplies between city-states and exchanging supplies requires roads. The so-called road guide is similar to a pass. This so-called road guide is actually a kind of material pass. You must have a route guide for this kind of material before the materials you transport will be allowed to enter the city-state. Therefore, road guidance is also one of the foundations for the survival of the Chamber of Commerce. But getting a guide is not a simple matter. If you don't have a certain level of strength, others may not even pay attention to you. Big chambers of commerce and big caravans are probably just big fat sheep in the eyes of bandits. Along with the rickety carriage, Qi Lu lay half lying on the cargo, feeling drowsy. In a daze, he suddenly found that the carriage beneath him suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the surroundings began to become noisy. What's going on? What happened? Qi Lu suddenly changed from lying down to sitting up, with a look of confusion in his face. It couldn't be that sentence before going to bed. It really became a prophecy. However, the reality was just as Qi Lu thought. Around this road, a large number of bandits armed with various weapons appeared at some point, and they surrounded the caravan of hundreds of carriages with great arrogance. Stop. Stop everyone, no one is allowed to move. Don't even think about resisting, and don't do some sneaky tricks, it won't do you any good. I'm talking about you. Didn't you hear me? Don't move. Otherwise, don't blame me for not having eyesight on my sword. The bandits who came around were yelling and cursing, and when they saw anyone who dared to move, they would rush up and kick them to the ground. If you still dare to resist, then just use the knife. The stimulation of blood immediately made the coachman, who had never experienced such a scene, turn pale and squat on the ground shivering. Not to mention moving, he didn't even dare to make a sound. He was afraid that by accident, he would irritate these bandits and then stab himself. Running businessmen and driving cars is all about making hard money. There is no need to risk your life for such a trivial matter. But the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team were different. When they saw these bandits, their faces suddenly became extremely serious. There were so many bandits that they could surround such a large caravan. To be honest, in the many years since the Hammer mercenary team was established, we have only seen it a handful of times. And the previous few times, they all encountered when other mercenary teams joined forces to protect the caravan. However, this time, there was only one Hammer mercenary team. What happened? At this time, the curtain of the luxurious carriage at the front was opened again, and Xiaowen poked her head out from behind the curtain. Grey Leopard stepped forward very alertly and blocked the window tightly with his body. Miss Xiaowen, the caravan has encountered bandits. You go in quickly. We will tell you and Miss Bu after the situation is resolved. Grey Leopard said quietly but very quickly. In the eyes of bandits, the value of their employer is much higher than that of the mercenaries who protect the caravan. Especially when the employer is so beautiful, it is extremely dangerous. Mountain, bandit. Xiaowen was shocked when she heard what Grey Leopard said. Fortunately, Grey Leopard reacted quickly and covered Xiaowen's mouth to prevent her from screaming. He also pushed her into the car and lowered the curtain. Miss, what should we do? What should we do? We have encountered bandits. Xiaowen, who was pushed into the carriage by Grey Leopard, still had a panicked expression on her face. Xiaowen, who was pushed into the carriage by Grey Leopard, looked at Bu Yuyan beside her, still with a panicked expression on her face. Miss, what should we do? We encountered bandits. For a maid who has always stayed in the Fian Chamber of Commerce and never traveled far, meeting bandits is definitely the most exciting experience in her life. When Bu Yuyan heard this, her expression changed slightly. When she was at the Fian Chamber of Commerce, Bu Yuyan had heard about the bandits and knew that these guys were cruel and would do anything for money. Treat human life as nothing. But at that time, Bu Yuyan thought that the Fian Chamber of Commerce was so powerful and would hire a powerful mercenary team to escort the caravan. How could ordinary bandits be so blind to provoke them? However, when she actually encountered the bandits, Bu Yuyan couldn't help but panic. No matter how confident she was in the Fian Chamber of Commerce and the mercenaries protecting the caravan, it was impossible for Bu Yuyan not to be nervous when her life and death were at stake. Xiaowen, don't worry, trust Captain Tiehu and the others. But Bu Yuyan finally controlled the panic in her heart and spoke calmly. Because Bu Yuyan knew that if she panicked at this time, something big would happen. The Iron Tiger that Bu Yuyan mentioned refers to the captain of the Ironhammer mercenary team. He was also the only grandmaster among the mercenaries escorting the caravan this time. Tiehu became alert the moment these bandits appeared, and drove his horse out of the caravan array and came to the front of the caravan. It is definitely not simple to have such a large array of bandits. Looking at the posture, he must have been squatting here for a long time. However, after these bandits appeared, they did not directly plunder. Instead, they silenced the entire caravan, indicating that they actually did not want to start a war. So Tiehu also knew that as long as he came out, then the boss of this group of bandits will definitely follow. Sure enough, after Tiehu walked out of the caravan array, a man wearing a battle armor and a long sword in his belt immediately appeared in front of Tiehu, driving a black horse. Since you are willing to come out, it means you are also willing to negotiate. Tell me, what do you want? Tiehu stared at the man closely and said in a deep voice. The man in front of him had a very masculine face, but a scar from his forehead to his chin gave him a somewhat ferocious aura. What do we want? The scarred man looked at Tai Hu, and after repeating this sentence, a sneer appeared on his lips. We have spent so much energy, united so many people, and are squatting here waiting for your arrival. What we want, of course, is all the supplies you escorted. The scarred man said loudly, then his voice paused slightly, and he looked at Tiehu with a joking expression. I'm not coming out now to negotiate with you, I'm just here to tell you. If you don't want to die in vain, just stay away from me. Otherwise, you will be buried with this caravan. And this sentence also clearly explained to Tai Hu why these bandits did not directly start looting. Needless casualties are something that even these bandits, who are desperate for their lives, do not want to see. But if someone doesn't listen to the advice, then they won't be afraid of going to war. After listening to the scarred man's words, Tiehu's face looked a little unsightly. Tiehu had thought before that with so many bandits scattered around the caravan, there was no way there could only be one group of bandits. Because a group of bandits absolutely do not have the strength to surround this caravan of hundreds of carriages. Now it is even more confirmed. The bandits squatting here must have had a premeditated plan. They came here specifically to intercept the Fian Chamber of Commerce caravan. And they seem to know that the only mercenary team escorting the Fian Chamber of Commerce's caravan this time was the Hammer mercenary team. That's why he is so confident. It's too bad this time. I was actually plotted against. If this happens, someone must have leaked the news. Jehu stared at the scarred man in front of him and was silent for a long time before he said, I need to ask my employer about this matter, if they are unwilling to compromise. Then our Hammer mercenary team, even if the entire army is wiped out here, we will never retreat even half a step. Jehu's voice was sonorous and powerful, and had a ring to the earth. Of course, we are just seeking money. It would be best if we don't harm our friendship. The man with the scar also realized that Taihu's words were not a joke, so hadn't embarrassed Taihu too much. Asking for money. Jehu snorted coldly and immediately drove his horse back to the caravan. Then he came to the luxurious carriage and knocked on the outer wall of the carriage. Who are you? An extremely nervous voice immediately came from the carriage, like a frightened bird. It's me, Jehu. Jehu said in a deep voice. Is it Captain Jehu? Great, have all the bandits been dealt with? Upon hearing Jehu's name, Xiaowen immediately opened the car curtain and stuck her head out of the car window. Sorry, this matter is very important. I need to discuss it with Miss Bu. Jehu lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and spoke aloud. The duty of the mercenary team escorting the caravan is to protect the safety of the employer and the caravan. But now he had to come over to discuss with his employer about losing money and avoiding disaster, which really made Jehu feel too aggrieved. At this time, Grey Leopard also came to Taihu. Captain, there are 3 Grand Masters among the bandits. Grey Leopard told Taihu the results of the energy wave detector, but did not say how many bandits of other strengths there were. Because for Jehu, what he really needs to worry about is his Grandmaster level opponents. I see. Jehu nodded, indicating that he understood. In fact, the detection limit of this energy fluctuation detector is the master level. However, this detection limit is completely sufficient for the mercenary team. Because the enemy's realm exceeds the master level, they cannot fight back at all. Captain Jehu, what's going on? When Bu Yuyan heard Jehu's solemn tone, she knew that this matter might be something serious, so she spoke up quickly. Miss Bu, I suspect that someone leaked the news about the caravan transporting supplies this time. Jehu said with an extremely serious expression. Before the caravan delivers supplies, information about the supplies, travel time, the mercenary team escorting the caravan, and the person in charge accompanying the caravan this time should all be kept confidential. The purpose is to prevent bandits from squatting. After all, it is too simple to calculate intention without intention. So this kind of thing has to be guarded against. But now, since this situation has arisen, there is absolutely no second possibility. Jehu also suspected that there was a traitor in his Hammer mercenary team. However, I'm afraid not many people can do such a thankless thing. After all, betrayal would be disliked by everyone in the mercenary circle. Because no one would want to be a companion with someone who could stab them in the back at any time. What's more, only Jehu himself knew about the Fian Chamber of Commerce shearing of their Hammer mercenary team and the details of this mission. So if the news leaks out, it should be an internal problem within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. What? We were ambushed by bandits. After listening to Jehu's simple explanation, Bu Yuyan quickly understood what was going on. Although Bu Yuyan used to be an eldest lady who stayed close to home. But this does not mean that Bu Yuyan knows nothing. In fact, apart from being kind-hearted, Bu Yuyan's business skills are no worse than her father's. But because Bu Yuyan is a girl, she is not taken seriously by anyone in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. You know, the Bu family is just one of several forces that make up the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Although the Bu family is the strongest among the several factions, they can't speak for themselves. It's just that because the Bu family is the strongest, the head of the Bu family is the current big boss of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But the other major forces are eyeing the Bu family's position with eager eyes. So what happened this time was probably done by those guys. Once the supplies transported by the caravan are lost, the Chamber of Commerce that took over the order will be responsible for full compensation. The quantity and preciousness of the materials transported this time would make it difficult for even the Bu family to compensate them. Because among these supplies, there are 2 carts of extremely precious forging materials. Moreover, the person who entrusted the Fian Chamber of Commerce to transport these 2 carts of forging materials was also extremely powerful. So if something went wrong with the supplies this time, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Bu family. But for several other forces, it is definitely great news. No wonder I couldn't find any other mercenary teams before I went on business this time. It turns out he was calculated. Bu Yuyan ran out of home and accompanied this material delivery. Naturally, he also participated in the hiring of the mercenary team. It just happened that this time all those powerful mercenary teams were hired by others. There are clear requirements for the forging materials for these 2 carts, and they need to be sent to Yuanshan City as soon as possible. In addition, Bu Yuyan was unwilling to hire those rotten fish and shrimps, so only one mercenary team, the Hammer mercenary team, came to escort them. At that time, Bu Yuyan thought it was a coincidence. But now that I think about it, how could there be so many coincidences in the world? I understand. They must have spotted this opportunity before they took action decisively. Bu Yuyan suddenly realized it at this moment. In the past, those who went with the caravan to do business after the Bu family received the order were all experienced managers. Although Bu Yuyan sometimes goes along. But those who spoke and acted were other experienced people in charge, and Bu Yuyan was just watching from the side. Because after the Bu family took the order, those who went with the caravan to do business were all experienced managers. Although Bu Yuyan sometimes goes along. But the people doing the work are other experienced people in charge. If they encounter these coincidences, these experienced people in charge will definitely feel that something is fishy. But Bu Yuyan ran away from home to avoid the marriage proposal, saying she wanted to go to business alone to relax. The things I knew before were all just words on paper, with no actual experience at all. I just wanted to leave home early, so I took the opportunity. Then what does Miss Bu want to do now? Don't worry, if Miss Bu is unwilling to compromise, our Hammer mercenary team will definitely not back down even a step. Tiehu didn't know what was going on. But Tiehu knew that since he became a mercenary, he must fulfill his duties. Even if he loses his life for this, he will not hesitate. So when he saw Bu Yuyan's hesitant and angry look, Tiehu immediately spoke up. I'm sorry, Captain Tiehu. This matter is probably an internal fight within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. I just accidentally implicated you. I'm sorry. Bu Yuyan sighed and suddenly spoke out. But the first sentence was an apology, which surprised Tiehu. In the past, I had only heard that Miss Bu would do some unexpected acts of kindness when traveling with the caravan. But this time, Tiehu finally saw it. Miss Bu is serious. We have seen this kind of thing too many times. Since we have become mercenaries, there is no reason for us to escape danger for these reasons. Otherwise, we might as well go home and farm and chop firewood. Tiehu smiled generously, feeling that the anger in his heart had become lighter. It can be considered lucky to meet such an employer. However, at this moment, a violent voice interrupted the conversation between the two. You. I'm talking about you. What are you doing? Get out of here. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even Tiehu's eyes were attracted. Then everyone saw only a nimble figure, tapping lightly on each carriage, sweeping all the way, and soon approaching the luxurious carriage at the front. Why are you so irritable? This kind of temper is not very good. Qi Lu did not feel at all aware of being watched by everyone, but with a few jumps, he reached the roof of the luxurious carriage, and then sat on the roof of the luxurious carriage. Following closely behind them were several bandits wielding broadswords. You guy, why are you here? Grey Leopard, who was riding a horse and standing next to Tai Hu, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Qi Lu on the roof of the car with an expression of disbelief. Qi Li's vigorous movements, just now, didn't look like an ordinary person at all. But during this process, the energy fluctuation detector did not respond at all. It seems that this guy is in better shape. But now, this is not the time to pay attention to such things, but why this guy Qi Lu came here. The motorcade suddenly stopped. I felt too bored staying at the back, so I came to the front to enjoy the air and listen to what you were talking about. Qi Lu sat on the roof of the car and said with a smile. Although Qi Lu still doesn't know what exactly happened now, but judging from this situation, it is definitely not a good thing. When chatting with Grey Leopard before, he asked many questions, so Qi Lu naturally knew what the bandits were about. Speaking of which, this kind of robbing of homes is really rare in the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains. It's probably because the distribution of forces is different. The various forces in the eastern wasteland are complex and have their own rules, and they control things like robbery very strictly. In addition, many practitioners have grudges among themselves. So many times, once they meet in the wilderness, a big battle is inevitable. At the end of the fight, it was probably a matter of life and death. The calamity, and so on, are all minor problems. In the northern mountains, there are countless races. In order to avoid conflicts between the various races, this kind of robbery is more strictly controlled than in the East Wasteland. Those races that have feuds themselves usually resolve them privately. The general method of handling it is to fight if you encounter it, but do not involve other races. But in this world. As a matter of fact, this was the first time Qi Lu had encountered bandits, so was quite interested. Of course, this interest is based on absolute strength. As for the strength of the bandits around him, Qi Lu didn't need to use his perception to deliberately sense it. He only needed to cover it with his perception. The weight of these guys was clear to Qi Lu. It's just that these bandits are not here for Qi Lu, so it's not easy for Qi Lu to take action. You have to find a reason. What's more, in this situation, it's a great opportunity for sales. How could Qi Lu miss it? Blow the air? You damn guy. We told you to stop, but you still run. I'll twist your head off later, and you'll know how to blow the air. That's right, I advise you to submit obediently. We can also make your death more pleasant. Several bandits who chased Qi Lu to the luxurious carriage waved their swords and shouted curses at Qi Lu on the roof of the carriage. They have been bandits for so long. When they caught these caravans, except for the mercenaries, all the other ordinary people huddled aside and shivered like a little lamb meeting a tiger. He didn't even dare to breathe heavily anymore. I have never met such a guy who dared to treat them like nothing. A mere ordinary person who cannot cultivate dares to be so arrogant. This is simply putting the face of bandits like them on the ground. What happened? Why is it so noisy? You have been discussing for a long time, haven't you come up with a result yet? The movement here naturally alerted the scarred man who had been waiting outside and staring closely at Tai Hu. The supplies delivered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce this time are so large that as long as they can eat them all, it will be enough for them to rest and recuperate for half a year. Therefore, it can be said that the scarred man takes this action very seriously. You know, it's rare for someone to take the initiative to send them a message. In order to lay out this plan and ensure that he could ambush this caravan, the scarred man could be said to have tried his best to unite so many bandits. Of course it is impossible not to give these bandits meat. Why are you anxious? Are you afraid? When Tiehu heard the scarred man shouting, he immediately snorted and sneered back. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm afraid that if my brothers are, it will be bad if I accidentally hurt you. Hearing this, the scarred man narrowed his eyes and sneered. The slightly narrowed eyes immediately made the scar on the man's face twist slightly like a poisonous insect, which was intimidating. Damn it! Tiehu cursed in his heart, then looked up at Qi Lu on the roof of the car and said, if I remember correctly, you are the lost traveler, right? What do you want to do when you suddenly come here? Tiehu would naturally be impressed by this guy who suddenly stopped the caravan. Although it was Grizzly, the vice-captain of the Hammer mercenary team, who had negotiated with Qi Lu before, Tiehu was also paying attention to Qi Lu. After asking Grey Leopard, it was confirmed that this guy was an ordinary person. But it just goes against common sense that such an ordinary person is not afraid of these bandits at all. You know, the minimum requirement for every bandit is to be a cultivator. Ordinary people cannot do this kind of desperate work. Therefore, Qi Li's performance cannot help but make people suspicious. I don't want to do anything, I just want to promote my products. Qi Li sat cross-legged on the roof of the luxurious carriage and said with a smile. Commodity? Tiehu's brows wrinkled slightly. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were sitting in the carriage, also heard Qi Li's words, and suddenly felt a little doubt in their hearts. That's right, let me introduce myself again. I am not only a traveler, but also a traveling businessman. I accidentally got lost after coming here. Fortunately, I met you. So to thank you, I've decided to sell you items that I only have here. Qi Li nodded seriously and spoke loudly. Businessman? I didn't expect that we blocked a caravan today and even got Amerchant as a gift. Then we are really lucky. Unfortunately, this businessman is going to die soon. Who dared him to ignore the warning and run around? I didn't expect that this guy would still want to sell his products before headied. That would really cost money rather than life. The bandits who were chasing after them immediately started laughing after a sudden surprise. Qi Li's words were treated as a joke. Originally, these bandits thought what the guy who suddenly started running around wanted to do. It turned out that he came here in such a hurry just to sell his products. Oh? It seems like this guy is not from your caravan. After hearing Qi Li's words, the scarred man reacted immediately. In an ordinary caravan, apart from the person in charge and the mercenary team, there are only coachmen and handymen left. Even if this caravan wants to conduct transactions, the person in charge of the caravan should come forward. Because in the caravan, only the person in charge has the power to conduct transactions. Your behavior is really ridiculous. A large caravan even let a small businessman who appeared out of nowhere follow it. It seems that the person in charge this time is indeed not very professional. The scarred man said coldly. Although the scarred man had already learned about this from the person who took the initiative to send the news. But I had always been skeptical before, but now I am convinced. Putting people who don't know the details into the caravan is a taboo for businessmen. Only inexperienced novice managers can do this kind of thing. After all this time, you still want to cause trouble. I shouldn't have agreed with Miss Bu before and let you come to this caravan. Grizzly Bear also said angrily at this time. When Qi Lu appeared before, Grizzly Bear was full of vigilance. But Bu Yuyan spoke later, so it was difficult for the Grizzlies to refute Hai's employer's words. But now it seems that the Grizzlies feel that they should have been more decisive in the first place and should not have agreed to Bu Yuyan's suggestion. After Bu Yuyan heard Qi Li's voice, she suddenly remembered that she seen Tohavi helped a lost traveler before. However, now that I think about it, I am afraid that this is not a help, but a hindrance. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan sighed silently, then opened the car curtain and said, I'm really sorry, I might get in trouble with you this time. If we can reach Yuanshan City safely this time, I will buy all your products. After finishing speaking, Bu Yuyan sighed again. Because under this situation, Bu Yuyan also knew that it would be difficult to reach Yuanshan City safely. Hearing the sound coming from the car, Qi Lu immediately jumped off the roof of the car. How dare you come down? Seeing Qi Lu fall to the ground, several bandits immediately wanted to step forward and capture Qi Lu to relieve their previous bad temper. However, Taihu glared at him and immediately stepped back. Even now the bandits have the upper hand. But as long as they don't officially break their skin, the bandits, still have to give these mercenaries face. Especially since Taihu is also the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary team. TCH, you are as timid as a mouse. When Qi Lu caught a glimpse of this scene, he immediately curled his lips and said disdainfully. You. What did you say? Say it again. Damn guy, don't think we are afraid of you, I will make you regret being born in this world later. Intrigued by Qi Li's words, these bandits began to become angry again. If I couldn't catch this guy before, I'd just lose face. It is really unbearable to be laughed at now. I want to see which of you dares to touch him in front of me. Tiehu snorted coldly. The horse under him also snorted and stamped one hoof on the ground. The noisy bandits were immediately silenced. This move actually made Qi Lu look at Taihu twice and thought to himself, it turns out that this guy is also cold-faced and warm-hearted. What do you mean? When the scarred man saw this scene, his face suddenly darkened. Because Tiehu's actions were simply a slap in his face. I don't mean anything, but before my employer speaks, don't try to touch my people under my nose. Tiehu shrugged and fought back without any sign of weakness. Being a mercenary requires courage. If you are always timid, then become a mercenary with a hammer. Okay. 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 The scarred man uttered the word good 3 times in a row, which made his face look so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. Then I will give you the last 5 minutes. If there is still no result, then don't blame my ruthless sword. You don't have to lose face to be a bandit. But as the bandit boss, you must not be embarrassed by others, otherwise the boss's prestige will be lost. That's why the scarred man gave an ultimatum. Brothers, grab your weapons and take action in 5 minutes. After taking a deep look at Tiehu, the scarred man shouted loudly. This is long overdue. When have we ever waited for such a long time? Why don't we just kill them all? Ready to take action, brothers, cheer up. As long as this is completed, it will be enough for us to enjoy the world for several months. The scarred man's shouting immediately cheered up the surrounding bandits. With their morale high, these bandits looked at the caravan with clearly visible ferocity and greed in their eyes. These fierce lights made the drivers and clerks begin to tremble unconsciously. Even Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were sitting in the carriage, did not see these gazes with their own eyes, and their bodies began to stiffen. So many practitioners gathered together. Even if the strength of each cultivator is not high, the combined momentum isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. The members of the Hammer mercenary team clenched their weapons, with white marks on their knuckles from holding them too tightly. Boy, just say what you want to say quickly. In 5 minutes, we and the bandits will start a war, and I won't be able to protect you by then. Tiehu's tone also became extremely solemn. Don't worry, 5 minutes is enough. Qi Lu smiled and then opened the door of the luxurious carriage. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen in the carriage suddenly appeared in front of Qi Lu. It has to be said that Bu Yuyan's stunning appearance and noble and graceful temperament made Qi Lu feel bright. No wonder there are so many people proposing marriage. You, what are you doing? Xiaowen looked at Qi Lu with a horrified expression and stammered. Bu Yuyan was also a little stunned. Because Bu Yuyan never expected that someone would directly open the door of the carriage, and under such circumstances. As a result, the two people in the carriage were clearly seen by the bandits nearby. Even Qi Lu would feel his face light up, so how could these bandits resist it? All of a sudden, the sounds of swallowing came and went all around. The greed in the eyes of the bandits was even worse at this moment, and there was also a hint of eagerness and desire in it. These gazes immediately made Bu Yuyan's face turn extremely pale. He was even thinking about how he should commit suicide without being humiliated if the Hammer mercenary team was defeated later. Xiaowen pointed at Qi Lu with an angry face and asked angrily, "You guy, why did you open the car door?" "I'm sorry, because I want you to see the effect of the product with your ownies, so." "I'm really sorry." Qi Lu quickly raised his hand to accuse him. Opening the car door is really just a subconscious move. And after seeing Bu Yuyan's pale face, Qi Lu could also imagine what Bu Yuyan was thinking. Bandits regard human life as nothing. Can you expect them to remain honest after catching a beautiful woman? So there is really nothing wrong with Qi Li's apology. Because Qi Lu still owed Bu Yuyan a favor, and he originally wanted to reciprocate the favor. But doing this now may seem like repaying kindness with vengeance. Xiaowen, forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Bu Yuyan, with a pale face, waved her hand to stop Xiaowen's questioning. In fact, the situation was already very bad before, now it is just a little worse, there is no difference. So Bu Yuyan didn't want to blame anyone but her own willfulness. If I hadn't insisted on coming out alone, I probably wouldn't have encountered this situation. Nor will they be plotted against. Incompetent bungler. When Grey Leopard saw this scene, he almost punched Qi Lu. When Xiaowen wanted to stick her head out before, she was stopped by herself. Unexpectedly, this guy opened the door of the carriage directly. Don't be so pessimistic. How about you look at my products first and then decide whether you want to be pessimistic or not? Qi Lu clapped his hands, attracting Bu Yuyan's attention. Then please. Bu Yuyan smiled reluctantly. It's time anyway, the worst thing is to die generously. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Qi Lu immediately took out an improved version of the laser from his arms, and then introduced it. To put it simply, this improved version of laser light stores magic power through the energy storage gem at the end, and then compresses and releases this magic power when needed to cause huge destructive power. Qi Lu tried his best to use simple and easy-to-understand words to introduce. Because of the principle of thermal weapons, Bu Yuyan was probably confused when Qi Lu said it. Are you saying that this is a special staff? After Bu Yuyan listened to the introduction of the improved version of laser light, her eyes, which were still a little dazed, suddenly became brighter. In this world that believes in the god of forging, the profession of blacksmith is a very noble profession. But as I said before, the level of blacksmithing skills and the strength of enchanting skills are inseparable from one's own strength. This is a hard requirement. Because the more powerful the weapon or armor, the more powerful it contains. If the strength is too weak, it will be impossible to control it. Therefore, in fact, although this world believes in the god of forging, there are actually not many blacksmiths. After all, this is a profession that places great emphasis on talent and qualifications. And not only the talent and qualifications in forging, but also the support of cultivation qualifications. So in this environment, the profession of blacksmith became more and more noble. But the truly noble ones are actually those forging masters. Even though there is only one word difference between blacksmith and blacksmith master, the level between them can be said to be worlds apart. And those powerful weapons, armors, and various treasures can only be forged by the blacksmith master. As for ordinary blacksmiths, they mostly forge relatively weak artifacts. For example, weapons, armors, etc. used by the brave class and professional class. Or some gadgets with weird functions. For example, the energy fluctuation detector, an instrument that is of little help to combat effectiveness, is actually the work of a blacksmith. Because the blacksmith master will not create these otherworldly things. The minimum standard to be called a blacksmith master is to personally forge a master-level weapon. Although Bu Yuyan still didn't know what kind of weapon Qi Lu took out, which was called an improved version of the laser light staff. But one thing is for sure. Since Qi Lu can take out the staff, it proves that he has a relationship with the blacksmith. He even has a relationship with the blacksmith master. In this case, telling the name of the forging master might scare off these bandits and help him survive this crisis. After all, the reputation of a blacksmith master is very high. Hello, this young master, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Bu Yuyan, raindrops of rain, beautiful yen. I don't know what I call you. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan immediately sat up straight. Just call me Qi Lu. Qi Lu didn't care about Bu Yuyan's attitude. It's already pretty good for ordinary people to be able to talk freely under such circumstances. Qi Lu could sense that the two people in front of him had no fighting spirit or magic power in their bodies. I don't know how I stayed so calm. You know, although Qi Lu looks like an ordinary person on the surface, in fact, when he unleashes his full strength, just by blowing a breath, a large number of bandits here will die. Hello Mr. Qi, I wonder where you got this staff? Bu Yuyan asked straight to the point. He didn't ask where Qi Lu took out the staff. Because storage utensils are really not a rare thing, even ordinary blacksmiths can make them. It's just that the size of the space inside is different. It's just a coincidence. You'll know it later, but it's not important. The important thing is, do you need me to demonstrate how this improved laser light works for you? Qi Lu knew that it was too troublesome to explain such things at this time, so immediately changed the topic. Because who would have thought that we would encounter such a good sales opportunity at this time? And, most importantly, even Qi Lu doesn't know what the blacksmith's status is in this world. Otherwise, Qi Lu would still act like a hammer traveler and businessman. Just say that you are a blacksmith. This. Bu Yuyan was stunned for a moment after Qi Lu changed the subject. At this moment, the scarred man narrowed his eyes and revealed a sinister smile. 5 minutes are up, brothers, kill me. The scarred man shouted loudly, and with his right hand he took out the sword hanging on the saddle and raised it high above his head. The sharp blade flashed with a dazzling cold light, which also represented the beginning of this robbery. Brothers, rush. Take all the supplies, leave no one behind. After the bandits heard the scarred man's roar, their morale suddenly rose to a peak. One by one, they roared and rushed towards the caravan. Hearing this roar, that was full of evil and ferocious energy, almost all the drivers and guys in the caravan had their legs weak and collapsed on the ground. Had they ever seen such a terrible scene before? Almost every hand of these bandits was stained with blood. For these ordinary people who are unable to practice, this murderous intentional one is already a huge deterrent. Hammer mercenary team, come on for me. Tihu also shouted loudly, then took down 2 large solid copper hammers from both sides of the saddle, and then rushed forward at the head of the horse. Facing the bandits all over the mountains and plains, it takes courage to rush forward. As the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary team, Taihu should take the lead and boost morale. Brothers, come on, don't let these bastards look down on us. Following closely behind was the vice-captain Grizzly Bear. As the vice-captain of the Hammer mercenary team, Grizzly Bear will naturally not take a step back at such a critical moment. This kind of large-scale battle relies on momentum during the battle. The higher the morale, the stronger the combat effectiveness can be exerted. Unlike those battles between strong people, if they are not equal in terms of offered power and realm, there will always be a stalemate. If you want to determine the winner, then it depends on who reveals the flaw first. Life and death, only in a moment. Therefore, driven by the momentum of Iron Tiger and Grizzly Bear, the mercenaries of the Iron Hammer mercenary team all raised their weapons and roared towards the bandits. The loud shouts of killing immediately frightened Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen. Having always lived under the protection of the Bu family, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen had never seen such a tragic scene. Looking at the overwhelming bandits rushing over, Bu Yuyan almost forgot what to say. Forget it, it seems that asking you is in vain. Now that I have the chance, I will demonstrate to you how to use the improved laser light for free. Qila looked at Bu Yuyan, who had a dull look on her face and even her body began to tremble unconsciously, and shrugged helplessly. Then he raised the improved version of the laser and pointed the opening of the launch tube at the bandits who were rushing up. Watch it. Qila put his finger on the trigger of the improved laser light and pressed ithard. The magic power in the energy storage gem was immediately mobilized and gathered crazily towards the launch tube. And here is where the improved laser light differs from conventional thermal weapons. Because this improved version of laser light is actually a charged weapon. The longer the trigger is pressed, the more powerful the magic light bullet is. The upper limit of the power of the magic light bullet is the entire magic power stored in the energy storage gem. According to the original design intention of the improved version of laser light, the upper limit of energy storage gems is probably the total amount of magic power in the body of a normal master-level peak magician. After all, it is not ruled out that some guys are gifted and can hold more magic power in their bodies than normal practitioners. Therefore, this special case is not calculated. According to the energy storage limit of energy storage gems, the maximum power of the magic light bullet that can be emitted by the improved version of laser light is completely greater than the full blow of a master-level peak magician. But the premise is that the magic power in the energy storage gem is full. Of course, in addition to the feature of charged attack, the original design intention of the improved laser light is still an instant weapon. If the trigger is released in a second, the magic light bullet fired is probably equivalent to a full blow from a normal peak warrior-level magician. Although the power is a little smaller, the magic power consumed will just a lot. If all these low-power magic light bullets are fired, the magic power in an energy storage gem can be fired nearly 1,000 times before it is exhausted. It can be said to be quite affordable. The only drawback is probably that it requires certain hand speed. However, this time, Qila wanted to demonstrate the power of the improved laser to Bu Yuyan. Since it is demonstrating the power of the improved laser light, it will naturally not launch such a small power magic light bullet. If you want to come, have a shocking experience. In the emission tube of the improved laser light, magic is still gathering. Just when the bandits and the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team were fighting hand to hand, Qila let go of the trigger. Whoosh! A white light appeared on the emission port of the improved laser light, and then disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening loud noise. Boom! The place where the magic light bomb exploded was filled with smoke and debris, and all the surrounding bandits were thrown into the sky by the violent impact. Any bandit who is closer to the magic light bullet will have no resistance to his impact. Almost all the bones were broken and he died on the spot. With luck, if you are a little further away, you can die a little more completely. Unlucky enough, the bandits who were hit by the magic light bullets were torn into pieces. The surrounding trees within the affected area were also broken by the impact. If they were even slightly closer, they would turn into sawdust all over the sky. This sudden loud noise also shocked everyone present. Even the bandits and mercenaries who were already fighting couldn't help but stop their movements and looked towards the place where the loud noise came from. SS. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? What happened just now? How could there be such a big movement? Is there that powerful magician here? Why is he attacking us? Impossible. At this glance, countless gasps of cold air were heard from the scene. Neither the bandits nor the mercenaries could believe their eyes. After the smoke dissipated, the exploding magic light bomb left a huge hole on the ground, and the edges of the hole were full of scorch marks. The ground was torn apart, and no one within the scope of the explosion could stand up. There were even very few people who survived. What exactly is going on? Jiu stared at the still smoking pothole and couldn't help but swallowed. If such a powerful attack falls on him, Jiu asked himself, if he had not avoided it, he would have been seriously injured even if he had not died. Damn it! Could it be that that guy is lying to me? Or, this caravan secretly hired other strong men to escort it? The scarred man's expression at this time can be said to be extremely wonderful. Looking at the hole blown up by the magic light bomb, he also had a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. In fact, it's no wonder they think so. Because during the close encounter just now, no one paid attention to the carriage that Bu Yuyan was in. In the eyes of the bandits, this caravan is theirs, and they only need to defeat this group of mercenaries. So there is no need to pay attention to that carriage. The mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team knew that if they wanted to break out, they must defeat these bandits, otherwise no one would be able to leave. In addition, there is a gap in the strength of the two sides. Therefore, the Hammer mercenary team had to go all out and had no extra energy to protect Bu Yuyan. And in battle, this kind of thing is actually unnecessary. This has led to the current situation. No one knows where this magic light bullet came from. Except for Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were sitting in the carriage. I shouldn't have read it wrong, right? What just happened, is it true? Bu Yuyan looked at the huge damage caused by this magic light bullet, and even her words were a little incomplete. The eyes looking at Qi Lu were also full of disbelief. Are you a powerful magician? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it before, please don't kill me. Xiaowen's face was also full of horror, and her eyes looking at Qi Lu were full of shock and fear. Then she suddenly remembered Qi Li's angry questioning before. Xiaowen's face instantly turned pale, and she stammered and began to apologize. This is the majesty of the strong. The weak have no status at all in front of the strong. What's more, Xiaowen is just a maid. Do I seem to have such a bad temper? Qi Li said, somewhat dumbfounded. Originally, I just wanted to show the power of the improved laser light. Who knew that this weird-looking little girl could actually connect to such a distant place? When the strong face the weak's harsh words, they either don't care or they crush them to death on the spot. There is no need to retaliate afterwards. But Bu Yuyan's reaction should be more realistic. Shock is shock, shock is shock. At least I won't think too much. Okay, let's not talk about this now. Qi Li looked at the dull look on Bu Yuyan's face and the sincere fear on Xiaowen's face, and knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense. So he quickly returned to the topic and asked aloud, what do you think is the power of that blow just now? Very strong. When Bu Yuyan was asked this question, she answered it without thinking. The tone was decisive. But this very strong evaluation doesn't know whether it refers to Qi Li himself or the improved laser light in his hand. Have vision. Qi Li didn't care what Bu Yuyan said, but expressed his approval first. Anyway, no matter who is talking about it, there is nothing wrong with this evaluation. Then, Qi Li raised the improved version of the laser light in his hand and said seriously, I can probably use the attack like the one just now 2 more times. Yes, the magic light bullet just consumed only 1/3 of the magic power in the energy storage gem. After all the magic power in the energy storage gems was used up, and the magic light bullets condensed were too powerful for these bandits. Although the effect may be much more shocking than it is now, in terms of cost performance, it is a bit wasteful. Qi Lu still understands the principle of using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Huh? What do you mean? When Bu Yuyan heard this, her face was filled with confusion and she immediately asked. However, in terms of tone, he unconsciously used honorifics. Because in Bu Yuyan's eyes, the Qi Lu in front of her was no longer an ordinary traveler or businessman, but a powerful magician. And he also has a blacksmith as a friend. I almost forgot to mention that the attack just now was not actually released by me. As soon as Qi Lu saw Bu Yuyan's expression, he knew that she might have misunderstood, so he quickly explained. You didn't release it, what does this mean? After hearing this, Bu Yuyan's face became more confused. It's very simple. The attack just now was released by the product I recommended to you, the improved laser light. Qi Lu didn't talk nonsense, but handed the improved laser light in his hand forward. What? Bu Yuyan was really shocked at this moment. And he was not only shocked, but his previous worldview was overturned by Qi Lu's words. Such a powerful attack was actually released by the staff. How can this be? Although people in this world believe in the god of forging, but they also know that no matter how powerful the forged weapons and other artifacts are, they still need a powerful user to bring out their power. But now, the man in front of her told Bu Yuyan that the staff in his hand did not require a powerful user. Only a staff is needed to unleash a powerful attack. This is a joke. But after Qi Lu said this, Bu Yuyan could not see a trace of joking expression in Qi Li's face. Everything you said is true? Bu Yuyan was already a little incoherent at this moment. Even Xiaowen, who was sitting aside, looked dumbfounded and in disbelief. It's just that after experiencing the previous scene, Xiaowen was still a little afraid of Qi Lu, so she didn't dare to speak. Of course it's true. There's still magic left in the energy storage gem, so it can be used a few more times. Then I'll teach you how to use it this time. Qi Lu nodded seriously, and then pointed the improved version of the laser submission port at the bandit. This time, both Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen stared at Qi Lu with their eyes widened, for fear of missing any of his subtle movements. Don't be so nervous. The method of using the improved laser light is very simple. Qi Lu couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw the expressions on their faces. The use of this improved version of laser light is much simpler than conventional weapons such as swords, clubs, axes, hooks and forks. If you don't practice cold weapons for several years, there will be no results at all. Unless you are gifted. But this improved version of the laser light is different. As long as you can pull the trigger, you can also learn to aim. At best, practice makes perfect, and you learn how to use the time you hold the trigger to control the power of the magic light bullet. As long as a normal person can use it. Because the behavior of this fool cannot be speculated on by common sense. Of course, the premise is that the energy storage gem of the improved laser light still contains magic power. So Qi Lu felt a little funny after seeing the nervousness and seriousness on Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen's faces. However, this time Yu Yan and Xiaowen were not the only ones who noticed Qi Lu's movements. Everyone stopped because of the noise caused by the magic light bomb explosion. So at this time, Qi Li's actions were very conspicuous. So under everyone's doubtful eyes, Qi Lu raised the improved laser light in his hand, put his finger on the trigger, and then pressed it. The magic power in the energy storage gem suddenly surged and converged towards the improved laser light launch tube, condensing into a new magic light bullet. A new energy wave has appeared, and its intensity has reached the master level. Only then did Grey Leopard notice that the energy column icon on the energy wave detector on his armor started to beat inexplicably. The target of detection was the strange-shaped staff in Qi Li's hand. What were you talking about? Grandmaster level energy fluctuations? Where I sit. After Tihu heard what Grey Leopard said, he immediately asked. If a master-level strongman appears at this time, he can completely turn the tide of the battle. If this master-level powerhouse helped the bandits, the entire Hammer mercenary team would probably die here. But if this sudden appearance of a master-level strongman is willing to help the Iron Hammer mercenary team, then Tai Hu will be confident that he can repel these bandits. Team Captain, the target displayed by this energy fluctuation is the staff in that guy's hand. Although Grey Leopard knew that this result was a bit unbelievable, he still said it bravely. Wand? Tihu followed Grey Leopard's fingers and looked at Qi Lu, as well as the improved laser light in his hand that was condensing magic power. Could it be that he is a master magician? A glimmer of hope surged in Tihu's heart. If this is the case, then Bu Yuyan's kindness this time was really put to good use. Maybe good deeds will be rewarded. No, Captain, the energy fluctuations on that guy's body are still just that of an ordinary person. What emits Grandmaster-level energy fluctuations is the staff in his hand. Gritting his teeth, Grey Leopard corrected Tai Hu's statement and dashed Tihu's hope. As soon as he finished saying this, Tai Hu stared at Grey Leopard. The meaning in his eyes was quite obvious. That is, are you really not kidding? But it was different from Tai Hu's doubts and Grey Leopard's disbelief. After seeing Qi Li's actions, the bandit's boss, the man with the scar, had doubts and confusion on his face. What does this guy want to do? He is holding a staff. Is he a magician? The scarred man frowned and guessed in his heart. The improved laser light blocks the magic power stored in the energy storage gem quite well. And even if it starts to condense the magic light bullets, the aura it emits is actually very weak. If it weren't for the energy fluctuation detector, it would be really useful at certain times. I am afraid that Grey Leopard and others are also in a state of confusion at this moment. However, just a guess could not shake the scarred man's determination. Even if a magician is added to the Hammer mercenary team, it is absolutely impossible to defeat their long-planned ambush. What the hell? Brothers, keep killing me. And that guy who doesn't know what he's doing, kill him first. The scarred man pointed at the location of Qi Lu, and then shouted loudly. Since you don't know what this guy is doing, why don't you just kill him? Yes. Boss. Brothers, follow me and keep rushing. The morale of the bandits rose again. A mere magic light bomb, even if it is powerful, cannot break the bandits' morale. Because the bandits themselves are desperados. If you don't even have this bit of courage, then what kind of bandit are you? The bandits who had been aroused by Qi Lu before immediately raised their swords and rushed towards Qi Lu. Be careful. Bu Yuyan couldn't help shouting. Then, before he finished shouting this sentence, the trigger Qi Lu held under his finger was released. Whoosh! A dazzling white light instantly appeared at the emission port of the improved laser light, and then passed between the bandits who rushed up. The terrifying magic power fluctuations directly knocked these bandits away. This is just the residual power of this magical light bomb before it explodes. Boom! Another loud noise came from where the bandits were gathering. Accompanied by this loud noise, there were rubbles all over the sky, smoke and dust, and countless bandits who were blown up into the sky. Same as the previous magic light bullet. This time, no bandit could withstand the terrifying impact, and his bones were shattered and his internal organs were ruptured. There was no possibility of survival at all. Everyone who witnessed this scene was once again stunned. But this time it was different from the previous doubts. After witnessing the emergence of magic light bullets and the huge destructive power, a hint of timidity arose in the hearts of these bandits. Oh my God, what kind of person was the person we rescued before? Tiehu looked at Grey Leopard with a shocked expression. Because after Qi Lu came to the caravan, the person he had the most contact with was the Grey Leopard. I don't know either. He only said that he was a traveler who came here unexpectedly, and didn't say anything else. Grey Leopard was also full of confusion. But more than anything, it was shocking. But Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were sitting in the carriage, were the most deeply shocked. This is how to use the improved laser light. As long as you keep pressing the trigger, you can continuously increase the power of the magic light bullet. Of course, you must also remember to ask the magician to inject magic into the energy storage gem. Qi Lu taught them both, by words and deeds, demonstrating how to use the improved laser. Then he handed the improved laser light to Bu Yuyan. Is it really possible? Bu Yuyan was a little afraid to accept it. Of course. I am a businessman. Since I want to sell products, I naturally want customers to experience them. Qi Lu smiled gently, and then nodded firmly. Of course, this statement is a lie. Want to experience the product? Non-existent. Qi Lu has been open for so long, when has it ever allowed customers to experience the functions of its products? It's just because Qi Lu feels that he owes Bu Yuyan a favor, that's why there is this special case. Just reciprocate the favor. But for other people, I'm sorry, if they like to buy or not, they will be put down if they don't. Anyway, after passing this village, there is no such store. You don't want it, but there are many people who want it. Thank you, thank you. Bu Yuyan quickly thanked her, and then carefully took the improved laser light handed over by Qi Lu. Don't be so careful, this thing isn't that easy to break. Of course Qi Lu knew what Bu Yuyan was careful about. The function of the improved laser light can be said to have subverted the entire forging world. And apart from this reason, the fact that the improved version of laser light can release such a powerful attack is enough to prove its preciousness. So it's not unreasonable for Bu Yuyan to be so careful. Okay, let's give it a try. Pay attention to your aim and don't hurt your own people. Qi Lu guided from the side. Okay, alright. The improved laser light was not heavy, so Bu Yuyan easily picked it up and pointed it at the bandits surrounding the caravan. At this moment, the scarred man saw that something was wrong. Could it be? Just when the scarred man was still suspicious. Because it was the first time for Bu Yuyan to use the improved laser light, she was still a little scared and not very skilled, so she quickly released the trigger. A magic light bullet, which was not too powerful, was launched. Then it exploded among the bandits, immediately seriously injuring a large number of bandits who were affected. However, perhaps because the magic light bomb was not powerful enough, not many bandits died on the spot this time. But this was enough for the scarred man to confirm his suspicions. Impossible. The scarred man couldn't believe his eyes. But the facts are right in front of you. Even if you don't want to believe it, you have to believe it. That is that strange-shaped staff, which can release powerful magic light bullets to attack without the need for a magician to use it. This strange staff is simply unheard of and unseen. But it happened that this staff with strange functions appeared in front of him. And it also dealt a heavy blow to myself. This made the always conceited, scarred man not angry. Although the scarred man has never seen this type of staff, there are countless types of weapons that can be forged, so there is no guarantee that this is a completely new type of weapon. No matter how unbelievable it is now in front of our eyes, that is the fact. So the scarred man quickly accepted the fact, and when he looked at the improved version of the laser, there was also a trace of greed that could not be concealed. Since you have taken out such a precious weapon, if I don't accept it, wouldn't it be a waste of your good intentions? When the scarred man said this, his tone could not hide the awe and greed in his voice. The look he looked at Qi Lu changed from the previous indifference to the look now, as if he was looking at a big fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Who would have imagined that this guy would follow the caravan to Yuanshan City for no apparent reason? It's not a mosquito leg, but a big treasure mountain. This is really a big surprise. Brothers, do your best to kill that businessman first. Whoever makes the greatest effort will get that staff. The scarred man mixed his fighting spirit into his voice, ensuring that all the bandits could hear what he said. Because by this time, anyone who noticed this scene could almost guess it. It can be said that it is a well-known fact that Bu Yuyan is an ordinary person who cannot cultivate. But even such an ordinary person who cannot practice can still release powerful magic light bombs when holding that strange-shaped staff. What does that mean? That's right. This means that whoever can get the strange-shaped staff can master this powerful power. The scarred man's words instantly excited all the bandits. Although it is true that those who come to be bandits are all cultivators. But the same cultivators are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels in terms of strength. If a truly capable cultivator has not committed a crime or has some special reasons, who would be willing to become a bandit? If you have that kind of strength, wouldn't it be more comfortable to go to houses of wealthy people and serve as worshippers than to be a bandit? Therefore, the improved version of the laser light brought out by Qi Lu is definitely extremely attractive to these bandits. You can know this just by looking at the destructive power of the previous magic light bullets. Grandmaster level destructive power. Having a strong man of this level in a mercenary team can make this mercenary team famous. That's not to mention these bandits. Just like this time, the number of bandits that the scarred man united with was at least 6 or 7 groups, but how many were there at the master level? Just 3. This shows how rare master level experts are among bandits. So how could this kind of power not make these bandits jealous? Not only the bandits were jealous, but also the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team were looking at Qi Lu with a little eagerness. Captain, this. Grey Leopard was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Tai Hu. I now believe that what you said before was not a joke, but now is not the time to say that. Tai Hu took a deep look at Grey Leopard, and then said with a serious expression, that staff, if it really is that traveling merchant. Captain, his name is Qi Lu. Grey Panther corrected. In the entire caravan, the only ones who knew Qi Li's name were probably Grey Leopard, Bu Yuyan, and Xiaowen. If that staff is really the product Mr. Qi Li said, I actually want to buy it, but not now, but after I deal with these bandits. Hu knew the current situation very well. Now, Qi Lu is a piece of fat in everyone's eyes, and everyone wants to get the improved version of laser light he brought out. Therefore, it is impossible to discuss business calmly. Who can get it depends on his own ability. As of now, that's all it can do. As soon as Grey Leopard heard this, he knew what Tai Hu meant. For a moment, everyone looked at Qi Lu with eyes that were like wolves and tigers, except for the green light of longing. TSK, the eyes of these guys are really unfriendly. Qi Lu was not afraid of being stared at by so many people. But facing such eager eyes, Qi Lu couldn't feel better, and Goosebump suddenly appeared. Brothers, charge! Protect the caravan! Tiehu raised the 2 solid copper hammers in his hands and rushed forward at lead. You guys, come on over. Whoever makes the greatest effort will get the staff. The scarred man also roared. Bandits and mercenaries are different. Driven by interests, the combat effectiveness that can be exerted is definitely much higher than under normal circumstances. Even the 2 master-level experts among the bandits began to be a little tempted after hearing the scarred man's words. Even if they are both master-level experts, their strength can be very different. The other 2 master-level experts among this group of bandits are just junior master-level masters who have not long been promoted to the master-level realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the scarred man's turn to be the boss. Therefore, the improved version of laser light that can emit such powerful destructive power is equally attractive to them. Even the master-level experts are like this. Not to mention its appeal to ordinary bandits. As soon as the scarred man said the words, almost all the bandits rushed towards the car where Qi Lu was sitting, with their eyes glowing green like hungry wolves. Seeing these menacing bandits, Bu Yuyan's face turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Xiaowen, who was sitting next to her, was sitting down, otherwise she might have been lying on the ground with her legs weak now. But now it seems that it is not much better. These ferocious bandits can also scare Xiaowen to the point where her whole body becomes weak and she can't even sit still, so she can only lean on the carriage and tremble. Mr. Qi, what should we do now? Bu Yuyan asked stammeringly. What is that in your hand? Do you still need to ask me what to do? Qi glanced at Bu Yuyan and said angrily. It seems that just having powerful weapons cannot solve the problem of psychological quality. Just like Bu Yuyan now, it is obvious that the improved version of laser light can easily deal with the bandits rushing up. But because of fear, he forgot what he should do. To put it bluntly, if Qi didn't remind him of this now, bandits might rush in and snatch away the improved version of the laser, and Bu Yuyan didn't even know what happened. No wonder, every time you advance to a realm, there are requirements for your state of mind. The city guards in those city-states also need to be trained every day before they can shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the city-state. The flowers in the greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain after all. Yes, I still have this. Bu Yuyan also seemed to be waking up from a dream, and quickly raised the improved version of the laser in her hand, aiming it at the menacing bandit. This action stopped the bandits from rushing forward on the spot. The damage caused by the previous two powerful magic light bombs is still vivid in my mind. The two potholes filled with corpses are still in that place and have not disappeared. What are you afraid of? Just attack separately. No matter how powerful she only has one staff. At this moment, someone among the bandits shouted something, which immediately made the bandits' minds become active again. A staff means it can only guard one direction. Although that staff is indeed very powerful, the person who uses it is not so good. As long as Bu Yuyan can be controlled, there will no longer be a threat. That's right, brothers, what are we afraid of? If you want to get this power, how can you not take some risks? Come on, whoever gets it first will get it. Within a few words, the bandits started roaring and charging forward again. At this moment, the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team also collided with the bandits who rushed up. Be careful, just use the smallest powerful magic light bullet to shoot, otherwise you will hurt one of your own. Qi had to warn him. In order to prevent Bu Yuyan from being nervous, a magic light shot out, including the bandits and mercenaries, and wiped them all out at once. I know. Bu Yuyan's finger on the trigger was obviously still shaking. But he still tried hard to control his tone and appear calmer. Well, in this case, it seems that in terms of mental quality, we need Tot Rain for a while more. Qi scratched the back of his head and muttered helplessly to himself. In most cases, psychological quality is definitely a very important part of the battle. It is not uncommon to be timid before fighting. If you are scared before the fight starts, then no matter how strong your combat power is, it would be great if you can only use 1/3 of it. Although the improved laser light can improve combat effectiveness, it cannot improve psychological quality. Because psychological quality comes from self-confidence and belief. If you have confidence in your own strength, or have unwavering faith, you will not be afraid in battle. But now it seems that Bu Yuyan has no confidence in her own strength. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be a problem. An ordinary person who has no fighting spirit or magic power at all cannot have much confidence when facing a cultivator and having to fight to the death. Grey leopard, come here. Qi had no choice but to call out to the grey leopard who had just run past him on a war horse. What's wrong? Grey Leopard stopped immediately when Qi shouted. Qi identity now in Grey Leopard's eyes is completely different from before. So when he heard Qi calling his name, Grey Leopard stopped rushing forward and came directly to Qi. Anyway, the Hammer mercenary team does not lack the combat power of Grey Leopard. Because as a reconnaissance team member, Grey Leopard's combat effectiveness is actually not strong. Among the Hammer mercenary team, they can only be ranked in the middle and lower reaches. So instead of contributing my own strength, which can't be called strong at all, it's better to come to Qi Lu and see what's going on. It's nothing. I came here to teach you how to use an improved laser. Do you want to learn? Qi Lu pointed to the improved version of the laser light in Bu Yuyan's hand and asked aloud. There is no way, it is really impossible to build up Yuyan's confidence in a short period of time. Problems with psychological quality can only be improved through continuous exercise. So now it is faster to find a mercenary who has the courage to pass the test. Think. Grey Leopard didn't expect such a good thing to happen, so he agreed without saying a word. Just think about it. The improved version of laser light costs 100 gold coins a handful. No bargaining. Pay first and then teach. Tutoring is guaranteed. Qi Lu got the expected answer, and then quickly said the promotional message he had just thought of. Analyze it based on the information Qi Lu got from Grey Leopard. In this world, 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of $1. So according to the conversion ratio between copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, 1 gold coin has almost the purchasing power of 10,000 yuan. In a city-state with a fairly acceptable standard of living, 1 gold coin was probably enough for an ordinary family of 3 to barely survive for a month. It can be said that a gold coin is still quite valuable. So after thinking for a while, Qi Lu decided to price the improved version of laser light at 100 gold coins. Isn't the power of a master-level peak worth 100 gold coins? Although it is a one-time use, it needs to be reinfused with magic power after use. However, if a magician at the peak of the master level is willing to make offerings to the houses of wealthy businessmen, his monthly salary will be almost 50 gold coins. And when you don't have enough, you can always ask those wealthy businessmen for it. If you think about this, you will find that 100 gold coins are really just a bargain. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. Just like when Grey Leopard heard the price, he was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously asked, "So cheap? Are you lying to me, or did I hear it wrong?" The scarcity of blacksmiths has resulted in high prices for weapons and armor. Of course, these also include artifacts with strange and bizarre functions. For example, Grey Leopard spent a lot of money to buy the energy fluctuation detector. This thing is definitely not a very precious artifact. After all, it is no bonus to combat effectiveness. But it also cost Grey Leopard nearly 200 gold coins to get it. This shows how expensive the artifacts created by these blacksmiths are. On the basis of this high price, the more powerful the weapons and armors, their prices will naturally rise with the tide. So for the power level contained in the improved version of laser light, 100 gold coins is really cheap and unrealistic. It's no wonder that Grey Leopard is suspicious. This is a master-level power, and it only sells for 100 gold coins. Who can you trust? Even those weapons and armors that only have professional class power probably cost more than 100 gold coins. And this does not include the time wasted by the blacksmith and the fees for the forging skills. These 100 gold coins are probably the cost of forging materials. At most, the favor fee for hiring a blacksmith should be added. Of course, if the relationship with the blacksmith is good, the cost of favors and forging skills can probably be saved. However, favors always need to be maintained, so under normal circumstances, no one will save this little money. However, what is in front of Grey Leopard is not a weapon of professional class power. It is a genuine weapon with master-level power. And the most important thing is that this weapon does not require any strength from the user. The mercenaries escorting the caravan knew exactly what kind of strength Bu Yuyan was. But this strange-shaped staff, which is an improved version of laser light, can even be used by Bu Yuyan, and it can also produce such powerful power. This is enough to prove the power of this improved version of laser light. That's why Grey Leopard subconsciously suspected that he heard wrongly. Don't worry, you heard it right, it's 100 gold coins, genuine and fair. Qi Lu doesn't understand the market price of the artifacts made by these blacksmiths in this world. But seeing Grey Leopard being suspicious, he responded reflexively. However, even if Qi Lu knew that the artifacts made by the blacksmiths were all very expensive, I'm afraid the price would not increase. After all, when he was in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains, the products in Qi Lu's store had always been great value for money. So from the beginning, Qi Lu didn't plan to set a particularly high price. The purpose of this is actually very obvious. That is for more customers and more power of faith. Because Qi Li's most essential purpose in coming to this world is not to make money, but to gather the power of faith. Furthermore, if it is a spiritual crystal, if it is thrown into the hands of the system, it can be converted into a piece of energy. But gold coins are really of little use. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the system came up with an improved version of the laser, the first product in this world. This question also came to Qi Li's mind while chatting with Grey Leopard. That is, what is the most essential difference between the improved version of laser light and those weapons in previous stores? Now Qi Li has figured it out. That's the power that's in it. The power of weapons that appeared in stores in the past was contained in the weapon itself, and could be directly used to enhance the user's combat effectiveness. That's why there is such a thing as durability. Of course, durability is an exception for certain products. For example, the title badges that have been specially explained by the system, as well as the immortal weapons and magic weapons that come out of the battlefield of immortals and demons, have no durability. The improved version of laser light that appears now is, in essence, more like an energy converter. It's just that the magic power in the energy storage gem is strengthened and then condensed into a magic light bullet. The essence of its power still comes from the magic power input into the energy storage gem from the outside world. So compared to those previous weapons, from the system's perspective, the cost of the improved version of the laser is really cheap. Because letting the system look at the cost is nothing more than looking at how much energy is required to produce the product. So, based on the original intention of a conscientious businessman, Qi Li slightly lowered the price of the improved laser. Lest not many people can afford it and delay the collection of the power of faith. Well, this improved version of laser light must be worth 100 gold coins a handful, right? Give me 10. Grey Leopard looked at Qi Li's expression carefully, and after confirming that it was not joking, he waved his hand and said generously. If it weren't for the financial constraints, Grey Leopard might be able to buy 100 of them. For such a powerful weapon, 100 gold coins is not enough. You need to borrow money to buy it. How many gold coins will be earned if this is resold? Sorry, one person can only buy one. Qi Li smiled slightly when he heard the words, and then spoke very seriously and firmly. What? Grey Leopard was stunned on the spot after hearing Qi Li's words. I mean, this improved version of laser light is limited to one per person, so you can only buy one. Qi Li repeated what he just said, his tone still very serious and firm. Just kidding, the price of 100 gold coins for an improved laser was a low price set by Qi Li in order to increase his customer base. How can one person have a monopoly? You know, the power of faith, no matter how much one person has, there is only so much. That's why Qi Li is so eager to increase the number of customers instead of raising the price of goods. Because Qi Li is not here to make money at all. If you really want to make money, no joke, even if this improved version of a laser is worth 1,000 gold coins, there will still be a lot of people rushing to grab it. But it will reduce a lot of customers who want to buy gold coins, but don't have enough. This is not what Qi Li wants to see. So if one of them monopolizes the shipping channel of the improved version of Laser Light, then Qi Lu would also have to collect the power of faith from Hammer. However, Qi Lu also knows that if this level of power is too widespread, big problems will arise. So I won't set a free price of more than a dozen gold coins. That's right, for the improved version of Laser Light, a dozen gold coins are not even a bargain price, they are a free price. So, 100 gold coins is just enough. Not too high, not too low. What's more, after the magic power in the energy storage gem is used up, a magician needs to inject magic power into it before it can continue to boost. Therefore, in some cases, especially those practitioners who work alone, they will consider whether they really need to buy an improved laser. Because practitioners of the Doqi class do not have any magic power in their bodies. And the energy storage gem of the improved version of Laser Light cannot store fighting energy. Therefore, for some Lone Rangers, it is very likely that they will give up chasing the improved Laser Light. However, this type of people is in the minority after all. Furthermore, the customer positioning of the improved Laser Light is originally those practitioners with low strength or ordinary people who cannot practice. Qi Lu knows this very well, so he will not insist too much on the improved Laser Light to be perfect. Because there is no absolutely perfect weapon. Therefore, when choosing a weapon, there is only one thing to consider: suitability, not perfection. For example, now, if the improved version of Laser Light is thrown into the hands of Grey Leopard alone, it is actually not very appropriate, because Grey Leopard is a standard fighting spirit class. But in the Hammer Mercenary team, there are members of the Magician class, so this problem is not a problem. However, what is appropriate is appropriate. The rule that one person is limited to one purchase cannot be changed. A handful, okay. Just a handful, it's better to use it first for emergencies. When Grey Leopard heard the determination in Qi Li's tone, he knew that it was useless to talk more at this moment, and it was useless to persuade him. And now is not the time for debate. So without saying anything, Grey Leopard took out the money bag from his arms, took a look inside, took out a golden ticket, and handed it to Qi Lu. The golden ticket is a kind of paper made of special materials. Issued by banks in this world, it is similar to fixed denomination banknotes. As long as you hold the gold ticket, you can go to the bank and withdraw the corresponding number of gold coins. However, this thing is useless to Qi Lu. After all, Qi Lu couldn't just take the gold ticket to the bank and exchange it for gold coins. Because the amount of gold coins doesn't mean much to Qi Lu. The most important thing is to collect the power of faith attached to the gold coins through transactions. However, gold tickets issued by banks are rarely circulated because they are too valuable. As a result, golden tickets cannot carry much power of faith. So Qi Lu doesn't recognize the golden ticket. What? This golden ticket is issued by the famous Jibao Bank. It is guaranteed to be authentic and valid. There is absolutely no problem. Seeing Qi Li's lack of reaction, Grey Leopard immediately explained. Of course I know your golden ticket is fine, but I don't accept golden tickets. Qi Lu spread his hands. Qi Lu would rather receive silver coins than gold tickets. Because the circulation level of silver coins is higher than that of gold coins, the power of faith gathered is also stronger. However, after talking to the system, Qi Lu also knows that there is an upper limit to the power of faith that can be obtained from each transaction, so whether it is trading with gold coins, silver coins, or copper coins. With every transaction, you can basically gain an upper limit of the power of faith. So Qi Lu must have chosen the gold coin with the highest value. Although Qi Lu didn't come here to make money, he certainly didn't come here to pen a welfare home. If you can make money, you still have to make money. If you want to gain more power of faith, you can only increase the number of transactions as much as possible. That is to expand the number of customers. So for Qi Lu, the golden ticket is just a special piece of paper. you don't want a golden ticket? What do you want? Gray Leopard was stunned for a moment. The golden ticket he handed out was neither a gift nor a receipt. Gold, Qi Lu said firmly. Gray Leopard looked at Qi Lu with a strange expression, wondering if this guy didn't want to sell him the improved laser light. Who would take so many gold coins with them when they go out? Let's not talk about the weight. 100 gold coins, just taking up a lot of space is a big problem. Otherwise, those banks would not start issuing gold tickets, because it would be inconvenient to carry too many gold coins with you. If it's just 100 gold coins, I have them here. At this moment, Bu Yuyan spoke. As soon as these words came out, Gray Leopard's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Bu Yuyan and said, Miss Bu, look, my golden ticket is issued by Jibao Bank. It is absolutely authentic and valid. If it is convenient, I would like to trouble you to exchange it. Give me 100 gold coins. If Qi Lu doesn't accept the golden ticket, it's impossible for Bu Yuyan to accept it either. If Bu Yuyan doesn't even want the golden ticket, then Fian Chamber of Commerce will not be far away from bankruptcy. Hold on. Bu Yuyan did not accept the golden ticket. She stood up directly, opened the soft seat on the side of the carriage, and pulled out a box from inside. Then he opened the box, and a piece of golden light came out immediately. A box of gold coins. Gray Leopard's eyes widened when he saw this scene. It's not that Gray Leopard has never seen so many gold coins. The main reason is that he has never thought that someone would actually carry so many gold coins with him when traveling. Get it yourself. Bu Yuyan said generously. The gold coins in this box are not Fian Chamber of Commerce's money from this business trip, but Bu Yuyan's private money. After so many years, Bu Yuyan and Lin Zongzong have also saved a lot of private money. I happened to take advantage of this time to run a business trip alone and brought them all out. Miss Bu, you're welcome, you're welcome. Although Bu Yuyan said that Gray Leopard would take it by himself, Gray Leopard would not take more. He would take whatever was on the golden ticket. After getting the 100 gold coins, he gave them to Qi Lu directly. Together. Just call me store manager Qi. Qi Lu knew that Gray Leopard was struggling with the issue of address, so he mentioned it casually. After opening the store for so long, he is used to hearing others call him store manager Qi, so Qi Lu has no intention of changing his title. It's just a title anyway, so you'd be more comfortable using something you're familiar with. Okay, Manager Qi, how do you use this improved laser? Gray Leopard, who got the improved laser light, quickly asked. Huh? Haven't the methods of use been instilled in your mind? Why are you still asking me? Qi Lu glanced at Gray Leopard curiously and asked, with some confusion. Before, I specially taught Bu Yuyan how to use the improved laser light. That was because I wanted to prove the power of the improved laser light to Bu Yuyan, and I was not really teaching how to use it. After the improved laser light is sold, the buyer will get it in his hands, and the method of use will be directly taught to him. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu say that teaching is guaranteed? If you can't even teach this direct initiation method, then you have to be a fool with an underdeveloped brain. This is there. I see, that's it. It turns out that the method of use is so simple. When Gray Leopard heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Because he was too excited before, he ignored a small piece of information that suddenly appeared in his mind. Now that Qi Lu mentioned it, Gray Leopard immediately noticed it. But the magic power in this energy storage gem has been used up. It's too deceptive to have to recharge it. Then the next second, the Gray Leopard's complaint came out. Fortunately, after the improved version of laser light was sold, the magic power in the energy storage gem was at full value, so Gray Leopard only complained and stopped. Because there are more important things to do now. I finally bought the improved laser light. Now, you all will die. The Gray Leopard is riding a war horse. The original weapon has been put away long ago and replaced with the current improved version of laser light. If you rush into a group of bandits, you'll be shot. A large piece of magic light bomb immediately jumped out from the launch port, then slammed into the bandits, and then exploded, and the sound of explosion suddenly sounded continuously. The power of the instantaneous magic light bullet is only equivalent to a full blow from a peak warrior-level magician. As long as you aim well, you won't hurt the people next to you. But those who are hit by magic light bullets are not just injured. A practitioner who can withstand a full blow from a peak warrior-level magician must at least be at the professional level. However, professional class cultivators are considered capable among the bandits. Therefore, Grey Leopard, who rushed into the group of bandits with an improved version of laser light, was like a clearing master. Wherever the magic light bullet went, those bandits would die if they touched it. When the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team met, they could only say a few words of praise. With powerful weapons, the combat effectiveness will instantly change. This is true. And this scene also made these bandits and mercenaries' desire for the improved version of laser light even stronger. The scarred man, who was wandering behind the bandits, ready to attack at any time, looked at Qi Lu with eyes full of light. I never expected that this guy is really a treasure. Thinking of this, the scarred man was so excited that his breathing became rapid. Before, the scarred man had only guessed at the quantity of goods Qi Lu was carrying, but now he was certain. Definitely a lot. Now, the man with the scar is even more determined to get Qi Lu, or Qi Lu's goods. The publicity effect is simply amazing. Qi Lu had not thought so much before, but now he saw that the effect of flooding Grey Leopard fight with an improved version of laser light was really great. Because of this, these guys can truly feel the power of the improved laser light. This is the power of technology. Pooh. No, this is not the power of technology, this should be the power of knowledge. The system guy just borrowed weapons from the technology side. The real power of the improved laser is the ancient runes on the inner wall of the launch tube. Just as Qi Lu was thinking about these things, a few mercenaries with poor strength came running over on war horses. Store manager, Qi, we are here to buy that improved version of laser light? Qi Lu reminded. Yes, that's right. We are also here to buy an improved version of the lasered. I heard from Brother Grey Leopard that it costs 100 gold coins. Just take the gold ticket to Miss Boo and exchange it for gold coins, right? One of the mercenaries came out and spoke eagerly. What do you think? Qi Lu looked back at Bu Yuyan. There is nothing wrong with selling an improved version of laser light, but you still have to ask Bu Yuyan about exchanging gold tickets for gold coins. I'm okay. Bu Yuyan nodded and pulled out the box full of gold coins. Thank you, Miss Boo. If something happens in the future, our Hammer mercenary team will be obliged to do so. Several mercenaries put down the gold tickets in their hands, then each took 100 gold coins from the box and handed them to Qi Lu. Although this change of hands is troublesome, it is not slow. As soon as the improved laser light was obtained, these mercenaries rode their war horses and rejoined the battle. Suddenly, magic light bombs were flying all over the battlefield, and the sound of magic light bombs exploding could be heard in all directions. Then from time to time, a few less powerful mercenaries would come over, leave a few golden tickets, and then take away a few improved lasers from Qi Lu. At the end, Qi Lu sat in the carriage and took a deep look at Bu Yuyan. I said, how about you sell me your box? Good. Bu Yuyan held a handful of golden tickets in her hand and an improved laser beside her, then pushed the empty box to Qi Lu. By this time, it no longer mattered whether Bu Yuyanjia joined the battle or not. Qi Lu looked at the battlefield outside the caravan, but it was a bit unclear now. Because the smoke and dust blown up by the magic light bomb had enveloped the entire battlefield. The scarred man standing at the back of the bandits also looked extremely ugly at this time. Impossible, How is this possible? Why is this happening? A large number of improved laser beams fell into the hands of the members of the Hammer mercenary team, turning this battle into a one-sided massacre. Wherever the magic light bullet hits, people are either killed or injured. If the first magic light bullet does not solve the problem, then increase the power and try again. And after the members of the Hammer mercenary team had these improved laser beams, no one of the bandits could even get close to Chi Li's location. This made the scarred man, who was originally confident, become extremely angry. Because all this is caused by that damn guy who calls himself a businessman. Without the existence of this improved version of laser light, it can be said that so many bandits would definitely eat up this caravan. A mere squad of Hammer mercenaries could not make any waves in front of so many bandits. What's more, among this group of mountain bandits, there are still 3 master-level strong men holding the line. It can be said that it cannot be more stable. But unfortunately, accidents happen at this time. The addition of just one weapon changed the battle drastically. From the bandits suppressing the mercenaries one-sidedly, it completely changed to the mercenaries suppressing the bandits one-sidedly. There is no hope. We lost this battle. The scarred man gritted his teeth and stared at Tiehu not far away. Because Tiehu was also keeping a close eye on the scarred man at this time to prevent him from suddenly making a move and directly causing trouble for Chi Lu. Although the magic light bullets emitted by the improved version of laser light are very powerful, as long as they are charged for long enough, even a master-level powerhouse will have difficulty resisting them. But the premise is that the magic light bullet must be able to hit. So Tiehu naturally broke away from the center of the battle and wandered Toth's side, specifically to stare at the scarred man. Anyway, with the improved version of laser light, those brave level and professional level bandits can't make any trouble. What's more, among the bandits, there are many practitioners who are not yet at the brave level. There is no need to worry about these bandits with low strength. Boss, we can't stand it any longer. A bandit with blood on his face came to the man with the knife handle, panting heavily and speaking with some difficulty. I see. Get out, get out. Get out of here. When the scarred man shouted these words, he almost broke his teeth. But for the bandits, face is obviously not that important. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. So after the scarred man gritted his teeth and shouted these words, the bandits immediately began to retreat. No, it might be more appropriate to say they were escaping. The army was defeated like a mountain. Under the bombardment of magic light bullets, these bandits only regretted that they had lost 2 legs. It didn't take long for all the bandits who were lucky enough to survive to escape into the forest and disappear. No one from the Hammer mercenary team went after him. In the forest, it is obvious that the bandits who have lived there for a long time have an advantage. If we pursue them now, I am afraid those bandits will turn back and fight back. It's unbelievable that we actually won. Grey Leopard held the improved version of the laser light and said with a look of disbelief. When he saw bandits emerging from the woods and surrounding the caravan, Grey Leopard thought he was dead. But who would have thought that he would win just like that? This is all thanks to store manager, Chi. If it weren't for the improved laser light provided by manager Chi, our Hammer mercenary team might have been disbanded today. Tiehu hung the 2 solid copper hammers back on both sides of the saddle, then came to Chi Lu and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome, it's business, it's just fair trade. Chi Lu waved his hand and said humbly. Business is business, and favors are favors. Store manager Chi is open-minded, and I admire him. When Tiehu heard this, he cupped his hands with admiration in his tone. Even though this was business, it was an indisputable fact that Chi Lu rescued them in times of crisis. Therefore, Tiehu will not miss a word of thanks when it comes to thanking him. Now it seems that Miss Bu's kindness has been rewarded. When Grizzly Bear talked about this matter at this time, he was also somewhat sarcastic. Previously, the Grizzly Bear had quite rejected Qi Lu from coming to this caravan, but now that he thought about it, if it weren't for Bu Yuyan's kindness, they might not even be able to get out of this forest. Good deeds are rewarded indeed. Is this the good karma that the young lady is talking about? Xiaowen looked at this scene and said a little nervously. Probably. Bu Yuyan smiled and returned without comment. What Bu Yuyan said before about forming a good relationship was just a casual remark, but who would have thought that it would actually become true? A dream come true, that's all. Then, miss, let's go to Yuanshan City, this time. Xiaowen seemed to suddenly think of something and looked at Bu Yuyan, suddenly. Well, I know that if possible, store manager Qi must win over him. Even if it doesn't work, he must make good friends. Bu Yuyan knew what Xiaowen meant, and her eyes looking at Qi Li's back also had a hint of unclear meaning. Okay, everyone, don't get too excited. The mission this time has not been completed yet. In the midst of the commotion, Tiehu's loud shout immediately suppressed other sounds. After hearing the captain's words, the members of the Hammer mercenary team quickly became quiet and looked at Taihu. Clean up the battlefield immediately and count the losses. Then, take all the brothers who died and take them to Yuanshan City for a proper burial. Tiehu took a deep breath before speaking out. Although I have seen many separations and separations, this does not mean that I will not feel heartbroken when I see the brothers who were laughing and scolding together one moment, falling in front of me the next moment. It's just that as a mercenary, this kind of emotion will not be revealed easily. So as soon as Tiehu's words came out, the scene fell silent. Although the addition of an improved version of laser light quickly made the battle situation clearer, the gap between the Hammer mercenary team and the bandits still existed. Sacrifices, of course, inevitable. I am sorry for your loss. Qi Lu patted Tiehu on the shoulder and comforted him. I'm fine, Manager Qi. I just feel a little uncomfortable when I see so many brothers leaving like this. Tiehu waved his hand, indicating that he had no problem. If it weren't for Qi Lu, he might even have fallen into trouble here. The current situation, Tiehu also knows, is already the best situation. I went to Yuanshan City, and I asked you to drink. Tiehu showed a very forced smile towards Qi Lu. No, I don't know how to drink, but if you want to buy my stuff, I'm still very welcome. Qi Lu shook his head slightly and declined Taihu's invitation. Mercenaries need to find ways to relax because of the pressure brought by their missions and the uniqueness of their lifestyle. In other words, anesthetize yourself. Drinking and women naturally became the best choice. But Qi Lu didn't need to use this method to relieve stress, so he didn't bother to run to those noisy places. Okay, brothers, it's really time to replace your weapons with new ones. Tiehu responded immediately. Although the improved laser beam cannot be used as a main weapon, it is still very good as fire support. After all, there are not many magician class configurations in the average mercenary team. If we buy too many improved laser beams, those magicians will be overwhelmed. Not long after, the battlefield was cleared. All the sacrificed members of the Hammer mercenary team were moved to the carriage, ready to be taken to Yuanshan City for a safe burial. As for those bandits, who cares? The caravan soon began to move on. Although they had experienced a raid by bandits, those coachmen and drivers had nothing to fear. Since they were still alive, they had to continue living. Therefore, although their faces were filled with joy and fear for surviving the disaster, their movements on their hands were not slow at all. It's just that in the previous battle, many of the horses pulling goods died. Therefore, we had to requisition some of the war horses that the mercenaries rode to pull the carriage temporarily. Fortunately, this place is not too far from Yuanshan City. Tiehu specifically asked the experienced driver. The driver looked at the sky and said that he should be able to reach Yuanshan City before dark. It's almost noon now. If it gets dark before dark, it will take half a day. It's best to arrive before dark, otherwise, I might have to stay outside the city for another day. Tihu warned, and then returned to the side of the caravan to continue patrolling and guarding. Most city-states have curfews. Especially in city-states located near the Warcraft Forest, the curfew system is particularly strict. The purpose is to prevent the invasion of monsters and ensure the safety of the city-state. So generally speaking, the city gates would close shortly after dark. Except for some caravans transporting special supplies and teams with special passes, the gate guards of these city-states will not let anyone into the city. You can only enter after dawn and the city gate reopens. Although the Fian Chamber of Commerce is powerful, it is still relative when faced with the rules set by the city lords of various city-states. What should be observed must be followed. After all, what businessmen value is harmony and wealth. There is no benefit in arguing with the official power of the city lords of various city-states. Moreover, what the caravan transported this time was not any special supplies. The Fian Chamber of Commerce does not have a special pass, and the Hammer mercenary team is even less likely to have one. So we can only hurry up. Fortunately, these truck drivers who have been running business on this road all year round have not had any trouble. Although they were frightened by the sudden appearance of bandits before, the experience of driving trucks over the years is not so easy to forget. If you say you can get there before dark, you will definitely get there. The towering and majestic Yuanshan city wall is right in front of you. On the outer wall of the city wall, there are also many magic array patterns engraved, arranged neatly and faintly into an array. It can be seen that the engraving plan of these magic arrays should have been designed at the beginning of the construction of the city wall. Chi Lu carefully looked at the walls of Yuanshan City, and then glanced at the light on the horizon. It was already setting sun. The brilliant fire clouds are fascinating to watch. It's still early, don't be in a hurry. Chi Lu sat on the carriage pulling goods and spoke slowly. In fact, after repelling the bandits, Bu Yuyan invited Chi Lu to sit with her in her carriage. But Chi Lu declined. Although nothing will happen if a man and a woman live together in the same room, who knows what will happen under the melons and plums. Although Chi Lu is not afraid of rumors, he still has to avoid them when it is time to avoid suspicion. Bu Yuyan is a yellow-flowered girl, and if word spreads about it, it will not be good for her reputation. Store manager, Chi, get ready. It will be our turn to enter the city soon. When Grey Leopard passed by Chi Lu, he gave a routine reminder. When passing through the city gate, not only do they need road guidance, but those of them who follow the caravan into the city also need to be inspected by the city gate guards. Of course, it's just a routine check. There are detectors specially built by blacksmiths next to the city gate. As long as the detectors do not display warning prompts, there will be no problem. Okay, I get it. Chi Lu stretched and moved his body, then jumped off the carriage. The process of entering the city went smoothly, except that there were a little more caravan carriages, and there was nothing else. So after a short period of time, Chi Lu finally arrived in the city-state off this world. The journey into town went smoothly. Except that there were a little more caravans, which delayed a little time, there was nothing else. So soon, Chi Lu arrived at Yuanshan City. After entering Yuanshan City, Chi Lu parted ways with the Fian Chamber of Commerce caravan. The Hammer mercenary team is going to the mercenary guild to hand in a mission, and Bu Yuyan needs to go with the caravan to the Fian Chamber of Commerce branch in Yuanshan City to report the situation. Especially when encountering bandits. So in the end, only Chi Lu was left alone. But that's okay, it's more convenient for one person to act, at least without having to consider other people's thoughts. So the first thing Chi Lu did was to wander around Yuanshan City. Human city-states always give Qilu a sense of intimacy. Yuanshan City is no exception. Although the local customs are different, the differences are not big. The food and clothing are also as expected, and there are no two weird types. But probably because it was getting dark soon, there were fewer pedestrians on the street than expected. But there are still many shops that have not closed and are still open. Although the curfew system is strict, it mostly restricts entry and exit at city gate, and there are relatively few restrictions on the city. As long as there is no trouble, there is actually no problem. Therefore, the brightly lit scene slowly appeared in the distant mountain city after the bright light on the horizon disappeared little by little. The only difference is that there are slightly more blacksmith shops in Yuanshan City. At least compared to those city-states in Qili's impression, there are probably more than twice as many. But this is probably also a characteristic of city-states in this world. To believe in the god of forging, one must naturally start from the basics. Although the blacksmith in the blacksmith shop cannot be called a blacksmith, he is at least engaged in the business of forging. If we talk about the artifacts made by blacksmiths, they are mostly used by cultivators. The utensils made by the blacksmith are for ordinary people to use. So Qilu ran to the blacksmith shop to observe with great interest. Although the status of a blacksmith is not as good as that of a blacksmith, it is still much better than most professions. But similarly, the work of a blacksmith is much harder than that of ordinary professions. But all this hard work is nothing to any blacksmith. Because every blacksmith has a dream to become a blacksmith. It's just that he is limited by his own talents and qualifications, so he can only be a blacksmith. It can be said that a blacksmith is a shortened version of a blacksmith. This little brother, are you here to buy weapons? The weapons I have here are all made of fine iron ore. In the blacksmith shop, a muscular, bare-chested man noticed Qilu. A silly smile immediately appeared on his face, and then he spoke aloud. However, while saying hello, the strong man's hand movements did not stop. The big solid hammer was still beating the red-hot iron on the forging table one after another. You are busy first. No need to greet me. I will take a look myself first. Qilu waved his hand and said politely. In fact, Qilu just came here to experience it and see how the forging skills in this world were different from what he knew. But now it seems that the difference is not that big. In fact, Qilu was looking for blacksmith shops everywhere in Yuanshan City, so he came here to meet the blacksmiths. Come and see how the forging skills in this world are different from what you know. But now it seems that there is not much difference. At most, the forging techniques are slightly different, but it doesn't matter. But Qilu also knows that what he sees now are weapons made by blacksmiths. Qilu has never seen a real blacksmith. So it's hard to tell. Okay, then, brother, just take a look at it yourself first. If there is a weapon you like, it doesn't matter if you take it off and try it. Just don't hurt yourself. The strong man didn't say much. After giving some instructions, he continued to focus on beating the iron block under his hand. Qilu walked around slowly in this small blacksmith shop. The fire in the forge was burning brightly, making the temperature in the blacksmith's shop a bit high. The upper body of the strong man who was blacksmithing was illuminated orange-red by the fire. He was already sweating profusely. Big beads of sweat fell on the ground, and they had already gathered into a small pool of wet marks. Then, under the baking of the fire, it became wet and dried and wet again. It is indeed hard work. After Qilu sighed with emotion, he began to look at the weapons hanging on the wall. Most of them are swords and shields. This single type of weapon is actually a normal situation in the blacksmith shop. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and only then can you become perfect. A person's energy is always limited. Therefore, when ordinary blacksmiths make weapons, they will choose the type of weapon that they are best at. On the one hand, it is to ensure the success rate and the sophistication of the finished product. On the other hand, it is also to continue to become proficient in the forging of such weapons. Until you become proficient, or even reach the pinnacle, choose another weapon type. Therefore, most of the blacksmith shop's customers are actually quite fixed. For example, if you want to buy a sword, go to this blacksmith shop. If you want to buy a knife, go to another blacksmith shop. Conflicts rarely occur. As for the blacksmiths who make the same type of weapons, it is actually not difficult to distinguish which ones have strong and weak forging skills. So in this regard, there are very high requirements for the blacksmith's own forging skills. This is one of the reasons why, although the blacksmith profession has a decent status, it is more difficult than other professions. Because the competition is really too great. This kind of forging technique can be regarded as excellent for ordinary people. After Chila turned around in a circle, he also reached out and took out a one-handed knight's sword from the wall. The cutting edge is sharp and the forging lines are clear. With just a flick of the finger, you can hear a slight buzzing sound coming from the sword, indicating that it has passed the toughness level. So Chi Lu has nothing to be picky about. The biggest difference between the artifacts forged by blacksmiths and those forged by ordinary blacksmiths is whether they can withstand fighting spirit and magic power. Just like the one-handed knight sword in Chi Li's hand. If fighting spirit or magic power is injected into it, this one-handed knight sword will soon be scrapped. Because the quality of forging materials is too low. However, if you want to be able to control those high-quality forging materials, your own strength requirements are not low. Take the simplest example. Dragon teeth are considered a top-grade forging material. Take the simplest example. Dragon teeth are considered a top-grade forging material. But if an unprocessed dragon tooth is put into the hands of an ordinary person, the pressure carried by the dragon tooth will probably make the ordinary person faint before forging begins. Moreover, even if the dragon's teeth are processed, let a blacksmith forge them. The blacksmith was also at his wit's end. Because of the lack of strength, there is no way to damage the dragon's teeth at all. It may not even be possible to grind some powder off, so how can it be forged? Therefore, blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills are not unreasonable in terms of the blacksmith's own strength requirements. If the strength is insufficient, even the forging materials cannot be processed, then how can one forge the finished product? And beyond that, the difference between a blacksmith and a blacksmith is the degree of mastery of various forging techniques. You must know that there are quite a few forging skills that cannot be used. iPhone's own strength is not enough and the realm has not been reached. And these forging skills are exactly what is necessary to forge powerful weapons and armors. As for the mastery of enchantment skills. Sorry, if you don't have certain strength and talent, it's better not to think about it. If we say that the foundation of forging skills is the processing and smelting of various forging materials. So the foundation of enchantment skills is the understanding and mastery of magic formations. That's why it can be said that the talent and qualification requirements for enchantment skills are quite high. Moreover, forging comes first, enchanting comes after. In a complete forging process, only the finished product can be enchanted. So if you want to learn, you must first learn blacksmithing, and then learn enchanting. Of course, this does not mean that enchanting skills cannot be used alone. But this is rarely the case. So I won't say it out loud. How about it, little brother? The one-handed knight sword I forged is pretty good. The strong man who was forging iron had already pounded the iron block under his hand into the prototype of a thin sword at some point, and then put tinto the quenching liquid. Very nice. Chila nodded and expressed his approval. Although from Chili's perspective, this one-handed knight's sword may not even be considered a waste product, but can only be regarded as a waste of materials. However, for this strong man, he can definitely be considered excellent. Therefore, Qi Lu will not damage the opponent's self-confidence. Well, little brother, do you need anything? Just 1 gold coin is enough. The strong man said with a silly smile. The price is also reasonable. After all, weapons are not farm tools. Good weapons are forged from good materials, so it is natural that they are more expensive. Otherwise, why is it said that the improved version of laser light is sold for 100 gold coins? Even such an ordinary one-handed knight's sword can be sold for 1 gold coin, and the improved laser light can be sold for thousands of gold coins, which is no problem at all. But who makes Qi Lu a conscientious businessman? Okay, then I'll buy one. After all, Qi Lu had been looking at the store for so long, and felt a little guilty if he didn't buy anything. Thank you very much, little brother. If this one-handed knight sword is broken and the problem is not serious, you can ask me to repair it for free. The strong man said cheerfully, with happiness written on his face. This is the life of ordinary people. If you earn a gold coin, you can be happy for a long time. This is the life of ordinary people. If you earn a gold coin, you can be happy for a long time. But in the eyes of cultivators, this gold coin may not even be able to buy some good medicinal materials. Putting the one-handed knight's sword into the storage ring, Qi Lu left the blacksmith shop. In fact, we already know almost everything we need to know. Now what Qi Lu needs to consider is where to set up the vending point and how to promote his products. Although the aroma of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley. But Qi Lu doesn't want to wait. Why should we rely on time to solve problems that can be solved through proactive publicity? Don't you know that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time? Time is money. Qi Lu understands this principle well and naturally has to set an example. Manager Qi, why are you here? While Qi Lu was strolling around, a familiar voice sounded from behind. There are not many voices in this world that Qi Lu feels familiar with, so Qi Lu doesn't even need to guess to know who it is. Look back. Sure enough, it was Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen. However, the Bu Yuyan they met this time wore a veil to cover up her stunning face. Beauty is a disaster, just cover it up. I was just wandering around Yuanshan City, and I probably met him because Yuanshan City is small. Qi Lu originally wanted to say that it was fate. But when I thought about it, I felt something was wrong. There was always a misunderstanding in saying this, so I changed my mind. Really, Yuanshan City is not that small. Bu Yuyan covered her mouth and chuckled, seeming to have a new understanding of Qi Li's sense of humor. Xiaowen, who was following Bu Yuyan, stared at Qi Lu a little unconvinced. Probably because after seeing Qi Lu take out an improved version of the laser light, he misunderstood Qi Li's strength and scared himself, so he felt very embarrassed. But Bu Yuyan was by her side, so it was hard for Xiaowen to say anything. In addition, no matter what, Qi Lu is the savior of himself and his young lady, so he can't say anything. So as not to appear to be very rude. So Xiaowen could only vent her dissatisfaction with her eyes. However, although Qi Lu noticed this, he acted rationally and pretended not to see it. On the contrary, Xiaowen was suffocated. The so-called greatest ridicule is not sarcastic language, but ignorance. This sentence is not unreasonable. Okay, Xiaowen, no matter what store manager Qi said, he still saved our lives. Bu Yuyan also noticed Xiaowen's strange behavior and immediately comforted her. Then he looked at Qi Lu and said, I wonder if Manager Qi has had dinner. If not, I don't know if I can give him a compliment. Let me express my gratitude. Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Bu. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, glanced at Bu Yuyan with a faint smile, and nodded slightly in response. It's much better to be invited to dinner than to run around on your own. It just so happened that Qi Lu also felt a little hungry. Then please come over here, Manager Qi. Bu Yuyan also had a smile on her face, hidden under the translucent veil, which made her look particularly intoxicating. Along the way, Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu walked side by side, with Xiaowen half a step behind. The two people in front exchanged words from time to time, and they were very happy. Xiaowen kept pouting and staring at Qi Li's back. In front is the Fian restaurant, which is one of the properties of our Fian Chamber of Commerce. But don't get me wrong, Manager Qi. Fian restaurant is in Yuanshan City. It is a famous restaurant and the food and wine inside are definitely the best. Bu Yuyan introduced Qi Lu while walking. The Fian Chamber of Commerce is such a large force, so naturally it cannot rely solely on running businesses to make profits. Otherwise, it would just become logistics. In fact, the money earned by running merchants only accounts for less than 30% of the total profit of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Among the dozen city-states covered by Fian Chamber of Commerce, Fian Chamber of Commerce is involved in many other industries. This Fian restaurant is one of them. Don't worry, I don't have any special requirements for food and wine, as long as you can eat enough. Qi Lu just smiled when he heard this. In fact, it doesn't matter much to Qi Lu where he eats. After all, under the influence of the food and drinks produced by the system, Qi Lu no longer has high expectations for most other meals. It's okay to improve the taste occasionally, but if you keep eating it, the food produced by the system is better. But Bu Yuyan is willing to explain, which can be regarded as being thoughtful. Fian Restaurant is indeed a famous restaurant in Yuanshan City. Just by looking at the door, you can feel the grandeur of the hall. The maids standing on both sides of the aisle are all young and beautiful. Excuse me, it's Miss Bu. As soon as he walked into Fian Restaurant, a maid came forward immediately, but halfway there, she seemed to recognize Bu Yuyan. But this is normal. Given Bu Yuyan's status in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it would be strange if she couldn't be recognized. Prepare a high-quality private room for me, and then notify the chef to serve the dishes according to the best standards in the store. Bu Yuyan ordered quietly. Yes, Miss Bu. The maid nodded in response and immediately went to notify the chef. Several other maids who were standing aside and waiting came up immediately to lead the way for the three of them. The private rooms are on the second floor. The box that Bu Yuyan wants is on the inside of the second floor. Just by looking at the gems inlaid on the door of the box, you can imagine the luxury inside. The maid who was leading the way half a step ahead opened the door of the bushing advance. The layout inside was just as luxurious as Qi Lu imagined. Luxurious, grand, yet elegant. It has to be said that Fian Chamber of Commerce is not just an upstart in his respect. At least in terms of aesthetics, it still has a certain level. Store manager Qi, please. Bu Yuyan made a pleased gesture at the side. This made the maids leading the way look at Qi Lu with curiosity and awe. Who is Bu Yuyan? Probably no one among these maids who can work in Fian Restaurant knows. The daughter of the current big boss of Fian Chamber of Commerce. The eldest lady of the Bu family. But Bu Yuyan, who has such a status, is hosting a banquet for a young man who looks quite ordinary. Does this young man have any great background? And looking at Bu Yuyan's stance and tone, there is always a feeling of being inferior to this young man, which makes people even more curious. You know, the Fian Chamber of Commerce can cover more than a dozen city-states. There is no doubt about its power and strength. There are very few forces that are more powerful than the Fian Chamber of Commerce. So, does this mean that this young man is actually a member of a force that is more powerful than the Fian Chamber of Commerce? Thinking of this, the eyes of several maids looking at Qi Lu changed slightly. The Fian Chamber of Commerce is so powerful that in the eyes of these maids, it is already a giant that is out of reach in this life. It is almost impossible to imagine how powerful those forces that are stronger than the Fian Chamber of Commerce can be. So Qi Li's identity suddenly became mysterious. After all, those little maids like them could not get to know those powerful young masters. But since I saw it today, I have to leave an impression in my heart. I guarantee that if I have the chance to meet you in the future, I won't offend him accidentally. Because I simply can't afford to offend. Miss Boo, there's no need to be so polite. It's just a meal, there's no need to be so formal. Sheila said quietly. However, he didn't show any politeness, instead he casually walked into the box first. Bu Yuyan followed closely and walked into the box. Stop standing here and ask the chef to serve the food quickly. I'll be fine here. Xiaowen followed behind, and saw the opportunity, and drove away the maids. Then he closed the door of the box smoothly. Qi Lu was sitting next to the main seat, watching this scene quietly. If people of equal rank invite each other, and the guest sits at the head seat, it will inevitably feel like he is overestimating the guest. Of course, Qi Lu is not such an ignorant person. After Bu Yuyan took her seat. After a while, the food started to be served. Fian Restaurant is indeed a top-notch restaurant, as Bu Yuyan said, and the dishes served are all delicious and delicious. The ingredients used are also of the highest quality. This made Qi Lu, whose taste had not changed for a long time, very satisfied. After all, there is a certain difference between a big meal and snacks. The delicacies in Chila's store are a little more like dinner, which is just a braised beef rice bowl. Even if you eat too much, you won't get tired of it. But after getting used to the taste, it was not as amazing as the first time I ate it. Thank you, Miss Boo, for your hospitality. I am very satisfied with this meal. Since there is nothing to fault, Qi Lu will not be stingy with his thanks. At any rate, I allowed myself to have a good meal. So after a pause, Qi Lu continued, actually, Miss Boo doesn't need to thank me specifically. I encountered bandits in that forest before, and I was just trying to protect myself. Store manager Qi is too polite. In fact, this is what I want to tell manager Qi. Bu Yuyan immediately continued what Qi Lu said. Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly and thought, it is indeed so. With Bu Yuyan's identity, how could she still be wandering around in Yuanshan City so late and without any guards around her? This is obviously purposeful. What's more, judging from the sky outside, it should be long past dinner time. But even though he had already guessed Bu Yuyan's purpose, Qi Lu still accepted the invitation. Because Qi Lu also wanted to hear what Bu Yuyan wanted to say. Miss Boo, please just say it if you have anything to say. I will come over and naturally I won't leave halfway. Qi Lu put his elbows on the table, supported his chin with his hands, and said with a faint smile. Store manager Qi is really outspoken. Bu Yuyan also smiled. With Qi Li's words, Bu Yuyan could feel a little more relieved. So before Qi Lu could speak again, he started talking. Actually, this time the caravan was attacked by bandits. I suspect that someone from the Fian Chamber of Commerce is framing me. Bu Yuyan's tone was a little low. I just accidentally affected store manager Qi, so I'm deeply sorry. This meal is not only to express my gratitude, but also to express my apology. Bu Yuyan's posture was very low. Because regardless of Qi Li's life-saving grace, the improved version of the laser light in Qi Li's hand was worthy of Bu Yuyan's lowering her profile to befriend Qi Lu. What's more, the meaning behind this improved version of laser light is obviously more important. Such a powerful weapon would be almost impossible to forge without the support of a blacksmith master. In other words, the store manager, Qi, in front of him, has at least the support of a forging master. In this world that believes in the god of forging, it is self-evident how noble a blacksmithing master is. The blacksmith master not only represents great strength. It also represents the powerful power of connections. In this world, there are countless powerful people who seek help from the forging master. So once a certain forging master is willing to offer enough conditions or give away his favors, there are too many strong people who can be driven. What Bu Yuyan lacks is precisely this kind of power of connections. Because once a Chamber of Commerce does not have enough connections, it will basically announce the decline of the Chamber of Commerce. After all, truly powerful people don't have time to do business. You won't have to worry about gold coins. As long as one's own strength and realm reach a certain level, it is simply a piece of cake to obtain enough gold coins and various resources. You can even get a lot of wealth by just putting your name on some wealthy businessmen's houses. Therefore, although the Fian Chamber of Commerce seems to be powerful, it covers more than a dozen city-states. But really speaking, there are not many strong people in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, every time I go on a business trip, I won't have to hire a mercenary team to escort me. In the eyes of those aloof blacksmith masters, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is an ordinary force not worth mentioning. After all, there is really no way for a blacksmith master to be interested in a force where most of them are ordinary people and there is not even a hero-level powerhouse. And this is also a common problem among most forces. Because in this world, the number of powerful heroes is so rare that it is rare. Otherwise, blacksmiths would not be so popular. There is no need to apologize. You are willing to let me follow the caravan, I am already very grateful to you. Just think of this as me repaying you. Qila shook his head and did not accept Bu Yuyan's apology. Because it was not Bu Yuyan's fault that the caravan was plotted against, so there was no need to blame Bu Yuyan for such a thing. If it had to be calculated, it would have to be blamed on the person who plotted against the caravan. However, it sounds like the situation of your Fian Chamber of Commerce is quite complicated. So after pondering for a moment, Qila spoke again. Hearing this, Bu Yuyan's expression also changed slightly, she sighed silently, and then said slowly, if store manager Qi is interested, I can talk to you. After Qila heard this, he knew that Bu Yuyan wanted to pull him into her side. Because these things are internal struggles within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. You know, these things are all internal struggles of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. It would be quite troublesome for irrelevant people to know these things. However, although Qila does not like trouble, he accepted Bu Yuyan's invitation. It is impossible to say that Qila has no purpose. So when Bu Yuyan took the initiative to mention it, Qila also nodded. Since store manager Qi wants to know, I won't hide anymore. As Bu Yuyan spoke, she took out a small cube from her arms, about half the size of a fist. The shape is not exquisite, but it is very regular. After Bu Yuyan placed the cube on the table, she pressed it hard. The cube immediately dispersed into 4 smaller cubes, which were distributed into the 4 corners of the box. Huh? What is this? Qila glanced at the 4 small cubes and asked, with interest. Bu Yuyan immediately introduced, this is a simple soundproof array that can't prevent people outside the array from eavesdropping. I see. Qila gained a new understanding of these utensils with various functions. Because in Qila's impression, soundproofing arrays can be temporarily arranged using fighting energy or magic power. If it is just to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping, there is no need for such a rigorous formation. You only need to add a touch of perception into the fighting spirit or magic power you release. Once someone wants to eavesdrop, they can be sensed immediately. However, Qila thought about it and understood. The practitioners in this world don't even know how to use their senses, and they probably don't have very fine control over fighting spirit and magic power. After all, most of the energy is put into the research of forging skills. Otherwise, we wouldn't have created so many weird artifacts. However, Bu Yuyan did not notice Qila's expression, but continued to talk about the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Fian Chamber of Commerce is a force composed of the Bu family, the Yu family, the Yen family, and the corresponding mercenary guild branches in the city states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, the dozen or so mercenary guild branches in the dozen or so city-states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce have all joined the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Among them, the Bu family is the strongest. The Yu family and the Yen family followed, but the strength of these two families was evenly matched. As for the mercenary guild branch, because in each city-state, only the mercenary guild branch to which that city-state belongs is counted. So in terms of strength, it is incomparable to the other three families. And this is where the three families that make up the Fian Chamber of Commerce are smart. Because mercenary guild branches are different from families, each mercenary guild branch has its own person in charge. And among these responsible persons, it can be said that no one obeys anyone. After all, the status of each mercenary guild branch is at the same level, so should the person in charge be distinguished. The Fian Chamber of Commerce will only talk to the person in charge. Therefore, these mercenary guild branches all fought independently and could not unite together. In other words, in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the people in charge of affairs are actually people from the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yen family. The biggest role of the mercenary guild branch should be to issue various tasks to provide mercenaries to protect the Fian Chamber of Commerce. In addition to issuing tasks and providing mercenaries to protect the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the mercenary guild branch is here to participate in the Fian Chamber of Commerce dividends. As for how the Fian Chamber of Commerce should operate, it is not up to the mercenary guild branch to dictate. As for the current Fian Chamber of Commerce, because the Bu family is the strongest, the Bu family has the greatest management rights for the time being. However, since the current head of the Bu family has no children, he only has one daughter, Bu Yuyan. So the Yu family and the Yen family started to think about it. At the beginning, the Yu family and the Yen family only proposed marriage to Bu family separately, saying that since the three families were in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, if they were to get married, wouldn't it be an even better marriage? However, their wolfish ambitions, let alone the head of the Bu family, are living as adults. Even Bu Yuyan, who was not familiar with the world, could see it. Once they get married, Bu Yuyan, as a daughter, will naturally marry her. When the head of the Bu family passes away, I'm afraid the entire Bu family will become someone else's bag. Therefore, the head of the Bu family and Bu Yuyan were strongly opposed to his marriage. When faced with the marriage proposal from both families, they directly refused. However, the objections are still objections, but they cannot resist the shamelessness of these two families. Faced with rejection, he didn't get angry and came back again and again. In the end, Bu Yuyan had no choice but to leave the Bu family alone and run to their city-states for a while. Naturally, the head of the Bu family also supported it. Otherwise, how could a young lady with only one door and no door open run a business on her own? The head of the Bu family really must be a fool. But what Bu Yuyan never expected was that proposing marriage was only the first choice of the Yu family and the Yen family. If the marriage proposal fails, they also have a second option. That is to get rid of Bu Yuyan. As long as Bu Yuyan dies, the head of the Bu family will no longer be the heir apparent. By that time, the decline of the Bu family was a certainty. The poisonous nature of his plans and the cruelty of his thoughts are simply frightening. At this point, Qilu almost understood. No wonder, I said you have such a big caravan. Why do you only have a mercenary team to escort it? Qilu said something involuntarily. Probably also with emotion. The struggle for power and profit is still too far away for Qilu. Because for Qilu, the most irritating time is probably when he is arguing with the system. Especially after the system's IQ becomes higher. Therefore, Qilu really couldn't understand Bu Yuyan's experience. But since Bu Yuyan is willing to say it, she must be asking for something. I only found out later, so if it hadn't been for store manager Qi this time, I might have died at the hands of bandits. When Bu Yuyan talked about this, her face showed a look of lingering fear. I don't know if it's true or false. but Qi Lu doesn't care. The Yu family and the Yan family worked hard to unite the mercenary guilds in the city-state where the business caravan set off this time, and mobilized most of the powerful mercenary teams, just to ensure that this plan is foolproof. If it weren't for Qi Li's appearance, they might have succeeded. Once Bu Yuyan died, within 3 years, the Fian Chamber of Commerce would be in the hands of the Yu family and the Yan family. It's a pity that everything is impossible. Okay, no need to say so much, I already know this. But you came to me specifically tonight, probably not to tell me these things. You came to me specifically tonight, probably not to tell me these things. Qi Lu interrupted Bu Yuyan's words and spoke calmly. There is no use playing the emotional card. Qi Lu is a man who repays hatred and repays kindness. But when being with unfamiliar people, the emotional card is definitely the worst card for Qi Lu. If Yu Shi'er was bullied, then Qi Lu would definitely hit her without saying a word. If those two families were not wiped out in one night, Qi Lu would not open the store. But Bu Yuyan. The part of reciprocating favors is over, so it's better to talk about something practical. Yes, I do have something to do with the store manager tonight. When Bu Yuyan heard Qi Li's tone, she probably guessed what kind of person Qi Lu was. Knowing that the emotional card didn't work, Bu Yuyan's tone also became serious. It's impossible to just let this matter go. The Bu family will never be slaughtered by others. That's why I specifically chose Yuanshan City. From Bu Yuyan's story, Qi Lu also knew that Yuanshan City was the farthest city-state from the headquarters of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. It can be regarded as the latest market to be developed. My father has given me all the properties belonging to the Bu family in Yuanshan City. As long as I am powerful enough, the Yu family and the Yan family will no longer dare to covet me. At this point, Bu Yuyan finally said what was in her heart. Because during several conversations with Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan also discovered it. When making friends with Qi Lu, the most important thing is not to be clever or hide anything. Because this kind of behavior will only make Qi Lu unhappy. Oh? Then you found me because you wanted to. Qi Lu heard what Bu Yuyan meant, but before he could finish speaking, he was overtaken by Bu Yuyan. Yes, I want to cooperate with you, Manager Qi. The improved version of the laser you have is a powerful weapon that I have never seen before. I can guarantee that it will be sold for a good price and that countless people will flock to it. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with burning eyes. Needless to say, there is no need to elaborate on the tyranny of the improved version of laser light. The meaning behind the improved laser light has been mentioned before. At least he is a blacksmith master. However, Bu Yuyan does not have extravagant hopes for the friendship of the blacksmith master. Because the entire Fian Chamber of Commerce is unable to make friends with even one blacksmith master, and even ordinary blacksmiths don't value the Fian Chamber of Commerce too much. At most it's just cooperation. So Bu Yuyan is self-aware. However, the network of contacts that this improved version of laser light could expand was enough to make Bu Yuyan's heart flutter. You know, the most powerful thing about the improved laser light is not the destructive power it can cause. But as long as the energy storage gem stores magic power, anyone can use the improved laser light. This is absolutely extremely attractive to some wealthy businessmen who cannot make friends with strong people, but have a lot of gold coins. Who would risk his life? Especially these wealthy businessmen, the richer they are, the more they cherish their lives. For something that can save one's life, one must get it at any cost. Bu Yuyan can rely on these transactions to make friends with wealthy businessmen. After all, the improved version of laser light is absolutely unique and cannot be found anywhere else. This is also the first step for Bu Yuyan to strengthen her own power. As long as it develops steadily, one day Bu Yuyan's power will grow to the point where the Fian Chamber of Commerce will look up to her. And this is also Bu Yuyan's dream. But the premise for all this is that Qi Lu is willing to cooperate. Interesting, you actually want to cooperate with me. Although Qi Lu had already guessed this, but it really happened, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, cooperation is actually not impossible. Qi Lu needs enough customers, while Bu Yuyan needs enough contacts. It just so happens that both parties can provide corresponding complements to each other. If they cooperate, it can be regarded as a win-win situation. However, even if it is cooperation, that's also about dominance. So Qi Li's non-committal chuckle immediately made Bu Yuyan anxious. Manager Qi, please believe me. I really want to cooperate with you sincerely. As long as you are willing to hand over the improved laser to me for sale, I am willing to take no money from you. Bu Yuyan's tone was a little anxious. After all, if you miss out on really good products in this village, there won't be this store. Once Qi Lu left Yuanshan City, Bu Yuyan didn't know where to go to find a powerful weapon like the improved laser light. Therefore, Bu Yuyan is not afraid of showing her weak side during negotiations. Because the dominance fell into Qi Li's hands, which was something Bu Yuyan expected. I believe in your sincerity, but how we should cooperate needs to be discussed in detail. But don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. I only charge 100 gold coins for the improved laser light. If you have the ability to sell it at a higher price, that's your ability. Qi Lu waved his hand, telling Bu Yuyan not to worry. Qi Lu would not refuse such a good thing that someone wanted to help promote. However, some things still need to be said clearly first. However, there are a few things you should remember. First, you cannot reduce the sales volume of the improved laser. Although Qi Lu likes to do things like hunger marketing. But when it comes to gathering the power of faith, hunger marketing is definitely the last thing you can do. Second, each customer is only allowed to purchase one improved version of the laser. Of course, if the same customer comes back the next day, he can also buy another one. This naturally serves the power of faith. Although a customer's power of faith is limited, the power of faith is different from gold coins. Once the gold coins are used up, they are used up. But when the power of faith is used up, it will reappear as time goes by and faith grows, so just buy it again the next day. Then the third thing is that you can only use gold coins to buy the improved version of laser light. But it doesn't matter if you are willing to exchange it for gold tickets later, but when trading, you can only trade with gold coins. Qi Lu emphasized this point. If you don't use gold coins to trade, it's all in vain. As for the price, you can make up your own mind, but don't increase it too much, because I need enough customers, do you understand? Regarding the issue of price, Qi Lu really doesn't have much obsession. Anyway, in every transaction, whether selling 100 gold coins or selling 1,000 gold coins, Qi Lu gains the same power of faith. So it is better to sell it cheaper to attract customers. But now that he wants to cooperate with Bu Yuyan, he still needs to be careful about the benefits that should be given up. Otherwise, how can we call it a win-win situation? These are the basic things that need to be paid attention to for now. Let's talk about the other things when we think of them later. Qi Lu touched his chin and couldn't think of anything else to say for the time being. But just because you can't think of it now doesn't mean you won't think of it in the future, so you can't say it's final. Are these the only requirements? Since Bu Yuyan decided to give up the initiative, she was already prepared to pay the price, so she seemed so surprised when she heard Qi Li's request. This is not because Qi Li's request is difficult to fulfill. On the contrary, the reason why Bu Yuyan was surprised was precisely because Qi Li's request was too simple. Except for the purchase restriction requirement, which Bu Yuyan could not quite understand, the other requirements were all in line with the interests of both parties. For example, a sufficient number of customers. Of course, Bu Yuyan also hopes that the number of customers can be as large as possible. Especially what Qi Lu said, he didn't care how high the price of the improved laser light could be sold. He would only charge 100 gold coins a handful anyway. Even with such favorable conditions, Yu Yan was a little doubtful whether Qi Lu had other intentions. By the way, one last thing, you can choose the location of the store that sells the goods I provide, but I must build it myself. And all transactions must be completed in the store. After hearing Bu Yuyan's incredible question, Qi Lu thought about it again. That is to collect the power of faith during the transaction. Unless Qi Lu sells the goods, otherwise, it must be done at a vending point. So it doesn't matter if we cooperate with Bu Yuyan and let her be our agent. In other words, this is actually a good choice. Because Qi Lu cannot stay in this world forever. The automatic vending points set up in this world will be an automatic operation after Qi Lu leaves this world, and will continue to implement the sales plan set by Qi Lu before leaving. Until Qi Lu makes changes. Therefore, it is not a bad thing to hire an agent to help manage the vending point. The premise is that the agent is obedient enough and will not do anything bad. At present, it seems that Bu Yuyan should have no problem in being obedient. Because the internal situation of Fian Chamber of Commerce is not optimistic for Bu Yuyan. If there is a problem with cooperation, it will not have much impact on Qi Lu, but Bu Yuyan may be unlucky. Therefore, even if it is for herself, Bu Yuyan cannot have any dissent. No problem. Regarding cooperation, I will do my best to meet store manager Qi's requirements. Bu Yuyan nodded and agreed to everything. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Qi Lu said with a faint smile after he was sure that he really had no other requests this time. Thank you, Manager Qi, for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure to work with you. Upon hearing this, Bu Yuyan quickly stood up and expressed her gratitude to Qi Lu. Qi Lu smiled lightly and shook his head, then stood up and said, Miss Bu, there is no need to be polite. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. I arrived in a new world for the first time and experienced so many things in just half a day. Qi Lu is new to this world. Then I experienced so many things in half a day. Although he was not tired, Qi Lu also wanted to find a quiet place to organize his thoughts and plan what to do next. Otherwise, this month would be too boring. After Bu Yuyan got what she wanted, she was embarrassed to continue disturbing Qi Lu. So after Qi Lu left these words, he left Fian restaurant calmly. In the private room, Bu Yuyan also put away the 4 cubes used to arrange the sound profere. This thing is not disposable, it is too precious to be thrown away. Miss, is the cooperation with store manager Qi really so important? Xiaowen, who had said nothing during the negotiation, immediately asked after seeing Qi Lu leave. Of course, Bu Yuyan said with a smile on her face, seemingly very happy. The key point is whether the Bu family can break away from the Fian Chamber of Commerce and become a more powerful force. Cooperating with store manager Qi is the key point. The Bu family cannot always rely on the Fian Chamber of Commerce. If you want to reach a higher level and see a wider world, you must seize the opportunity. Ordinary people who have no cultivation qualifications and cannot practice, no matter how much wealth they have. In the eyes of the truly strong, it is still so worthless. Therefore, after those wealthy businessmen have huge wealth, they will begin to make friends with powerful people from all walks of life and make friends with those forging masters with outstanding status. The purpose is to be able to move to a higher level. Because what can compete with a strong person is never huge wealth, but another strong person. And Qi Lu, in Bu Yuyan's eyes, is a strong man. In other words, behind Qi Lu, there are powerful people with extraordinary strength supporting him. Therefore, for Bu Yuyan, working with Qi Lu, no matter what the price, will be beneficial without any harm. What's more, it seems that Bu Yuyan didn't pay any price. But the matter of cooperation with store manager Qi must not be told before store manager Qi takes the initiative to talk about it. Otherwise, it will arouse store manager Qi's resentment, which will be bad. After Bu Yuyan noticed the longing look in Xiaowen's eyes, she gave an instruction. Yes, I understand, miss. Xiaowen nodded vigorously. The same night, in Fian City. This is the city-state where the headquarters of the Fian Chamber of Commerce is located. The name of Fian Chamber of Commerce was actually determined by the name of Fian City. Decades ago, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family were already the three largest families in Fian City. It was also from that time that the heads of the three major families decided to establish a chamber of commerce during a joint discussion. It is the current Fian Chamber of Commerce. The mercenary guild branch only joined later. After decades of development and inheritance from several generations, the Fian Chamber of Commerce began to expand outward from Fian City. Starting from the coverage of one city-state, it has reached the scale of more than a dozen city-states today. But unfortunately, this development speed has stalled a few years ago. Because there are really too few strong men who belong to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. There are only a few dozen master-level experts, and there are only a few hundred professional-level practitioners. As for the hero-level powerhouses, there is no need to even think about them, there are none. Why are there no heroic heroes? That's because when you reach the hero level, the people you make friends with are usually strong people who are at the same level as you, or who are not far behind you. I really look down upon Fian Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, with the strength of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, being able to expand its coverage to more than a dozen city-states is actually the limit. It is for this reason that the three major families that make up the Fian Chamber of Commerce also began to fight for power. Since the size of the cake has been determined, it is better for one person to tote the cake than to divide the cake among three people. The reason is very simple. Therefore, the first target that needs to be evicted is the Bu family, which occupies the largest part of the cake. But now it seems that things are not going smoothly. I actually gave in to the girl from the Yi family and went to Yuanshan City. Those bandits are too useless. Yu Qiyuan, the current head of the Yu family, slammed the table and said angrily. The elegant middle-aged man sitting aside turned a deaf ear and slowly blew the tea in his hand to cool down, then took a small sip. Seeing that Yu Qiyuan's anger seemed to have subsided, he spoke slowly and said, "Calm down, since Bu Yuyan has already gone to Yuanshan City, there is no point in being angry now. Then tell me, what should we do now, Yan Qianshan?" After hearing this, Yu Qiyuan's eyes widened and he looked at this elegant middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is the current head of the Yan family, Yan Qianshan. The two met in the middle of the night, naturally, because of the problem of how to devour the Bu family. It's just that the previous plan has failed. This is also a question that Yu Qiyuan cannot figure out. He bribed the head of the mercenary guild branch in Fian City and informed the bandits of the caravan in advance, and even used the power of the family to prevent the practitioners of the Fian Chamber of Commerce from escorting the caravan. It just so happened that under such favorable circumstances, the bandits failed. After giving in, Yu Yan fled to Yuanshan City. Yu Qiyuan didn't know the specific situation, and Yan Qianshan didn't know either. So he could only scold the bandits for not succeeding enough but for failing. But Yan Qianshan should still be much calmer. Knowing that the matter has reached this point, we can only think about it in the long term. The Bu family sent Bu Yuyan to Yuanshan City. It was clear that they did not want to compete with us and wanted to transfer the Bu family's foundation to their city-states. However, there will always be moments of weakness along the way. You know, the power of our three families in Yuanshan City is not far apart. How can a little girl like Bu Yuyan still want to fight with our two families? Yan Qianshan spoke slowly, his eyes narrowed, showing a bit of ruthlessness. You mean? Yu Qiyuan seemed to hear something. Yes, the Bu family dares to give in to Yu Yan, the little girl, to go to Yuanshan City. They only rely on the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Yuanshan City. Then we only need to isolate Bu Yuyan. When the time comes, a helpless little girl will have to return to Fian City. Yan Qianshan continued to speak, and when he finished speaking, He seemed to feel a little thirsty, so he took another sip of tea. If you openly use the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce to isolate Bu Yuyan, wouldn't you be breaking up with the Bu family? Yu Qiyuan frowned and said with some worry. The current struggle for power in the Fian Chamber of Commerce is still happening in secret. Although the Bu family, Yu family, and Yan family were at odds in private, there had been no major conflicts on the surface. At least the three major families are tacitly aware of this. But if this matter really comes to light, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will probably fall apart soon. No one is willing to give up the hard work of generations unless they have to. What we are touching is just our two families' property. The Bu family is in Yuanshan City, and it's not like they don't have any property, so how can we talk about breaking up with each other? Yan Qianshan said with a smile. Among the more than a dozen city-states covered by the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the industries of the three major families are clearly divided. It's just that they all belong to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But the internal management of these industries are all people belonging to three major families. In normal times, the three major families can issue orders in the name of Fian Chamber of Commerce. However, under special circumstances, managers of these industries will still follow the orders of the families to which they belong. I see. When Yu Qiyuan heard these words, he suddenly realized. As long as Bu Yuyan can return to Fian City, the Bu family will have toedside the winner against the Yu family and the Yan family in Fian City. It's only a matter of time before we break up. The power of other city-states is not important at all, because all the leaders of the Fian Chamber of Commerce are in Fian City. After Qi Le came out of Fian Restaurant, he walked around Yuanshan City before going to an inn to rest. Since opening the store, this may be the first time Qi Le slept outside the store. There will inevitably be some strange feelings. But to be honest, the rooms in these inns are really not as good as the bedrooms in the store. At least the bed is not as soft as it is. Fortunately, Qi Lu is not a person who is greedy for enjoyment, so there is no problem if he just spends the night. It's better to build the vending point as soon as possible, otherwise live in Jinan every day is not an option. After taking a shower, Qi Lu sat on the bed and thought silently. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, bathing is indeed not as convenient as the world on the technological side. Especially in this world that believes in the god of forging. It was difficult to take a shower, so I had to take a big bucket to soak in. Speaking of this, Qi Le missed the bedroom in the store again. It is really easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. System, congratulations to the host, you have collected the power of faith for the first time. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly jumped out. Don't congratulate me. Your congratulations always make me have a bad feeling in my heart. Qi Lu was just about to sleep when he was woken up by the sound of congratulations. System, don't worry, host, this time it's good news. Oh? This is really rare. Then tell me what good news this time is. Qi Lu became interested as soon as he heard the good news. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't quite believe the good news from the system. But people are like this. Once there is some good news, even if you don't believe it, you still want to hear it to satisfy your curiosity. System, in addition to opening the battlefield of immortals and demons, the power of faith can also be used to unlock new products. Of course, it is limited to the dedicated purchase channels in this world. New merchandise? Qi Lu grasped the key words very keenly. System, that's right. If you want to unlock new products, you only need to be a little bit of faith. It's quite affordable. After hearing Qi Lu repeat new product, the system immediately emphasized the sentence. TCH, it turns out you are here to deceive the power of my faith. Qi Lu understood as soon as he heard it. This guy from the system was really attentive to him for nothing. New merchandise is indeed good news. But it's not free, so that's good news. However, since the system said there were new products, Qi Lu was still very interested. Because Qi Lu really wanted to see that in this special purchasing channel, in addition to the improved laser light, there would also be those weird products. So after thinking for a while, Qi Lu asked, how much power of faith is needed to unlock new products? System, to unlock a new product, you only need 1 unit of the power of faith. How much is a unit? Qi Lu heard this and immediately asked. This way of describing a unit is definitely the most deceptive way to describe it. If you don't ask clearly, Qi Lu can guarantee that this guy in the system can't swallow all the power of faith he has now. System, a unit is just a unit. Don't worry, host. This system has always been honest and will never cheat you. Oh, there is no 300 taels of silver here. Qi Lu laughed silently, haha. It would be okay if the system didn't say the last sentence, but when it was said, it always felt like it was clearly trying to trick me. Don't give me such nonsense. Tell me first. Can I see what the new product is before deciding whether to unlock it? When Qi Li's plan failed, he made another one. Since you don't know how much a unit is, let's first look at the value of the new product. System, host, what good things are you thinking about? No way? Forget it, I don't want new products. The improved laser light is enough for the time being. Upon hearing this, Qi Lu directly rejected the system's proposal, without saying a word. How could a smart person like Qi Lu agree to this kind of deal, that was obviously a scam? System, wait, host, this system assures you that the new products will never disappoint you. If you are disappointed, this system will not charge you any money. Hey, this is a good idea. When Qi Lu heard this, he suddenly became interested. Whether you are disappointed or not is not up to you. System, however, host, please don't be too wild. Have you forgotten that this system can detect your thoughts? This sentence seems to be correct. However, after hearing the words system, Qi Lu felt a little relieved. After all, it is worth investing a little faith in a satisfactory new product. Anyway, the power of faith collected is to open the battlefield of immortal sand demons in exchange for those immortal and magical weapons. This is essentially a purchase. It's just a matter of how much. Okay, if that's the case, then help me unlock new products. After Qi Lu pondered for a moment, he made a decisive decision. Then he paused for a moment and asked again, by the way, how many new products can I unlock with the power of faith I have now? System, host, in fact, the power of faith charged depends on the quality of the new products unlocked. What did you say? Didn't you just say that 1 unit would be enough? How could you go back on your word? Qi Lu was stunned immediately, and then asked questions repeatedly. Didn't you say that 1 unit of faith is enough? How could you go back on your word? Qi Lu was stunned immediately, and then asked questions repeatedly. Fortunately, I asked this question more at this time, otherwise I would have been tricked by this second stroke system again. System, well, host, actually what I said is that to unlock new products, you only need at least 1 unit of the power of faith. Least? Qi Lu was speechless. I have really mastered this 2-stroke system, and I even know how to miss the most important characters. With this IQ, in a few more years, Qi Lu asked himself, I am afraid that he, the host, will not be able to defeat it. System, well, otherwise, this is the first time a new product is unlocked. No matter what is unlocked, it only requires the power of faith of 1 unit. As if sensing Qi Li's sudden silence, the system immediately spoke out. Probably to compensate for his slip of the tongue. However, Qi Li didn't know whether the 2 missing words were a slip of the tongue. Okay, but... System, however, it's just this once, it won't happen next time. Just when Qi Li wanted to say something, the system immediately interrupted Qi Li and solemnly emphasized this will not happen in the future. As long as you don't make a mistake next time, it won't happen again. Chi-Lu curled his lips and hummed. In that case, let's start unlocking and drawing new products. After complaining a little, Chi-Lu took a deep breath and shouted in his mind. In this world's dedicated purchasing channel, unlocking new products is similar to previous lottery draws. This made Chi-Lu inexplicably recall the days of lottery draws. It's a pity that since I went to the northern mountains, I haven't drawn any prizes again, and the system has done everything for me. There is no fancy interface for extracting new products. Everything is waiting in darkness. Until the system sounds. System, congratulations to the host, you have unlocked a new product, the energy storage gem set. What? What energy storage gem set? After Chi-Lu heard the name of the new product, he was in a daze. I always feel that this name gives people a bad feeling. System, the energy storage gem set is the latest accessory set of the improved version of laser light. It needs to be sold together with the latest version of the improved version of laser light launch tube. Sure enough, it's a damn bundle. Chi-Lu knew what kind of routine this was as soon as he heard the system's words. Chi-Lu had thought about the issue of bundling sales before. But when the quality of the products in the store is completely acceptable, this bundling sales routine is not necessary at all. However, the problem that I thought about once was actually exploited by the system. Don't worry, let me see what this energy storage gem set is first. Chi-Lu quickly calmed down. The biggest problem with bundled sales is whether the bait thrown by the system is worth Chi-Li's expense to unlock new products recommended by the system. Therefore, the function of the energy storage gem set is particularly important. Energy storage gem set, a set that can be installed on the launch tube and freely combined into various types of improved laser light. The set contains fire element energy storage gems, water element energy storage gems, thunder element energy storage gems. There are so many types of energy storage gems included in this energy storage gem set that Chi-Lu glanced at them and almost missed them. The large number simply surprised Chi-Lu. This two-stroke system is too willing to spend money to allow me to unlock other new products, but there's something wrong. Chi-Li's surprise didn't last long, and he soon woke up. And in the next second, he saw through the tricks of the system. Because this new product, the energy storage gem set, is indeed a great gift. But there is one thing that needs to be noted, that is, the energy storage gem set is just a set of accessories. If you want to use this accessory set, you must buy the main part. This approach is a bit like when you buy something in a store and end up winning a high-end tire, a particularly high-end one. Then in order to use this high-end tire, I had no choice but to buy a supercar. Isn't this a disease? However, Chi-Lu knew that this kind of approach was a bit crazy, but he had to do it. Because this energy storage gem set is so effective. The brief introduction about the energy storage gem set that Chi-Lu saw before was indeed a brief introduction. As for the functions of the energy storage gems included in the set, you need to click into the detailed introduction of the energy storage gem set to see. So Chi-Lu was even more surprised when he saw it. Fire element energy storage gem. After assembly, a fire element special effect can be randomly added to the condensed magic light bullet. The random range includes, but is not limited to, burning, flame burst, high temperature fusing, and other effects. Needless to say about burning and flame bursting. This high temperature fuse is actually a highly destructive magical effect in fire element magic. Can directly destroy the target's protective fighting spirit or magic barrier. Even those enchanted armors will be melted if you are not careful. It can be said to be a very terrifying magic effect. Water element energy storage gem. After assembly, a water element special effect can be randomly added to the condensed magic light bomb. The random range includes, but is not limited to, corrosion, deceleration, pressure impact, and other effects. The corrosive effect can be regarded as a very unique magic effect in water element magic. It can extremely effectively destroy the target's physical defense and magic resistance. It has the same effect as the high-temperature fuse in the fire element, but it is completely different in terms of properties. High-temperature fusing focuses on instantaneous destruction, but the degree of destruction is limited. Corrosion is a slow and silent erosion, but there is no upper limit to the extent of damage it can cause. As long as the corrosive effect is still there, the erosion of the target will continue. Of course, this is also the fun part of elemental magic. Every element has its own uniqueness. Thunder Element Energy Storage Gem. After assembly, a Thunder Element special effect can be randomly added to the condensed magic light bullet. The random range includes but is not limited to paralysis, thunder burst, lightning chain, and other effects. Wind Element Energy Storage Gem. This time, the detailed introduction of these energy storage gems is really endless. Qi Lu flipped through more than a dozen pages before reading all the functions of these energy storage gems. And after flipping through these dozen pages, I read all the functions of the energy storage gems in the energy storage gem set. Qi Lu had to say something else. Sharp. The system is really generous this time and is really willing to spend money. Qi Lu had no choice but to sigh with emotion. Because the effect of these energy storage gems is indeed very strong. If we talk about the previous improved version of laser light, it purifies the magic power injected into the energy storage gem, and then condenses it into a magic light bullet and shoots it out. Then these energy storage gems are transformed and upgraded after the magic power in them is purified. As for the direction of transformation and upgrading, it depends on the effect of these energy storage gems. But no matter what the direction of this transformation and upgrading is, the magic power after undergoing transformation and upgrading cannot be compared with a pure one. That's not to mention the special effects randomly attached to the magic light bullets. You must know that these special magical effects are the essence of these energy storage gems. The system is really getting better and better as it learns. The bait it throws out is simply impossible to refuse. Qi Lu flipped through the details of the energy storage gem set, thought about it again and again, sighed silently, and shouted in his mind, "Okay, you win, system, how much faith power is needed to unlock the matching launch tube?" Anyway, the power of faith must be used to purchase goods, so buying is not buying anything. What's more, unlocking new products with the power of faith in your hand is also to better obtain the power of faith. This is a virtuous cycle and a good thing. However, as he said, Qi Lu just couldn't be happy after being calculated by system. System, host, you have finally figured it out. Unlocking the latest improved version of the laser launch tube set requires 50 units of the power of faith. System, after testing, the power of faith possessed by the host is insufficient. Do I need credit? Huh? What did you just say? It was a credit card, right? Qi Lu thought he had heard it wrong at first. But how could something go wrong with the voice that appeared directly in my head? That's why Qi Lu felt particularly shocked. It's incredible that this stingy system that doesn't give up anything can actually say the word credit. System, yes, host, if you want to borrow money on credit, this system can lend it to you generously, and you only need to pay a small amount of interest. I see. Yai Dingdian? Qi Lupi asked back with a smile. Emotions are this stingy and money-grubbing system. I felt that the beta throughout was just too big, so I started to feel distressed. So I wanted to collect something back in the name of interest. No wonder they would take the initiative to bring up the matter of credit. However, Qi Lu would not consider this kind of loan sharking. Who knows if he will be able to get out after being tricked. System, host, how can you think so? Think about it carefully, when has this system ever tricked you? More than once. Qi Lu still said with a dry smile. System. Seeing that the system suddenly fell into silence, Qi Lu suddenly felt that an opportunity had come. Then he said aloud, "Well, system, you tell me first how much power of faith I still lack, and then I will consider whether to give it on credit." System, after testing, the host still lacks 47 units of the power of faith. Is there still so much left? Sheila really didn't expect that he actually lacked so much power of faith. To unlock a new product for the first time, 1 unit of the power of faith is counted, and then to unlock the latest improved version of laser lights launch tube set, 50 units of the power of faith are required. Speaking of which, it seems that Sheila currently only has 4 units of faith power. Once you think of this, do the math in your head. Sheila roughly deduced it. 1 unit of the power of faith is roughly the sum of the power of faith that can be collected from 30 transactions. The specific amount may fluctuate up or down, but the fluctuation range should not be large. Because Chi Lu was with the caravan before, and when he encountered bandits, the Hammer mercenary team bought a lot of improved lasers from him. This is also all the transactions that have been carried out in this world so far. There are probably more than 100 mercenaries who bought the improved laser light. This number is less than 1/3 of the entire Hammer mercenary team. After all, being able to escort a caravan of hundreds of carriages with the strength of a mercenary team is definitely not weak. At least in terms of number of people, it must be quite a lot. Otherwise, even if the mercenaries are strong enough, when escorting such a long caravan, there will definitely be a situation where they cannot take care of both the beginning and the end. There are still 47 units of faith power left. In this case, Sheila rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking out. "Don't ask for more, and I won't give less. Since I borrowed it from you, I will definitely have to pay interest. How about you pay it off at once within half a month and I'll give you back 70 units of the power of faith. If it works, I'll wait a few more days." After saying that, Chi Lu began to wait patiently for the system's answer. Chi Lu is not in a hurry now anyway. Doing business. Compared to losing money, wasting a little time is really nothing. So, time passed by bit in this silence, until Chi Lu yawned. "System, okay, deal." System, congratulations to the host for receiving the latest improved laser emission tube set. This is the right way. Neither you nor I will suffer. It's a win-win situation. The highest level of doing business must be good for both parties. Sheila happily guided the system while opening the store manager's back end. Start checking out newly unlocked items. Laser light emitting tube, handheld type, a conventional laser light emitting tube, which can be fired quickly and stored, without special effects. This is the first launch tube in the set. Looking at the picture, it looks similar to the improved version of laser light without the energy storage gem. A hollow iron pipe with a handle and a trigger on the handle. Behind the laser light emitting tube, there is a groove for fixing the energy storage gem, and there are 4 buckles on it. It is exactly as described, it is a conventional laser light emitting tube. Sheila nodded, then looked down. Laser light transmitting tube, city defense type, a laser light transmitting tube used for city-state defense. It has huge recoil and needs to be used permanently. It is recommended to be installed on the city wall. It can fire quickly and store power. It requires 10 energy storage gems to be installed to activate it. Sheila stared for a long time and said nothing. This is just the second type of laser light emitting tube. Why is it starting to look a little abnormal? Because this city defense type laser light launch tube does not look like a small weapon at all, but like a machine cannon. The shape is powerful and majestic, and 2 iron boxes are specially set aside to the rear for placing energy storage gems. Yes, for the urban defense version of the laser light emitting tube, you only need to put the energy storage gem in the iron box, and even the installation is saved. I knew there would always be something unusual in this set. Sheila rubbed his eyebrows and took 2 deep breaths. Because of this urban defense version of the laser light emitting tube, Qili hasn't thought of anyone who would need it yet. The recoil is huge and needs to be used stationary. This excludes individual customers and mercenary teams. Can it really only be bought to various city-states? Then the range of customers is too small. However, when Qili glanced down, he realized that the problem he had been thinking about before did not seem to be that serious. Laser light launch tube, destruction version. For this version of the laser light launch tube, please directly put the energy storage gems with full magic power into the launch tube as ammunition to attack the target. Note that the concentrated attack of the destruction laser tube is extremely powerful, so please use it with caution. I'm really convinced. When Qili saw this explanation, he really felt convinced. These three types of laser light emitting tubes are really worse than the other. The handheld version is pretty normal. But in the city defense version, the number of energy storage gems required has increased tenfold. Then in the destruction version, the number of energy storage gems was no longer counted and the energy storage gems were directly fired. The first two types of laser light emitting tubes and energy storage gems can still be recycled. The result is the third one. Recycling? Non-existent. If you don't have some financial resources, you can't afford to play at all. However, one thing must be mentioned. That is the power of the destruction version of the laser light launch tube. It is really incredible. When the energy storage gem is fired as ammunition, the destructive power can almost stably reach the level of the primary hero level. It is definitely a weapon with full threat level. After all, in this world where there are only a handful of powerful heroes, it is absolutely unimaginable to have a weapon that can explode with the power of a primary hero. Qili seemed to be able to see the days when, with these new products, he would continuously gain the power of faith. Just like buying a car and needing gas. To buy a laser light emitting tube, you need to constantly buy energy storage gems. Because various types of energy storage gems can respond to various environments, thereby causing stronger destructive power. 50 units of the power of faith, no, 70. It's still wrong. It should be the power of faith of 74 units. It's really well spent. Qili calculated it several times before he figured it out. If interest is included, 74 units of faith power should have been spent tonight. But it's worth it. Once Bu Yuyan has selected the location and completed the construction of the vending point, the matter of collecting the power of faith will almost be on track. On the second day, Qili was able to sleep in for the first time in a long time. However, something went wrong on Bu Yuyan's side. Oops, miss, the owners of the shops we selected earlier are not willing to sell their shops for some reason. Oops, miss. Xiaowen knocked on Bu Yuyan's door early in the morning and said hurriedly. For some reason, the owners of the shops we selected are not willing to sell their shops. What did you say? Speak slowly and clearly. Bu Yuyan frowned and said in a deep voice. Yes, miss, it's like this. After Xiaowen calmed down her breathing and tone, she began to explain the situation. Originally, after Bu Yuyan came to Yuanshan City, she immediately took over the Bu family's property in Yuanshan City. Then relying on these industries and the reputation of Fian Chamber of Commerce, he was ready to start making friends with various wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City. You know, there is huge wealth hidden in every city-state. Naturally, there are also wealthy merchants belonging to various city-states. Although the Fian Chamber of Commerce's power covers more than a dozen city-states, the real situation is that it has a share of the pie among these more than a dozen city-states. Rather than controlling these city-states. In fact, if we really want to talk about control, the only city-state that Fian Chamber of Commerce has complete control over is Fian City. The other city-states just relied on the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce to share a piece of the cake. Just like in the distant mountain city. Although Fian Chamber of Commerce has put part of its industry here, compared with the local power of Yuanshan City, it is not worth mentioning. So when Bu Yuyan came to Yuanshan City, she wanted to strengthen her own power. It was impossible to do it just by relying on the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce without making friends with other wealthy businessmen. However, if you want to make friends with rich businessmen and powerful people, you don't necessarily have to have the strength yourself. Then others won't look at you seriously. Therefore, Bu Yuyan wanted to acquire some shops, start to expand her own industry, and slowly expand the Bu family's influence in Yuanshan City. But unexpectedly, I was blocked at the first step. It was originally agreed with the owners of those shops that Bu Yuyan could take over these shops as soon as she arrived in Yuanshan City. However, as one night passed, all the owners of these shops regretted their actions. What's going on? It's not good for their credibility to go back on their word without warning. Bu Yuyan was a little confused. As a businessman, the most important thing is credibility. If a businessman loses his credibility, no one will be willing to cooperate with him. This is definitely a fatal blow to a businessman. Unless someone gives them enough of a benefit. Although Bu Yuyan was in a boudoir before, she still came from a business family, so she quickly thought of this. The world is prosperous, and everyone is here for profit. As long as there is enough profit motivation, let alone regret, businessmen can do even the most desperate things. Miss, are the people in Yuanshan City unwilling to see us coming? Xiaowen's expression changed, and she spoke quickly. No, probably not. Bu Yuyan shook her head and rejected this view. If the local forces in Yuanshan City were unwilling to accept foreign forces, they should have stopped the Fian Chamber of Commerce's business when it opened to Yuanshan City. Rather than playing such small tricks at this time. Because Bu Yuyan could not acquire these shops, the biggest impact would bet the Bu family's industry could not be expanded. As a result, Bu Yuyan was unable to gain a foothold in Yuanshan City. It has no impact on Fian Chamber of Commerce. If these shops cannot be acquired, it will only affect the Bu family's industry. It has no impact on Fian Chamber of Commerce. Etc. When Bu Yuyan thought of this, she seemed to have grasped some key point. If I can't acquire the shops, then the Bu family's industry won't be able to expand. In this case, the one who will benefit the most is Yu family and Yan family. When Bu Yuyan talked about these two families, she was gritting her teeth. Don't think that Bu Yuyan doesn't know anything because she has been staying at the Bu family and has not participated in the management of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. You know, the current head of the Bu family, Bing Kongka, only has a daughter named Bu Yuyan. Without a son. Could it be that the Bu family's foundation will not be passed on? That is obviously impossible. So on the surface, it seems that Bu Yuyan has not participated in the management of Fian Chamber of Commerce, but in fact, there are many secrets that Bu Yuyan has told Bu Yuyan. Including the disputes between the three major families in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Bu Yuyan's biggest purpose in coming to Yuanshan City this time was to spread the Bu family's industry, and then gradually transfer the Bu family's foundation from Fian City to Yuanshan City. In this case, one can break away from the Fian Chamber of Commerce and stay away from disputes. Secondly, it can avoid the constraints of the Yu family and the Yan family and allow the Yi family to develop better. But it is a pity that the Yu family and the Yan family do not seem to want to see the Bu family leave the Fian Chamber of Commerce so easily. But he wanted to eat the Bu family. Miss, you mean? Although Xiaowen doesn't know as much as Bu Yuyan. But Xiaowen was also Bu Yuyan's personal maid after all. When Bu Yuyan said this, she immediately figured it out. It's okay to know this in your heart, because even if you say it out loud, it's useless. Bu Yuyan was indeed angry, but not so angry that she lost her mind. So seeing Xiaowen's indignant look, he immediately waved his hand to stop Xiaowen's next move. Although the Yu family and the Yan family instigated the Fian Chamber of Commerce to collude with the owners of those shops, it still doesn't bother him, because my trump card is not this at all. Bu Yuyan took a deep breath and then stood up. Let's go pick a store for Manager Qi first. Although the Bu family doesn't have many properties in Yuanshan City, it should be no problem to choose a suitable store location. Since the power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce cannot be used, then it will be better to use the power of the Bu family itself. If you can't buy a shop, doesn't the Bu family have its own shop in Yuanshan City? What the Yu family and the Yan family did, indeed made it impossible for Bu Yuyan to develop in Yuanshan City, and the Bu family's industry has been stagnant. But that was before. However, now, as long as she has the improved version of laser light in hand, Bu Yuyan is confident that with this weapon, she can make friends with the wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City. At that time, it will no longer be the Yu family and the Yan family that restrict the Bu family. Instead, the Bu family united with the wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City to expel the Yu family and the Yan family. Yes, miss. Although Xiaowen was angry, she would not disobey Bu Yuyan's order. So after answering, he followed Bu Yuyan glumly. Okay, Xiaowen, be happy. The setbacks you have now are just the inevitable ups and downs on the road to success. Bu Yuyan glanced at Xiaowen and knew that she was unhappy because she was being plotted by the Yu family and the Yan family, so she comforted her. The Bu family's properties in Yuanshan City include various forging material stores and several blacksmith shops. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen were searching in Yuanshan City this time in order to select a store with the best location and then hand it over to Qi Lu. However, the places where forging material stores and blacksmith shops are opened are generally not in very good locations. After all, the items sold in these two stores are not the basic necessities for people's daily lives. The number of customers in need is relatively small, so it is useless to opening a busy place. In the past, this problem would have been nothing. Anyway, those customers who need weapons and armor will naturally look for a suitable blacksmith shop, even if the location is a bit remote, it doesn't matter. Because the blacksmith shop relies on craftsmanship to make a living. Therefore, the requirements for the location of the store are not high. But now, it has become the biggest drawback. Because Bu Yuyan now needs to rely on the improved version of laser light to become famous in a short period of time, and then use this to cooperate with the wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City. However, if the location of the store is too bad, Bu Yuyan can afford to wait. But Bu Yuyan was worried that the Bu family in Fian City could not afford to wait. As for Fian Chamber of Commerce, the store with the best location in Yuanshan City is the Fian restaurant that Bu Yuyan invited Qi Lu to. But Fian restaurant, speaking of it, actually belongs to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Bu family, Yu family, and Yan family have all arranged personnel to manage it, so it can only be regarded as a neutral industry for the time being. Although Bu Yuyan had this idea, she couldn't implement it. However, other than that, the shops opened by the Yu family and the Yan family in Yuanshan City were not so welcoming to Bu Yuyan. Although there is no betrayal on the surface. But it can be seen in the enthusiasm of the reception. The Fian Chamber of Commerce employees who used to try their best to please Bu Yuyan because of her status now seem to avoid seeing something bad. This situation is even more serious in the shops opened by Youjia and Yanjia. The only thing missing is that there is a sign at the entrance of the store that says, "This store refuses entry to people from the Bu family." Fortunately, Bu Yuyan was aware of this situation, so when passing by the entrances of these shops, she only glanced a few times to observe the situation. After all, in Yuanshan City, the Yu family and the Yan family have begun to openly oppose the Bu family. Therefore, Bu Yuyan observed the situation in order to know herself and the enemy. Our Bu family just wants to quietly withdraw from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Since you are unwilling, don't blame us for being rude. However, after walking through these shops, Bu Yuyan still felt angry. There is no way, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. Sometimes, when you enter this circle, you can't just quit if you want to. But if you, the Yu family and the Yen family, want to swallow up all the Bu family, you have to think about whether you have the ability to do so. Only the people of the Bu family still have the same attitude towards Bu Yuyan. The level of enthusiasm is even higher than before. Miss, why are you here? Is there anything we can do for you? In a blacksmith shop facing the street, as soon as Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen walked in, the blacksmith who was still pounding weapon blanks inside immediately put down what he was doing and came over to greet them. Don't pay attention to us, I'm just here to take a look. Just keep busy with your business, don't pay too much attention to us. Bu Yuyan waved her hand and said lightly. When choosing a store, the most important thing is to examine the customer flow at this location, the surrounding customer groups, and the residential area within the city-state. After all, if a luxury store is placed in an ordinary residential area, it will be of little use no matter how much traffic there is. Because economic strength does not allow it. It's just that the locations of the stores owned by the Bu family in Yuanshan City are generally not very good. So you can only choose tall people from short people. The blacksmith shop facing the street that Bu Yuyan was looking at was already in a good location. It's not far from the Mercenary Guild's branch in Yuanshan City. The number of customers should not be too small. As for the places where the wealthy businessmen and powerful people live, sorry, there are no such shops outside. In order to ensure their own safety, these wealthy businessmen who cherish their lives will stay in their own manner most of the time. Whatever is needed, there will be dedicated servants to purchase it. Miss, you have seen so many shops along the way. The location of this blacksmith shop should be the best one. Xiaowen followed Bu Yuyan, talking nonchalantly. Well, the location of this blacksmith shop is indeed good. Bu Yuyan looked out from the store, her field of view was quite wide, and there were not many pedestrians coming and going on the street outside the store. From time to time, a few mercenaries would come to the blacksmith shop to purchase weapons. After seeing Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, they would joke with the blacksmith who was forging iron, saying that the blacksmith was really lucky. Then the blacksmith yelled at her, saying that Bu Yuyan was the eldest lady of her Bu family. The Fian Chamber of Commerce's sphere of influence can cover Yuanshan City, and these mercenaries are naturally familiar with the Bu family's name. So after hearing what the blacksmith said, I apologized repeatedly. After all, the internal disputes within the Fian Chamber of Commerce are still considered secret to these outsiders. In the eyes of these mercenaries, Bu Yuyan is still the daughter of the boss of Fian Chamber of Commerce. But Bu Yuyan doesn't care about these little things. Those who don't know are not guilty. Besides, Bu Yuyan is not a coquettish person. She knows that the profession of mercenary is on the edge of the knife and is extremely stressful. It is normal for her to like to talk a few words. And after Bu Yuyan looked at the store for a while, she also confirmed that this store was indeed quite good. So when there is serious business, forget about these small details. Miss, you've been here for a long time, what's the matter? The blacksmith has already finished all his work. Then seeing Bu Yuyan still in the store, she immediately came over and asked respectfully. You should be aware of the current situation of the Bu family. Bu Yuyan looked at the blacksmith and was silent for a moment before speaking out. Yes, miss, the master has already told us. He also said that after Miss Kamesto Yuanshan City, we must obey any instructions given by her to the letter. The blacksmith lowered his head and spoke calmly but firmly. If you are born into the Bu family, you must consider the interests of the Bu family. This is even more true in times of crisis like this. Bu Yuyan did not expect to get such an answer, so she was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, the Bu family will not lose. Now, I need to use this blacksmith shop for another purpose. Just in the middle of Bu Yuyan's words, the blacksmith interrupted her words. No problem, miss, I will start cleaning up right away. Is there anything else you need to ask? Although I am still a little bit reluctant to leave the blacksmith shop that has been in business for so long, there is no place where I can't do blacksmithing. As long as the Bu family is still there, people like them can live a better life. If the Bu family falls, those of them who depend on the Bu family may not fare much better. Temporarily unavailable. Bu Yuyan returned in a daze. I originally thought it would take a little more effort, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. It seems that it is inevitable for the Bu family to leave the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Bu family to truly grow stronger if they stayed in the Fian Chamber of Commerce and were controlled by the Yu family and the Yin family. Now that the store location has been chosen, it's time to tell Qi Lu. Because it was stipulated in the previous cooperation agreement that the location selection would be left to Bu Yuyan, but the construction of the new store would have to be done by Qi Lu himself. This also saved Bu Yuyan a lot of trouble. Although the Fian Chamber of Commerce's network power cannot be used because of the Yin family and the Yu family. But after all, the Bu family has been developing in Yuanshan City for so many years. It is still very simple to find out whether a person is somewhere in Yuanshan City. So that night, Bu Yuyan met Qi Lu and told Qi Lu the location of the store. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I thought it would take several days. After Bu Yuyan left, Qi Lu didn't waste any time and went directly to the door of the blacksmith shop facing the street overnight. The location is good. System. How long will it take to build a vending point? System. If the host is in urgent need, 10 minutes is enough. If you don't ask me for the power of faith, I need it urgently, but if you ask for it, I don't need it urgently. Qi Lu replied slowly. Just by listening to what the system meant, Qi Lu knew that Krypton Gold could speed up construction. I really don't know which shoddy money-making mobile game this damn system came from. I know how to make money all day long, but I'm still so stingy. System, the host is joking. How can we need the power of faith to serve the host? System, however, if the host is willing to give a little, then this system has no objection. Of course you have no objection, but I do. Qi Lu shrugged and replied calmly to the system's words. He paused and said, "Okay, I still have this little time, so please stop talking. It's this blacksmith shop that I transformed into a vending point." Probably knowing that Qi Lu would not use the power of Kryptonian faith in such a small place, the system did not waste any more words. Instead, he began to concentrate on renovating the blacksmith shop in front of him. So, under Qi Li's gaze, the blacksmith shop in front of him was instantly enveloped in a soft white light. This white light is not dazzling, and it is not even noticeable at all. Like a white stone. However, this situation should be the case. After all, it is the middle of the night. If a dazzling light suddenly appears and lights up half of the distant mountain city, who knows how many people will be attracted to come and see. This night, there is so much light pollution. How disturbing that would be. Even if it wants to attract popularity, it's not so attractive. 10 minutes passed quickly. The system has always been very strict about time. It is said to be 10 minutes, but it is 10 minutes. Generally speaking, it isn't more than 1 minute and not less than 1 second. So when the 10-minute countdown ended, the white light wrapped around the blacksmith shop also disappeared. And what also disappeared together was the blacksmith shop from before. Because the blacksmith shop that looked a bit shabby and crude before has now turned into a completely different shop. The walls and floors are all made of marble, which looks extremely high-end and classy. The glazed shelves used to display products in the store are even more brilliant and look extremely gorgeous. The decoration of the store is also as gorgeous as it is, and it is as splendid as it is used. But the most eye-catching thing is the simulated robot standing at the door of the store, which gives Qi Lu a sense of high-tech that he has traveled to the future. System, what is this guy used for? Only after being prompted by the system did Qile realize that the expressionless man standing at the door of the store was actually a simulation robot. But this is a bit too simulated. At least Qile couldn't detect any flaws in this strong man. Even the breath is exactly the same as a normal practitioner. System, host, this is simulation robot number 1. It is used to guard automatic vending points. When Qile heard this, he was confused on the spot. It turns out that the point of a vending point is not to allow customers to help themselves. Why is there a simulated robot? System, host, please don't be surprised. Although this system wants to trust those customers, there will always be people who don't abide by the rules. System, so simulation robot number 1 is placed here specifically to deal with unexpected situations. Qile felt that he could not refute what the system said. Because there are many people who want to take advantage of you. Not to mention, the products in this vending point are not small bargains, but real bargains. If it were really made into a vending point, I'm afraid that within a few days, someone will try their best to evacuate this place. So it's better to put a simulated robot inside. Anyway, Qile doesn't have to worry about it. Okay, I get it. Qile waved his hand, dismissing the system, and then came to the front of the simulation robot. I have to say that the system's skill at pinching people is indeed quite impressive. This can be felt from the previous promotional videos. And the simulation robot now created by the system is even more so. It has a strong body, a sunny and tough face, wearing a tuxedo and white gloves. There is also a delicate bow tied with a ribbon on the neckline. He doesn't look like a storekeeper, but more like a housekeeper. Pulled out like this, he looks like a sunny man with a handsome butler. How many wealthy ladies must be charmed? Just as Qile was thinking this, the strong simulated robot man in front of him seemed to see Qile walking in front of him, so he immediately bowed and saluted. Hello, master, I am the butler of this vending point. You can call me number 1. Simulation robot number 1 greeted respectfully. What a butler. Qile was surprised when he heard what this sunny man called himself. However, the system's ability to create names is really not that good. The simulated robot number 1 is directly named number 1. Does this really sound like a personal name? But, master? After a few seconds, Qile suddenly remembered what number 1 called him. Yes, young master, this title is what the master ordered me to call you. Number 1 said with a smile and a very respectful attitude. But Qile's mood was obviously not high. You damn system is taking advantage of me here again. The master mentioned Inno. 1 is probably your second stroke system. Qile immediately thought of a guy with such evil taste. If you can't take advantage of negotiations or credit, you start to take advantage of seniority. Really childish. System, host, how can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? Did you see with any of your eyes that I was taking advantage of you? Stop, of course I can't see what you do secretly. Facing the system's excuse, Qile smiled coldly. But just because I didn't see it doesn't mean you're right, because I think you did it, so it must be you. Because for this two-stroke system, many times there is no need to debate at all. After all, the evidence is obvious. System, I don't want you to feel it, I want me to feel it. If I say I don't have it, I just don't have it. Bah, you took advantage and you don't dare to admit it, you idiot. Qile snorted coldly, not even bothering to argue with the system anymore. Instead, he turned to look at number 1 and asked aloud, how strong are you approximately? What are your main responsibilities? Can you follow my orders? 3 questions in a row are all key questions. Master Qijin, my strength probably fluctuates around the high level of hero level. Number 1 answered immediately without hesitation. As we all know, every major realm is divided into 20 small levels. These 20 small levels are actually divided into 4 small realms. That is, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Within these 4 small realms, each small realm contains 5 small levels. Therefore, the high-level heroic level mentioned by number 1 fluctuates up and down. In fact, the range of this fluctuation is quite large. However, this strength is obviously enough in this world. You know, Qi Li's realm is actually full of calculations, but it is only a high-level hero level. It's just that Qi Li's strength cannot be calculated using the normal realm. For example, even at the peak of the hero level, Qi Li can actually beat him with the power he currently possesses. What's more, even if you can't beat it, shouting "the system saves life" is actually just that. My main responsibility is to make customers who buy things but don't pay for them willingly take out their gold coins. Number 1 continued. When the words willingly were mentioned, a complicated look appeared on Qila's face. Because Qila clearly saw the expression on number 1's face. When he said willingly, what flashed past must be bloodthirsty, right? Willingly? Could it really be said that he is willing to do so? I'm afraid I won't be convinced. This is indeed in line with the system's traditional aesthetics of violence. Customers who are unwilling to pay must be given adequate education. And I will obey all the master's orders as long as they do not violate my responsibilities. Number 1 didn't pay attention to the weird look on Qi Li's face, but continued speaking seriously. Without violating your duties, I understand. Qi Li thought for a moment and then nodded. To put it simply, number 1 cannot leave the vending point when it opens. But after the doors are closed, it doesn't matter. In this case, I will introduce you to a partner tomorrow. Remember to protect her when you are free. Because I don't want to change my partners very often. Qi Li quickly thought of a task that could be assigned to number 1. As for protecting Qi Li, that's not necessary. Although number 1's combat effectiveness, Qi Li still doesn't know how strong it is. But in fact, it doesn't matter how strong he is, because no matter how strong no one is, he can't be stronger than Qi Li himself. Follow your orders, master. Hearing this, number 1 bowed slightly and spoke out. In this case, I can feel more at ease. Qi Li didn't sleep for most of the night, so he came here specially and finally gained something. However, after meeting number 1, Qi Li remembered that he had never been to a vending point. Almost putting the cart before the horse. Qi Li slapped his forehead and quickly walked into the store. The layout in the vending point is completely different from the stores in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains. Because there is no need for counters and other areas, all vending points are made of glass shelves, which are fairly loosely distributed in the store. The size of the area in the vending point is obviously caused by the use of space folding magic. The actual area inside is at least 10 times what it looks like from the outside, maybe more. It can accommodate many customers to purchase goods at one time. And next to these shelves, basically, there is a checkout box on one side of each shelf, with a large opening on it. Since we only accept gold coins, we can't speak too loudly. After the customer enters the store and purchases the product of their choice, he only needs to walk to the cash box, and the number of gold coins that the customer needs to pay will be displayed on the cash box. Just drop the gold coins into the collection box. Very convenient. The only problem is that when the variety of products increases in the future, if these customers want to buy more items, they may have to drag a box over. Otherwise, I might not be able to put down so many gold coins. Of course, it is also possible to use storage utensils to hold gold coins. However, although storage objects are not particularly rare, they are still very precious. Ordinary customers probably don't either. However, these problems are not something Qi Li should worry about. Anyway, Qi Li only knows that if someone dares not to pay, he will take the goods and walk out of the store. The phrase willingly in that slogan is definitely not a joke. With a simulated robot with heroic high-level strength staring at him, Chi really wasn't worried about any blind guy daring to evade the order. If there is, then Chi Lu can only praise the last sentence. Remarkably brave. Seeing this, Chi Lu had almost finished looking at the layout of the vending point. In addition, there is a warehouse door at the end of the store, which should be used for replenishment. But Chi Lu didn't go to see it either. Anyway, there is no need for Chi Lu to replenish the goods in the vending point, so it doesn't matter whether you look at the warehouse or not. And because it is just a vending point, the layout is extremely simple. There is no bedroom for Chi Lu to live in, and there is even only one sofa. Probably because the simulated robot doesn't need to rest. However, for such a hardworking simulated robot and a handsome butler, the name given by the system is too rough. Otherwise, let's change his name. Seeing this scene, Chi Lu touched his chin and thought to himself. In fact, Chi Lu had this idea when he heard number 1 announce his name. It's just that this idea is now more firmly established. Thinking like this, Chi Lu began to look at this handsome butler carefully. To be honest, simulation robots are indeed robots. Under Chi Li's aggressive gaze, he could still handle it calmly, which is really amazing. Huh? This mark is... Chi Lu looked at it for a long time, and suddenly saw a rather familiar pattern on the collar of this handsome butler. So he immediately reached out and pulled open the ribbon on the collar of the simulated robot. The lines that made Chi Lu feel familiar were immediately revealed in a large area, displayed in front of Chi Li's eyes. It is indeed an ancient rune. Chi Li's pupils narrowed slightly, and his eyes immediately changed when he looked at the handsome butler in front of him. It is another product that combines technology and magic. Chi Lu recognized the pattern of these lines after being ridiculed by the system several times and deliberately studied ancient runes. That is the puppet rune. Are the simulated robots plus the puppet runes from the ancient runes? After the system created an improved version of laser light, did it start moving into the field of robots again? That's really awesome, my system. Chi Lu sighed involuntarily. System, thank you, host. I'm not praising you, well, you are definitely pretty good this time. After Chi Lu retorted subconsciously, he was silent for a while and then said something again. Because the technological content of robots and lasers is really different. But, that's not right. In a world of fighting spirit and magic, why do we need to discuss technological matters? Forget it, I don't have the energy to worry about these issues anymore. After Chi Lu thought for a while, he gave up thinking and looked at the handsome butler in front of him. At this time, he looked calm and was readying the ribbon into a bow in an orderly manner. Chi Lu looked at it for a while and finally figured it out. No wonder this guy is so well dressed, even wearing white gloves on his hands. It turned out to be to cover the puppet runes. Since it is a product of the combination of ancient runes and technology, why not call it Goku? Well, you wouldn't mind if I wanted to change your name. Chi Lu first sighed about his ability to name names that completely defeated the system, then patted the handsome butler on the shoulder and said seriously. I don't know how many times better Goku is than the name number 1. At least it already looks like a personal name. As long as it doesn't violate my duties, everything depends on the young master's orders. There was no ripple in the handsome butler's voice. Okay, from now on, you will be called Goku. Chi Lu had to lament that the people made with simulated robots and puppetrons really had no emotions at all. Just obey orders. Yes, master. The handsome butler successfully changed his name. Now, it was Goku who bowed to say hello to Chi Lu. Moreover, when Chi Lu changed the name of this handsome butler, he had already thought of another problem. That is, there cannot be only one vending point. If the system produces a few more simulated robots in the future, just follow them and all have the surname Gu. Produced by ancient runes, what a meaningful surname. Otherwise, Qi Li's taste in system naming is really unflattering. But when it comes to this, Qi Lu also has to admire the creativity of the system. A bunch of ancient runes obtained by chance can actually be used for fun. By the way, there are only improved versions of laser lights on the shelves at the vending points, and half of the shelves are reserved for spare use. After Qi Lu changed the name of the handsome butler, he continued to give instructions. It is not convenient to release assembled laser beams yet. Especially the city defense type and destruction version of the laser light emitting tube are really not something that ordinary customers can use. What's more, if you take a step back and think about it, good things should bear at least slowly. The wool must be gathered in waves. Let's release a basic version of the improved laser light first and let customers rush for it for a while. After the market is almost saturated, a higher version of the laser-emitting tube can be released and it will become popular for a period of time. When doing business, you have to pay attention to some strategies. Yes, master. After Guka responded, he turned around and went into the store to restock. It feels so good to just move your mouth. Qi Li sat comfortably on the only sofa in the vending point, watching Guka busy in the store. Simulation robots blessed with puppet runes have this advantage. As long as the energy is constant and the runes are not damaged, the feeling of tiredness will never occur. So after watching it for a while, Qi Lu was not interested in reading anymore. After giving orders to Guku to finish replenishing the goods, he closed the store. Then Qi Lu put his hands behind his back and left calmly. In the middle of the night, it would be more practical to go back to sleep than to watch a simulated robot replenish goods here. However, the only thing that Qi Lu regretted was that there was no bedroom in the vending point. This is so uncomfortable. The night is getting deeper and deeper. In the Xidian forest, a mercenary team of about a dozen people was running towards the outside of the forest. They were running so fast in the forest, as if there was some terrifying man-eating beast chasing them behind them. Each of these mercenaries wore night clothes that had a breath-absorbent effect, and they were also smeared with special potions that could hide their breath. The shadow was blurry, except for the sound of running, as if blending into the dark night. I don't know how long I ran. One of the mercenaries couldn't help but gritted his teeth and asked, "Captain. Captain, so many of our brothers died on this mission, is it really worth it?" The mercenary who spoke had a low tone, with a hint of regret and reluctance. But most of them are still confused. How could he not feel confused when he had sacrificed the lives of so many brothers for a mission that he knew would be extremely dangerous? As soon as these words came out, a mercenary who looked like the captain said with a somewhat sad tone, "I don't know if it's worth it, but the matter has come to this, and we have no way out. As long as we deliver the things our employer wants this time to you in Shan City, the reward will be enough for us to go home and retire. After being a mercenary for so long, you should learn to take matters of life and death lightly. Dangerous tasks abound on the taskbar in the mercenary guild. But the more dangerous the mission, the higher the reward you can get. If you want to be rich and prosperous, you have to risk your life." So after a brief period of dejection, the captain of this mercenary team also recovered. But now is not the time to say these words. Not far ahead is the distant mountain forest. As long as we pass through the distant mountain forest, we can reach the distant mountain city. The forest in the distant mountains is the big forest where Qi Li met Bu Yuyan. This forest is not far outside Yuanshan City, bordering a small plain outside Yuanshan City, and there are no other city-states around it. Hence the name. The reason why it is called Far Mountain Forest is actually because there has never been a particularly famous and powerful monster in the distant mountain forest. So it was named after Yuanshan Castle. Otherwise, there is a high probability that it will be named after that monster. For example, the name Purple Lightning Forest was derived from the fact that a purple lightning pterosaur once appeared in this forest, and it was so powerful that it frightened everyone around. But that was all in the past. The purple electric pterosaur from back then has long since disappeared without a trace under the passage of time. Otherwise, the Purple Lightning Forest would not be a place where ordinary mercenary teams could enter. However, now, this group of mercenaries who came to the Xidian forest are still running for their lives to escape from the Xidian forest. And when he heard the distant mountains and forests, his speed became even faster. Although both Xidian forest and Yuanshan forest have warcraft, in terms of overall strength of warcraft, Yuanshan forest is far behind. At least with the strength of these mercenaries, they can still handle it. After all, in a forest where even bandits can live for a long time, apart from being a huge threat to ordinary people who cannot practice, as long as ordinary practitioners are careful, there will basically be no major problems. As long as we deliver the things to Greenwater Manor in Yuanshan City, our mission will be completed. Entering the distant mountain forest, the captain of the mercenary team breathed a sigh of relief. Most warcraft have a sense of territory. Even if they are not strong, they will not be lenient when facing enemies that invade their territory. Unless the enemy that invades the territory is too strong, making these monsters feel instinctive fear. At this time, the monster will follow its instinct to save its life and pretend not to see it. But this is not a problem for the experienced mercenary team. The mercenary team that has been running missions in the surrounding forests all year round has basically a clear grasp of the territories of the common monsters. And after figuring out the territory of these monsters, there is basically no possibility of provoking these monsters. However, at this time, deep in the Purple Lightning Forest, an extremely deep purple light flashed. The next day, early morning. After Qi Lu had breakfast, he walked around to a slightly remote inn according to the address given by Bu Yuyan. This is also one of the Bu family's industries in Yuanshan City. Although there are guest rooms and Fian restaurant, they are not safe. Bu Yuyan was not a spoiled person, and knew that at this time, if she lived in Fian restaurant, she would definitely be monitored by the spies of the Yu family and the Yen family. That's why I chose Bujia Industry, which is absolutely trustworthy. The place where you live is quite remote. Qi Lu scratched his head and began to doubt whether he had made the right choice by cooperating with Bu Yuyan. But now they have begun to cooperate, and Qi Lu will not change people casually unless there are special circumstances. So whether this choice is correct or not is actually not that important. Forgive me, Manager Qi, but the current situation in Yuanshan City is indeed not friendly to me. When Bu Yuyan faced Qi Lu, she was not in the mood to say anything for the occasion. Because after getting along for a short time, Bu Yuyan also knew that Qi Lu didn't care about these things at all. Really? Is it serious? Qi Lu glanced at Bu Yuyan and asked, casually. Just as Bu Yuyan thought, Qi Lu really didn't care about these things. Anyway, he just wanted to find someone to help look after the vending point. After all, Goku is just a simulation robot, and it is indeed very powerful in terms of combat effectiveness. But in terms of thinking, it is still a bit rigid. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Li's expressionless face and couldn't tell what Qi Li meant, but she still replied, "Thank you, Manager Qi, for your concern. There is no problem for the time being." That's good. Of course, Qi Lu doesn't want something to happen to his partner on the first day. That would be unlucky. Just in time, I have already built the new store. You can come with me later and I will introduce someone to you. Already built? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu in shock. It's all planned out, and only one night has passed. A new store has been built? How is this possible? Xiaowen even said frankly, "You are not lying to my lady, are you? What's the benefit of me lying to you? You'll know if it's true if you come over with me and take a look." Qi Lu shrugged, not caring at all about their doubts. Because it is really impossible to build a new store in one night, including demolishing the old store. That is to say, the system, which cannot be speculated based on common sense, can do it. Qi Lu has seen this too often, so he has long been numb to it. But for Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, it is definitely a shocking enough thing. Because when they followed Qi Lu to the door of this newly built store, their first reaction was, when did this store appear here? Wasn't there a blacksmith shop that stood here before? But what is going on with this gorgeous store made of marble now? Guku, open the door. Qi Lu ignored Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who had shocked faces, and calmly shouted into the vending point. Guku, open the door. Qi Lu shouted very calmly into the vending point. The next second, the store door was opened. Guku, who was wearing a tuxedo, stood at the door of the store, bowed slightly, and greeted respectfully, "Welcome, young master." Master? Seeing this handsome man, who looked like a butler, and then hearing what had called Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with even more astonishment. When Xiaowen looked at Qi Lu, she was not only stunned, but also had a hint of awe in it. A person who can be called a young master must have a prominent family background. As for how prominent this family background is, generally speaking, one or two things can be inferred from the butler who follows this person. The more prominent the family background, the more experienced and powerful the butler who follows this person. Because the responsibility of a housekeeper is not only to care, but also to protect. You must know that housekeepers are different from those guards who hide in the dark. If they need to show up, they must be strong enough to deter those young people with evil intentions. Otherwise, you will only be looked down upon by other forces of the same level. Just like Bu Yuyan, although she was born in the Bu family. But with the strength of the Bu family, there is no way to provide Bu Yuyan with a personal butler. This is the gap. Therefore, in the eyes of Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, Qi Li's identity seems even more mysterious. At least the power behind Qi Lu is completely incomparable to the Bu family. However, it was impossible for Qi Lu to guess what Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen were thinking. Because no one could have imagined that these two people could guess so many things based on Guku's young master. Guku, this is my partner, her name is Bu Yuyan. I asked you to take care of her when she was in Yuanshan City. She should be able to do it. Qi Lu pointed at Bu Yuyan and introduced Guku. No problem, master. Guku nodded calmly and agreed without any hesitation. Unlike ordinary practitioners, Guku does not need to rest. Coupled with the high-level realm of Guku's hero level, it is simply a piece-off cake to protect someone in a city-state. Qi Lu also knew this, so he limited the scope to Yuanshan City. Because Guku still has the task of guarding the vending point. Why is this so embarrassing, Qi Dian? Mr. Qi, he is your butler after all. When Bu Yuyan heard this, she waved her hands quickly and wanted to refuse. Moreover, the title of Qi Lu has also changed from the previous store manager Qi to the current young master Qi. Because after guessing Qi Li's identity, it seems a bit strange to call Qi manager Qi. What's the point of being embarrassed? I'm looking after you, by the way. It's not a trouble for Guku. I just don't want my partners to get into trouble under my nose. Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly, looked at Bu Yuyan, and spoke slowly. If something happened to Bu Yuyan in Yuanshan City under Guku's care, Qi Lu would be completely embarrassed. Thank you Mr. Qi for your kindness. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu intently, and after a long while, she saluted and expressed her gratitude to Qi Lu. Because the serious expression on Qi Li's face didn't seem like he was joking. Moreover, if there is a powerful butler to take care of her, Bu Yuyan will not be so worried about the insidious methods of the Yu family and the Yan family. Based on the conditions of those aristocratic families that can provide housekeepers for the direct descendants of the family. The steward Qi Lu was talking about. At least it must be at the peak of Grandmaster level. Bu Yuyan glanced at Gu Ke and silently guessed in her heart. There is no other way, in this case we can only guess. Moreover, in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the top master-level experts are the ones who need to try their best to please. After all, among the dozens of master-level experts who belong to the Fian Chamber of Commerce, only a few have reached the pinnacle of the master level. Naturally, it cannot be used to protect Bu Yuyan. And in fact, this time Bu Yuyan came to Yuanshan City, there were no guards around her at all, only Xiaowen followed. Because those guards were all detained in Fian City by Yu Qiyuan and Yanqianshan using their family's power. The reason is to give in so that Yuyan cannot reach Yuanshan City. So Qile asked Gu Ke to take care of Bu Yuyan, by the way, which can be said Toba timely help. There's no need to say thank you. The best way to thank you is to attract more customers. Qile said calmly, and then walked into the vending point first. It's better to follow up quickly now, I will show you this store. The layout of the vending point is quite simple. There wasn't much to know, so Qile quickly finished the introduction. And at the end, he warned, just leave the replenishment matter to Gu Ke, and your people should not enter the warehouse. Well, I understand. Bu Yuyan nodded seriously, indicating that she remembered. Because it was normal for the warehouse not to allow outsiders to enter, Bu Yuyan had nothing to be suspicious of. Okay, now that everything that needs to be said has been said, it's up to you to do what's left. I still have something to do, so I won't stay any longer. After Qile finished speaking, he left the store alone. Anyway, the matters that should be paid attention to have already been mentioned when discussing cooperation. In addition, there was Gu Ke watching, so Qile had nothing to worry about. Master, walk slowly. Gu Ke came to the door of the store and watched Qile leave. Then it was like a statue, standing there, without any other movements. So majestic and handsome. Xiaowen followed Bu Yuyan and looked at Gu Ke with burning eyes. They are both servants, but maids and housekeepers cannot be compared. So when looking at Gu Ke, Xiaowen will inevitably feel a little envious. Yes, very majestic. Bu Yuyan also glanced at Gu Ke and said something in agreement. In a prominent family, even if you are just a housekeeper, your status is not something that ordinary people can reach. Especially the forces composed of powerful practitioners. But Bu Yuyan didn't look at it much, but said loudly, let's go, Xiaowen, has the visit post I asked you to send before been sent out? A visit post is a post sent before going to visit some wealthy businessmen. In layman's terms, it's something like making an appointment. Under normal circumstances, it is something that is only used when there is a clear gap in the power levels between the two parties. Forces of the same level do not need this thing to visit each other. It's a pity that the strength of Fian Chamber of Commerce lies in Fian City. In other city-states, although it is not to the extent of being a person with your tail between your legs, you can't be high-profile either. The typical one is less than the top and more than the bottom. Of course, the forces at the bottom dare not provoke the Fian Chamber of Commerce, but the wealthy businessmen at the top of Yuanshan City do not think so highly of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Especially when the Fian Chamber of Commerce was still an outside force. Therefore, in order for Bu Yuyan to meet those wealthy businessmen and powerful people, she must send them visiting notes. It's all been sent over, miss. Xiaowen pursed her lips, but still answered honestly. As soon as Bu Yuyan looked at Xiaowen's expression, she knew that she felt aggrieved by her own experience. But there is a saying that goes well, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. What's more, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is not a strong dragon for the wealthy businessmen at the top of Yuanshan City. So Bu Yuyan could only smile helplessly. Fortunately, the conflict between the Bu family and the Yu family and the Yan family did not spread. Otherwise, Bu Yuyan would have been even more difficult in Yuanshan City. if the Fian Chamber of Commerce still has some influence in Yuanshan City. The separated Bu family is really nothing in Yuanshan City. Therefore, the visit note that Bu Yuyan asked Xiaowen to send before was still in the name of Fian Chamber of Commerce. Anyway, it's all taking advantage of the situation. Since the three major families haven't completely broken up with each other yet, Bu Yuyan won't be polite. As long as you can take advantage of the enemy, it is profitable for you. Visiting notes have been sent out. Then Bu Yuyan also has to go back and prepare. Although the Bu family does not have much influence in Yuanshan City, there is still no problem in dispatching a few guards to act as front guards. Practitioners may be out of reach for ordinary people. However, for those big forces, it depends on the strength of the cultivator. Hero-level strong men can indeed ignore ordinary power, go up and down, and let the weak look up to them. But before being promoted to the hero level, it is inevitable to run around for money and various training resources. However, judging from the current situation of the Bu family in Yuanshan City, the only guards that can be dispatched are professional-level guards at best. This is still based on the best-case scenario. There is no way, reality is always cruel. There are few people who provide help in times of need, but many people who are the icing on the cake. It is human nature to add insult to injury and take pleasure in others' misfortune, it is too common. Bu Yuyan was born in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. She has seen a lot of this kind of human nature and sophistication, so she naturally understands it. So after preparing a small gift, Bu Yuyan took Xiaowen and several dispatched guards to the manor of the first wealthy businessman she wanted to visit. The manor of a wealthy businessman would naturally not be in an ordinary residential area of Yuanshan City. Instead, the city lord of Yuanshan City specially ordered to open up a quiet and elegant area, with city guards patrolling the area. After all, the industries in the hands of these wealthy businessmen are inextricably linked to all walks of life in Yuanshan City. If the city wants to develop more prosperously, it cannot do without these people. Therefore, the safety of these people must be guaranteed. Even if Bu Yuyan wants to come in, she still needs to inform her first. This is one of the reasons why I sent you a visiting post before. Arriving at the gate of the manor, several guards of the manor immediately came out and blocked the way of Bu Yuyan and his party. The manor guards who blocked the way of Bu Yuyan and others looked at the visitors indifferently. One of the guards who looked like a leader asked loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Can you please go in and inform me that Bu Yuyan from the Fian Chamber of Commerce has come to visit Mr. Jin with a small gift?" Bu Yuyan quickly answered aloud. It is said that there are 7 rank officials in front of the Prime Minister, and this is true. There are so many people who take advantage of others these days, so Bu Yuyan doesn't want to cause any trouble here. People from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The leader-looking guard looked Bu Yuyan up and down, sneered, and said, "Just wait here for now." After saying that, the guard turned around and walked into the manor. The remaining guards looked at Bu Yuyan and the others with disdain. Xiaowen was so angry that she wanted to curse on the spot. Fortunately, Bu Yuyan discovered it early and stopped Xiaowen with her quick hands and eyes. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Judging from the current situation of the Bu family in Yuanshan City, it would be better not to cause any trouble. If you want others to look up to you, even if you take the initiative to flatter yourself, the most important thing is to strengthen your own strength. So no matter how angry Bu Yuyan is at the moment, she won't show it on her face. Soon, the guard who entered the manor came out. "Excuse me." Bu Yuyan quickly spoke up, wanting to ask about the situation. But he was directly interrupted by the cold voice of the guard. "No need, Tosk, our master doesn't want to see you, you can go, you are not welcome here." "What?" Bu Yuyan's delicate eyebrows suddenly frowned. Because this kind of straightforward rejection was not in Bu Yuyan's imagination. Businessmen pay attention to the fact that harmony brings wealth. Even if they didn't want to see the person who comes to visit, under normal circumstances, they will find an excuse to deal with it. But the current practice of directly saying that visitors are not welcome is undoubtedly offending people. No smart businessman would choose to do this. And Mr. Jean, who can save such a large fortune, cannot be a fool, but why do such an unwise thing? Just when Bu Yuyan was confused, the guard's voice sounded again. I have already said that you are not welcome here. Why are you still here? Do you really want us to drive them away? The guard will always convey the master's meaning accurately. Just by looking at the contemptuous faces and disdainful eyes of these guards, Bu Yuyan could tell what kind of attitude the owner of the manor had towards them. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan would no longer stay here and humiliate herself. Even if the Bu family declines, the dignity they deserve will still not be discarded. Let's go. Bu Yuyan took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and then spoke out. A guy who looks down on others. Xiaowen even glared at these guards angrily and cursed fiercely. Then he followed Bu Yuyan and several guards and left here. Humph, is a bereaved dog worthy of visiting our master? I really don't know how much I weigh. Several guards at the gate of the manor looked at the leaving figures of Bu Yuyan and others and sneered disdainfully. At this moment, in the reception hall of this manor, sitting there was a fat middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing a brocade robe, with all kinds of gold and silver jewelry on his neck and fingers. Opposite this middle-aged fat man, sat a tall and thin man. The man was wearing a gray robe and had a beard, looking a little frail. This middle-aged fat man is the owner of this manor, Jin Datsai. This is a very tacky name, but in Yuanshan City, it is a quite famous name. In the hands of Jin Datsai, he almost accounts for more than 70% of Yuanshan City's food supply, and he is also involved in various other industries. It can be said that Jin Datsai is definitely the top group of wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City. If Bu Yuyan saw the man sitting opposite Jin Datsai, she would definitely recognize him. It was Yan Lin, the general person in charge of the Yan family in Yuanshan City in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Boss Jin, thank you very much for this matter. After learning that Bu Yuyan and his party had left this place, Yan Lin also held up his hands and thanked them. Mr. Yan, there is no need to thank you. This is just a small effort. Since this kind of thing has happened in the Fian Chamber of Commerce, I naturally have to make a selection if I want to continue to cooperate. Jin Datsai waved his hand and said carelessly. In Yuanshan City, the Bu family and Jin Datsai did not take it seriously, and the Fian Chamber of Commerce and Jin Datsai also did not take it seriously. However, the key to doing business is that one more friend is better than one enemy. Although Jin Datsai is not afraid of the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Yuanshan City, but in Fian City, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is much more powerful than Jin Datsai. Moreover, the scope of industries covered by Fian Chamber of Commerce is also much greater than that owned by Jin Datsai. If you want to expand your sphere of influence outwards, you will inevitably have to cooperate with others. In addition, this kind of thing happened within the Fian Chamber of Commerce. After weighing the pros and cons, Jin Datsai naturally knew who it was better to cooperate with. So he refused Bu Yuyan's visit, just taking advantage of the situation. Boss Jin is so polite. Since Boss Jin is willing to help us, Fian Chamber of Commerce will naturally welcome Boss Jin. Yan Lin's tone was neither humble nor overbearing, and he spoke very politely. That's good. Lao Jin, don't like playing tricks. After a while, I plan to develop business in another city-state. Then I will ask your Fian Chamber of Commerce to help me. Jin Datsai said it very straightforwardly. Before you are strong enough, if you want to gain a foothold in other city-states, you will inevitably ask other forces in this city-state to help you. But it is really difficult to get the local forces in the city-state to help a foreign force. Therefore, forces like the Fian Chamber of Commerce, which are also foreign but have developed to a certain extent, are undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, if there is a hero-level expert willing to help, I would like to say a word. The effect is much stronger than the help from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. It's a pity that in this world, there are only a handful of heroic heroes. It is obviously impossible for a strong man of this level to look directly at these mortal forces. So Jin.Zai didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing. Don't worry, as long as Boss Jin is willing to come, Fian Chamber of Commerce will definitely welcome you. Yan Lin nodded, his tone very serious. Anyway, you don't have to pay anything to say polite words. Everyone knows that it is false and submissive, and whoever takes it seriously will lose. Then it's settled. Jin.Zai laughed loudly. On the other side, Bu Yuyan, Xiao Wen and others visited several wealthy businessmen and several powerful people in Yuanshan City. But the result was that they were all rejected. And the way of rejection was exactly the same as when he was outside Jin.Zai's manor. He didn't make any excuses at all, and bluntly said that he didn't welcome people from the Bu family to visit. This also made Bu Yuyan's face become even more ugly. How could this happen? I've obviously accepted the invitation, but I don't even want to meet him. Bu Yuyan was a little confused. If you don't want to meet in the first place, then you should refuse when you receive the invitation. But in this situation, there is always a sense of deliberate humiliation. These damn guys look down on others. One day, my lady will make you kneel on the ground and apologize. Xiaowen was even more furious at the side and couldn't help but curse. This time, even Bu Yuyan didn't stop him. Because now, it makes no difference whether you are guilty or not. You have been so humiliated. If you don't vent your anger, will you still have some temper? Could it be said that the Yu family and the Yan family have already approached these wealthy businessmen first? Bu Yuyan could only think of this possibility now. Unless the internal conflicts within Fian Chamber of Commerce are exposed, otherwise, no matter how small the power of Fian Chamber of Commerce in Yuanshan City is. But that was only in Yuanshan City. The Fian Chamber of Commerce, which can cover more than a dozen city-states, is bigger than a horse even if it is a starved camel. No matter how arrogant these wealthy businessmen and powerful people in Yuanshan City are, they cannot fail to give the Fian Chamber of Commerce some face. However, if Bu Yuyan represents only the Bu family, that's different. Compared with the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the Bu family is far behind. If there were people from the Yu family or the Yan family fanning the flames, then refusing a visit from the Bu family would be a stress-free thing at all. Because if the Bu family wanted to cause trouble with the wealthy businessmen and powerful people in Yuanshan City, they would have to overcome the obstacles of the Yu family and the Yan family. But is it possible in this situation? Impossible. Once the Bu family does this, it will be in line with the wishes of the Yu family and the Yan family. In this way, the Bu family will only fall faster. So in the current situation, even if Bu Yuyan figured out the whole story, she could only endure her anger for now. Miss, what should we do now? Perhaps because she was tired of scolding, Xiaowen stopped scolding and Kamido Bu Yuyan's side. Let's go back to the inn first and then think of a solution. Bu Yuyan shook her head and said a little tiredly. In this situation, what good solution can I come up with in a short while? If we continue like this, we may fail Mr. Chi's expectations. Bu Yuyan took 2 steps and thought of this problem again. Chi Lena was able to cooperate with him because he probably took a fancy to his customer channels in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But looking at it now, Bu Yuyan is almost unable to protect herself. Where are the other customer channels? No, miss, Mr. Chi is a very nice person and he shouldn't care about such things. After listening to Bu Yuyan's words, Xiaowen quickly stepped forward to comfort her. But when she thought of Qi Lu, Xiaowen felt a little uneasy. How can anyone who does business not care about whether the business is good or bad? These words Xiaowen said were probably just for fun when used to comfort people. I'm fine, Xiaowen. If I really betray Mr. Qi's trust, I'll just go and tell him personally. At most, I won't cooperate anymore. I believe Mr. Qi will not blame us. Bu Yuyan forced a smile on her face, but it was quickly replaced by a sad look. Although the Bu family is the largest family in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. But if compared with the Yu and Yan families together, they are far inferior. After all, where the Fian Chamber of Commerce was founded, the three major families were equally powerful. It was only in the subsequent development that the Bu family took the lead and developed better than the other two families. But even if it's better, it's only so good. Otherwise, why would the current head of the Bu family, Xing Kong, choose to abandon Fian City and prepare to transfer the Bu family's foundation to Yuanshan City? If there was a real chance of winning, why would there be any need to take such a drastic step? However, just when Bu Yuyan looked sad, a loud noise interrupted her thoughts. Whoop dash. Followed by a sharp and long roar, the tranquility of the distant mountain city was broken. It also made everyone nervous. What's going on? It was Bu Yuyan's first time coming to Yuanshan City, and she had no clue about this kind of roaring sound. Miss, this is the highest level of emergency siren in Yuanshan City. It will only sound when a powerful enemy that is difficult to match attacks. A guard following Bu Yuyan quickly replied. Highest level siren? Bu Yuyan was shocked. A formidable enemy? Xiaowen's face was also full of shock, with a hint of fear in it. Yes, miss, this kind of siren has not sounded in Yuanshan City for many years. Another guard also said something. The paleness of their faces and the beads of sweat on their foreheads proved that they were not lying. What the hell happened? Bu Yuyan looked around uneasily. But all he could see were the more panicked looks of the people around him, and the people who were so panicked that they started running around. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on. But when this highest level alarm sounds, it definitely means something bad. Qi Lu, who was wandering around the distant mountain city, also heard this sharp and long roar. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the people around me began to become frightened. Did something big happen? Qi Lu was a little curious. Although Qi Lu didn't know what this kind of roaring sound meant, he could guess that it was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used such a terrifying voice. But not knowing what happened didn't bother Qi Lu. The majestic and powerful perception was released, covering the distant mountain city in an instant, and quickly spread outwards. Soon, Qi Lu sensed something unusual. Warcraft tide? In the display of Qi Li's perception, there is an endless wave of monsters running towards Yuanshan City. The rising smoke and dust covered the sky and the sun. The monsters rushing at the front have already emerged from the distant mountains and forests. No way, why do these monsters like to attack human city-states so much? What kind of hatred do they have? When Qi Lu sensed this, he was immediately speechless. Cloud Mist City seems to have experienced this kind of thing like a wave of monsters attacking the city-state. But when I was in the City of Life in the northern mountains, I never encountered such a thing. And I have never heard of a World of Warcraft wave happening. Could it be that these monsters just don't like humans? However, speculation is nothing but speculation, and Qi Lu still doesn't know the real reason. But Qi Lu always felt that this matter would not be so simple. Because the strength of this group of monsters was not consistent with what Qi Lu had sensed in the distant mountains and forests. In other words, this group of monsters is very likely not the monsters in the distant mountains and forests. It is definitely not without reason for so many monsters to come all the way here to attack a human city-state. Therefore, Qi Lu should not intervene in this matter casually before he understands the reason. Then it's going to be interesting now. However, even though it was difficult to intervene in this matter, Qi couldn't help but watch the destruction of Yuanshan City. Therefore, Qi rushed to the city wall in the direction of the attack of the monster wave as soon as possible. Yuanshan City, City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Li Songrong, although his name means leisurely, there is no trace of leisurely look on Li Songrong's face at this moment. After learning about the wave of monsters, Li Songrong immediately ordered to sound the alarm in Yuanshan City. Then, they began to gather the cultivators from Yuanshan City and rush to the city wall. Facing the wave of monsters, the city guards of the distant mountain city alone could not withstand such a terrifying impact. Although Li Songrong is also at the peak of the Grandmaster level. But if this kind of strength is thrown into the tide of warcraft, it won't make much difference. What's more, Li Songrong's class is still a sword knight, not an elemental magician. You must know that most of the knight classes are defensive classes. Unless it's those extreme ancient classes, it's pretty much the same. City Masterly, the summoning order has been passed down. The cultivators from Yuanshan City are also rushing to the city wall. What should we do next? A guard guarding outside the city lord's palace knocked on the door and walked into the room, bowing and speaking. Okay, let's ask those wealthy businessmen to provide assistance. Li Songrong quickly issued the order. An area was deliberately opened up to protect the wealthy businessmen, but not to let them dominate Yuanshan City. In this critical moment, the expenditure of the city lord's palace alone cannot support the battle of so many cultivators. At this time, the value of those wealthy businessmen was reflected. You must know that a considerable part of Yuanshan City's raw material supply and various blacksmith shops are in the hands of those wealthy merchants. There are even several wealthy businessmen who are connected with the blacksmith. There are definitely a lot of good things in hand. Even the city lord's mansion cannot take these things out in a short while. Moreover, these wealthy businessmen cannot refuse the call at this time. Because once Yuanshan City is broken, none of them can escape. Yes. After receiving the order, the guard immediately ran out quickly. Li Songrong was left alone in the city lord's palace, staring outside the city wall where the wave of monsters came. Damn it, why is the wave of monsters targeting Yuanshan City? Li Songrong couldn't understand. But at this time it doesn't matter whether you can figure it out or not, because the wave of warcraft is almost coming to your face. At this time, there was no time to think about the reason, so I could only fight back first. As for why the wave of warcraft attacked Yuanshan City, we should explore the reasons after withstanding the first wave of the wave of warcraft. Lord City Lord, the city guards have gathered and are waiting for your next order. Only a few minutes after the previous guard left, a messenger in armor strode in. He knelt on the ground and saluted before speaking out. Allocate half of the manpower to maintain order in Yuanshan City. The rest, come with me to the city wall and prepare to fight the coming tied-off beasts. Li Songrong calmly gave the order without thinking too much. The more critical this moment is, the less chaos can occur in the city. Otherwise, a lot of energy would be wasted just dealing with logistics, and naturally there would be no way to fight the invading enemies with all their strength. Yes, Lord City Lord. The orderly soldier bowed his head to accept the order, then immediately stood up and exited the room. After giving all the orders, Li Songrong walked to the bookshelf in the room, gently pushed the bookshelf open, and then pulled out a large and exquisite wooden box. After opening the wooden box, inside was a set of armor that had been polished and maintained very brightly. This set of armor was made by Li Songrong after he became the lord of Yuanshan City and spent a lot of favors and gold coins to find a quasi-forging master. Normally it's so tight. Basically they are stored in wooden boxes and rarely worn for combat. But today, when he was about to face the wave of warcraft, Li Songrong had to take out his treasure. Although the chance of Li Songrong going to the battlefield in person to face the warcraft is not very high. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. When necessary, Li Songrong, as the city lord, needs to take the lead to boost morale. Call the city guards to follow me to the city wall. After putting on the armor, Li Songrong had a heroic aura. After arriving at the school grounds and saying a few words to encourage morale, Li Songrong led the remaining city guards to the city wall where they were about to face the wave of monsters. The order that had been conveyed before and asked the wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City to provide assistance was quickly implemented. After learning that Yuanshan City was about to face the impact of the Warcraft wave, these wealthy businessmen were frightened into a cold sweat on the spot and were not in the mood to bargain. Although businessmen pursue profits, the prerequisite for pursuing profits is that they still have their lives. If you lose your life, no matter how many gold coins you earn, what's the use? Gold coins can only bring enjoyment when alive, but they are useless after death. Therefore, the wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City cooperated very well with the guards who sent orders, and also brought out quite a lot of weapons, armors, potions, and other items. They are all things that can be used in battle. But in contrast, these wealthy businessmen also made some demands. That is to go to the city wall to watch the battle. Because these guys who love money as much as their lives want to see where the things they donate are used. The most important reason is that the wave of monsters attacking Yuanshan City is different from other city-states attacking Yuanshan City. Other city-states attack Yuanshan City simply to plunder Yuanshan City's resources. Therefore, the lives of wealthy businessmen like them are still guaranteed. However, if the wave of monsters breaks through Yuanshan City, then there is only one result. Everyone in Yuanshan City will die at the mouth of the monster. So under this situation, these smart wealthy businessmen came up with this method. When facing the wave of Warcraft, no matter how safe the place is, can the city lord be safe by his side? So after these guys learned that Li Songrong would go to the city wall with the city guards, they made this request one after another. Go to the city wall to watch the battle and stay by Li Songrong's side to ensure your own safety. And in this way, you can also show your loyalty. Let's share weal and woe. As long as he survives this time, why can't he get support from Li Songrong? It's because of all these reasons. When Li Songrong led the city guards to the city wall, the cultivators from Yuanshan City had not yet been gathered. On the contrary, it was these wealthy businessmen from Yuanshan City who came first. Along with these wealthy businessmen, there was also a large group of guards, all of whom were at the upper or lower level of the working class. These guards were all hired by wealthy businessmen from Yuanshan City at great expense. At such a time, of course, they would not listen to the summons. Boss Jean, why are you here? Li Songrong naturally knew these wealthy businessmen in the distant mountain city, so he was a little surprised when he saw them. Running to the city wall when the wave of monsters is about to attack, isn't this adding to the chaos? At the forefront of these wealthy businessmen was Jin Datsai. After hearing Li Songrong's words, Jin Datsai immediately raised his hands and said, City Lord Li, you and the city guard brothers are fighting in front, how can we people have the nerve to hide behind? So I, Lao Jin, boldly made the decision and brought you all here. I am willing to advance and retreat together with City Lord Li and share the hardships. Although Jin Datsai is a carefree person, he has been in business for a long time and his speech is impeccable. I see, this city lord understands everyone's intentions for coming this time. It's just that once the next battle starts, this city lord may not have to meet or care about it. I ask Boss Jean and everyone to be more careful. How shrewd Li Songrong is. Although what Jin Datsai said sounded nice, how could Li Songrong not see the real purpose? It is the nature of these guys to be greedy for life and afraid of death. What they say about advancing and retreating together, sharing adversity and adversity, is just for the occasion, so just listen to it. If you really take it seriously, you'd be a fool. Don't worry, City Master Li, we will never distract our brothers who are fighting the monsters, so we specially brought the guards here. Jin Datsai didn't seem to hear the implication of Li Tsongrong's words, and still said with a smile. In this case, I, the city lord, will not accompany you any longer. Li Tsongrong heard the insight in Jin Datsai's words and nodded with satisfaction. City Master Li, you're welcome. If something happens, you don't need to greet us. Jin Datsai said quickly. And during these few words of greeting, the wave of monsters outside the distant mountain city also began to appear. An endless swarm of magical beasts appeared from the horizon and rushed towards the distant mountain city. The sky was covered with smoke and dust, and the thunderous running sounder sounded throughout the world, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Roar. The roars and roars of countless monsters were mixed together, shocking and breathtaking. Just one look at such a terrifying scene would make those timid practitioners feel weak in their legs. If it is an ordinary person who cannot practice, he will be under the pressure carried by this array of beast roars. If you are less ambitious, you may faint from fear on the spot. What a terrifying scene. Is this terrifying pressure really a monster in the distant mountain forest? Li Tsongrong couldn't help but swallowed when he saw the scene. Yuanshan Forest is just outside Yuanshan City, and it's not likely Kongronga's never been there before. But precisely because he had been there, not just once or twice, Li Kongrong knew that there was absolutely no way such a terrifying lineup of monsters could be assembled in a mere remote mountain forest. So, these monsters came from other higher-level monster forests. Thinking of this, Li Tsongrong began to feel a little uneasy in his heart. Facing so many monsters, the pressure gathered was so strong. On the Yuanshan City side, before the battle even started, their site's momentum might have already been lost. With this thought in mind, Li Tsongrong glanced at the people around him anxiously. As expected, the most obvious ones were the wealthy businessmen. When this wave of monsters first appeared, their faces began to turn pale. Now that he was invaded by this terrifying beast's roar, his face became as golden as paper. There are even many wealthy businessmen who have begun to think of moving to Yuanshan City. It's just that I was frightened by the beast's roar, so my feet were a little weak, and I couldn't take action for the time being. Jin Datsai was even more shocked by the pressure carried by this beast's roar, and almost knelt on the ground. Bah, you look like this, and still want to advance and retreat together. Li Tsongrong couldn't help but spat, and then glanced at the city guards gathered on the city wall. Although their faces were a little ugly, no one showed any panic expression. Is this the enemy we are going to face this time? Can we really deal with these monsters on our own? You're not kidding. I was wondering why they were so kind and gave us weapons and armor, as well as precious medicines for us to take as we pleased. It turned out that they were telling us to die. Brothers, otherwise we should withdraw. And those cultivators on the city wall, who came because of the summons order, had already begun to retreat. There is no way, these idle cultivators are not like city guards. When faced with such a near-death danger, they will instinctively want toes cape in order to protect themselves. As for the weapons, armors, and some precious medicines that these cultivators collected before the battle began, they would naturally not return them. Anyway, this is the reward you deserve after answering the summons. Otherwise, this summons order would not be so attractive. Everyone obeys the order. Prepare to fight against the monsters. Li Tsongrong stood on the city wall, clearly seeing the emotional changes off these people, and knew that this time could not be delayed any longer. So he immediately let out a loud shout. If these guys who are starting to retreat really start to retreat, then the entire front may collapse completely before the war begins. The overwhelming defeat is not just talk. Kill. The city guards received the order and immediately roared. Then he started to face the incoming monsters. The magicians also raised their staffs at this moment, began to condense magic, and applied various buffing magic to the city guards with warrior and knight classes. Morale, sometimes it's that simple. After going to the battlefield, personal emotions can easily be aroused by the overall situation. Once the morale is high, the timidity in the heart will be suppressed. And what Li Tsongrong wanted was this effect. Therefore, we can only let the city guards take the lead in attacking, to boost morale. The city guards have already arrived, what should we do? Do you want to follow them? I've already taken everything, so it doesn't seem good to just run away. Then let's go together. Are we not as courageous as those of the city guards? That's right, if you're even afraid of monsters, why should you be a mercenary? Just go home and nurse your children and farm the fields. Brothers, follow me and charge. Don't lose to those city guards. Among the cultivators attracted by the summoning order in Yuanshan City, there were not only those idle cultivators, but also a considerable number of mercenaries. After all, once the summons is issued, as long as you come over, you will be paid. It's just a matter of how much the reward is. Among mercenaries, there is always no shortage of passion. As soon as the morale is up and the blood is high, they will scream and pounce upward. Soon, the city guards and practitioners of Yuanshan City collided with the wave of monsters. And here, it also reflects the relatively more popular forging skills in this world. Although high-level forging skills are still extremely scarce. However, low-level forging skills can be considered quite popular. Especially the armors made by skilled blacksmiths. Although it is not as good as the works of those blacksmiths, it still has ascertained degree of defense. It is precisely because of this that in the first confrontation between the two sides, Yuanshan City was able to minimize the number of casualties. It even stopped the advance of the warcraft tide for a time. However, that's all. After all, the armor forged by the blacksmith can indeed block 1 or 2 attacks from monsters, but the use of forging materials is still too poor. But it is still unable to carry the blessing of fighting spirit and magic power. I simply can't hold on to a long battle. So after the initial good momentum passed, the warcraft wave immediately began to gain the upper hand. Compared with cultivators, once the number of warcraft is established, the threat it can pose will definitely increase geometrically. Because the gap in fighting instinct between ordinary cultivators and monsters is really huge. Unless it is a group of cultivators with a high degree of cooperation, they can still fight against a large number of monsters. However, the cultivators summoned temporarily from Yuanshan City obviously showed little cooperation. The city guards were slightly better. But the others are simply stragglers. The more there are, the less they can cooperate. They are no match for warcraft. Massive casualties soon began. And it is still increasing and spreading. Li Tsongrong, who was standing on the city wall, was so blinded by the sight. How could this happen? Why are these monsters so powerful? Li Tsongrong couldn't figure out where so many magical beasts with such powerful strength came from. But whether you can figure it out now is actually not important anymore. Because if the first wave of the warcraft wave cannot be withstood, Yuanshan City may be delisted today. Li. City Lord Li, what's going on now? What's the strength of those monsters? Jin Datsai, who was feeling a little weak all over, suddenly asked to question it this time. The safety of this distant mountain city is closely related to my own safety. Without the protection of Yuanshan City, wealthy businessmen like them and the guards who were bluffing in most cases would probably die under the sharp teeth of these monsters on the spot. Situation? I'm not afraid to tell you that the current situation is very bad. Li Tsongrong glanced at Jin Datsai, feeling inexplicably disgusted, but still answered coldly. Very, very bad. Jin Datsai repeatedly Rongrong's words, his legs almost gave out and he sat down directly on the ground. Fortunately, the guard beside him had quick eyesight and quick hands, and supported Jin Datsai. And the situation of other wealthy businessmen who heard this sentence was not much better. A few of the timid ones were already feeling dizzy at this moment, their eyes were turning black, and they felt like they would faint from fright in the next second. This feeling of facing death is definitely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, a clear voice broke the dead silence on the city wall. City Lord Li, from the Bu family in Yuanshan City, Bu Yuyan has something to ask for. Bu Yuyan took Xiaowen to the city wall, looked directly at Li Tsongrong, and spoke word by word. Yuanshan Chimbu family? Li Tsongrong glanced behind Bu Yuyan and knew that she had come up to the city wall privately. Because several city guards were stopped by several cultivators who were obviously guards. It was only at this time that there were no extra city guards who could step forward to stop him, so he gave in and stepped forward. That's right, it's the Yuanshan Qingbu family. Bu Yuyan said with great certainty. Now that the internal conflicts within the Fian Chamber of Commerce have been resolved, Bu Yuyan does not need to take advantage of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. And the most important thing is that when Bu Yuyan came up to the city wall, she saw someone she didn't want to see among the group of wealthy businessmen. That is one of the general leaders of the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Yuanshan City, Yan Lin of the Yan family. Therefore, it is even more impossible for Bu Yuyan to talk about people from her Fian Chamber of Commerce. Is it the Bu family? Li Tsongrong frowned, not thinking about which force the Bu family was, but still asked aloud, You said you have something to ask for, what is it about? City Lord Li, I have a weapon here that can solve your current problem. Bu Yuyan said, neither humble nor arrogant. When she heard the siren sounding before, Bu Yuyan had this idea in her mind. But at that time, she was not sure what happened to Yuanshan City, so Bu Yuyan had been asking about it. When there was a wave of warcraft, it was no secret. So Bu Yuyan quickly learned the whole story of this crisis. So the plan for this time was made. It's just that the city-state city walls are not that easy to climb. Without the permission of the city guards or patrols, there is no way to climb up. So Bu Yuyan could only choose this opportunity to force her way in. You have a weapon in your hand that can solve my problem? Li Tsongrong's face showed a hint of astonishment at first, and then held. But after laughing, Li Tsongrong looked at Bu Yuyan with a serious face and shouted, At this time, stop joking. Do you know how many people outside Yuanshan City are fighting for Yuanshan City right now? The wave of monsters is no joke. Once it falls, the entire Yuanshan City will be destroyed. Do you know? Li Tsongrong asked, while still staring at Bu Yuyan with a pair of tiger eyes. But Li Tsongrong didn't see a trace of courage or panic on Bu Yuyan's face. I know, City Lord Li, it is precisely because of this that I took such a big risk to ask to see you. Bu Yuyan said solemnly. This? So it's you. You couldn't come to me before, but now you want to have a relationship with the city lord? After Jing Dazai took a closer look at Bu Yuyan, he immediately recognized Bu Yuyan's identity and immediately jeered. Yes, this is the person who came to see me before. Can you solve City Lord Li's problem? Can the current problem be solved with 1 or 2 weapons? It's really shameless. After you achieve something, you don't know your own importance. Everyone can tell lies. If you are so powerful, why would you need to come too? Under Jing Dazai's reminder, other wealthy businessmen also recognized Bu Yuyan and laughed at her. The fright due to the wave of monsters always needs an outlet. Bu Yuyan dared to say such big words in front of Li Tsongrong, which just gave these wealthy businessmen a chance to ridicule. Following Yan Lin, one of these wealthy businessmen, a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. Then he said disdainfully, the Bu family has really become more and more depraved. It's really sad that they have begun to use such sensational tactics despite their own lack of strength. Previously, Yan Linkai had not spoken much because of his insufficient status. But compared to Qi Yuyan, Yan Lin is still in the same circle as this group of wealthy businessmen. Although his status is not high, at least he can be contacted. And he also lives in a manor area that is exclusively for wealthy businessmen and powerful people. This is also the reason why Yan Lin was able to quickly follow Yu Yan's lead and communicate with these wealthy businessmen before shutting them out. So at this time it can add insult to injury. Of course Yan Lin would not be polite. You. Of course, Shao Wen also knew Yan Lin, so when she heard Yan Lin's sarcasm, she immediately responded. But Bu Yuyan stopped him in time. Miss. Now is not the time. Bu Yuyan shook her head slightly, signaling Xiao Wen to calm down, and then continued to look at Li Tsongrong. City lordly, please believe me. Bu Yuyan's eyes were very sincere and serious. Li Tsongrong looked at Bu Yuyan, and just when he was about to say something, a rough voice rang out. Isn't this Miss Bu? Why are you here too? Captain Iron Tiger? When Bu Yuyan heard the voice, she turned around and immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was Tai Hu, the captain of the Hammer mercenary team. It's a shame Miss Bu still remembers me. Originally, my brothers and I planned to leave Yuanshan City today, but we didn't expect that we would encounter something like this. Tai Hu smiled generously, then looked at Li Tsongrong, cupped his hands and said, City lordly, long time no see, how are you? Captain Iron Tiger, since you are here too, why not let the brothers of the Hammer mercenary team also join the battle? Li Tsongrong glanced at Tiehu and spoke immediately. The name of the Hammer mercenary team is still very loud in several Nearbicity states. Especially when they escorted Bu Yuyan and encountered a large number of bandits in the distant mountains and forests, the Hammer mercenary team became famous. It can be said that he became famous all over the world in one fell swoop. Most people in the mercenary guild knew that the Hammer mercenary team single-handedly repelled the joint ambush of 5 or 6 groups of bandits. And among these bandits, there are still 3 master-level commanders. This kind of strength is enough to put most mercenary teams to shame. So Li Tsongrong was very polite to Tai Hu. However, those guys in the mercenary guild who were spreading lies didn't know what was going on that day. Could it be that Tiehu himself didn't know either? If it weren't for Qi Li's improved laser light, I'm afraid the Hammer mercenary team would have been wiped out by the bandits. So although Li Tsongrong was polite, Tai Hu didn't push himself too far. But after thinking for a while, he said, City lordly, I am not afraid to tell you that my brothers and I originally planned to leave here, so we did not accept the summons. It's just that when I was passing by here, I happened to see Miss Bu here, so I came here specifically to talk about it. When Tiehu said this, he looked around with a pair of tiger eyes as if warning. He scanned the faces of the wealthy businessmen one by one. These wealthy businessmen were immediately shocked and took a step back. The name Tiehu is very popular in Yuanshan City these days. And the most important thing is that even at the peak of the Iron Tiger master level, they don't care much about the financial resources of these people. This is what makes these wealthy businessmen most afraid. If the financial resources that he and others are proud of are ignored, then as ordinary people, they will have nothing to do when facing a cultivator at peak of the master level. Even those guards couldn't protect them completely. Because the strength is completely insufficient. Your Excellency Tiehu, we should not have offended you. In order not to be resented, Jin Datsai could only bravely speak out. Although Jin Datsai could tell Tai Hu's intention from Tai Hu's words just now, there were some things that were better left out in the open rather than being riddled. Of course not. I just can't bear to see you guys bullying a little girl here. Tiehu said it very straightforwardly. Just the sneer at the corner of his mouth didn't look like I just couldn't stand it at all. However, since Tiehu said so, Jin Datsai could not pursue other questions and could only regard this answer as fact. Your Excellency Tiehu is indeed a man of ancient ways, and I, Mr. Jin, admire him. Jin Datsai complimented him against his will. Naturally, other wealthy businessmen also followed the pace of Jin Datsai, the leader, and treated Tiehu politely. It's best not to offend someone like this, who can't be offended. It's good if you really know it in your heart. Those who should be warned have already been warned, and Tiehu will naturally not continue to talk about this matter. After all, the friendship between Tiehu and Bu Yuyan was not as deep as imagined. Tiehu was able to come over and speak up when Bu Yuyan was wronged, which was already considered very good. And compared to Qi Yuyan, Tiehu actually wanted to make friends with Qi Lamore. It's just that Qi Li's whereabouts have always been silent, so Taihu has never found him. Of course we know it in our hearts. Jing Daozai responded repeatedly, and the look in his eyes towards Bu Yuyan also changed slightly. Although he still looked down upon him, at least he didn't dare to taunt him like before until Tiehu left. But when it comes to fear, that's not the case. Because of the nature of mercenary teams, they rarely stay in the same city-state for a long time. Many tasks require traveling around the world. So these wealthy businessmen are indeed very afraid of Taihu and the Hammer mercenary team, but for Bu Yuyan, they are just giving Taihu face. That's good. Tiehu snorted coldly, then looked at Li Tsongrong and said loudly, City Master Li, since I, Tiehu, am here, I naturally cannot express my gratitude. And if the tide of monsters doesn't recede, we won't be able to leave, so our Hammer mercenary team will accept your request. However, I need a batch of potions to restore my magic power. I hope City Lord Li can provide it. Hunting warcraft is as commonplace for mercenaries. Moreover, after hunting down the monsters, the benefits gained are not small. The magic core, as well as various materials on the monster, can be sold for a good price. However, although Taihu is willing to join the battle, such a brutal battle must consume a huge amount of medicine, and Taihu is not willing to pay for it himself. And the most important point is that the improved laser light is a big eater of magic power. If you don't prepare some potions to restore your magic power, you won't be able to hold on. Of course, Captain Tiehu is willing to lend a helping hand, so of course we can't let the brothers pay out of their own pockets. Hearing this, Li Tsongrong quickly called for a messenger and said, Go and bring a batch of magic potions to the Hammer mercenary team, as fast as possible. Yes, Lord City Lord. The ordering soldier took the order and quickly retreated. Since City Master Li is so generous, I will go there first. My brothers are still waiting for me. Tiehu cupped his hands and said goodbye to Li Tsongrong. The fighting method of the mercenary team is different from that of the city guard. As the city lord of Yuanshan City, Li Tsongrong naturally had to strategize from the rear and control the battlefield situation. But as the captain of the mercenary team, Tiehu, the best way to boost the morale of his team members during battle is to take the lead and charge into battle himself. So naturally he would not stand on the city wall and watch like Li Tsongrong. Captain Tiehu, please. Li Tsongrong nodded. He had great expectations for Taihu and the Iron Hammer mercenary team. It is hoped that the addition of the Hammer mercenary team can change the situation on the battlefield and suppress the impact of the wave of warcraft. After all, the current situation is very pessimistic. The city guards and those idle cultivators alone are now unable to withstand the wave of monsters. Bu Yuyan, don't be too proud. If you don't have the strength, it's useless to just rely on others for support. After Yan Lin saw Taihu leaving, he still said something disdainful to Bu Yuyan. That's right, if you want to stay in Yuanshan City, it's useless to just flatter others. I want to gain a foothold in Yuanshan City and want to develop. I don't have any skills. I just know how to socialize. It's just wishful thinking. The attitudes of wealthy businessmen, such as Jing Daozai, towards Bu Yuyan are actually not far apart. But it's not as sharp as Yan Lin's, but the eyes he looks at Bu Yuyan are still unkind. After all, these wealthy businessmen have been in high positions for a long time. Now that Tiehu is being warned like this, he will naturally feel uncomfortable. But when facing Taihu, no matter how uncomfortable they felt, they couldn't break out on the spot, so this anger could only be transferred to Bu Yuyan. This scene was also noticed by Bu Yuyan. However, Bu Yuyan still didn't care about the unkind attitude of these wealthy businessmen. Really? Thank you so much for your concern. However, it's not up to you to decide whether our Bu family can stay in Yuanshan City. Bu Yuyan looked directly at these wealthy businessmen and spoke word by word. When she visited various manors before, Bu Yuyan was so angry that she knew that the relationship between the two was difficult to reverse, so she became more stubborn now. Since you can't make friends, let them see your backbone and abilities. Businessmen do not necessarily have to cooperate. Monopoly is also a method. Well said. When Bu Yuyan finished saying this, there was a burst of applause. Immediately afterwards, Qi Lu suddenly appeared on the city wall from nowhere, praising and applauding. Master Qi, why are you here? Bu Yuyan didn't expect that what she just said would be heard by Qi Lu. A blush immediately appeared on his face. To be honest, the words just spoken by the current Bu family were more of a show of force than grand words. They were just harsh words to avoid losing face. So seeing Qi Lu suddenly appearing, Bu Yuyan felt ashamed and embarrassed. After all, by cooperating with Qi Lu, he not only failed to bring any help to Qi Lu, but also took advantage of Qi Lu. It's really not like what a partner should do. It doesn't matter why I'm here. What's important is that I think what you just said is good. With a faint smile on his face, Qi Lu said slowly, my partners don't need to look at anyone's face, and they don't need to curry favor with anyone. Originally, Qi Lu planned to hide in the dark to see the scale of this wave of warcraft, before taking the next step. That's why we came to the city wall at this time. But after discovering that Bu Yuyan was laughed at, Qi Lu couldn't sit still. In any case, Bu Yuyan is also Qi Li's chosen partner. If she is ridiculed, wouldn't it mean that Qi Lu has no vision? How can this be done? That's why Qi Lu decided to show up and support Bu Yuyan. Lest your first partner be looked down upon. Partner? Originally, Li Tsongrong, Jin Dazai, and others wanted to ask who Qi Lu was. But now it's not hard to tell from Qi Li's words that this guy is one of Bu Yuyan's partners. So Li Tsongrong didn't say anything more, and waved his hand to ask the city guards who were about to come to retreat. Since he is Bu Yuyan's partner, Li Tsongrong won't care too much even if he wants to give Tai Hu face. After all, the battle outside Yuanshan City now depends on the Hammer mercenary team. So Li Tsongrong didn't want to care about such trivial matters. But those wealthy businessmen are different. After listening to Qi Li's words, the wealthy businessmen were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Everyone can tell big words, kid, but do you know what price you have to pay for speaking such big words? You don't need to look at anyone's face? Who do you think you are? I haven't had enough food for a few years, but I think I am the best in the world. I don't know how high the sky is. Young people today really dare to say anything. Jin Dazai looked at Qi Lu with a mocking look on his face, and even sneered at Qi Li's words. The other wealthy businessmen also had contempt on their faces, and they only listened to what Qi Lu said just now as a joke. Bu Yuyan, can you now only make friends with this guy who is full of fantasies and only speaks big words? Then you Bu family are really going back further and further. Yan Lin laughed so hard that he almost burst into tears. No need to look at anyone's face? No need to curry favor with anyone? Of all the people present, no one dared to say such words. Why would this young man dare to say such a thing? Just because a newborn calf's not afraid of tigers? Even Li Tsongrong couldn't help but advise, young people, it's a good thing to have dreams, but sometimes, it's better to take it one step at a time. Only Bu Yuyan believed in Qi Li's words. Master Qi, I understand. Bu Yuyan also understood after being nudged by Qi Lu. No matter where it is, the improved laser light is a rare treasure. There is no need to go out of your way to curry favor with anyone. As long as you know. Qi Lu glanced at the wealthy businessmen who were laughing and making sarcastic remarks, and smiled indifferently, not taking them seriously at all. He's just a clown, nothing worth mentioning. A tiger never gets angry because of a lamb's taunt. At most, they just give priority to these rude guys when hunting. Okay, please stop talking. Now is not the time for internal strife. At the end of the sentence, Li Tsungrong couldn't stand listening anymore, so stopped him. Humph, you are lucky. When this wave of monsters is over, you will know the consequences of offending us. Now that Li Tsungrong had spoken, Jin Dazai and others were embarrassed to continue taunting him. After all, the face of the city lord of Yuanshan City still needs to be given. But he didn't say anything on the surface, but he was still making plans in his heart. For such a disrespectful guy, these wealthy businessmen quickly reached a consensus, which was to drive the Bu family out of Yuanshan City. Qi Lu didn't know what these wealthy businessmen were thinking, and neither did Bu Yuyan. However, even if Qi Lu knew about it, he probably wouldn't be moved. Only Xiaowen still glared angrily at these wealthy businessmen, but she was pulled by Bu Yuyan, so she didn't start to mock them back. However, just as these wealthy businessmen were secretly planning, Li Tsungrong also cast his gaze on the Hammer mercenary team that had arrived at the front line. Captain, how are we going to fight this time? Grizzly Bear looked at the noisy battlefield in front of him and couldn't help but ask a question. In this wave of warcraft, the number of warcraft that appeared was simply unheard of. With the strength of the Hammer mercenary team facing this wave of monsters, they are like a stone facing a huge wave. If it were thrown directly into the huge waves, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any waves left. What else can you do? I specially ordered a batch of magic potion for you. Tihu grinned and said boldly, Go, let the brothers who have the improved laser light bring the magic potion, and then bring the magician to shoot those monsters. No problem. The grizzly bear was delighted when he heard this. This is not a grizzly bear afraid of death. In fact, after working as a mercenary for such a long time, it is rare for someone to feel afraid of death before the battlefield. It's just that when facing this kind of monster wave, charging blindly will only lead to death in vain. Therefore, using an improved version of the laser light is the best choice. What's more, now it has the support of magic potion, which is even better. And more importantly, after repelling the bandits last time, Grizzly Bear deliberately studied how to use the improved version of laser light, as well as the amount of magic power used and the power of magic light bullets. So now, Grizzly Bear is actually the most suitable person in the Hammer mercenary team to command those players who use improved laser light. Brothers, listen carefully. An improved version of the laser light will come out and start attacking the monsters. Be careful not to hurt the city guards of Yuanshan City. Grizzly shouted loudly, and the members of the Hammer mercenary team suddenly became excited. With the city guards and idol cultivators at the front, they just fired magic light bullets from the rear, which was an easy task. So soon, rows of improved laser lights were taken out. Then start aiming. This scene immediately caused a trace of astonishment to appear on Li Tsungrong's face. What's going on? Because Li Tsungrong clearly saw that among the members of the Hammer mercenary team, many of the guys who were originally holding long knives and halberds suddenly took out a staff. Could it be that magicians were used as warriors before? However, no one could answer this doubt for Li calmly, and an even more shocking scene appeared on the battlefield. Brothers, fire a round of volley first. Push back the charging monsters. The grizzly bear glanced at the high place for a few times, then stretched out his hand to indicate a direction and shouted. Yes. Aim, fire. Whizzing. As soon as the word launch was uttered, the sharp sound of gunshots could be heard all of a sudden. The magic light bullets all over the sky seemed to form a curtain of rain, covering the wave of monsters that was gradually approaching the distant mountain city. Boom! For a moment, the explosion drowned out all other sounds. The dazzling magic light bomb exploded with light that was equally dazzling, and along with this dazzling light was a deafening roar. And the monster was blown away by the huge impact. Almost at the same time that the magic light bombs exploded all over the sky, the charging momentum of the wave of monsters stalled. What a grand occasion it is to fire hundreds of improved laser beams at the same time. The remaining magic power disappeared with the wind on the battlefield, leaving behind the shocked city guards and the inexplicably horrified practitioners. Even those monsters felt fear for a moment. But soon, driven by the killing instinct in his bones, he rushed towards Yuanshan City again. Well done, guys, give me another round. This time, use 1/3 of the magic power to hit farther away and cut off the wave of monsters. The grizzly bear took a breath and ordered again. This feeling of commanding is much more comfortable than the feeling of charging into battle yourself. Okay, Vice Captain Grizzly. 1/3 of the magic power, high point throw, prepare. Emission. As the voice fell, the magic light bullets filled the sky appeared again. And this time, the magic light bullet carries more power than the first time. Countless magic light bullets intertwined together, and the dazzling light almost covered the entire sky. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded again. This time, gravel was flying, smoke and dust filled the sky, and violent shockwaves spread around. The earth was shattered by the earthquake, and cracks like spider webs spread across the ground, which looked particularly terrifying. Where the magic light bomb exploded, even the thick-skinned monster with outstanding strike resistance had its body torn apart and its bones shattered. There is no way that a weaker monster could survive. The magic light bullet that consumes 1/3 of the magic power in the energy storage gem is equivalent to a single blow from a master-level junior magician with all his strength. Plus so much volume. This round of volley almost tore the earth apart. The wave of monsters attacking Yuanshan City was directly cut off by this magic light bullet. A huge vacuum area appeared in the middle. And in this vacuum zone, the originally flat land has now turned into a sunken pit. Some larger potholes look like dry lakes. It was filled with the broken corpses of monsters. This scene almost scared the cultivators who were still fighting, and they collapsed on the ground. Not because I have never seen such a bloody scene, but because I have never seen such a horrific attack. Oh my god, how on earth did this happen? Li Tsungrong couldn't even speak completely at this time. It has to be said that after the magic light bullets are formed in quantity, the power that explodes is absolutely shocking. The strength of these monsters is no more than the Grandmaster level, and the weak ones are even weaker than the hero level. How could it be resisted under the magic light bullets that filled the sky? And this is also the most terrifying thing about the improved version of laser light. When there are enough of them, it can easily turn the tide of a battle. Under the heroic level, he is invincible. Am I dreaming? Isn't this what I saw wrong? How could there be such a terrible attack? The Hammer mercenary team can have such a prestigious reputation, and they are indeed quite capable. This method is really scary. There is no false scholar under the great reputation. The faces of those wealthy businessmen were even more shocked. This terrifying blow almost made them want to worship on the spot. I didn't expect that the improved laser light could be used in this way. It seems to be really powerful. Qilu also looked surprised. To be honest, in Qi Li's eyes, the improved laser light is just a slightly more convenient weapon. But in terms of Qi Li's strength, he is actually looked down upon. After all, based on the power of the improved laser light, even if all the magic power in the energy storage gem is output, it will be difficult to cause substantial damage to a strong person in the heroic realm. This is also the limitation of the improved laser light. However, in the absence of a strong person at the heroic level, the effect that the improved laser light can exert is too great. Qi Lu finally saw it. Sure enough, developing weapons is the system's capability, but developing the usage of weapons is still the responsibility of these customers. Qi Lu is just selling. As for how far the power of these weapons can be exerted, it can only depend on the imagination of customers. Now it seems that the grizzly bear's imagination is still very good. Suddenly, the publicity of the improved laser light has exploded. Qi Lu thought about this again. The better the improved laser light performs in this battle, the higher its value will be. After the battle is over, it becomes easier to attract looters. This is something Qi Lu is happy to see happen. However, the expressions on Bu Yuyan and Xiao Wen's faces standing next to Qi Lu were much more exciting. Because they never thought that the improved laser light would have such huge destructive power. It was actually able to abruptly cut off the impact of the wave of monsters. However, just relying on magic light bullets to intercept the tide of monsters cannot scare away these monsters. At most, it only delays the impact of these monsters. The battle continues. But even so, the terrifying destructive power of the magic light bullet also gave Li Tsongrong a huge surprise. Because this attack by the Hammer mercenary team not only delayed the impact off the monsters, but also reduced the pressure on the city guards and idle practitioners. This gave Yuanshan City a chance to breathe. This kind of close-quarters war pays the most attention to momentum and morale. As the saying goes, one can make great progress, then it will weaken, and 3 times it will be exhausted. Therefore, the first wave of the wave of warcraft is the most violent and the most difficult to resist. Once this momentum is interrupted, the subsequent pressure will be much less. Brothers, leave half of us to continue attacking the monsters. Be careful not to hurt the people in Yuanshan City. The rest, let me find the magicians in the team to replenish the magic power of the energy storage gems. Don't skimp on the magic potion. Anyway, the money spent this time is not our own gold coins. Let me have a luxurious time. The grizzly bear naturally understood this truth, so he was not complacent about the attack just now. Instead, new instructions were quickly issued. Dividing the mercenaries with improved laser beams into 2 teams and attacking alternately can effectively make up for the problem of limited magic power of energy storage gems. As small magic light bombs continued to fly out, they exploded on the monster. The momentum of the charge of the monster wave actually stopped at this moment. As expected of the prestigious Iron Hammer mercenary team, such a powerful force is much stronger than other cultivators and mercenary teams. When Li Tsongrong saw this, he couldn't help but praise him sincerely. The idle cultivators have no team and no discipline, but their personal abilities are pretty good. The city guards have a team and discipline, but they are only suitable for large-scale battles. In terms of individual strength, they are a bit weaker. An ordinary mercenary team, on the other hand, is a team with no discipline, and they can get by just fine with each other. But when it comes to a big scene, only those powerful mercenary teams can seat, and the other mercenary teams are just there to make up the numbers. However, when he arrived at the Hammer mercenary team, Li Tsongrong couldn't think of anything to say except for surprise and praise. With such a powerful mercenary team, we must find a way to make friends with them. Thinking of this, Li Tsongrong made a decision in his heart. Because in this world, most city-states are in a state of autonomy, and there are few factors that can limit the development of city-states. But the overall strength of a city-state is definitely the most important part. A city-state with strong overall strength can better resist various unknown dangers and provide more complete protection for the residents of the city-state. Therefore, we can better attract various talents to come and live, find more resources, etc. Form a virtuous cycle. The opposite is true for weak city-states. Because of its own weak strength and inability to withstand dangers, various resources are difficult to obtain, talents continue to be lost, and development becomes increasingly difficult. That is to say, the strong will always be strong and the weak will always be weak. Therefore, if Li Songrong wanted to develop Yuanshan City to be more prosperous, it was absolutely indispensable to make friends with powerful people from all walks of life to enhance the overall strength of the city-state. The combat effectiveness displayed by the Hammer mercenary team at this moment is already worthy of Li Songrong's deliberate efforts to make friends with them. The same is true for the wealthy businessmen. In this world of fighting spirit and magic, doing business requires more than just having a business acumen. As long as you want to expand your industry, then the tyrannical strength you said to protected is indispensable. Just like the Fian Chamber of Commerce now. It is precisely because of its own lack of strength that it limits its continued expansion. The coverage area of more than a dozen city-states is indeed not small, but for some truly powerful forces, it is simply not enough. Therefore, in order to continue to develop and grow their own industries, these wealthy businessmen will never give up the opportunity to make friends with the Hammer mercenary team. So what if Tiehu said something that made them uncomfortable? A businessman is one who can bend and stretch. For huge interests, face is not important at all. Yan Lin, who was among a group of wealthy businessmen, glanced at Bu Yue with disdain and said sarcastically, "Didn't you say before that you could solve City Lord Li's problem? Why are you silent now? Could it be that your weapons are more powerful than Captain Tiehu and others?" As he spoke, Yan Lin looked at Qi Lu again and said contemptuously, "And you too, you are too young to talk big words. It is not good to cooperate with anyone, but you have to cooperate with the Down and Abu family. Look at this, you will only be able to talk big words in your life." Anyway, in Fian Chamber of Commerce, the conflicts between Bu family, Yu family, and Yan family began to intensify. Now even if it means breaking up, it's really just that. Therefore, Yan Lin would naturally not miss this opportunity to hit his opponent. As long as these wealthy businessmen and Li Songrong can be made to hate Bu Yuyan, then there will be no possibility for the Bu family to continue to survive in Yuanshan City. As soon as Yan Lin's words came out, he immediately aroused the echo of many wealthy businessmen. After all, Taihu did say something that made them uncomfortable before, but at this time, in order to make friends with Taihu and the Hammer mercenary team, these words could only be selectively forgotten. But forgetting is forgetting. When Yan Lin mentioned it, these wealthy businessmen could still remember the reason for their previous unhappiness. So the anger in my heart naturally vented on Bu Yuyan. By the way, Qi Lu, who was standing aside, was also affected. Because in the eyes of these wealthy businessmen, their partners are the same, and there is absolutely no problem in blaming them together. This time, before Xiaowen could speak, Bu Yuyan spoke up first. "Shut up. Mr. Qi is not the kind of person you say he is, you guys are looking down on others." For Bu Yuyan, these guys say they can do it, but if they say Qi Lu, they can't. This roar immediately silenced Yan Lin and others for a moment. But then, there was a burst of undisguised ridicule. "Little girl, if you want to stay in Yuanshan City, it's not a good idea to talk like this," Jin Datsai said with a sneer. The implication of this sentence is that they are now ready to drive the Bu family out of Yuanshan City. "I really don't know what Xing Kong would think after the news that you were kicked out of Yuanshan City reached Fian City." Yan Lin also looked at Bu Yuyan with a teasing expression. The Bu family put most of their hopes on Bu Yuyan. If Bu Yuyan is driven out of Yuanshan City now, it means that the hopes of the Bu family have been shattered. This is definitely a huge blow to the Bu family. You. Damn it. Of course Bu Yuyan knew this. But now these wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City are colluding with Yan Linhong, and Bu Yuyan has no choice at all. But at this time, Li Songrong's voice broke the deadlock. "Captain Iron Tiger, congratulations to the brothers of the Iron Hammer mercenary team for winning the first battle. Thank you for your hard work." After seeing Tiehu returning from the front line, Li Songrong immediately went to greet him. City Master Li, there is no need to be so polite. The battle is not over yet. Tiehu waved his hand and spoke loudly. The reason why Tiehu returned to the city wall now was because Grizzly Bear was in command and Tiehu couldn't get a word in, so he came back. Because Tiehu didn't do much research on the formation of the improved laser light. Mainly because of the lack of talent in this area. After all, the command of charging with cold weapons and suppressing fire with hot weapons are different. So Tiehu, who had nothing to do, returned to the city wall. It doesn't matter, with the Hammer mercenary team here, this battle will be over in a short time. Li Tsungrong had a smile on his face and complimented without any trace. City Master Li is serious. Tiehu said politely twice, obviously not wanting to accept the words. The Hammer mercenary team is so powerful. Facing those monsters, victory isn't a sure thing. Captain Tiehu is being too modest. Yes, with Captain Tiehu here today, Yuanshan City is considered safe. I wonder if Captain Tiehu still needs medicine and equipment. If you need it, just ask. The wealthy businessmen standing aside also gathered around and complimented him endlessly. The reason is to make friends with Tiehu. Because a tyrannical force is absolutely irreplaceable for the development and growth of the industries of these wealthy businessmen. You are all very polite. I, Tiehu, would not dare to say such words. Tiehu is self-aware and knows the true strength of the Hammer mercenary team. If there was no improved version of laser light, facing this wave of warcraft, I might not even be able to make a small splash. So when faced with these compliments, Tiehu also shied away. And just as he was trying to evade, out of the corner of his eye, Tai suddenly caught a glimpse of a longing figure. Store Manager Chi. This shout of surprise immediately overwhelmed the compliments of these wealthy businessmen. It also attracted Chi Li's attention. It turns out it's you, Tiehu. I thought you had already left Yuanshan City. Chi Li glanced at Tiehu and spoke slowly. For his own customers, unless they are particularly impressed or come to the store often, Chi Li generally will not take the initiative to remember them. After all, the customer flow is so large, if every customer remembers this, then Chi Li will not have to do anything else. However, even though I don't remember it, I can still recall it once I see it. Not so fast, Manager Chi. Do you know how hard it has been for me to look for you these days? I've searched the entire Yuanshan City, and I haven't found you anywhere. After seeing Chi Li, Tiehu immediately abandoned the wealthy businessmen surrounding him and walked over quickly. This scene immediately made these wealthy businessmen look at each other. My heart was filled with confusion. How could this bragging boy be so close to Tiehu? And it seemed that Tiehu took the initiative to say hello, but this boy seemed to be indifferent. But Tiehu didn't care about the expressions of these wealthy businessmen at all. It's normal that you can't find it. But if you want to buy an improved version of the laser, just ask Bu Yuyan. I've given her the agency right. Chi Li still said in a calm tone. And he quickly guessed Tiehu's intention, because it was too obvious. Have you given it to Miss Bu? After hearing these words, Tiehu was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, and said with a smile, Store Manager Chi and Miss Bu are indeed, okay, I understand. Manager Chi, in fact, apart from this incident, I also wanted to have a drink with you. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? As Tiehu spoke, he pointed at the wave of monsters outside the distant mountain city. Forget it about drinking, I don't really like drinking. Chi Li shook his head and refused, directly. Chi Li rarely drinks even the multi flavor liquor produced by the system, let alone these liquors made with rough brewing techniques. However, it was this attitude that shocked those wealthy businessmen even more. Jin Datsai couldn't help but ask, Captain Tiehu, I wonder who this store manager Chi is? Who? Tiehu glanced at Jin Datsai, then raised his head slightly, and said with some pride, Have you seen the staffs in the hands of the members of the Hammer mercenary team? Certainly. Jing Dazai nodded and said. There are hundreds of these uniquely shaped staffs, and it's hard not to see them. The name of those staffs is called improved laser light. The previous magic light bullets were emitted by the improved laser light. And this improved version of laser light can be used by everyone. Tiehu continued, introducing the use of the improved laser light. It's not a secret anyway. What? However, these words were like a muffled thunder, which made the faces off these wealthy businessmen full of shock and disbelief. Even Li Tsongrong on the side looked unbelievable. Captain Tiehu, you are not joking, are you? Jing Dazai asked with some stuttering. The shock in his tone was beyond words. There is no way, the method of using the improved laser light is really too advanced. If this thing is true, it is definitely great news for people like them. As long as the loyalty of his subordinates can be guaranteed. Such tyrannical strength is not a problem at all. All it takes is a human hand equipped with an improved version of laser light. The strongest one can unleash the destructive power of a single blow that is comparable to that of a magician at the peak of the master level. They could never even dream of such a terrifying weapon. No way, there is such a weapon. Li Tsongrong's expression at this moment was even more complicated. As long as they know how to use it, everyone can use it, and it is self-evident what the significance of such a powerful weapon is to each city-state. It can be said that as long as the number of improved laser lights is enough. If the status of Yuanshan City is to rise, then it is a sure thing. It can even intimidate surrounding city-states. So if this weapon is real, it must be obtained. Do you look at my expression like I'm joking? Tiehu asked back, and then pointed to the battlefield under the city wall. The facts are before your eyes. Do I need to joke? How about I let you experience it later? No need, we believe what Captain Tiehu says. The wealthy businessmen waved their hands repeatedly, and Li Tsongrong nodded in agreement. Then, Li Tsongrong asked a question that all of them were concerned about. Captain Iron Tiger, I wonder which forging master is the improved version of a laser you are talking about. Judging from the number of improved laser beams owned by the Hammer Mercenary team, this weapon should be mass-produced. So Li Tsongrong felt that as long as he knew the origin, he should be able to get it. Yes, Captain Iron Tiger, which forging master made such a powerful weapon? As a representative of Yuanshan City's wealthy businessmen, Jing Dazai naturally asked this question without hesitation. Everyone is looking forward to Tiehu's answer. Because having such a powerful weapon is equivalent to having powerful power. These wealthy businessmen can cultivate as many ordinary people as they want to be loyal enough. And this is even more true for Li Tsongrong. There is absolutely no doubt about the loyalty of the city guards. Don't you know? This improved version of laser light was sold to me by store manager Qi. Tiehu had no intention of hiding anything, and happily told the origin of the improved version of laser light. However, these words were like a bolt from the blue. It hit these wealthy businessmen so hard that they were stunned, dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Yan Lin's face turned extremely pale in an instant. No, it's impossible. Yes, it's this little, store manager, Qi. When Jing Dazai spoke, he tried his best to say a complete sentence, but found that he couldn't do it at all. Yes, that's him. Tiehu nodded. Plop. After receiving the affirmative answer, Jing Dazai was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground. But even if I don't kneel down now, it's almost there. If it weren't for the guards supporting him, Jing Dazai, whose legs were weak from fear, wouldn't be able to stand up at all at this moment. And the other wealthy businessmen were even worse than Jing Dazai. Sweating profusely and turning pale, that's all trivial matters. Among this group of wealthy businessmen, there is no one who can still stand firm on his own strength. Several of them collapsed directly on the ground, their faces ashen. The clothes on his body were already soaked with cold sweat. How they mocked Qi Lu before is still vivid in their minds now. To be fair, if they were ridiculed like this, it would be absolutely impossible for them to endure it. However, now that I think about it, what Qi Lu said, "You don't need to look at anyone's face, and you don't need to flatter anyone," seems to be true. With such a powerful weapon, of course there is no need to look at other people's faces. It's only for others to curry favor with him. How could he ever curry favor with others? Qi. Store manager Qi, I. Jean Datsai looked at Qi Lu and stammered, not knowing what to say. But I had ridiculed this store manager Qi so much before. Basically, I was offended to death, and there was no room for redemption. Therefore, Jean Datsai simply did not dare to hope that he could buy an improved version of laser light. Now to talk about good things, in fact, I hope that this store manager, Qi, can have more. As long as you don't care about them, it doesn't matter how much you pay. I know everything you want to say, so you don't have to say it anymore. Qi Lu glanced at the trembling Jean Datsai lightly, and said slowly, "I said, Bu Yuyan is my partner. If you want to discuss business, just go to her. Just a few clowns." With Qi Li's character, he doesn't have time to waste on these guys. After all, Qi Lu will probably only stay in this world for a month, and he will still have to set up a vending point here. Ruiancho felt comfortable for a while, but how to deal with the mess behind? So instead of venting your anger yourself, it's better to let Bu Yuyan establish her authority. If this were in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains, Jean Decay would have had no chance to talk to Qi Lu and would have been crushed on the spot. "Miss Bu, okay, I understand. Thank you very much, Manager Qi. You have a lot of people and are willing to let us go. We will follow Miss Bu's lead in the future." Jean Datsai quickly bowed and thanked him. Then after a few seconds, Jean Datsai seemed to feel that he was not sincere enough, so he simply knelt down. Compared with the tyrannical power that can be obtained, what is face? When other wealthy businessmen saw this scene, they immediately imitated him. "Thank you very much, Manager Qi." While shouting what Jean Datsai had said, he knelt down in front of Qi Lu and knelt down a large area at once. "We will definitely follow Miss Bu's lead in the future." If the people in Yuanshan City saw this scene, maybe even your jaw will drop. You know, these people are all big shots who stomp their feet in Yuanshan City and the ground will shake 3 times. Now they are all kneeling here, how can they not be shocked? However, among these people, there was only one person who did not learn to kneel down like the others even though his face was pale. That is Yan Lin from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Because Yan Lin represents the Yan family of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, it is absolutely impossible to bow to Bu Yuyan in terms of position. Unless the Yan family loses and bows to the Bu family, that's pretty much it. That's why Yan Lin at this moment became the most tough-looking person on the scene. "Manager Qi, I don't understand why you choose to cooperate with the Bu family, but no matter what conditions the Bu family gives you, are Yan familias willing to give you better conditions? I just ask you to cooperate with the Yan family." Yan Lin gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, as if it would embolden him. "It doesn't matter even if our Yan family doesn't want any profits, as long as you can cooperate with us. Manager Qi, I believe you also know the situation of Fian Chamber of Commerce. Our Yan family can definitely provide you with more favorable conditions than the Bu family, whether it is customer channels or manpower." Yan Lin said loudly, looking at Qi Lu with firm eyes. Because what he said was true. The Bu family has begun to decline now, and is no match for the Yu family and the Yan family after they join forces. I believe everyone knows how to choose. Yan Lin thought so too. Since we can cooperate with Bu Yuyan and the Bu family, why can't we cooperate with the Yan family, which has more customer channels? So at this time, Yan Lin dared to shout these words without hesitation. And these words were something that Jin Datsai and others could not say. Because if we only talk about Yuanshan City, the Yan family where Yan Lin is located, and even the Fian Chamber of Commerce, are nothing. However, the advantage of Fian Chamber of Commerce lies in its coverage of more than a dozen city-states. This is a condition that Jin Datsai and others do not have. This was also Yan Lin's confidence in shouting these words. Every businessman is profit-seeking, and if he can choose more favorable conditions, he will naturally not give up easily. You are right. Judging from the current situation, your Yan family may be better than the Bu family. Qi Lu half closed his eyes, looked at Yan Lin expressionlessly, and spoke calmly. After all, Bu Yuyan is just a little girl who is just starting out. When it comes to intrigues, if you want to fight an old fox like Yan Lin, it's still a little bit worse. What's more, in the battle between the Fian Chamber of Commerce, the Bu family did not have an advantage. I know that you, Manager Qi, are a smart man. If you choose to cooperate with our Yan family, you will definitely not regret it. After hearing Qi Li's words, Yan Lin thought he had agreed. Looking at Bu Yuyan, her eyes immediately became proud. No, I think you misunderstood. Qi Li's calm voice immediately interrupted Yan Lin's words. No matter how strong your Yan family is, what does it have to do with me? You are not worthy of cooperating with me. As soon as these words came out, Yan Lin's voice suddenly stopped. What does this mean? Yan Lin had confusion on his face, as well as a hint of resentment. How come Bu Yuyan has such a good opportunity to let the Bu family climb such a high branch? How is the Yan family worse than the starting family? It doesn't mean anything. I'm just telling you that you are not worthy of cooperating with me. That's all. Qi Lu repeated what he had just said slowly, without any intention of explaining more. Although Qi Lu is a businessman, he is not a pure businessman. Many times, you will do things based on your own preferences. What are you talking about here? Manager Qi said he doesn't plan to cooperate with you, but you're still standing here shamelessly. Is it interesting? That's right, if you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. What are you wishing for? Can't you just follow Miss Bu honestly? As you are, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to achieve anything in the future. At this time, all the wealthy businessmen who were kneeling on the ground stood up and accused Yan Lin. They had been chatting happily before, but in the blink of an eye they were stern with each other. The speed of changing faces is amazing. But there is nothing we can do about it. These wealthy businessmen know clearly that if they don't do something about how they laughed at Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu before, it will be difficult for them to live well in the future. It would be the best thing if only Yan Lin was handed over and it could be used as a certificate of surrender. Anyway, the fire didn't burn me. Mr. Qi, thank you for this matter. But Bu Yuyan came to Qi Lu and thanked her very solemnly. Of course Bu Yuyan could guess what the purpose of keeping these wealthy businessmen was, and it was precisely because of this that she had to thank Qi Lu even more. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Xiaowen also followed and thanked Qi Lu sincerely. You're welcome. You'd better take care of the rest. Qi Lu shook his head slightly, and then pointed at the wealthy businessmen who were about to come over after scolding Yan Lin. Qi Lu never thought of taking credit for such a simple effort. But what happens next depends on Bu Yuyan's ability. It is not an easy task for a little girl who is just starting out and not familiar with the world to control these old foxes. You know, it happened in the Fian Chamber of Commerce that the subordinates secretly sidelined the boss. And this boss who was ignored is Bu Yuyan's father, the current big boss of Fian Chamber of Commerce, walking empty. Even people with so much experience can make this mistake. Not to mention a novice like Bu Yuyan who has only practiced on paper. All Qi Lu could do was give Bu Yuyan a chance to establish her authority. But Qi Lu couldn't control how to do it specifically, and he didn't have that much energy to do it. However, no matter what Bu Yuyan wants to do, as long as Guku is here, at least her life safety can still be guaranteed in Yuanshan City. No matter how unconvinced or unwilling those wealthy businessmen are, they cannonly, secretly set off obstacles and use dirty tricks. Anyone who dares to use methods such as assassins and killers that break the rules of the game, the first thing to be ended will definitely be their own lives. Store manager Chi, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful weapon in your hand. I was blinded earlier, I hope you don't mind. Li Tsongrong also stepped forward and apologized. But compared to the wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City, Li Tsongrong is undoubtedly much better. At least judging from Li Tsongrong's identity and structure, it is destined that Li Tsongrong would not mock someone so obviously. Therefore, Chi Li's dislike for Li Tsongrong is not that serious. Don't worry, City Master Li, I'm not that stingy. As Chi Li spoke, he walked slowly to the edge of the city wall and looked at the battlefield outside the distant mountain city, his eyes becoming sharper. This battle is not over yet, City Lord Li, don't let yourself relax too soon. What does Manager Chi mean by this? With the reinforcements of Captain Taihuan and others, it is only a matter of time to eliminate these monsters. Li Tsongrong frowned when he heard this, then looked at the battlefield and expressed his opinion. With the reinforcements of the improved laser light, the tide of warcraft has been gradually suppressed. The power of magic light bullets cannot be overstated. Otherwise, Li Tsongrong and those wealthy businessmen would not pay so much attention to the improved laser light. This is simply a weapon that can change destiny. Some things cannot be taken at face value. Chi Li spoke slowly, but his eyes turned to the side. The wealthy businessmen who surrounded Bu Yuyan, who looked respectful on the surface, all felt a sense of dissatisfaction in their hearts. In terms of qualifications and seniority, they are much better than Bu Yuyan. Why did she just give in to such a good opportunity? Thinking about it this way, it would be strange to be willing to do so. If Bu Yuyan doesn't handle it properly, I'm afraid it won't be long before the name of this partner will exist in name only. These wealthy businessmen like old foxes have many ways to benefit from improved lasers. And it can also expand its own industry. Surrendering on this surface is just holding back a lot of bad thoughts and waiting for the right time. Only Yan Lin, who had been explicitly rejected by Qi Lu, stood there with an angry look on his face. He clenched his fists, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Xiaowen, the little girl, was very proud at this moment. She stood beside Bu Yuyan and scolded the wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City in a pretentious manner. Still laughing triumphantly. Manager Qi, are you worried about Miss Bu? Li Tsongrong also looked over, asked something as if he was feeling something, and then continued, as for this matter, please rest assured, Manager Qi, as long as I, Li Tsongrong, am still the lord of Yuanshan City, Miss Bu will I won't be wronged. No, I'm not worried about that. Qi Li shook his head, his eyes becoming sharper and sharper. It's coming. What's coming? Just when Li Tsongrong was a little confused and felt that what Qi Li said was inexplicable, a huge roar that echoed between heaven and earth came from a distance. Roar. The violent roar was like a muffled thunder, hitting everyone's heart heavily. Along with it, there is also a violent and unparalleled pressure. It enveloped everyone present. The city guards and the cultivators from Yuanshan City who were fighting the monsters on the battlefield obviously froze in their movements after hearing this roar. At this moment, many people died tragically at the claws of the monster. Li Tsongrong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, an indescribable sense of depression. As for the wealthy businessmen next to them, it was even more unbearable. The physical weakness caused by excessive drinking and sex was even more vividly reflected in this violent roar. Almost most of the wealthy businessmen spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and collapsed on the ground. The other wealthy businessmen who were lucky enough not to vomit blood also had a sickly flushed complexion at this moment. The lips of these wealthy businessmen were so pale that there was no trace of blood. Just looking at this look on his face, he felt as if he was going to faint in the next second. Fortunately, the pressure that comes with the roar is an indiscriminate attack, which is much weaker than a concentrated destructive power. Otherwise, today next year may be the death anniversary of these guys. This roar, what kind of monster is coming from it? Jiu on the side was panting heavily, trying to relieve the tightness in his chest, with a look of horror on his face. Just from this roar, Jiu could feel it. A monster that can unleash such terrifying pressure, I am definitely no match for it. He is not even qualified to be an opponent of this warcraft. Manager Qi, what you just said is true, you don't mean this. Li Tsongrong was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Because Li Tsongrong had never encountered such a terrifying momentum in his long career. It has completely exceeded his imagination. Just watch, that guy is coming soon. Qi Lu did not answer Li Tsongrong's question, but came to Bu Yuyan's side. Looking at her frightened and inexplicable expression, he asked aloud, "Are you okay?" I'm okay, but... Although Bu Yuyan's face was a little pale at this time, it was much better than those wealthy businessmen who were vomiting blood and lying on the ground exhausted. So when asked by Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan felt lucky. But more than anything, I'm still confused. Because Bu Yuyan still has self-awareness, she is also an ordinary person who cannot cultivate. Even though his physique is stronger than those of these wealthy businessmen, his strength is still limited. So under this roar, no matter how good the situation is, nothing can happen. As long as it's okay, I asked Gu Ku before to protect you within the confines of Yuanshan City. It seems to be useful. Qi Lu answered Bu Yuyan's doubts in one sentence. Qi Lu could sense the momentum coming towards the distant mountain city, and Gu Ku, who was created by the system, could naturally sense it as well. It also explodes momentum and condenses coercion. In the distant mountain city, Gu Ku would not be weaker than these invaders. So there was no need for Qi Lu to take action. Gu Ku alone could protect Bu Yuyan from being hurt by this pressure. As for Xiaowen next to her. Little girl, don't look at me like that. It's just a matter of course to protect you. Qi Lu glanced at Xiaowen, who also had a pale face and horrified eyes, and added lightly. Then he complained silently in his heart. Gu Ku is really a robot. He does things in a rigid way and doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Even if the puppet rune is added. When I say I protect Bu Yuyan, I really just protect Bu Yuyan. The pressure that came with the roar before was an indiscriminate attack. Therefore, Qi Lu took it upon himself to protect Xiaowen. However, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen will not know about this. Gu, is Mr. Gu so powerful? Bu Yuyan asked in surprise. Regarding the previous speculation about Gu Ku's strength, Bu Yuyan felt that breaking through the sky would only be the peak of the master level. But now it seems that it is far more than that. You have to ask him about this. Qi Lu smiled and did not answer Bu Yuyan's question. Some things, when spoken out, feel like showing off. Qi Lu is not a person who likes to show off, so he will not say it directly. It is best to retain a sense of mystery. However, these few dialogues were not loud. But the wealthy businessmen who were languishing around them were not far away, so they still heard it. As a result, huge waves surged in their hearts. In this distant mountain city, there are actually strong men hiding in the dark, secretly protecting Miss Bu. And this is what store manager Qi ordered. Oh my God. It's impossible. With such a powerful person, how could we not know about it? I hope Miss Bu didn't see the thoughts I had before. From now on, I will be loyal to Miss Bu. At this moment, these wealthy businessmen all gave up their thoughts of ostracizing Bu Yuyan. I don't even dare to think about it again. A strong man who has not yet shown up can withstand such terrible pressure, so it would be okay if he shows up. Before, Bu Yuyan only had a powerful weapon in her hand as a commodity. So the idea of these wealthy businessmen is to curry favor with Bu Yuyan, and then wait for an opportunity to snatch it away and get it into their own hands. But now, a strong one. Especially for a strong man whose strength has reached such a level, it is not something that can be shaken by ordinary money. There is only one thought in everyone's mind, that is, they must obey Bu Yuyan and never go west when told to go east. As for Qi Lu, as long as he speaks, his priority will definitely be higher than that of Bu Yuyan. But whether Qi Lu can talk to them is still unknown. The way Li Songrong and Tai Hu looked at Qi Lu immediately became different. Li Songrong didn't feel any momentum from Qi Lu before, and thought Qi Lu was just an ordinary person with better luck. Now it seems that he is probably a young master from some top power who came out to gain experience. However, Li Songrong couldn't help but think about this idea. Because at this moment, a large monster, hundreds of meters long, appeared in the sky above Yuanshan City. This monster is shaped like a snake, with scales on its back and 4 claws on its belly. The head is like a triangle, and the eyes have vertical pupils. The whole body is wrapped with electric light, and just by looking at its appearance, you can feel that this monster is extremely ferocious. And the coercion emanating from this monster makes people feel even more frightened. Even if the pressure is not deliberately unleashed, it can still make people feel an extremely strong evil spirit, which makes people's hair stand on end. This kind of coercion that naturally emanates is considered good for practitioners and can be tolerated. But for ordinary people in Yuanshan City, this is not possible. The moment this monster appeared, most of the residents in Yuanshan City were so frightened that they became weak and found it difficult to move. What's more, even breathing has become a little difficult. How could this be? How could it be this guy? Li Songrong recognized the monster that came over Yuanshan City with just one glance. Purple Lightning Spirit Dragon. Damn it, why did this guy come to Yuanshan City? The moment Li Songrong saw the appearance of the purple electric spirit dragon, the hairs all over his body stood up, and there was a swish on his back, and a layer of cold sweat broke out. No way, this appearance, this purple thunder and lightning. Tiehu looked at the monster in the sky, which was so big that it almost covered the sky with the sun, and the sweat on his face was just pouring out. In this world, there are only a handful of powerful people in the heroic realm. There are also not many magical beasts that can reach the heroic level. In addition, the lifespan of hero-level monsters is generally not short, so there are actually records for most of the hero-level monsters. This purple electric spirit dragon is naturally one of them. Do you know this monster? Qi Lu couldn't help but ask aloud when he saw the extremely stiff expressions on Li Songrong and Tai Hu's faces. Yes, of course we know each other. As the Lord of Yuanshan City, Li Songrong was calmer after all. According to records, the purple lightning spirit dragon comes from the purple lightning forest and is the descendant of the deceased purple lightning winged dragon. Its strength is undoubtedly at the heroic level. Therefore, for the Xidian forest, under normal circumstances, no one will enter. But Li Songrong couldn't understand why the purple electric spirit dragon came to Yuanshan City today. Purple lightning spirit dragon. Qi Lu nodded, then raised his head to look at the monsters in the sky. The dragon is actually the predecessor of the dragon, and the dragon transformed into a dragon. However, the dragon here does not refer to those giant dragons with wings that fly around, but a real dragon. So Qi Lu actually doesn't feel that bad about this purple lightning dragon. After all, this is the predecessor of the dragon in his hometown. However, although this purple electric spirit dragon is wrapped with thunder and lightning, the dragon horns on its head are really not very obvious. It seems that there is still a long way to go before transforming into Adragon. However, despite this, this purple electric spirit dragon also possesses the strength of the primary hero level. I really don't know how powerful it will be after it successfully transforms into a dragon. However, according to Qi Li's perception, this purple electric spirit dragon seemed to have been seriously injured. The breath is a little unstable. That's why this guy didn't keep releasing pressure to intimidate the people of Yuanshan City. Otherwise, there would be no chance for the cultivators in Yuanshan City to resist, as they would have been rendered unable to move by the pressure of the purple electric spirit dragon. After all, no matter what, the purple electric spirit dragon still belongs to the dragon clan. Even if it doesn't belong to the dragon lineage, is it bad to be a five-clawed golden dragon? Therefore, simple dragon power can still be released. However, even so, the purple electric spirit dragon still didn't move much, which was enough to show how serious its injury was. However, Qi Lu was probably the only one present who could sense this unstable aura. As for the purple electric spirit dragon, just appearing here and relying on the pressure it naturally exudes is enough to intimidate these people present. Now, what should we do? Li Tsongrong's face became extremely ugly. Facing the wave of monsters, Li Tsongrong felt that there was still a chance for a desperate fight. As long as he won, the things left behind by the hunted monsters would be a lot of wealth. However, facing the purple electric spirit dragon, Li Tsongrong felt despair in his heart. It's not the same level at all, it's not the same level of combat effectiveness. How can we fight? Moreover, after the purple electric spirit dragon appeared, the attack of the wave of monsters seemed to have stopped. However, the cultivators and city guards of Yuanshan City did not seem to make any move under the gaze of the purple electric spirit dragon. Hero-level monsters are so intimidating. If it hadn't been for the purple electric spirit dragon never bursting out with pressure, those cultivators who were slightly weaker would have fallen to the ground vomiting blood at this moment. Kill. After being silent for a while, the purple lightning spirit dragon uttered one word. This word almost made Li Tsongrong collapse to the ground. And the word kill. But it made the group of monsters boil, and their momentum reached an extreme level at this moment. On the other hand, the morale of the cultivators and city guards in Yuanshan City instantly became extremely low. Facing the impact of the wave-off monsters, they had almost no power to resist. This is a heroic monster that brings about a qualitative change. Even though this heroic beast did not join the battle, the change in morale was absolutely impossible to measure. It's over, it's all over. Li Tsongrong looked at the outside of Yuanshan City. Those monsters were rushing toward Yuanshan City like broken bamboo, and kept muttering to himself. Even the Hammer mercenary team, which possesses an improved version of laser light, cannot withstand the impact of the wave of warcraft. The army was defeated like a mountain. It's definitely not something that a mercenary team can change. As long as the purple electric spirit dragon is still there, the momentum off these monsters will not be sluggish. Yuanshan City is going to be gone, everything is over. Who provoked the purple lightning dragon? Why did it happen? Everything is finished, all gone. The wealthy businessmen who were tired on the ground were all staring blankly ahead. An atmosphere of despair permeated the city wall. No one wants to face such a powerful opponent. His strength is not enough, and his mood is also not enough. The wave of monsters that had once been suppressed by magic light bullets began to show an unstoppable trend again, gradually approaching the walls of Yuanshan City. The city guards and practitioners were beaten and retreated steadily. In other words, the mercenaries of the Hammer mercenary team are in a slightly better situation. They can still rely on the improved laser light to fight and retreat from this group of monsters. But that's about it. This group of monsters seemed to be dying after the purple electric spirit dragon appeared. Momentum and combat effectiveness are simply not the same. No, we can't go on like this. Li Tsongrong looked at the approaching wave of monsters and suddenly drew out the knight's sword hanging from his waist. Even if I die, I will fight to the death for Yuanshan City. The honor of Ignite is to die on the battlefield, not to hide behind the scenes. Li Tsungrong may not be qualified to be the opponent of the purple electric spirit dragon. But it is more than enough to resist those low-strength monsters. City Master Li, you really thought of me together. I, Jiu Hui, have been a mercenary for so many years, and I have never escaped once. Jiu Hui also recovered from the pressure of the purple lightning dragon. Now that things have reached this point, there is only one choice. There is honor in death, no shame in life. Even in the end, Yuanshan City was still lost, but I had tried my best, even risking my life, so I could have no regrets. Brothers, if you don't want to be scolded by others as like a pussy after your death, then don't back down. They're just monsters, there's nothing to be afraid of. Show your fighting spirit and kill. Jiu Hui roared, picked up his solid copper hammer, jumped off the city wall, and joined the members of the Iron Hammer mercenary team. Yuanshan City Guards, obey orders. Li Tsungrong also took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly. For Yuanshan City. For our family and friends. City Guards, hold on to the weapons in your hands, follow me, and rush back. Li Tsungrong stood on the guardrail of the city wall, holding the knight sword high in his hand, looking up at the purple lightning dragon in the sky, and shouted loudly. With the city lord personally supervising the battle, the morale of the city guards can be somewhat boosted. But how much it can be improved depends on fate. However, regardless of the morale of the city guards, Li Tsungrong's loud shout attracted the attention of the purple electric spirit dragon. It's really noisy. The purple lightning dragon's voice was very slow, and the emotion in his tone was not revealed much. But there was obviously a trace of impatience inside. Your Excellency Zidian Lingjiao, since you are willing to reply, why can't you tell me what is the purpose of your coming to Yuanshan City? If I, Yuanshan City, have done something wrong, I am willing to do my best to make up for it. Previously, Li Tsungrong would look directly at the purple lightning dragon and shout out, just to test whether the purple lightning dragon would reply. As long as you can reply, it means there is still a chance for negotiation. This is also Li Tsungrong fighting for the last chance of survival for Yuanshan City. Do your best to make up for it? When the purple lightning dragon heard this, he let out a sinister sneer. You can't make up for it, and you don't deserve to know. Before he finished speaking, in the sky, layers of dark thunderclouds had already surged in, covering the sky above Yuanshan City. In the dense thunderclouds, streaks of thunder and lightning surged like giant pythons, making bursts of roars. The thunder is rolling and shocking. Like bursts of beating drums, following the frequency of the heartbeat, it hit everyone's hearts hard. Snort. Li Tsungrong, who was the first to bear the brunt, immediately let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The other cultivators affected by the aftermath of the thunder also felt uncomfortable. It's just that the situation is much better than that of Li Tsungrong. Ahem. Is this the power of a hero? It's really terrifying. Li Tsungrong covered his chest and breathed hard, trying to relieve the burning feeling in his chest. However, the purple electric spirit dragon's attack did not stop. The impact of thunder is just the appetizer. The real attack is yet to come. Boom. In just a few breaths, the thunderclouds in the sky took shape, and an eye of the storm filled with thunder and lightning appeared above the thunderclouds. In the eye of the storm, countless thunders surged, making heart-stopping roars. It seemed that in the next second, it would turn into a thunder dragon and rush out of the eye of the storm, smashing all obstacles in front of it. Damn it, you can't resist such a tyrannical force. Li Tsungrong looked at the thunderclouds in the sky with a horrified face. The majestic pressure that surged forward was so terrifying that it took one's breath away. This is the strength of the purple electric spirit dragon. Thunder, originally the most terrifying element with destructive power, can erupt with unimaginable power. Under the control of the purple electric spirit dragon, it can turn into an unrivaled force, destroying all enemies that stand in its way. Dark clouds were coming over the top, making the sky in the distant mountain city darken. All the residents in Yuanshan City were trembling uncontrollably. Even the determined city guards couldn't help but feel a little weak at this moment. The majestic power is like the vast ocean, leaving no room for resistance. That's not to mention those idle practitioners who already want to quit. Under the cover of this thunder power, they had already abandoned their armor and were completely defeated. The remaining Iron Hammer mercenary team, under the command of Tai Hu, could not exert much combat effectiveness. Because the improved version of laser light blocking requires someone to withstand the enemy's impact in front and attract firepower. However, in this situation, it is obviously unlikely that anyone will continue to help attract firepower. These bully trash. Do they think they have escaped now, and when Yuanshan City is destroyed, they won't have to be buried with Yuanshan City? Tiehu shouted angrily, his face full of hatred that iron could not become steel. On the battlefield, character and will are really very important. If you don't have a strong will, you will only accomplish less than you can and fail more than you can. Captain, don't rush forward anymore. Just retreat while fighting. Brother, can't hold it anymore. Grizzly Bear followed closely behind Tiehu and persuaded loudly. Now that the defeat is certain, a small team of hammer mercenaries alone will not make much difference. The moment the thunderclouds formed in the sky, although they suppressed the ferocity of these monsters, they dealt a greater blow to Yuanshan City. The morale that had finally been boosted was completely dissipated. It is probably the responsibility on their shoulders that is still supporting the city guards in their fight against the monsters. In order to protect Yuanshan City. Retreat? Where can we retreat to now? Tiehu sighed and looked up at the sky. The thunder in the eye of the storm had already condensed into shape and chopped down fiercely. The deep purple thunder was like a sharp blade cutting through the sky, splitting away the darkness brought by the heavy clouds, but also brought about a more terrifying death. Like a punishment from heaven, it can only make people feel despair. No. Li Tsongrong roared unwillingly. Thunder's target is the city wall of Yuanshan City. As soon as the city wall is broken, the wave of monsters can march straight in and destroy Yuanshan City. But these things have nothing to do with Li Tsongrong as long as the thunder hits the city wall. Because this terrible attack will destroy all the creatures on the city wall together with the city wall, without exception. The wealthy businessmen of Yuanshan City had long since collapsed on the ground. At this moment, the hired guards looked so pale and helpless. In the face of absolute power, nothing is possible. Master Qi. Bu Yuyan looked at Lei Lei, who was approaching quickly, and her whole body was trembling. The threat of death is so close at this moment. But the gentle and confident smile next to him is so reassuring. Miss. Xiaowen grasped the corner of Bu Yuyan's clothes tightly, so hard that her knuckles began to turn white. Boom. The deep purple thunder is so dazzling and brilliant, as pleasing to the eye as the fireworks blooming at the last moment of life. It's a pity that I can only appreciate it once in a lifetime. Bang! Just when everyone fell into despair, a black shadow flashed suddenly, and then, a roar that resounded throughout the world broke out. And accompanied by this roar, there was also thunder that filled the sky. Scattered down, like stars falling, extremely gorgeous. Who are you? Why do you want to stop me? Among the lightning that filled the sky, the first thing that sounded was an angry roar. With the roar of the purple electric spirit dragon, everyone on the city wall opened their eyes that had been closed due to despair. I was surprised to find that I was still alive. I'm still alive. This can't be true. I can't be dreaming. It's true, I'm really alive. That's great, that's great. The surprise of the survivors made these wealthy businessmen weep with joy. This feeling of being pulled back from the edge of death is really exciting to the point where most people can't bear it. Even these old foxes who have seen strong winds and waves only feel weak all over and don't want to experience it again in this life. However, Bu Yuyan was keenly aware of an extra figure in the sky. That figure couldn't be Mr. Gu. Bu Yuyan looked at the figure standing in the sky and said in a daze. As for Gu Ku's strength, Bu Yuyan has made high guesses over and over again. But unexpectedly, it was still underestimated. This kind of power that can directly stop the thunder of the purple lightning dragon in an emergency is beyond imagination. Who is Mr. Gu? Li Tsongrong, who finally recovered, also noticed the sudden appearance of the figure. After hearing Bu Yuyan's words, he quickly asked. Not to mention anything else, it was just the power that could block the attack of the purple electric spirit dragon just now. It is no exaggeration to say that Mr. Gu alone is enough to demolish Yuanshan City, and no one can stop him. When did such a monster appear in this distant mountain city? As the city lord of Yuanshan City, he didn't even know anything about it, and he was even beaten by a little girl. And those wealthy businessmen who were still congratulating themselves for surviving quietly pricked up their ears at this moment, paying close attention to the conversation between the two. A strong man who can defeat the purple lightning dragon. That is definitely a strong man in the heroic realm. If you are lucky enough to meet a hero-level strong man, then to put it mildly, there will be no problem at all in walking around in dozens of city-states around here. Not to mention how much the reputation of a heroic hero can help his own industry. That is simply a golden sign. Mr. Gu is Mr. Chi's butler, Mr. Gu Kegu, and Mr. Chi also asked Mr. Gu to protect my young lady. Regarding Li Tsongrong's question, Xiaowen jumped in front of Bu Yuyan and said it like a show-off. And he also emphasized the second half of the sentence. Although Xiaowen was also shocked to the extreme by Gu Ku's strength. But when you can show off like this, you absolutely cannot miss it. Master Chi's housekeeper? Li Tsongrong glanced at Qi Lu with a strange look on his face, and had a new understanding of Qi Li's identity. It is conceivable how huge the family background behind a young man who can let a hero-level strong man be his housekeeper will be. Absolutely not to mess with. In an instant, Li Tsongrong put such a label on Qi Lu. As for the wealthy businessmen who were secretly paying attention, they almost ran over and bowed to Bai Yuyan. Qi Lu couldn't agree more. Because the level is really too high. But Bu Yuyan is different. If she offers her loyalty at this time, she might even get a piece of the pie. To be protected by a hero-level strongman, even if it's just someone else sorter. But this is a status symbol. Just saying it, it's an honor. A hero-level powerhouse, in this world that believes in the god of forging, ice in the same level as the respected blacksmith master. The status of a blacksmith master in the heroic realm is naturally more respected. Although the Mr. Gu mentioned by Bu Yuyan may not be a blacksmith master. But it doesn't matter. Because they only need the name of a heroic hero as a golden sign, which is enough for them to expand their industry dozens of times. Master Qi, thank you for saving me again. Bu Yuyan ignored the looks of others and instead thanked Qi Lu. You can go thank that guy, no need to thank me. Qi Lu pointed to the sky, then shrugged, not intending to accept the favor. Because to be honest, Gu Ku would appear here to stop the attack of the purple electric spirit dragon just because Bu Yuyan was in danger. After all, with the strength of the purple electric spirit dragon, it is really not that strong for Qi Lu. What's more, this purple electric spirit dragon is still seriously injured at the moment, which greatly reduces its combat effectiveness. So Qi Lu doesn't need Gu Ku to protect him. I know, and I will also thank Mr. Gu. Bu Yuyan nodded and said very seriously. Okay then, it's up to you. Qi Lu shook his head, then looked up at the sky. There, Gu Ku and Zidian Jiao were already confronting each other. Who are you? Why do you want to ruin my business? The purple lightning dragon looked angrily at the guy in a tuxedo and white gloves and asked angrily. A pair of rhombus-shaped vertical pupils shone with a sharp and fierce light. My name is Gu Ke, and I am a housekeeper. I don't know what you are doing, but you threaten Miss Bu's life, so I will stop you. Gu Ke stood upright, looking at the purple electric spirit dragon in front of him, and said expressionlessly. Even the sound was without any ripples. After all, it's just a simulated robot blessed with puppet runes. It's weird to have emotional fluctuations. Miss Bu? Damn it, are you trying to ruin my business for such a trivial reason? The purple electric spirit dragon roared angrily. The eyes looking at Gu Ke became more and more alert. Because from Gu Ke, Zidian Lingjiao also felt a hint of threat, and this feeling of threat continued to increase. I'm sorry if I made you feel unhappy. However, I must ensure Miss Bu's safety. Gu Ke still had a calm expression and spoke calmly. Then take Miss Bu away from you and get out of here. Zidian Lingjiao gritted his teeth and said. The body that was several hundred meters long swung in the air, cutting through the gathering thunderclouds and causing bursts of thunder. If it weren't for the fact that the guy in front of him had the power to make it feel threatened, the purple lightning dragon wouldn't have compromised like this. The weak are not qualified to make conditions in front of the strong. For Zidian Lingjiao, only those with equal strength and equal realm are qualified for equal dialogue. Sorry, I will not interfere with Miss Bu's actions. I am only responsible for protecting her safety. Gu Ke said solemnly, not caring at all about the anger in the eyes of the purple electric spirit dragon. Damn it, you're just here to cause trouble, right? Then you'd better die. The Zidian Lingjiao's patience was worn to the limit by Gu Ke's strict way of speaking, and he immediately let out a roar. Several thunderbolts struck Gu Ke like a sky-shattering blade. The momentum was so great that it caused bursts of explosions. Wherever the thunder passed, the dark clouds were instantly wiped out and the space was shattered inch by inch. The terrifying coercion burst out, integrating the power of dragon and thunder into one, extremely violent and as vast as an abyss. The monsters that were still attacking Yuanshan City were so frightened that they immediately fell to the ground and began to tremble uncontrollably. Under this pressure, tiny cracks appeared on the walls of Yuanshan City. Then keep expanding. The coercion condenses into reality. The power of the purple electric spirit dragon is so terrifying. I'm sorry, if you do this, it may threaten Miss Bu's safety, so I can't let you do this. Gu Ke looked at the purple lightning dragon calmly and stretched out his arms. An even more majestic momentum immediately burst out from Gu Ke's body. Then, like a reversing wave, it rolled up and completely enveloped the pressure of the purple electric spirit dragon. Crush! With a soft drink, Gu Ke clasped his palms together. The overwhelming pressure erupted from the purple electric spirit dragon suddenly shattered like a piece of crystal that had suffered a heavy blow. Puff! Light golden blood immediately spat out from the mouth of the purple electric spirit dragon. Just one move. Taking action is a serious injury. Although Gu Ke looks sunny and handsome in appearance. But the puppet runes blessed on his body are all combat runes. Beneath the elegant appearance, there is a violent core hidden, which is the final evaluation of Gu Ke. Of course, this does not rule out the reason why the purple electric spirit dragon itself was seriously injured. But even so, there is no doubt about Gu Ke's strength. How is this possible? How can there be such a strong clansman among the human race? Is it true that there is no one in our dragon clan? The purple electric spirit dragon, which was already seriously injured, became more serious after being severely injured by Gu Ke. And this scene, to the people on the ground, was simply shocking. One blow severely damaged the purple lightning dragon. What a terrifying fighting power this is. In terms of various basic attributes, the human race cannot compare with Warcraft, let alone strange beasts like the purple lightning spirit Jiao with pure dragon bloodline. However, Guku not only suppressed the purple electric spirit dragon in terms of momentum, but also severely damaged it with one move. This level of combat power is absolutely appalling. Li Tsongrong, who was standing on the city wall, almost had his eyes popped out. I'm not dreaming, or maybe I'm dazzled. This Mr. Gu's strength is a bit too strong. Oh my god, with this kind of fighting power, even among the few hero-level experts, he is one of the best. It is truly an honor for us to have the honor to meet such a strong man. The wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City were even more determined in their thoughts. Be sure to follow Bu Yuyan steadily. This is a great opportunity to soar into the sky. With a strong man of this level looking at him, they didn't even ask for Bu Yuyan to cooperate with them. As long as there was some soup left for them to drink, it would be enough for them to make a lot of money. Xiaowen glanced back and forth on the faces of these wealthy businessmen with a proud look on her face, the pride in her eyes almost overflowing. The meaning is also self-evident. The stronger Guku is, the more advantageous it will be for Bu Yuyan. Then Xiaowen will naturally become more proud. Why? Because Bu Yuyan is safe, but Guku is watching over her. If you have any thoughts in your mind, you should weigh it carefully and see how many lives you have. Among the people here, there is only one person whose hands and feet are called at the moment, his heart is cold, and his face is bloodless. That is Yan Lin, from the Fian Chamber of Commerce. When Bu Yuyan soars into the sky, it means that the Bu family will also soar into the sky. So what about the remaining Yu family and Yan family? In front of such a strong man, can there be any trouble? However, Yan Lin's psychological activities are not considered for the time being. However, after Qi Lu saw Guku take such a heavy blow, he quickly sent a message to Guku and stopped his next attack. Wait a minute, Guku, let me talk to it first. This purple lightning dragon is, after all, a dragon, the predecessor of the dragon in Qi Li's memory. In this world full of giant dragons, it is quite rare. Therefore, Qi Li still didn't want to end its life so carelessly unless necessary. What's more, this purple electric spirit dragon itself is seriously injured. Under such circumstances, why he came to Yuanshan City must have some hidden agenda. So Qi Li thought it would be better to ask clearly. So, in the sky, Guku, who was about to take action, suddenly stopped what he was doing. What's wrong with you? Why did you stop? Are you pitying me? I don't need your pity. You damn humans are all equally despicable. The purple lightning dragon panted hard and roared angrily. Although Guku could understand the words of Zidian Lingjiao and knew that they were probably some angry words, his face still had the look of Gu Jingwubua. It's just that it's mixed with a little bit of laughter and laughter. After all, Guku just looks like a human being, not a human race. How can a robot be considered a human being? But Qi Li didn't like hearing what the purple lightning dragon said. So the expression on Guku's face at this time actually expressed Qi Li's mood. I don't pity you. I stopped, just because my young master has something he wants to talk to you about. Guku tried his best to express a helpless expression with his paralyzed face, and then spoke. Your young master? What does he want to talk about? The young master in Guku's mouth immediately made Zidian Lingjiao wary. Although the purple lightning spirit Jiao has lived in the purple lightning forest for a long time, as long as it reaches the heroic level, whether it is a monster or an alien beast, its spiritual intelligence has long been enlightened. They will also pay attention to changes in external forces. It's not that there is no force that can make a heroic level strong man serve as a personal steward for his direct descendants. But there are too few. And each one of them is a powerful force that no one can shake. Even if Zidian Lingjiao faces these powerful people, he still has to think carefully to see if he can afford to offend them before making a decision. My young master would like to ask you, why did you suppress your injuries and attack Yuanshan City even though you were seriously injured? Gu Ke faithfully conveyed Qi Li's words. However, as soon as these words came out, the purple electric spirit dragon was suddenly stunned and immediately became furious. Why do you know? Is the guy who went to the Xidian forest before also one of yours? Xidian Lingjiao was confident that after he forcibly suppressed the injury, it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. Even if they are both hero level, the possibility of detecting it is very small. So when Gu Ke said these words, Xidian Lingjiao felt that they must be related to the strong human race who invaded the Xidian forest before. I'm sorry if my question reminds you of any bad memories. However, the person you are talking about has nothing to do with us, because we have no idea who you are talking about. Gu Ke said slowly. The first sentence is the etiquette of being a housekeeper, and the second sentence is paraphrasing Qi Li's words. Yeah? The purple lightning dragon approached Gu Ke suspiciously, staring at Gu Ke with a pair of vertical pupils that were not much smaller than Gu Ke's body. After a long while, he finally said, "The breath is different, so I will believe you for once." Is it so shameful for a strong person in this world to have such attainments in perception? This scene made Qi Li's brows jump when he saw it on the city wall. Although practitioners who have known about this world for a long time do not seem to be able to understand the importance of perception. But what Qi Li didn't expect was why even a powerful beast like the purple electric spirit dragon would look like this. Since you are willing to believe me, then please tell me the purpose of your coming to Yuanshan City. If it is really Yuanshan City's fault, then I will never be partial. Gu Ke said in a calm tone as before. Li Tsungrong had said these words before, still in his capacity as the Lord of Yuanshan City. But he was not taken seriously by the purple lightning spirit dragon at all. However, the words spoken by a hero-level powerhouse carry much more weight than those of a distant mountain city lord. So after listening to Gu Ke's righteous words, Xidian Lingjiao also began to hesitate. After a long while, I heard the purple lightning dragon sigh. Then he said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if I tell you about this, Booty hope that you and your young master can judge from a neutral position. Rather than favoring Shangyu and Mountain City because of my status as a human race. As it should be." Gu Ke nodded solemnly. The answer was naturally what Qi Li meant. Because Qi Li never thinks that racial identity is a reason for a person to devil. Furthermore, as a store manager, Qi Li has long taken a dim view of things like race, and treats everyone equally regardless of race. If they only dealt with human business, the shops in the northern mountains would have closed long ago. I will naturally believe what a strong man like you says. The purple electric spirit dragon nodded, and then slowly told the whole story. A few days ago, it was the day when the purple electric dragon shed its skin and was promoted. The advancement of warcraft and alien beasts, unlike most other races, requires trial crystals to open up trial space. But each has its own way of promotion. The way to advance the purple lightning dragon is to shed its skin. Every time the scales are transformed, the realm will be higher and the strength will be stronger. However, when it sheds its skin and is promoted, it is also when the purple electric spirit dragon's combat effectiveness is at its lowest, making it most vulnerable to enemies taking advantage of it. Although the purple electric dragon was fully prepared before shedding its skin. But he was still found an opportunity by a powerful human hero. Fortunately, the combat power of the purple electric spirit dragon is no joke. Those alien beasts with pure dragon blood have always been synonymous with tyranny. After fighting to the death, burning essence and blood, and even risking a decline in realm, the purple electric spirit dragon finally repelled the invading enemy. However, after the purple electric spirit dragon woke up from his dying state, he found that the spirit dragon egg he had left in another place had disappeared. Spiritual dragon egg? Gu Ke spoke for Qi Li, interrupting the Xidian Jiao's narrative. What's wrong? Can't I have children? As soon as Zidian Lingjiao's words were interrupted by Gu Ku, he immediately became a little angry. Then let's say. Can't you? Sure. Gu Ku still spoke expressionlessly. But Chi Leke, who was standing on the city wall, couldn't remain calm. Before, I only sensed that the purple lightning dragon was seriously injured, but I didn't feel the gender of the purple lightning dragon. Who knew this was a female beast? However, even if Chi Lu had this awareness, he probably wouldn't know how to distinguish the male from the female purple electric spirit dragon. Looking at it now, it's no wonder that this purple lightning dragon lady is so difficult to get along with. It turned out that his own child was lost. No matter who this kind of thing happens to, I'm afraid they will die in a hurry. Besides, Chi Lu also thought of another thing. That is, after the purple electric spirit dragon laid the spirit dragon egg, it immediately began to shed its skin and was promoted. It is no wonder that it was targeted by others. Don't look at the purple electric spirit dragon's strong physique. But when it comes to breeding offspring, let alone the purple electric dragon, even a real giant dragon will have to be weak for a while. In addition, when shedding her skin, her combat effectiveness will drop to the lowest point. To add insult to injury, it would be strange not to be targeted by those with ulterior motives. So, you came to Yuanshan City just for this matter? Gu Ku asked this question instead of Chi Lu. Yes, I can feel that the last place where the spirit dragon eggs ore disappeared is in the distant mountain city. Zidian Lingjiao said with great certainty. Suddenly, things became clear. The purple lightning spirit dragon came to Yuanshan City in order to find the lost spirit dragon egg. However, after being attacked by a sneak attack before, the Zidian spiritual Jiao subconsciously believed that the powerful human hero who attacked him was in Yuanshan City. That's why they summoned a wave of monsters to attack Yuanshan City. The purpose is just to find his child and take revenge. After narrowly surviving a sneak attack, and now that he has recovered, it will be strange not to take revenge. I understand, what happened this time is not your fault. But the strong man you are worried about is not in Yuanshan City, and what Yuanshan City has caused is nothing more than an unnecessary disaster, so please let the tide of monsters recede. Chi Lu knew that what Zidian Lingjiao did was justified, so he just asked Gu Kido speak and asked Zidian Lingjiao to drive away these monsters. As for the spirit dragon eggs, as long as they are still in Yuanshan City. Then, Chi Lu is also willing to give justice to the Zidian spirit Jiao. Okay, since you are willing to say this, then I will give you some face. The purple lightning spirit dragon was not pretentious either. Anyway, the wave of monsters can be mobilized at any time for the purple electric spirit dragon, but it is just a matter of time. Thank you very much. Gu Ku nodded politely in thanks. Then the purple lightning spirit dragon let out a mighty roar. Then I saw the thunderclouds gathering in the sky, dispersed in all directions, and soon they all dissipated, revealing the blue sky. The monster that was originally crawling on the ground due to the power of thunder and the pressure of the majestic dragon began to retreat at this moment. It didn't take long before they retreated into the distant mountains and forests. The battle is finally over. Great, I survived, I actually survived. I have experienced such a terrible wave of warcraft. After I go back, I can tell those guys about it and let them see the world. Drink, you must drink tonight, you won't come back until you're drunk. Seeing the thunderclouds dissipating and the monsters retreating, the cultivators were all excited and cried with joy. The joy of surviving a disaster is always the strongest. Just like those wealthy businessmen whose legs are still a little weak, they are all gathering together happily at this moment, and they don't know what they are discussing. I guess they are also discussing where to have a party to relieve the stress off this incident. But for this group of wealthy businessmen, the most important thing is how to please Bu Yuyan. So that when Bu Yuyan takes the Bu family to the sky, she can leave a mouthful of soup for them to drink. Li Tsungrong also had a look of emotion on his face, and had a new understanding of the strength of Mr. Gu standing quietly in the void. To subjugate an enemy without fighting is the highest level of the art of war. To achieve this level, the strength required is extremely high. City Lordly, most of the things have been resolved, but there are still some follow-ups that may require your help. While Li Tsungrong was sighing with emotion, Qi Lu walked over slowly and spoke. Master Qi, if you need help with anything, just ask, I will do my best. Li Tsungrong responded quickly without asking what it was about. As for Qi Li's title, after guessing that Qi Lu might come from a big force, he also changed his name and called him Young Master. Don't worry, it's not difficult. You just need to wait here for a while. Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. Just leave it to Guku to find the spirit dragon eggs. As long as you sense something that is exactly the same as the aura on the purple lightning spirit Jiao, there is basically nothing wrong. It's probably because this world doesn't have a high level of awareness or perception, so those methods of masking aura aren't very clever either. The method that can hide the purple lightning spirit dragon may not be able to hide Guku. After all, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. God knows how much effort and energy the guy in the system spent on Guku to combine high technology and ancient runes so perfectly. It's not comparable to products like improved laser lights. The price of the energy core in Guku's body alone is probably an astronomical figure. Sure enough, it was just as Qi Lu expected. In less than a quarter of an hour, Guku sent back the feedback. In the area where the wealthy merchants of Yuanshan City lived, I sensed an extremely weak aura, but it was confirmed that it had the same origin as the aura on the purple lightning spiritual dragon. Master Qi, do you have something to give me? When Li Tsungrong saw Qi Lu looking over, he quickly raised his hand and asked. There is indeed something, and it is something very interesting. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, glanced at the group of happy wealthy businessmen, and said playfully, I want to go to those manors and have a look. Is it okay? Of course, Mr. Qi, do you need me to lead the way? Li Tsungrong responded quickly and asked diligently. It would be best if City Master Li can come with us, but it would be a good show if we invite those wealthy businessmen together. Qi Lu smiled, then turned around and walked into the city. Qi Lu has indeed never been to the manor area where wealthy businessmen live. But with the huge perception, the entire Yuanshan city is in Qi Li's mind, so there is no need for anyone to lead the way. After listening to Qi Li's words, Li Tsungrong immediately called over the wealthy businessmen who were still discussing. Master Qi wants to visit the manor area, so you should hurry up and follow. As soon as these words came out, all the wealthy businessmen suddenly looked overjoyed. Qi Lu wants to go to the manor area? Do you want to live in the manor area? Then this is a great opportunity to show your courtesy. If you can take the opportunity to get Qi Li's appreciation, it will be hundreds of times better than getting Bu Yuyan's trust. Don't you see that Bu Yuyan is just a partner and can be protected by a hero-level powerhouse? Who wouldn't want such a good thing? So after thinking of this, the wealthy businessmen's legs no longer felt weak and their waists no longer hurt. They immediately ran away, vowing to make Qi Lu happy and satisfied. As long as you like a manor, just take it. Mr. Qi is going to the manor area now, what should we do? Xiaowen looked at Bu Yuyan and asked anxiously. Qi Lu is now the only support for the Bu family's rise. If something unexpected happened at this time and gave up cooperating with Bu Yuyan, then something big would happen. Don't worry so much, Xiaowen. Mr. Qi is not the kind of person you think. Don't worry. Bu Yuyan smiled and comforted Xiaowen. Then he raised his head and continued, but we should also go and take a look at the manor area. Some accounts still need to be settled. Among the heads of the three major families of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, people from the Yu family and the Yen family lived in the manor area because they came to Yuanshan City earlier. The person in charge of the Bu family arrived late, and was temporarily replaced by Bu Yuyan. So the situation is not good. But those things are all in the past. Now, it's time for Bu Yuyan to go to the manor area and settle accounts with the Yu family and the Yan family. Now that everything has been broken, there is nothing to hide. The Bu family's victory in Yuanshan City was just the beginning. With Qi Li's support, the rise of the Bu family is a certainty and unstoppable. Since the Yu family and the Yan family had no intention of letting the Bu family go from the beginning, then Bu Yuyan will not be soft-hearted. It will never happen that a snake bites you instead of dying. The manor area was, after all, a specially developed area. Quiet and elegant. It's just that Guku, who is standing at the gate of the manor area, has somewhat ruined the peaceful atmosphere. This one is my young master. Guku stretched out his hand and introduced Qi Li's identity to the woman next to him. It also attracted Qi Li's attention. Hello, my name is Qi Lu, just call me by my name. Qi Lu said his name, and then looked up and down at the woman standing next to Guku. Wearing a purple neon gauze skirt, she looks dignified and gorgeous. She has long purple hair tied behind her head and an oval face that looks extremely charming. What concerned Qi Lu the most was this woman's eyes. A pair of purple vertical pupils look beautiful and charming, and the slightly upward-turned corners of the eyes carry a unique ferocity and majesty. Are you just? Yes, the woman confirmed Qi Li's guess, nodded and said, you can call me Ziyun. I didn't expect that the purple lightning spiritual dragon would turn out so beautiful after it transformed. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Qi Lu smiled lightly and apologized. Because it is really impolite to keep staring at a woman. No need to apologize, I just want to know where my child is. Ziyun didn't care about human etiquette. After all, Ziyun's body is still a purple electric spirit dragon, and her character must be somewhat different from that of a human woman. Don't be in a hurry. If you want to enter someone else's place, you have to ask for the owner's permission. Qi Lu raised his chin. Not long after, Li Tsongrong ran over with a group of wealthy businessmen. Thanks to these wealthy businessmen, they were able to drag their bodies, long exhausted by drinking and sex, across more than half of the distant mountain city to the gate of the manor area. At this time I was panting heavily, and I was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. Mr. Qi, I heard that you wanted to visit the manor area, so we couldn't wait to come over. After Jin Datsai took a few deep breaths, he immediately ran to Qi Lu and said diligently, you can come to the manor area, our place will be really prosperous. The person beside you must be Mr. Gu. As he spoke, Jin Datsai looked at Guku again, and then bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your life-saving grace. I will never forget it. As for the woman next to Qi Lu, Jin Datsai didn't know her, so he didn't Dorito look at her. Who knows if it could be Qi Li's woman? It is normal for such a powerful young master to take his woman with him when he goes out. If you take one more look, something might happen. It can be said that Jin Datsai is very good at life. He rushes to say the flattering words first. His etiquette is impeccable and makes people feel comfortable. He's just a bit snobbish. And this is also a common problem among the wealthy businessmen in Yuanshan City. So Qi Lu thought, it would be better to speak out. Don't rush to say thank you, I haven't introduced you yet. This one is the purple electric spirit dragon you saw before, transformed into a human form. Qi Lu said lightly with a teasing expression on his face. However, as soon as these words came out, it was like a thunder on the ground. Li Tsongrong and this group of wealthy businessmen almost jumped from the ground. Mr. Qi, what are you talking about? Who did you just say, is this person? Li Tsongrong swallowed hard, and the sweat beads on his forehead popped out with a swish sound. He cautiously glanced at Ziyun, and the cold sweat on his back immediately soaked his clothes. Jean Datsai, who was very close, softened his feet and knelt directly on the ground. Purple Lightning Spirit Dragon. What a terrifying power they had when they attacked Yuanshan City, and the thunder that filled the sky is still vivid in my mind. Compared to a powerhouse like Guku who doesn't show much power, the Xidian spiritual dragon is undoubtedly hundreds of times more terrifying. After all, Qi Lu and Guku can still communicate. But facing the purple lightning spirit Jiao, there was no way to communicate. What are you afraid of? If you weren't at fault first, why would people komato your door? Qi Lu sneered, then ignored these snobbish guys and turned around and walked into the manor area. As he walked, he said aloud, "Don't stay there anymore, come in with me." Did we make a mistake first? All the wealthy businessmen were confused by Qi Li's words. However, at this time it was impossible not to follow, so no one hesitated. Although the purple lightning spirit dragon is terrifying. But with Mr. Qi and Mr. Gu nearby, the purple lightning dragon must not Dorito mess around. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who were following behind, also had shock on their faces. Master Qi just said that the person next to him is the purple lightning spirit Jiao. I didn't expect that Mr. Qi could befriend such a tyrannical beast like the purple lightning spirit dragon. He is indeed someone who comes from one of the top forces in the world. This level of courage is beyond my reach. Although the environment in the manor area is elegant and beautiful, Qi Lu did not come here for a visit this time. So he let Guku lead the way and went directly to the place where the ore appeared. The people who followed behind didn't know what was going on. Even though their minds were full of doubts, they could only follow silently and didn't dare to ask any more questions. After all, the power of the purple electric spirit dragon is still there. No one dared to disturb the woman walking beside Qi Lu at this time. Unless this person feels that living is not a meaningful thing, he will take the initiative to provoke the purple lightning dragon. However, among this group of wealthy businessmen, there should be no such person. But it won't last long for the wealthy businessmen to be trembling with fear. Although the manor area occupies a large area, Qi Lu has no intention of wandering around there. Guku went straight to his destination. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of a well-kept manor decorated with colorful flowers and green leaves. On the gate of the manor, there is also a plaque with 4 big characters written on it. Greenwater Manor. It's just that the guards in this manor have disappeared at this time. I don't know if I was scared away by the news about the previous wave of monsters attacking Yuanshan City, or if I was taken away by others. Master, the place has arrived. Guku stood at the door of Greenwater Manor and nodded towards Qi Lu. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Qi Lu returned the salute, then turned to look at the people following him, and said with a playful smile, "Does any of you know who the owner of this manor is?" This question immediately woke up the timid, wealthy businessman. Upon hearing the tone of Qi Li's words, the wealthy businessman thought that Qi Lu had taken a liking to this Greenwater Manor. For a moment, everyone was lamenting the luck of the owner of this Greenwater Manor. Qi Lu could actually take a fancy to him. So as long as the Greenwater Manor is given to Qi Lu, it's probably not far from his career. It's just that the wealthy businessmen living in the manor area are relatively familiar with each other. But the location of this Greenwater Manor is really a bit off. So for a while, no one recognized who owned this manor. However, among the crowd, there was one person who looked happy. Mr. Qi, this Greenwater Manor is the property under your name. If Mr. Qi likes it, then this Greenwater Manor can be regarded as Mr. Gu's small gift of thanks for saving my life. Yan Lin, who was still pale at first, now stood up beamingly. This Greenwater Manor is exactly the manor owned by Yan Lin. Being able to be noticed by Qi Lu at this time is simply a God-given opportunity. As long as you can hold Qi Li's lap, you can achieve great success and soar into the sky, just around the corner. A mere Bu Yuyan is nothing to worry about. Like it? Just take it as a yes. Qi Le narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yan Lin with interest. Qi Le always showed very little emotion in his tone. Therefore, the people around him did not hear the implication of Qi Li's words at all. He just looked at the proud Yan Lin enviously, with jealousy flashing through his eyes from time to time. It is the blessing of this matter to be favored by Mr. Qi. From today on, this green water manor belongs to Mr. Qi. I hope Mr. Qi can accept it. Yan Lin immediately expressed his stance. Bu Yuyan, who was following behind everyone, suddenly changed her expression slightly. If Yan Lin also gets Qi Li's favor, things will be difficult to handle. Qi Lu will definitely not ignore the fight between the Bu family and the Yan family, and the Fian Chamber of Commerce will become even more chaotic. Miss. Xiaowen shouted softly beside her. It's okay, Xiaowen. We are not qualified to interfere with Mr. Qi's decision, just watch. Bu Yuyan shook her head and stopped talking. After all, she and Qi Lu are just partners, and this is a cooperation that relies entirely on Qi Lu. So when facing Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan had no right to speak at all. But, in the eyes of everyone's envy and jealousy, Qi Lu did not accept Yan Lin's manner happily, and the expression on his face did not change at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said slowly, "Don't be so anxious. There is none to give this green water manor to me. After all, I am not a person who likes to take things by force." There seems to be something in this sentence. But before Yan Lin could taste it carefully, Qi Lu looked at Zi Yun beside him. I hope you can be more restrained later, because I think it would be better if Yuanshan City could be a complete city-state. With the combat power and destructive power of the purple electric spirit dragon, it is easy to destroy a distant mountain city. So some things must be said first. I see. Ziyan stared at Qi Lu twice, before nodding in agreement. That's good, Qi Lu smiled and nodded, then looked at Gu Ke and said, Gu Ke, get ready to break the formation. Okay, master. Gu Ke nodded slightly, and then walked into the gate of Green Water Manor first. Then he suddenly raised his foot and stomped on the ground in the passageway entering the main house. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, causing the people standing outside Greenwater Manor to almost fall to the ground. However, the vibration did not last long and stopped in less than 10 seconds. But even so, everyone outside Greenwater Manor was filled with shock. Intuitively feeling the terrifying power that Guku possessed made the awe in everyone's hearts rise to a higher level. Qi Lu followed Guku and slowly walked into Greenwater Manor. Then he slowly walked into the courtyard of Greenwater Manor, following the cracks that were cracked by Guku's kick. Right here. Qi Lu seemed to mutter to himself, then reached out and took out a shimmering crystal stone from the crack. That's a magic core. Seeing this, a look of sudden realization flashed in Ziyun's eyes. However, others were full of doubts. Including Yan Lin, all looked puzzled. However, Qi Lu did not explain, but continued to follow the crack. Every time he walked a certain distance, he squatted down and took out a piece of magic core from the crack. Until the end, the entire Greenwater Manor was turned around. When he returned to the gate, Qi Lu already had more than a dozen magic cores in his hand. They are all here, the magic core used to set up the magic circle. Qi Lu said firmly while dropping the magic core in his hand on the ground. These magic cores, whose energy is almost exhausted, are just a pile of waste left in their hands. Guku, break the formation. As commanded. Guku had been waiting aside for a long time. As soon as he heard Qi Lu's words, he immediately raised his fist and hit the ground heavily. Boom! In an instant, the entire Greenwater Manor was affected by the power of this punch. Then there was a whine. Immediately afterwards, the entire ground carrying Greenwater Manor began to collapse downwards. It's like this place was originally a depression. At this moment, Ziyun's eyes also lit up slightly, and her face showed uncontrollable excitement. This is... That's right, it's the breath of the spiritual dragon egg. Qila nodded, confirming Ziyun's perception, and then said slowly, this kind-off superficial breath-containing magic circle is a complete waste of magic cores. However, the person who can arrange this breath-containing magic circle, Hirei is considered a capable person. The development of the breath-collecting magic circle is inseparable from the improvement of perception. Therefore, the breath-containing magic array arranged outside Green Watermanor can hide the perception of the purple lightning dragon, but it cannot hide the perception of Qi Lu and Guku. Found it. Although Qi Lu could still speak slowly, Ziyun couldn't wait any longer. When Qila nodded, Ziyun had already rushed into the main house of Greenwater Manor. Then he followed the place where the breath came from, smashed open the ground, and found the spiritual dragon egg that exuded purple light from a hidden basement. The fertility of dragons has always been low. That's why the dragon clan values their heirs especially and protects them against their shortcomings. If you could be like a rabbit, with the ability to breed for 3 years and then cause a disaster, then this world would probably be the territory of the dragon clan. Is this the spiritual dragon egg? It's quite beautiful. Qila stepped forward and took a look at the spiritual dragon egg that Ziyun held in her hand. The shell exudes purple light, as dazzling as amethyst, looking noble and elegant. Apart from anything else, just by looking at this appearance, you can tell that this is definitely a rare treasure. Not to mention the essence of this spiritual dragon egg. And this is also true. The eggshell of the spirit dragon egg is a rare forging material. It contains majestic energy, and the material is extremely tough and can absorb a large amount of impact force. This is also to protect the purple electric spirit dragon that has not yet been born. However, the eggshells of spiritual dragon eggs that can be collected are extremely rare. Because after the purple electric dragon breaks out of its shell, the majestic energy contained in the eggshell is a treasure that lays a good foundation for the little purple electric dragon. So basically there can be no leftovers. Of course. Ziyun seemed to be showing off, but she put the spirit dragon eggs away without letting Qila look at them. As for the spirit dragon eggs, Zidian spirit dragon has its own unique way of storing them. It's just that it can't be used when it's molting. When everyone waiting outside Greenwater Manor saw this, they all realized the true purpose of Qi Lu bringing the purple lightning dragon to Greenwater Manor. Everyone is not stupid. Through these few words that can be regarded as explicit, one can naturally deduce the whole incident. So when he looked at Yan Lin, his eyes immediately changed from envy and jealousy to anger and pity. The anger was naturally because Yan Lin stole the spirit dragon egg, which caused the purple lightning spirit dragon to summon a wave of magical beasts to attack Yuanshan City. If it weren't for Guku's timely action, Yan Lin would not be able to escape the blame even if he died. The pity was naturally because, for committing such a thing, Yan Lin would probably die soon in front of the purple lightning spirit Jiao. Yan Lin, who also figured out the whole thing, felt his legs weaken on the spot, knelt on the ground, and shouted hysterically, "It wasn't me. I didn't do this. I know who did it, don't kill me, I'll tell you who did it." Faced with the threat of death, Yan Lin's desire to survive was stronger than he imagined. Fortunately, Qila retreated quickly, otherwise Yan Lin hugged his calf and made him burst into tears. It would have been totally different. The spirit dragon egg was found here. Who else could have done it if it wasn't you? You guy, I have long seen that you are not a good person. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Jing Dazai jumped out immediately, pointed at Yan Lin and yelled at him. Not only to please Qi Lu and Ziyun, but also to vent his anger because of his previous worries. Other wealthy businessmen also chimed in. He devalued Yan Lin as worthless, as if even knowing him was a shame. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen looked at each other, and they both saw surprise and joy in each other's eyes. I really didn't expect that things would turn around so quickly. Yan Lin, you don't need to say any more. The battle at Yuanshan City should never have happened. But just because of you, so many families have been broken up, and so many people have never been able to go back again. You have to bear the main responsibility for all of this. Li Tsungrong also scolded him sternly. If Qi Lu and Zi Yun weren't still watching, Li Tsungrong might have drawn his sword and charged forward in the next second. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me, all this must have been done by that guy. That bastard did it without telling me. Yan Lin screamed desperately, trying to defend himself. However, Ziyun didn't want to hear these words. Faced with the guy who dared to steal the spiritual dragon egg, Ziyun just wanted to kill him quickly. Laugh. A purple electric light suddenly appeared on Ziyun's fingertips, and the power it carried moved everyone around him. Everyone was so shocked that they backed away. No, please let me go. I really didn't do this.